Chapter 321 Saving the Creator Civilization. The purification of the Australasian continent didn't take the United Government too much time. The power of the planet devourer was something that the lower civilizations couldn't resist no matter what. And wherever the silvery gray waves passed, mana ecology was devoured in an instant. The monarch-class pole-eating beasts were also captured without exception. The larger ones were left on the side of the spirit cage universe, waiting to be used as test materials after the arrival of the United Government's follow-up scientific research team, while the smaller ones were escorted to the United Government, where scientists were waiting for them at the other end of the wormhole. It was worth mentioning that since the wormhole was on the lighthouse, the nano-soldiers escorted the Lord of Light and Shadow for the people of the lighthouse to see. Among them, the followers of the Church of Light and Shadow all had their faith crumble. Their god proved to be a pole-eating beast, and not omnipotent at all, and was led into the wormhole like a dog on a leash by the United Government's warriors, with no trace of sanctity whatsoever. They would rather the Lord of Light and Shadow die than see the Lord of Light and Shadow in this sorry state. The Lotus Lightbringer was one of them. The Lotus Lightbringer was different from the other higher-ups of the Church of Light and Shadow. She was a true believer in the Lord of Light and Shadow. And after seeing this scene, while the others hurled insults out of fear of losing their power, she was silent as if she had lost her mind. It was only when the United Government's escort team left and the crowd of onlookers dispersed that she silently turned around and walked towards her room. Lord of Light and Shadow. The Lotus Lightbearer still felt incredulous, but she clearly understood that what she had just seen was not a dream. The Lord of Light and Shadow was not only a terrifying pole-eating beast, but also a pathetic failure. A piece of experimental fodder. The other believers just felt like collapsing their rooms, while she felt like her faith had collapsed to the point that even the basement was smashed out. The corpse of Patriarch Charles was also cold. At this moment, she felt a great emptiness, as if her body had been hollowed out. She desperately needed a behemoth to fill her. And it was at this moment that she thought of what the Nano-warriors had said to her earlier. And she muttered, "Earth consciousness, the true God." In the middle of the day, her eyes turned from confused to determined. The Church of Light and Shadow ceases to exist as of today, and I am no longer a Horus Lightbearer. I will abandon the Lord of Light and Shadow, that false god, and switch to Earth consciousness. Jin Fan had gained another devout believer. However, the Lotus Lightbearer was not part of him, and he was not able to sense the changes in the Lotus Lightbearer. But even if he found out that the Lotus Lightbearer had become his devotee, he could not spare the energy to care at this time. For the scientists of the United Government had made a major breakthrough. We don't have a way to capture the consciousness factor yet, but after observation, we found that the negative consciousness factor is generated at a limited rate. Theoretically, as long as we receive enough negative consciousness factor on our side, the negative consciousness factor on the side of the Creator fleet will be reduced. And in this way, it will be possible for them to be freed from the effects of the Oblivion Beam. The United Government studied the growth rate of the negative consciousness factor and found that the natural growth rate of the negative consciousness factor was relatively slow. The slow growth rate meant that the negative consciousness factor that Qin Fian and the others were infected with at the time was not generated little by little, but was passed on from the Creator's fleet in an instant, since it was expanding its influence by passing it on. The more it was passed on, the less would remain on the Creator's fleet. And if it was less to a certain extent, the Creator's civilization might be able to regain its ability to act. We need the assistance of the Great Earth Consciousness. The United Government was prepared to play a big game. They intended to invest 1 million people at once to receive the negative consciousness factors coming from the Creator fleet. And then the Earth Consciousness would encapsulate these negative consciousness factors for emergencies, while freeing the Creator civilization from the effects of the Oblivion Beam. Once successful, the United Government would be able to obtain the Creator civilization's technological reserves and leap onto the shoulders of the Creator civilization, an interstellar civilization with a long history, which could be described as a step to heaven. Chen Fan received the request from the United Government and agreed to the matter. The United Government acted quickly, publishing the details on the official website on the same day, and formally recruiting people who were willing to participate in this special operation. Since this operation had some dangers, it was mainly voluntary. The first batch of people who received the recruitment notice were soldiers. The soldiers were so enthusiastic that they filled 1 million slots at once. But the existing number of soldiers was not abundant after the United Government had disarmed several times since entering the interstellar era. So the United Government only recruited 300,000 people from the military to participate in the operation. The second batch of people who received recruitment notices were social personnel. The members of the Earth-worshipping religion were exceptionally enthusiastic. They believed in Earth consciousness and saw this as a valuable opportunity to come into close contact with it. And one by one, fearing that they wouldn't be able to snatch up a place, they directly docked with the United Government and contracted for the remaining 700,000 places. The fleet transported people from Earth to the experimental planet in batches. At the same time, the factories also opened up their capacity to produce equipment. And in less than 3 days' work, everything was ready. Begin. The commander-in-chief gave the order. The chief commander himself was also on the experimental planet, and was also operating a device that contacted the creator civilization. He activated the device first before giving the order, which caused him to bear the brunt of the negative consciousness factor. But he was only a little tired for the first 2 minutes, after which the tiredness disappeared. Chen Fan struck. He extracted the negative consciousness factor from the human's body and gathered it into a ball, which he then placed in a corner of the Earth consciousness. The Earth consciousness consisted of countless beings, and storing this bit of negative consciousness factor was a completely trivial matter. There is indeed a negative consciousness factor passing through, but the passing speed is getting slower and slower. Chen Fan told Han Duoduo about his discovery, and then Han Duoduo related to the scientists of the United Government. It worked. Our guess was correct. Ha ha ha. The scientists rejoiced. The negative consciousness factor wouldn't be created out of thin air. As they absorbed more, the ones that plagued the creator civilization would become fewer. And they managed to help the United Government solve the problem of cooperation with the creator civilization. Successful? Quintessa's eyes were full of surprise as she looked at the living and breathing humans. Although Quintessa did not belong to the Earth consciousness, the negative consciousness factor in her body would also spread towards the environment. And Chen Fan indirectly mitigated the impact she suffered as well, enabling her emotions to fluctuate significantly. Success? Qian Fian revealed a warm smile as he softly said, Lady Quintessence, quickly contact your civilization. It's time for our cooperation to move forward. Qian Fian was the United Government's model of labor, solving problems everywhere. Chapter 322 Success. Chen Fan had opened the wormholes of the Edge of Tomorrow universe and the Spirit Cage universe one after another, resulting in plural diplomatic scenarios at the highest level. And Qian Fian, as the highest-ranking diplomat of the United Government, had to bounce between multiple places. Fortunately, the United Government's interstellar navigation technology is relatively mature. Short distance has wormhole machines. Medium and long distance has space bridges. And across the universe, there is a large wormhole of Earth consciousness. Otherwise, Qian Fian would really have a feeling of being divided. The United Government had already realized this problem, and was meeting to discuss whether to add a few more diplomatic positions at a level comparable to Qian Fian's, or perhaps to raise Qian Fian's position even higher. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before Qian Fian wouldn't be so busy anymore. Alright. Please wait a moment. After realizing that humans could really solve the problem of the Oblivion Beam, Quintessa's attitude towards Qian Fian could be described as a 180-degree turnaround. In Quintessa's opinion, humans were the saving grace of the creator civilization. Quintessa sank her thoughts into the space of consciousness. Tick, tick, tick. Her compatriots took the unprecedented initiative to contact her, and Quintessa's heart was certain that she understood that it must be because her compatriots had been relieved of their symptoms that they had taken the initiative to contact her. Otherwise, her compatriots were plagued by the Oblivion Beam, and one was lazier than the other, and would not take the initiative to contact her at all without something earth-shattering. Quintessa gathered herself and answered the communication. Quintessa. As soon as the communication was connected, a voice with an unusually full sense of emotion came from the other side. Hearing such a voice, the stone in the bottom of Quintessa's heart finally fell to the ground. The humans had indeed alleviated the symptoms of her compatriots. Her civilization was saved. How are you all feeling? Are you better? Quintessa asked with concern. Better? Quintessa's compatriots said gleefully. More than better. It's like completely better. Never been more comfortable. As she spoke, her tone turned into a sobbing one. This compatriot of Quintessa's choked and said, How long has it been? It's finally better. I thought that sooner or later I wouldn't be able to hold it together and turn into a self-sacrificing walking corpse. I haven't been truly happy for a long time now. My smiles in front of the Führer were all just a disguise. He was so overexcited that he was somewhat incoherent. Quintessa felt deeply what kind of mental torture her compatriot had suffered during this time. She was a little saddened. She consoled. "It's okay. It's all over. Our lives will return to what they were." "Yes." Quintessa's compatriot perked up as he began to get down to business. "The Fuhrer is holding a meeting. According to our previous agreement, since the humans were able to help us with the effects of the Oblivion Beam, we'll be making a copy of our technological reserves to them as agreed. We just don't have a set order of precedence right now. I'll give you a list of what's coming up in a few minutes, so you can ask them about it." "Okay. I understand." Quintessa nodded seriously. The rain was over, and her civilization was coming back to life. What couldn't beat them would make them stronger. And what was a mere technological reserve? Maybe they could have another technological explosion on their way back to the galaxy. Moreover, the United Government has also promised to leave the galaxy. Even if the United Government is dead set on not leaving, her civilization is also in possession of the space bombs buried in various parts of the galaxy. Not afraid of the threat of the United Government, and can be ruled by the river with the United Government, thanks to the help of the humans this time. The Fuhrer would like you to express the goodwill of our civilization to the humans." Quintessa's compatriot paused before adding, "If you can, I would like you to apologize to the humans for what you did before. Of course, if you feel forced to do so, then forget it. It's not necessary." Quintessa shook her head, and although she knew that her compatriots couldn't see her movements or expressions, she still said with a firm face, "I will apologize to the humans, and I will do my best to make up for my previous transgressions, and I will express my highest gratitude to the humans, and will never cause our civilization any trouble. The Transformers attacked the humans. It was only right for the humans to clean up the Transformers. And the Creator civilization had abandoned the Transformers a long time ago. But she had made a mistake by gathering an army to attack the solar system for the Transformers. Humans helped the Creator civilization to get rid of the effects of the Oblivion Beam, almost equivalent to giving the Creator civilization a new lease of life. And she had a reason to thank them from any angle. When she thought about it, the humans did not even use any torture on her after capturing her, and even treated her with courtesy after they started negotiating, only not allowing her to leave the prison. Humans were just too generous. She, on the other hand, was the unreasonable bad guy in this case, used to running roughshod over the humans, thinking they were soft too, and ended up kicking up a steel plate. It was her fault from start to finish. Even if her compatriots didn't say anything, she would honestly apologize to the humans and ask for their forgiveness. "I'll go out and give the humans an answer first." Quintessa paused for a moment as she said with certainty, "When you come back later, tell me a little bit about what you guys really went through a while ago. I know you must have kept a lot of things from me, so that I wouldn't have to worry." Quintessa's compatriot smiled and replied, "Go ahead. I'll be waiting for you in comms." The effects of the Oblivion Beam were gone, and he no longer had to worry about waiting and forgetting what he was waiting for. Quintessa left the consciousness space. She came into reality and looked at Qian Fian with a smile on her face. "Minister Qian, our civilization has decided to honor its promise and give you a copy of our technological reserves. However, our technologies are simply too many. So later on, they will compile a list, and it will be up to you to decide on the order of the copies." Qian Fian revealed an expression of surprise. He didn't expect this matter to progress so easily. However, he did not let his guard down either. He knew that even so, it was possible that the Creator civilization would only transfer backward technologies to them, because they knew so little about the Creator civilization. As long as the Creator civilization said that the technology given to them was state-of-the-art, they could only accept it. After all, they couldn't verify whether the technology given to them by the Creator civilization was state-of-the-art or not. But no matter what, even if the Creator civilization wasn't going to honestly honor its agreement, the United Government would at least be able to get its hands on the Creator civilization's ultra-high speed of light movement technology. In addition to that, a series of technologies related to the FTL technology must also be the most advanced of the Creator civilization, plus other technologies that would not lag behind too significantly. The United Government is bound to make a fortune. Chapter 323, 5 years. My Fuhrer, the list of technologies has been compiled. In the darkness of the deep space of the universe, the Creator civilization's fleet emitted a magnificent light, traveling towards the direction of the Milky Way galaxy at ultra-high light speeds, as if they were wanderers eager to return home. But do we really want to stockpile state-of-the-art technology for the humans? They can't actually tell if we're a generation or two behind. Can they? In the Führer's office, the news secretary said to the Führer, who had his back to him. Or maybe we cut some key technologies, like the part about the space bombs, and we only provide the theories related to them, but not the conclusions, so they can figure it out on their own. The Führer was silent for a long time. After a long time, he shook his head. We are a mature interstellar civilization. We have to do things according to the agreement, and transfer our most advanced technological reserves to the human race in their entirety. He sighed softly. The universe is a big place, and we need allies. Before leaving the Milky Way, the Creator civilization prided itself on being a party hegemon if not invincible. But it turned out that before reaching the Andromeda Galaxy, it let the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy wake up with an oblivion beam halfway through the journey. An overlord? There is also a gap between a hegemon and a hegemon. Before they figure out the principle of the consciousness weapon, they can't go to the Andromeda Galaxy again anyway. That would be irresponsible to the whole civilization. But just because they didn't go to the Andromeda Galaxy didn't mean that the civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy wouldn't come to the Milky Way. They needed strong allies to face the unknown enemy with them. And humans had the ability to defuse the consciousness attack, which was just the right way to restrain the civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy. The secretary froze for a moment, then nodded. Since it is your intention, we will meticulously fulfill the agreement as agreed. With our technological reserves, they will definitely have the qualifications to become our allies when we return to the Milky Way, and we can join them in dealing with the threat from the Andromeda Galaxy. Führer, you are truly far-sighted. The Führer sighed softly. Go out. I want some quiet time. Yes. The secretary turned around and left. The Führer was the only one left in the empty office. The Führer sat on a chair and looked out at the dark universe outside the transparent glass alone, exuding an aura of loneliness. There were originally more than 30 people in this office. Among them were the Führer's teachers and classmates, all of whom the Führer had once spent time with. But after the ravages of the oblivion beam, more than 20 of the 30 people had left him forever, and the remaining few had been drawn to other places where manpower was more needed. As Führer, he had done well in this crisis, giving his people a strong spiritual boost in their darkest hour, and had been recognized by the entire civilization to a great extent. Although only he and his secretary were left in the office, his power had not only not shrunk, but had expanded considerably by annexing the power of many of the higher-ups who had died in this crisis. However, his mood was worse than ever. The Creator civilization was a civilization of elders, and without any surprises, every one of their members would be able to live until the time of the universe's silence. But their population didn't grow explosively, because people would get tired of living on their own. Members of the Creator civilization sometimes lived and didn't want to live anymore, especially after experiencing all the goodness between worlds, a condition the Creator civilization called ascension. The Führer had thought he would never sublimate, but he was wrong. He had braced himself to survive the darkest hour of the Creator civilization, smiling kindly at the rest of his people even when he was exhausted. And he had helped the civilization through, but had consumed too much of himself. He was too tired. It's time to find a successor for myself. The voice echoed eerily in the empty room. 5 years passed in a flash of time. The Creator civilization handed over the entire technological reserves to the United Government. And in order to collate this information, the United Government's scientific research was almost static. But it could be foreseen that after the collation was completed, the United Government's level of science and technology would surely see a huge increase. After the Creator civilization had handed over its technological reserves, their Führer committed suicide after appointing a successor, and the United Government sent its sincere condolences to the Creator civilization. In the Spirit Cage universe, Mana Eco has a close relationship with ASH. After several exchanges between the United Government and Mana Eco completely abandoned the Australasian continent and only developed in other parts of the Earth, returning the Australasian continent to the cage to rebuild civilization. The United Government left behind an expedition to study the early stage of world consciousness, while Mark and Bayuekue led a part of the Spirit Cage human beings to join the United Government. It's worth noting that the horologists joined the earth-worshipping religion and became the bishop of one of the urban areas based on their experience working in the Church of Light and Shadow while there. In addition to this, according to Omega's confession, the Edge of Tomorrow universe confirms the existence of a super-civilization that developed time technology. The Earth of this universe experienced a time reset afterwards, and it is suspected that the civilization was searching for the lost Omega, and the United Government decisively withdrew from the Edge of Tomorrow universe after noticing this. A civilization that can control time technology, even if the development of parochialism, is not something that the United Government can cope with, and the slightest mishap could cause great harm to the United Government. The United Government decided to shell the Edge of Tomorrow universe and wait to become stronger before returning to search for Omega's mother civilization. Time passed in a hurry. And during these 5 years, Ava's good luck wasn't as good as it had been before, only touching out some asteroids one after another. At this time, it was already very close to the next crossing. Chen Fan had already felt the pressure from the Transformers universe, which caused him to feel a little breathless. But thanks to several planetary transformations, he didn't have the feeling that he was going to be crushed for the time being. There was no doubt, though, that the next crossing was going to have to be upgraded on the schedule. Shi Yuan, try again. Chen Fan sat on the trunk of the soul tree with his arm around Ava as he said softly, "We'll be leaving this universe soon. The Edge of Tomorrow universe is too dangerous, and there's not much left to explore in the Spirit Cage universe. So it's best to discover a new world that's both safe and valuable." Ava nodded gently. "Let's get started." She blew a mouthful of fragrant air towards her hand. She had heard that this could make her hand chi better. Chen Fan's thoughts moved, and he began to sift through the parallel universes. "Stop," Ava whispered. Chen Fan nodded and brought about the wormhole leading to the parallel universe, where his thoughts stopped. Probing his gravity in, he revealed a surprised expression. "There's something. And it's not small." Chapter 324 Dune. In Chen Fan's senses, on the other side of the wormhole was a hard behemoth, not as loose and fragile as an asteroid, and with a regular shape. The probability was that it was a man-made object, most likely a spaceship. "Notify the United Government. It's ready to receive passengers." Chen Fan maneuvered the gravitational force to wrap around the behemoth on the other side of the wormhole, carefully pulling it in the direction of the wormhole. If the behemoth on the other side of the wormhole was indeed a spaceship, then the slightest structural break could result in the crew of the entire spaceship being exposed to the harsh space environment. This would greatly increase the difficulty of obtaining information for the United Government. In the sky above Antarctica, a wormhole that was originally only the size of a portal spun and expanded, quickly reaching 300 meters in diameter. At the same time, a silver-gray sheen passed through the wormhole, first coming over the bow of the ship, then the illuminated hull, and finally the Dunny's stern. Just as Chen Fan thought, the behemoth on the other side of the wormhole was indeed a spaceship, and one could see through the windows that there were terrified humans inside walking around in the corridor. It was a human spaceship with a very plain shape that did not look like it was very technological. The United Government had been notified by Chen Fan in advance. They carried out their operations in accordance with the standard process. The first step being to release nanobots and Ava spores to sterilize objects from other universes and comprehensively kill the germs carried on objects from the outer universe. A near-Earth ship swept past the surface of this exo-universe ship, spraying a large amount of white mist while sending a multilingual broadcast to this spacecraft. "This is the United Government. Please do not be nervous. We will not harm you. We are sterilizing you. Please don't show any violent tendencies, or you may be met with a strong retaliation from our side." The broadcast was in Chinese, English, Russian, German, French and many other languages. Even the individual minor languages were covered to ensure that the other party could understand their broadcast as long as they were from the Wandering Earth's work universe. The exo-universe ship didn't move a muscle. Obviously, the crew must have been in shock and may have initially tried to activate their weapons in self-defense. But they soon realized their situation, that they had been captured on a planet that was the home of the enemy, and that their acts of defiance could only bring about their own destruction. With this knowledge, they decided not to resist. The extermination was carried out very quickly, as both the nanobots and the Ava spores are invincible in the microscopic realm. The germs carried on the outer spacecraft's hull were quickly wiped out, and a sample was taken and sent to the lab for further analysis and research. The extermination was over. The United Government's contact work moved into the second part of the process, internment and communication. Chen Fan noticed that the United Government had turned the signal light from red to green, a sign that the United Government was ready to accept items or creatures from the outer universe. Chen Fan maneuvered the gravitational force to place the exo-universe ship at the designated location. The United Government continued to broadcast to the outer spacecraft. and the broadcast changed to an appeal for the outer spacecraft to open their hatches and engage in friendly exchanges with them. But this step ran into a snag. The outer spacecraft did not trust the United Government, and the crew closed the hatch without the slightest intention of opening the door. While broadcasting to the outside world, this is the Aerospace Guild. Which family are you? The Aerospace Guild? Family? Putting aside the question of guild or not, why would the other party mention the word family? And what is the background of their world? Based on the ship's shape, the crew's portraits, and the ship's broadcast, Moss gave the answer. Dune, 90% match. Star Wars, 8% match. Other works, 2% match. Dune? Chen Fan had an impression of this work. The 6-part series of Dune came from the hands of 20th century sci-fi giant Frank Herbert, winning both the Hugo and Nebula Awards, and was as important in science fiction as The Lord of the Rings was in fantasy. Dune belongs to the granddaddy of science fiction, and many celebrities consider Dune to be one of the must-read books in everyone's life. This work was later adapted into the real-time strategy game Dune Magic Castle, which later spawned classic games such as StarCraft and Red Alert, and also spawned classic sci-fi films such as Star Wars and Avatar. Surprisingly, it's Dune? Chen Fan felt very surprised. He had read the 6-part series of Dune a long time ago, and although a long time had passed, because he had become an Earth consciousness, the things in his memory could be reproduced with the slightest degree of accuracy, and thus he still remembered the stories in Dune very clearly. Dune was also made into a film before he crossed over. A very classic space opera story. There's a special substance called spice that can develop the human brain to a great extent, and there's no particular danger, so it's a place worth visiting. If it really was Dune, Chen Fan felt that his next stop would be this universe. There was a special substance in Dune called spice, which could develop the human brain to a great extent, allowing it to move towards biological computers. And those who took spice for a long period of time would be able to calculate complex interstellar voyage orbits based on their human brains alone, and could even obtain the memories of their grandparents that were latent in their genes, and predict the future to a certain extent. This is a substance that is very helpful to the development of the biology of the United Government, uniquely produced on a certain planet, due to the origin, production, collection methods and other restrictions. It is very troublesome to carry it back and forth through the wormhole. Why don't he move the ball over there and directly make that planet a part of himself? From now on, the Earth is the origin of spices. Chen Fan was ready to tell the United Government about this idea of his. And just then, the United Government also took action against the outer spacecraft. We mean you no harm, but we need to talk face to face. Please put down your weapons. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. The United Government had also received the results of Moss's judgment. The technology of the Dune universe was relatively lagging behind, and in a real fight, even the Transformers couldn't beat them. So they were no match for the United Government. After learning that the other party might come from the universe of Dune, the United Government was nonchalant. The experts judged that just one nano-warrior would be enough to seize this ship of the Astronautics Guild. But out of respect, the United Government sent a full squad of 12 nano-warriors. The nano-warriors simply removed the hatch of the ship and stepped in to invite the crew out. Chapter 325 Introductions. I hope this is just a misunderstanding, as we are members of the Aerospace Guild. And if you deliberately attack the Aerospace Guild, the Guild will immediately recall your navigator and terminate your interstellar shipping qualifications. The leaders of the Aerospace Guild hadn't realized that they had arrived in an alternate universe. Although they were shocked at the technological power of the United Government and were intrigued by the costumes of the nano-warriors, they scrutinized the United Government, and the United Government scrutinized them. In the worldview of the Dune universe, a genius scientist named Holtzman created instant communication technology, space folding travel technology, and shield technology that united scattered human civilizations across the galaxy for the first time into a nominal empire. This was a great scientist who surpassed Einstein. Humanity at the time relied heavily on artificial intelligence and developed technology at a rapid pace with its help. However, an attempt by one group to use AI to dominate the others ultimately caused an interstellar war that swept across the galaxy, which was won at the cost of hundreds of millions of human casualties. A true empire was born in the aftermath of the war. The war leaders, the Butler family, became the Galactic Emperor, and they transformed themselves after the war into the Kalino family, which ruled the empire, also known as the Imperial family. The imperial family grew so powerful that the other two leaders of the war, House Retreaty and House Harkonnen, called on hundreds of other houses to form the Council of Ransgard in order to protect themselves and check the imperial family. The Aerospace Guild monopolized interstellar transport, trade and banking, and became an even more powerful force than the first two. Meanwhile, with the sudden disappearance of intelligent robots, mankind was forced to look inward to explore its potential. With the help of a series of technological means and spices, the human race has created a special profession, Mentat, whose computing power is comparable to that of a computer. A special profession, Dr. Sook, who claims to have eliminated all negative thoughts and will never betray his employer. And a member of the Sisterhood, Bene Gesserit, who can use her voice to implant strong hints into other people in order to achieve manipulative effects. In this case, Bene Gesserit is a generic term for the members of the Sisterhood. The story of the entire Dune universe revolves around the royal family, the Eldritch family, the Harkonnen family, the Aerospace Guild, and the Sisterhood, with the Sisterhood being the main driving force. The Sisterhood created a breeding program in order to create a chosen one who could truly bring peace to the universe, controlling the genetic changes precisely between the major powers, and finally creating Paul Atreides, the protagonist of Dune, in the 60th generation. Do you know of the Atreides family? The nano-warrior asked, following the instructions in his headset. The leader of the Aerospace Guild was shocked in his mind as he asked suspiciously, "Are you guys from the Atreides family?" "No. I'm just asking casually." The nano-warrior shook his head and then asked, "Then do you know about the Harkonnen family and the Kalino royal family?" The leader was baffled. "Of course I know." The nano-warrior nodded slightly, since that other party knew the three major powers in Dune. The universe on the other side of the wormhole was the Dune universe without a doubt. "What is your time?" The nano-warrior emphasized. "Specific to the year, month and day." After confirming which universe was on the other side of the wormhole, the most important thing that the United Government wanted to figure out was the time of the Dune universe. What stage had the plot developed to? The leader didn't think too much about it, as it wasn't a classified question. He said very cooperatively, "Today is the 15th of September, 10,189. Why do you ask? Have you lost your standard timekeeping? Cosmic voyages sometimes cause timing discrepancies, thus requiring frequent contact with the Empire's timekeeping agencies, thus ensuring that the ship's time was accurate, which the Aerospace Guild referred to as standard timekeeping. Please take a seat at our place. We have many questions for you," the nano-warrior said forcefully. The Aerospace Guild wasn't exactly a positive player in Dune. It was an alliance of big capitalists who were completely profit-seeking and not in the good graces of the United Government by any stretch of the imagination. So the nano-warriors had little goodwill towards them. "We don't care what you are." The leader of the Aerospace Guild was very nonchalant. He replied arrogantly, "We won't return to any of your problems. We're going back to our ship to rest now, while you have to fix our ship as soon as possible. This is the high-column ship that's going to pick up the royal emissary. If we delay the hour, even if the guild doesn't bother with you, the royal family won't let you off the hook." A high-column ship was a large airship of the Astronautics Guild. The Aerospace Guild had mastered the method of cultivating interstellar navigators, and after the Empire banned all intelligent machines, they used this to monopolize interstellar traffic, and anyone who wanted to travel between the stars could only travel on their highliners. After saying that, the guild leader turned around and wanted to leave. However, an invisible force pressed down on his shoulders, and it was incomparably hard for him to even move a single finger, as if he were a small flying insect that had the misfortune of falling into amber. "Ha!" a nano-soldier said, covering his face. "I'm sorry. I'm professionally trained, and I would never have laughed if what you said wasn't so funny. Threatening the United Government? Not to mention the fact that across a universe, the United Government has even mastered a part of time technology. The Galactic Empire in Dune is not their match at all. Take them all away. Lock them up first." Another nano-warrior flew into the air, the gravitational force-generating device on his body operating at full power, grabbing the members of the Aerospace Guild across the air and flying them towards the United Government's office in Antarctica. Another nano-warrior spoke. "The others are responsible for inspecting this ship, and getting all the remaining people in the ship out and imprisoning them together." "Aye, Captain." The nano-warrior's fist pumped into the Astronautical Guild's high-column ship, and used high-tech equipment to sit down and carpet search the entire high-column ship. And in the end, they whisked out everyone in the ship. On top of that, they found a brain in a tank. This is the navigator? It's ugly looking too. The navigator was a normal human at first. But because human flesh for interstellar navigation needed to inhale spices to enhance their consciousness and calculation ability, the navigator mutated a little bit in the process. And in the end, it would turn into a monster completely detached from its human form. The greater the degree of detachment, the more spices one takes, and the stronger the precognition and calculation ability. The one in front of them was a third-order navigator, belonging to the strongest among navigators in the universe of Dune. Anyone who had such a navigator on board their ship wouldn't have to worry about the ship crashing even if they encountered an extreme space environment. Having just watched the Dune film not too long ago, I never thought I could personally enter Dune and experience it. Chapter 326 Supporting Agents. The discovery of the Dune universe quickly reached the ears of the United Government's counselors, who gathered to discuss what to do with the Dune universe. The counselors were getting older, but the United Government's biotechnology was advancing so rapidly that one looked younger instead. We are running out of time in the Transformers universe, and the Earth consciousness wants us to travel to Dune. Clayton was the first to speak. He said slowly, "The Dune universe doesn't have a high danger factor, but it possesses a special substance called spice, which requires a special environment and ecology in order to be born. Moving the entire planet directly there will allow us to transfer the origin of the spice to Earth, saving us from transporting it ship by ship in the future." Han Duo had already conveyed Shin Fan's intentions to the United Government, and Shin Fan was preparing to travel to the Dune in the next universe. The United Government could not actually sway Shin Fan's decision, but out of respect for the humans, Shin Fan decided to consult the humans to avoid creating a rift with them. "I think it's okay." Hao Xiaoxi was the first to voice her support, and she said with reason, "The Edge of Tomorrow universe is too dangerous, and the Spirit Cage universe is of little value. So in comparison, Dune is the most suitable place for us to go. In any case, Earth can no longer stay in the Transformers universe. And of the three known universes, Edge of Tomorrow, Spirit Cage, and Dune is the best destination. The humans in the Dune universe have given up computer technology, and their technology has almost stagnated at the time when they first entered the interstellar era. But they have only made some breakthroughs in the field of genetics, giving birth to some humans with special abilities. These human beings can hardly play any role in the grand interstellar war, especially in the face of the United Government. Such a huge volume of high-level interstellar civilization with extremely strong fighting ability. The United Government could easily take control of the situation in the Dune universe and spend a peaceful time there, digesting the technological reserves from the creator civilization. I don't think the matter of traveling to the Dune universe will be controversial." Clayton pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose as he said stoically, "Let's start voting straight away. I agree to traveling to the Dune universe." "Agreed." I. As Clavane had predicted, they quickly reached a consensus on the matter of whether or not to travel to the Dune universe. "Next, we will discuss the course of action in the Dune universe." Clayton looked around the crowd as he said in a deep voice, "Are we going to rule the Dune universe? Or at least manage it for a period of time?" As the words landed, the council members fell into deep thought. The natives of the Dune universe had no ability to resist in the face of the United Government's force, and it only took a single droplet detector to kill the Galactic Empire in the Dune universe, not to mention the other weapons of mass destruction that they had at their disposal. It was clear to the governors that the United Government was fully capable of ruling the Dune universe. The only question was whether or not it was necessary. "We don't have to rule the Dune universe," Vladimir spoke up, despite the fact that Vladimir's country had historically had a far greater desire for territory. Vladimir, and the country behind him, had quickly changed that notion upon entering the interstellar age. "We won't be in the Dune universe for long." Vladimir's eyes flickered as he calmly said, "The only thing of value to us in the Dune universe is the spices, and the way the local natives have exploited them. And after we get that we can find a place to hide, and quietly digest the technological reserves we've gained from the creator civilization." The United Government's gains in the Transformers universe were too great, and the priority now was not to be bold and aggressive, but to quietly digest those gains, and wait until the creator civilization's technological reserves were fully consumed before considering anything else. "I think so too." Hao Xiaoxi first affirmed Vladimir's point of view, and then offered her own. "But we also have to be responsible for the humans of the Dune universe. Their interstellar civilization is built entirely on spice. And if we're going to take away the spice, then we have an obligation to help them build another set of technological systems, preventing them from regressing back to an astronautical civilization overnight. The humans of the Dune universe have choked on the spice. They've given up on AI altogether because of the smartphone wars, and instead rely on navigators trained in spice to guide their interstellar course. Once the spice is lost, the navigators will gradually lose their abilities and degenerate into ordinary humans. By that time, the interstellar roots of the Dune universe would all be paralyzed, and the huge galactic empire would surely fall apart, and all human beings would only be trapped on their original planets, which might be trapped until the end of their civilization. The United Government is a responsible interstellar civilization and cannot sit back and watch such a thing happen. Counselor Howe has a point, but I don't think this matter should be done by ourselves. It's too exhausting and prone to problems. Clavin took over the conversation. He had also considered this issue raised by House Husey, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. We should find an agent in the Dune universe, and let them do this. Let them socialize with other powers on our behalf, and help the humans in the Dune universe build a healthy civilization free from spice dependency. An agent? The first thing the council members associated with the word when they heard it was proxy wars, even though they hadn't used that tactic in a long time. Is it better to find an agent, inquired Vladimir, or to support one? There was a big difference between finding a proxy and supporting one. Finding an agent usually involved finding a power that was already strong enough, while supporting an agent involved finding a weaker power, the latter being easier to control in any case. Clayton pursed his lips and corrected his statement. I meant to support an agent. Supporting an agent? The council members had all skimmed through the overview of the 6-part Dune series before attending the meeting, and were generally aware of the stories that took place in Dune. And when Clayton suggested supporting an agent, a name naturally appeared in their minds. The Eurydice. The Year Treaty family was placed on the Spice's planet of origin by the Emperor in the original story, which may seem like a fat job, but was actually a plot by the Emperor to join forces with the Harkonnen family to annihilate them. In the original story, the Eurydice were almost completely wiped out, with only a single individual escaping with their lives. If you want to support an agent in the Dune universe, the Eurydice would be a good choice, not only because of the danger the Eurydice are in, but also because the Eurydice are the only force whose style matches that of the United Government. The humans in the Dune universe are more or less psychopaths. After crossing over into the interstellar age, their technology has advanced, but the system of government has instead regressed back to the days of feudal dynasties. All the major families, including the Emperor, were brutal and uncaring, but only the Atreides family took the governance of their planet seriously, and had a reputation in the galaxy for loving their people as if they were their own children. Now, this reputation is deciding their future fate in a distant alternate universe. Chapter 327, The Unknown Fleet. The architecture of Caladan was rather like that of medieval Earth. And in the quiet study, Redo Atreides, the patriarch of the Atreides family, was listening to Mentator's report. My Lord Duke, Caladan is in good hands under your governance. Mentator's eyes showed worry as he said in a low voice, but I sense the hostility of the royal family and the Harkonnen family towards Atreides. A storm is brewing. I just don't know what form it will come in. The Mentator's name was Duffy Havard, and his lower lip was tattooed with the Mentator's signature black rectangle. The resources it took to train a Mentator were immense, requiring not only money but also strong connections. And Duffy had always been loyal to the Atreides family, as he was deeply impressed by the kindness they had shown him in rebuilding him. Based on the information that the Eurydice have, he has calculated the hostility of the royal family and the Harkonnen family towards the Eurydice based on trade transactions, policy changes, and personnel movements. But he wasn't sure what the royal family and the Harkonnen family were planning to do to the Atreides family. Economic suppression? Technological sanctions? Duke Redo's face was calm. As the patriarch of the Atreides family, he had experienced and overcome countless conspiracies. Under his rule, the Atreides had prospered, and his reputation in the intergalactic world was getting higher and higher every year. Ushering in the royal family's suppression was to be expected. However, although the royal family and the Harkonnen family are both powerful opponents, but the Atreides has always followed the rules of etiquette. Never any oversteps. Even if the royal family and the Harkonnen family want to be unfavorable to Atreides for a moment, they cannot find a good excuse. Even if they made a move to suppress Atreides, It wouldn't cause much serious harm to her Tuatai. After all, the other clans were watching. And if her treaty was overly targeted by the royal family and the Harkonnen family because of his good development, these clans would all help her treaty. That was a huge force capable of toppling the throne. And the royal family would not be foolish enough to let that force appear. Duke Redo thought to himself that her treaty might encounter some difficulties in the next few years. But it shouldn't be so bad as to hurt him. At most, his reputation would fall a bit. If there are any updates, keep me informed. Duke Redo spoke slowly. Dufay solemnly said. Yes, Lord Duke. Oh! 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 Suddenly, a loud alarm sounded in the room. Duke Redo's face changed drastically, as it was the alarm of a foreign enemy invasion. At the same time, the desktop's communication device activated, and an urgent voice came out of the device. My Lord Duke, we have detected a clear spatial fluctuation. The location is just outside of Kaladin's atmosphere. The identity of the other party is unknown. We are inquiring with the Aerospace Guild but have not yet received a reply. May I ask if we are entering a state of emergency immediately? Immediately enter a state of emergency. Duke Redo was not afraid of danger as he spat out clearly. Evacuate the people. Mobilize the army. Take off the battleships. Switch on the planetary shields. Duffy and I will be right there. Aye, Lord Duke. The communication device then shut down. Duke Redo and Duffy turned and ran towards the outside of the study, communicating as they ran. The royal family and the Harkonnen family have prepared many small measures against us. They haven't used those measures yet, and shouldn't directly wage war against us. Duffy was a mentator. His thinking ability was comparable to a computer, methodically analyzing to Duke Redo while running. Although we can't rule out that this is a smokescreen they're using to paralyze us. But this is Caladon. Her treaty has been running this planet for generations. Attacking Caladon will only cause them to suffer heavy losses. It's unlikely that they can take her treaty down in a short period of time. The other clans will help us. It would lead to instability in the royal power. They would never do that. Duke Redo nodded slowly, his mood calming a little. And who would that be without telling us? He asked calmly. Duffy shook his head as he replied. It's not certain yet. But Kaladin is indestructible. No one can defeat her treaty on this planet. Please don't worry, Lord Duke. Duffy's words were filled with confidence. The Urtreaty family had been operating Caradan for generations, and had long since made Caradan a defensive fortress, like an iron barrel. And even if the royal family and Harkonnen's armies were at full strength, it would be impossible for them to defeat the Urtreaty family in Caradan. He himself is an extremely outstanding mentate, and is well versed in all kinds of war strategies. If the royal family and the Harkonnen family came over, he not only had the certainty of preserving the Urtuadai family, he even had the certainty of wiping out all the incoming enemies. 10 minutes later, Duke Redo and Duffy appeared in the combat command center. Duffy inquired, Has the enemy appeared? Appeared. But there is something strange, the temporary commander reported. It's a fleet that has never been seen before, and they didn't travel on the Aerospace Guild's highliners. They seem to have flown over on their own. Duffy nodded and took the seat that the temporary commander had given up. He gripped the microphone. This is Duffy Havart. I am now taking over the defense of Kaladin. Duffy opened the image of outer space. Upon seeing what was in the image, he froze. For even he had never seen this style of fleet before. And the paint job on the fleet was unlike any power he knew of. UEG? Which clan's acronym is that? A few clans with words starting with U, E, G in their names appeared in Duffy's mind. But he instantly dismissed the thought, because these clans were all small clans that couldn't possibly have built this majestic fleet in the picture. This fleet consisted of 36 large battleships, each of which was around 40 kilometers in length. Why are their battleships so big? Duffy broke into a state of puzzlement. As far as he knew, even the Aerospace Guild's voyaging highliners only had a maximum length of 25 kilometers. Voyaging highliners belonged to cargo ships, and these in the image were all battleships. To build a battleship to the same size as a cargo ship, and not just a look-alike, required a level of technology that was a generation higher than that of a cargo ship. He had never seen a 40-kilometer-long warship before. We're receiving a communication signal from the other side, the correspondent shouted. Without thinking, Duffy ordered, Pick it up. BZZZ, BZZZ. This is the United Government's 1st Expeditionary Corps. We are on a convoy mission. Our diplomatic mission will be arriving soon. Please prepare your side to receive it. Repeat. This is the United Government's first expeditionary corps. We are on an escort mission. Duke Redo and Duffy glanced at each other, and they both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. United Government? They had never heard of the United Government, but it seemed that the other party was not here to attack Kaladin. The other party's diplomatic mission was about to arrive, and the other party had asked them to get ready. Chapter 328, Earth City is about to cease to exist. Let's wait and see what happens. But get our fleet ready to meet the battle. Duke Leto's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he stared at the fleet on the screen. Figure out which power they're from as soon as possible. Duffy slowly nodded. Understood, Lord Duke. Duffy was no longer obsessed with the length of the battleships. He was now just puzzled as to why the so-called United Government was building such long battleships. Wasn't it a waste of resources? The Dune universe did not pursue battleship size, because the Dune universe had a special defense technology called the Holtzman shield. When a kinetic weapon hits the Holtzman shield, the Holtzman shield will zero out the kinetic energy of the kinetic weapon in a very short period of time, thus rendering the bullets and shells ineffective. When an energy weapon hits the Holtzman shield, it will trigger the subatomic fusion effect, causing a nuclear explosion at the shield end, the launching end of the energy weapon, or both ends at the same time. Due to the existence of the Holtzman shield, the Dune universe does not pursue the big guns and huge ships. The reason is that it is not easy to build a battleship, but the opponent only needs to consume a single energy weapon to cause a nuclear explosion on the surface of the battleship, turning the battleship into a war wreck. This is not cost-effective for the holder of the battleship. The Dune universe therefore favors the construction of small, compact ships, usually about the size of a car, which carry a few missiles and are used primarily in ground wars for control of planets. Interstellar wars, on the other hand, are simple and brutal, with both sides of the war firing energy beams at each other, and whoever has the most spaceships winning the final battle. A spherical ship that fit the aesthetics of the Dune universe landed at the landing site designated by the Atreides family. There are castles and manors everywhere. It really feels like dreaming of the Middle Ages. The diplomats of the United Government whispered as they looked out the window. The entire planet Kaladin belonged to the Atreides family. It wasn't that Atreides couldn't construct buildings full of technological colors, but their family aesthetic was more traditional, preferring buildings with a medieval style. Boys, get ready. It's time to get off the ship, Qian Fian reminded. Diplomatic laborer Qian Fian had unsurprisingly participated in the diplomatic activities against the Atreides family. Although the Atreides family was not very important to the United Government, this diplomatic event was planned to be one of the highest-level diplomatic events for the United Government in the Dune universe. If Qian Fian did not attend this diplomatic event, it would be even more unnecessary to attend the other diplomatic events that followed. At the same time, the square outside the airship was crowded with many people, the vast majority of whom were Atreides soldiers, while the other part were family members with Atreides bloodline. Duke Leto was not among them. Atreides hadn't figured out where the United Government was coming from until now, and was still making preparations for war. So the Lord Duke hadn't taken the risk of coming to greet the United Government's diplomatic mission. He feared that instead of diplomats, a heavily armed army would step out of the airship. He had read about the Trojan horse. However, he was clearly overly concerned. The hatch of the airship opened, and 12 Nana warriors were the first to fly out, quickly finding advantageous positions to shelter the diplomats, who were about to come out in force. Immediately after that, 100-person-sized diplomatic corps walked out of the airship. Qian Fian walked at the front, his hands and feet exuding majesty and confidence as he came straight in front of the officials of the Atreides family's Foreign Affairs Department and shook hands to express his friendship. I am a diplomat of the United Government. My name is Qian Fian. He smiled and said words that made all the members of the Atreides family present bruise. The Atreides family will soon cease to exist. What do you mean? Are you going to go to war with the great Atreides family? Atreides' Foreign Affairs Department official let go of Qian Fian's hand as he frowned, puzzled by Qian Fian's words. Although it was said that the two sides do not cut off envoys when they are at war, but the United Government's envoys are too many. Are they not afraid of being taken hostage by them at all? Qian Fian shook his head as he smiled and said, Atreides will soon receive a transfer order from the Galactic Emperor, and you will be transferred to Erekos, where the Harkonnen family will unite with the Galactic Emperor's 10 Sudoka legions to wipe you out. And we are here to help you out of this predicament. The Sudoka legions were the most powerful army of the Imperial family, due to the harsh environment of the home planet. In order to get a chance to live Every Sudoku warrior did their best in training, and thus possessed the formidable strength of 1 against 10. And all those who were enemies of the imperial family were cowed by their name. Although the soldiers of the Atreides family were also elite, they were far inferior to the Sardaukar legions. A shock went through the heart of Atreides' foreign ministry official. The surprise showed on his face mildly and flickered away. But it was still captured by Qian Fian. We are a powerful civilization that rules over several vast star fields comparable to the size of the Milky Way. Tell your duke that if he does not wish the Atreides family to go into extinction, he himself will come to our ship to discuss the matter in detail. After saying that, Qian Fian turned around and left. Atreides' foreign ministry official stared straight at Qian Fian's back. He moved his lips, but ultimately said nothing. The diplomatic corps and Nano warriors followed Qian Fian back into the airship. And with a dull thud, the hatch closed, and the wind blew through the empty square, as if nothing had happened. Qian Fian was not an arrogant person, but he knew that only by adopting such an attitude could he get the attention of a super noble like the Atreides family, which was sitting on an entire planet. If he kindly communicated with Atreides' foreign affairs department officials, and then brought a diplomatic mission to live in Atreides' castle, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to meet Atreides' Duke Redo until the very last moment. Instead, returning directly to the airship like this, as long as he waited for the Galactic Emperor's envoys to arrive at Caladan and announce that the Atreides family would be allowed to move to Arrakos. The Atreides family itself would be in a hurry. Anything would be negotiable at that time. Duffy, how much credibility do their words have? Duke Redo asked his mentor out of habit, while mulling over Qian Fian's words in his mind. Duffy's eyeballs rolled upwards, revealing large swathes of eye white. This was not a sudden onset of Duffy's illness, but a subconscious move made by Mentor's brain as it was running at high speed. After a few seconds, Duffy's eyeballs changed back to their original shape. The Harkonnen family has indeed made some unusual moves recently. They have transported many backward track mining machines to Arrakos, while shipping away the originally very advanced foot mining machines. At this moment, Duffy's face was unusually grave. Chapter 329 The Prophecy Comes True. The moment these words came out, Duke Redo's heart was immediately clear. Arrakos was the origin of spices, and the Harkonnen family had made a fortune lying on it. He had never thought that the Emperor would transfer Arrakos to the Atreides family, but the Harkonnen family would certainly not replace advanced equipment with outdated equipment for no reason. Perhaps it was as the diplomats of the coalition government had said. The royal family and the Harkonnen family were going to use Arrakos to set up a trap for the Earthindi and destroy them in one fell swoop. As long as they could destroy Atreides, the other families would have no way to help Atreides even if they wanted to. After all, Atreides was already gone, and it was impossible for them to fight a bloodbath with the royal family for a family that didn't exist. Besides, there is no other family that can call the other families together to rebel against the royal family except for Atreides. But Duke Redo wasn't sure yet. Although he had governed the Atreides family to a flourishing level and made the Atreides family's reputation reach an all-time high, he had never shown any insubordination towards the royal family. He did not believe that the royal family would have murderous intentions towards Atreides. The royal family ruled an entire galaxy, and Atreides had never disobeyed the royal family's orders. So if the royal family was so small-minded that it couldn't even tolerate a single Atreides who did what he was told, sooner or later it would destroy itself. The Harkonnen family is about to leave Arrakos, and after this incident, we are the family most likely to succeed the Harkonnen family. Duffy's face was unusually grave as he said with difficulty, "If the Emperor really sends 10 Sardaukar legions to assist the Harkonnen family in attacking us, we will have no power to resist." The military strength of the Atreides family was stronger than the Harkonnen family lying on the Spice planet, but far inferior to the Emperor's Sudoku legions. If the Atreides family was transferred to Arrakos and attacked by the well-prepared Harkonnen family and Sudoku legion before they had a firm foothold, the result would likely be the downfall of the family, unless they had dispersed their forces beforehand and prepared for a protracted war. But no matter what, Arrakos was not Caladan. There were no war fortresses and resource warehouses that the Atreides family had operated for thousands of years. And once the war started, the probability of the ending would be unfavorable to Atreides. Even if Atreides finally united with other clans to overthrow the Galactic Emperor, it would be impossible for them, who had suffered so much in Arrakos, to ascend to the throne. And all the sacrifices would just be a graft for others. Duke Redo frowned and kept tapping his fingers on the desktop, the anxiety in his eyes becoming more and more obvious. "In the middle of the day?" he asked. The United Government claims to have ruled several galaxies. Is this matter believable? The style of their warships is very different from ours. Maybe they really came from outside the galaxy. But the information we have is too little for me to give you an accurate answer. Duffy shook his head. It was difficult to create intelligence out of nothing. And Mentator could not create intelligence out of nothing. But if what they say is true, Duffy wanted to say something. Duke Redo understood what Duffy wanted to say. If Qianfian's words were all true, then the United Government was undoubtedly the lifesaver of the Treaty family. I won't see them. But don't expel them either. Duke Redo pondered for 2 seconds. Provide them with living supplies every day. And see if the Emperor really wants to transfer us to Arrakos. It would be fine if the Emperor let other families take over the Harkonnen family. But if the Emperor really wanted them, the Treaty family, to take over Arrakos, then he would have to think carefully about the remainder of the United Government. Half a month passed in a flash of time. It really happened. Duke Redo walked out of the room with an ironic face. Just a moment ago, one of the Emperor's close ministers had spoken to him, congratulating the Treaty family on their imminent entry into Arrakos, and their imminent enjoyment of endless glory and wealth. The prophecy of the coalition government had been fulfilled. The Emperor was ready to transfer the Eurydice to Arrakos. Their emissaries were already on their way to Caladan to read the order, and the minister's early congratulations were tacitly approved by the Emperor. House Treaty was in danger, even without the prophecy of the United Government. Duke Redo understood that House Harkonnen, who had occupied Arrakos for decades, would not give up their pot of gold so easily. Eldritch had always been at odds with the Harkonnen family. The Harkonnen family would never willingly give up the treasure land of Arrakos to Etridi, and they were bound to intervene. Without the prophecy of the coalition government, Duke Redo would only feel that the Harkonnen family intended to find some trouble for Etridi, which might not be small, but they were all still within Etridi's realm of response. Even if the Emperor intervened, it would only be to help Harkonnen play some political tricks of checks and balances. But after being reminded by the United Government, the alarm bells in Duke Redo's heart directly blew up. And he asked himself, if the Emperor really sent 10 Sardaukar legions to help the Harkonnen family, could Trudy, who was new to Arrakos, be able to carry it off? The answer was obvious. He had discussed this matter with Duffy as early as half a month ago. And the result was that our treaty definitely did not end up well. No, we can't go to Arrakos no matter what. In the conference room, Duke Redo said firmly, we can't risk the annihilation of our clan by traveling to Arrakos. Without the United Government's reminder, Duke Redo would have traveled to Arrakos with the mindset of being rich and powerful. Because Arrakos was the only source of spices, it was considered the heart of the empire, and they could casually make a fortune dripping with oil as long as they resisted the trouble that the Harkonnen family was creating for them. But after getting a reminder from the United Government, Duke Redo only felt that Arrakos was a big trap, and that our treaty would be doomed there. No, but the Emperor's emissary is already on his way. Are we going to reject the Emperor and embarrass him? Duke Redo's beloved concubine Jessica asked with furrowed brows. Duke Redo took a deep breath. No matter what, we are not going to Arrakos. My Lord Duke, aren't you overreacting? Jessica pursed her lips as she said in disbelief. We are the invincible Eridai. How could the Harkonnen family dare to touch us? And how could the Emperor help them? Duke Redo shook his head firmly. We're not going to Arrakos. Staying in Caladan, even if the Emperor wanted to discipline them, they could survive. He had already thought about it. Their refusal to go to Arrakos, although it brushed off the Emperor's face, it also showed that they, the Treaty, had no ambitions. Caladan was the home base of the Ertradi family. Even if the Sardaukar legions came out in full force, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them in a short period of time. But instead it would bring down the majesty of the imperial family. He believed that the Emperor would not launch an army to attack them. However, Duffy, who had always agreed with him, put forward the opposite view. Chapter 330 Strength is not seen. It is fought. Lord Duke, Arrakos may not be unable to go, Duffy said slowly. Why not ask the United Government? Duke Redo froze for a moment. The United Government said they are here to help us. And since their prophecy has been fulfilled and the Emperor is really transferring us to Arrakos, I think it's about time you met them, Duffy said with old-fashioned dignity. Ask them how they are prepared to help us and what it will cost us. Duke Redo was deep in thought. Since the United Government had anticipated the Emperor's transfer order and claimed to be here to help the Ertridi family, it was only right that they should have a way to help the Atreides family through this difficult time. The United Government claimed to rule several galaxies, and was very powerful. So perhaps by showing up and saying a few words, the crisis of the Atreides family would be lifted. All right. I'll go meet them, Duke Redo replied. After half a month, the people from the United Government hadn't got off the airship or received the living supplies they sent. It was as if they were dead. But he knew that the people from the United Government had been waiting for him. The meeting is suspended until I return. Duke Redo was thunderous in his actions. He suspended the meeting and took a plane to the United Government's ship. Duke Redo. I've heard a lot about you. Xian Fian shook Duke Leto's hand and said with a smile on his face, why the sudden visit today? Is it because the Emperor's transfer order has come down? Duke Leto was a little embarrassed. The United Government had come to Caladan half a month ago. But he had delayed coming to meet the United Government people until it was confirmed that the Emperor was going to transfer the Atreides family to Arrakos. I'm sorry. I've been slacking this half-month. Duke Redo didn't make up reasons to explain. He said bluntly, I've never heard of the United Government and had doubts about your identity. So I never came to meet you. But I just received news that the Emperor is indeed transferring us to Arrakos. You guys told us this news half a month ago. And now I want to hear your opinions. Xian Fian laughed a little. He realized from Duke Redo's tone that Duke Redo was still putting up a front. He thought to himself that it was necessary to knock Duke Redo around a bit before formally establishing cooperation to avoid any unpleasantness in the future. How about a different emperor? He spoke in a shocking manner. Duke Redo was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his ears. He was silent for 2 seconds before he said with his brows furrowed, That's treasonous. I hope your excellency retracts it. Xian Fian laughed and shook his head. Duke Leto, you may not have a clear perception of our strength. He laughed a little and said with slight contempt, Your galactic empire is a deformed primary interstellar civilization in our eyes. A mere galactic emperor is said to be replaced. Duke Leto frowned and said with slight dissatisfaction, Since you are so powerful, and the galactic emperor is also changed at your say-so, why are you still coming to us? Xian Fian's words sounded extremely arrogant to him. He thought to himself that we were all humans with 2 eyes and 1 nose. Who could be any stronger than anyone else? Because we are too troublesome. Xian Fian replied succinctly. We are a higher civilization dedicated to exploring the boundaries of science. And won't stay anywhere for long. Thus we don't intend to rule anywhere either. We tend to support a power to be our spokesperson in the place we intend to stay. To help us clear the obstacles. Duke Redo pursed his lips. Advocate. So you've taken a liking to us, Atreides, and intend to train us to be your spokesman? He frowned and said. But I don't see that you have that strength. Strength isn't seen. It's fought. Xian Fian said indifferently. The shield we use isn't the Holtzman shield with its serious drawbacks, but another type of shield that won't go nuclear in the event of an encounter with an energy weapon. Duke Leto froze for a moment, then revealed a shocked expression. What? The reason why the Dune universe didn't pursue big cannons and huge ships was because everyone was commonly equipped with Holtzman shields, which went nuclear as soon as they encountered an attack from an energy weapon. And it was useless to build as big a warship as possible. If there was a shield that could resist energy weapons, then the Dune universe would soon have large warships. The combat power of large warships was unquestionable. A large battleship tens of thousands of meters long hovering in the sky could pour tens of thousands of shells onto the ground every second, leveling even a mountain range, let alone a human-built fortress. It was simply a descending blow. Duke Redo immediately thought of the 36 large warships, 40 kilometers long, that were hovering outside Caladan at the moment. He clearly realized that if these battleships were all equipped with shields that could resist energy weapons, then their attack on Caladan could be a handful. If you can prove it, and help us build a fleet as powerful as yours, we are willing to be your voice in the galaxy. Duke Leto's heart was pounding. He was a decisive man. The royal family had already moved to kill the Atreides family, and he was more than willing to cooperate with the United Government if they could show that they were strong enough. It's simple to prove. Xian Fian smiled. He knew that things were already mostly done. He said softly, You can fire at our space fleet to see if there will be a nuclear explosion. Our shields are tough. You can attack without limits. The United Government's technology had gone through 4 successive generations of change in the Avatar universe, 3 Bodies universe, Pacific Rim universe, and Transformers universe, especially after acquiring the technological reserves of the Creator civilization. Although it hadn't yet digested much of it, The shields carried on board the fleet were already as thick as monsters. Time technology derived from the Edge of Tomorrow universe had also made considerable progress, with the ships on this escort mission carrying experimental time reboot devices capable of turning back the time between the ships and their interiors to 5 minutes ago. In fact, if the United Government didn't care about wasting time, this fleet alone would be able to sweep through the galaxy of the Dune universe and establish a galactic empire dominated by the United Government. Duffy. The United Government says that their warships are equipped with new shields that can resist energy weapons. I order you to open fire on their fleet with energy weapons without limit. Leto used his communicator to contact Duffy, who was waiting for orders at the Combat Command Center. Duffy was shocked in his heart. As a human computer mentator, he understood better than anyone what a new type of shield that could resist energy weapon attacks meant. Target. The United Government Fleet. Fire. Heavy metal turrets rose from the ground as if they were a towering mountain. Blazing beams of energy shot from the crater-like massive gun ports into the sky, and the earth trembled crazily. Chapter 331 Showdown. The thick energy beams only penetrated a centimeter deep into the escort fleet's defensive force field before fading into nothingness, turning into a hazy glow that lit up the darkness of space. Eldritch shelling continued, but Duffy already felt despair, because even the largest caliber energy cannons were unable to open even the tiniest opening in the shield of the United Government's escort fleet. Unshakable. Indestructible. However, Duffy felt thankful again, because the power that possessed this shield technology was likely to become an ally of the Atreides family instead of an enemy. Lord Duke, we conducted 12,271 salvos against their fleet, which did not cause a nuclear explosion. Nor did we find any signs of shield overload. 5 minutes later, Duffy took the initiative to contact Duke Redo and reported the results of the shelling. Duke Redo's heart set off shockwaves. Not only did more than 10,000 shelling attacks not cause a nuclear explosion, there was not even a sign of shield overload, which meant that the shield technology used by the United Government could not only resist energy weapons, but also had a very high strength. In a real battle, battleships are not targets to be beaten and not to fight back. While pouring artillery fire on the battleship will also counterattack. And after a battle, I'm afraid that the enemy's bones are already gone, while the battleship's shield is still as stable as a mountain. Not only that, Duke Leto also saw something even more terrifying through the shield technology. As we all know, spears and shields tend to develop in tandem. How strong the shield is, how sharp the spear will be. The United Government had already demonstrated their invincible shield technology, and their weapon technology would not lag behind. Thinking further, there must be a strong scientific research team to support the powerful science and technology. What the United Government said was most likely true. They were indeed a super interstellar civilization that ruled multiple galaxies. Duke Redo could clearly hear his heart beating. For a civilization this powerful to appear in the galaxy and choose the Atreides family as its spokesperson, it was like pie in the sky for the Atreides family. I have seen your strength. Duke Redo paused. But I still don't know what you want from us. There were few gifts in the world that did not ask for anything in return. And Duke Redo knew this well. Qian Fian understood that the negotiation had already entered the main topic. He opened the door and said, "The Galactic Emperor's virtue is not worthy of his position. Instead of thinking about how to improve the welfare of the people, he is keen on playing with power, making the entire galaxy's human beings suffer a lot. But this situation will change from this moment onwards, because the more responsible Atreides will become the new Galactic Emperor." Thump! 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 Duke Leto listened to Qian Fian's words and thought that if he could have a fleet exactly like the United Government, Atreides might really be able to replace the Imperial family. When he raised his arms, he felt his mouth dry. Just then, Qian Fian's words changed. "In exchange, we want an entire Arrakos." Duke Redo froze for a moment. "An entire Arrakos?" he queried. "Is that referring to the permanent mining rights for spices?" He was not surprised when Qian Fian mentioned Arrakos, because the most valuable thing in the galaxy was the spices produced by Arrakos. Spices that could cultivate navigators, mint-eaters, and true seekers, which could be called the blood of the Galactic Empire. Just a handful of spice can be in the Galactic Empire's most prosperous planet, the most prosperous section for a set of houses, plus a lifetime of clothing and food life. The United Government had traveled a long way to the galaxy, and had to help the endangered Atreides family to become the Galactic Emperor. And the only thing it could be for was the spice on Arrakos. Duke Redo guessed that the United Government wanted the permanent mining rights to the spice. Although the spice was important, as long as the United Government maintained its supply of spice to the Galactic Empire, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to hand over the permanent mining rights to the spice to the United Government. After all, they, the Atreides family, had been pushed to the edge of the cliff. And now that they not only had a chance to tide over their difficulties, but also become the Galactic Emperor. So what was wrong with handing over the mining rights of the spice? It's not the mining rights. It's the planet Arrakos. Qianfian shook his head as he explained to Duke Redo. We're going to take Arrakos the planet away. Duke Redo was confused. Take away Arrakos? How to take it away? Build a big box to contain Arrakos? He immediately realized that although he had overestimated the Combine as much as he could, he still seemed to have underestimated it. The spices on Arrakos are very important to us. Without the spices we can't train navigators. And without navigators, we can't make interstellar voyages. Duke Leto's brow furrowed as he whispered. If you take Arrakos, the Galactic Empire will exist in name only. Forgive me for not being able to grant that request. However, I can give you the permanent mining rights of the spices, so that you are also equivalent to obtaining an entire Arrakos. But you have to sell us some spices regularly to maintain our interstellar navigation capability. That should also be fine. Right? Although Duke Leto needed the help of the United Government, he didn't want to regress from an interstellar civilization back to an astronautical civilization. So he proposed a compromise, willing to exchange the permanent mining rights of the spice for the help of the United Government. Qianfian, however, sighed softly. Lord Duke, do you know why I say that the Galactic Empire is a deformed civilization? Without waiting for Duke Leto to answer, he continued, interstellar navigation is the most basic ability of an interstellar civilization. And you guys surprisingly have to rely on monsters like navigators to be able to do it. Do you know how we conduct interstellar navigation? Duke Leto froze for a moment. I would like to hear about it, Qianfian replied. We only need to input the coordinates of the corresponding location into the computer and click a button, and the ship will automatically calculate the navigation trajectory and carry us through the universe. Duke Leto's eyebrows wrinkled at once. You use computers? His voice was filled with dismay. In the Galactic Empire, there was no one who did not know that developing computer technology would bring disaster to the entire civilization. And humanity had paid a terrible price for it. There is no healthy civilization that doesn't use computers, Qianfian said decisively. We know the history of the Galactic Empire. For you to make an entire civilization give up on developing computer technology just because of an intelligent rebellion is simply foolish. It was true that AIs developed to a certain level would give birth to their own ideas, which could lead to a large-scale intelligent rebellion. But if you're not sure how to suppress AI, wouldn't it be okay to not make AI so intelligent? Just calculate the trajectory of navigation. The use of non-intelligent computer programs can also be competent. This is the United Government is prepared to provide the Galactic Empire solution. Chapter 332 Negotiation. Duke Leto froze. We are foolish. A sudden anger arose in his heart, and he kind of wanted to question Qianfian if he knew how much they had paid to suppress that intelligent rebellion. It was tens or even tens of billions of casualties that nearly destroyed the entire human civilization. However, when Duke Leto thought of the advanced level of technology of the United Government, this anger in his heart was like being doused with water, and it was instantly extinguished. The United Government's technology was much more advanced than the Galactic Empire, which proved that the United Government was right. The Galactic Empire was actually not completely devoid of computer technology. They just gave up using it to calculate interstellar routes. This was because the only way to calculate routes was with a complex enough algorithm. And complex algorithms could easily be used by people with hidden agendas to make artificial intelligence. The Galactic Empire was once bitten by a snake. But 10 years later, the imperial family enacted a law at the beginning of the founding of the country, making it clear that anyone who researched artificial intelligence would be sentenced to death once they were discovered. 10,000 years had passed, and the blood of the bold had soaked this decree. And it had been a long time since anyone had dared to dabble in a field that had anything to do with artificial intelligence. We can give you a set of programs for calculating interstellar routes and provide post-maintenance. Qianfian understood what Duke Leto was worried about, and he thoughtfully offered a solution. This set of programs operates in a black box, and no one can break through our encryption measures and get the specifics of the programs from the black box. So there's no need to worry about someone using this set of programs to create an AI. The United Government had obtained a vast amount of computer knowledge from the creator civilization, which included extremely advanced technical encryption methods. With the Galactic Empire's computer level, they wouldn't be able to crack a file protected using such encryption means in another 20,000 years. Hearing this, Duke Leto's mood soothed a bit. It wasn't that he could immediately accept the use of a computer program to replace the spice, but he felt the sincerity from Qian Fian's words. He believed that the United Government did want to solve the problem. Not perfunctorily. It's a big matter. I need some time to think about it, Duke Leto replied after thinking for a long time. The spice was not just Atreides, but also the entire Galactic Empires. He could not represent the entire Galactic Empire to give Arrakos, which produced the spice, to the United Government unless Atreides could be an enemy of the entire Galactic Empire. Duke Leto was shocked by this bold idea of his. He had always been an old-fashioned man. How could he have had this terrifying thought today after just seeing the United Government's shield technology? However, if Eldritch could have a fleet like the United Government's, what would be the harm in making an enemy of the entire Galactic Empire? Although he hadn't seen the performance of the United Government's escort fleet on the battlefield, he could imagine how devastating it was. If he possessed a fleet like that, he wouldn't be afraid even if he really made an enemy of the entire Galactic Empire. Lord Duke, the Emperor's emissary will soon arrive in Caladan to read the decree of transferring Arrakos to the Atreides family. How will you reply then? Qian Fian did not force Duke Leto to give an immediate answer, but instead threw out a question in a cloudy manner. Duke Leto was silent. He had only received the news from the Emperor's side this morning, and had come to the United Government's airship before he had a chance to discuss it carefully, and hadn't seriously thought about how to reply to the Emperor's emissary. Arrakos was a trap against Atreides, and he was 100 times reluctant to go to Arrakos. For the past 80 years, the Harkonnen family had held a spice business in Arrakos, and made countless fortunes from it. The Harkonnen family had used this wealth to expand their army, making it greatly outnumber them. Eurydice. They had to struggle even just to deal with the Harkonnen family, and if the Emperor still interfered with it, they would almost certainly die. We will not accept the Emperor's transfer order. Duke Leto organized his thoughts as he slowly said. We will not go to Arrakos to die. We will hold fast to Caladan, and the Emperor will not dare to do anything to us even if he looks at us. The Atreides? In a bad light. The Atreides family was a prestigious family, and had many friends in the Milky Way. The Emperor wouldn't make a rash move against their Atreides family without the certainty of a one-strike kill. Or else the wave of rebellion they would set off afterwards would be enough for the Imperial family to drink a pot of water. Then the Atreides family will have to carry a charge of resisting the decree. Qian Fian shook his head and said with slight regret, Didn't you ask for our proposal? We hope that you will consider our proposal well. As long as you agree to our request, we can lend you this escort fleet docked outside of Caladan, and you will accept the Emperor's transfer order to go to Arrakos, where you will end your conflict with the Imperial family and the Harkonnen family in one fell swoop. Duke Leto was silent for a long time, and in the middle of the day, he slowly nodded his head, while he got up and said, I will seriously consider your proposal, and I thank you for valuing and trusting Atreides. If he could get the help of that fleet outside Caladan, not to mention whether or not he could eliminate the royal family, at least eliminating a Harkonnen family should be a no-brainer. In this way, the crisis-ridden Arrakos would instead turn into a blessed place for Atreides' mighty galaxy. Qian Fian chimed in with a smile, and the negotiations ended there. Qian Fian sent Duke Leto out of the airship, and he looked at Duke Leto's back with a satisfied smile. This negotiation might not seem to have achieved any substantial results, but he had already planted a seed in Duke Leto's heart. As long as the situation of the Atreides family became a little worse, this seed would take root, thus prying the stubborn stone in Duke Leto's heart and convincing him to agree to his request. Have Mark and Yukue come over. Qian Fian looked up and said to Moss, It's time to teach them a lesson. After the initial reconstruction of Spirit Cage Earth was completed, Spirit Cage's protagonists, Mark and Yukue, broke away from the Planetary Transformation Project team and joined the United Government's Ministry of Foreign Affairs instead. With their special status and outstanding talent, the United Government specially assigned Qian Fian to mentor them, hoping to train them early, and arranged for them to follow Qian Fian to participate in the diplomatic activities of visiting the Atreides family. After many days of study, Mark and Yukue already possessed the basic qualities of an excellent diplomat, and had greatly surpassed in areas such as fearlessness in danger and combat prowess. They had both come from the harsh environment of the spirit cage universe and had experienced too many dangers, innately giving them an advantage over diplomats who had grown up in the comfortable environment of the United Government. Teacher, I brought you soya milk donuts. Teacher, good morning. Chapter 333 Conflicts and Struggles. Duke Redo returned to his castle. He walked into the conference room and sat in his chair without saying a word, just showing a preoccupied expression. Lord Duke, what did they say? Duffy couldn't help but ask. Duffy had just tested the United Government's shield and truly understood how the adjective impregnable should behave in reality. As a mentate, he understood what this kind of shield technology meant. If Eldritch could obtain this kind of shield technology, not to mention a single Harkonnen family, even if it was added to the royal family, it would not be able to pose any threat to Eldritch. Eldritch would be invincible. To take a step back, even if Eldritch could not obtain this shield technology, as long as he became an ally with the United Government, he would be able to protect himself in the Galactic Empire. At this moment, Duffy desperately wanted to know what Duke Redo was talking about with the United Government. Duke Redo raised his head and said with a despondent expression, "They want to help us become the Galactic Emperor." Rustling. In a flash, the entire conference room was as quiet as if it was empty. Everyone's eyes were focused on Duke Leto's face, either in disbelief or in shock. "Don't look at me like that." Duke Redo revealed a helpless expression as he spread his hands, his tone slightly strange. "They really did say that. And they only made one condition." Duffy cautiously checked the conference room's mute beam, confirming that the sound in the conference room couldn't be transmitted outside, before carefully asking, "What condition?" Waves of shock rippled through Leto's beloved concubine Jessica's mind. Jessica was the mother of Paul, the protagonist of Dune, as well as a member of the Sisterhood, and she had been ordered by the Sisterhood to give birth to an heir for Duke Redo, which would be used to advance the Sisterhood's breeding program that had been planned for thousands of years. The Sisterhood is actually a religious organization, but unlike other religious organizations, the Sisterhood neither waits for a savior nor worships one. They create them. They believe that through long-term genetic selection, they can eventually breed a special male. Fueled by spices, this male will be able to possess all the memories of his male and female ancestors, become a humanoid computer meant at, and predict the future like a navigator. He would sit on the Golden Lion throne and rule the Empire. And most importantly, he could be controlled by the Sisterhood. The Sisterhood called this man Kwisatz Haderach. For thousands of years, the Sisterhood's breeding program has come infinitely closer to success. And Jessica's son, Paul, is the Kwisatz Haderach that the Sisterhood has been searching for thousands of years. Among the royal ambassadors who are coming to read the decree of the Eurydice is the Madonna from the Sisterhood, Jessica's teacher, who has come to see if Paul has the potential to become a Kwisatz Haderach. Just in the nick of time, the United Government came out of nowhere and offered to help the Eurydice become the new galactic emperors, something the Sisterhood did not anticipate. If the Atreides family ascended to the Golden Lion throne and ruled the Galactic Empire without the Sisterhood's help, then the Kwisatz Haderach, which the Sisterhood had spent thousands of years creating, would have nothing to do with the Sisterhood. Jessica was very much cut up inside. On the one hand, as Paul's mother, she wanted Paul to live his life according to his own will. On the other hand, as a member of the Sisterhood, she wanted to complete the Sisterhood's breeding program and create a savior who would do the Sisterhood's bidding. She had never felt so cut off before today, because then she only had the option of being a member of the Sisterhood. But the advent of the coalition government had given her one more option as Paul's mother. Jessica lowered her head to hide her inner apprehension. Neither Duke Redo nor Duffy noticed her abnormality. And Duke Redo said to Duffy, "Their condition is to take the whole of Erekos. Take away a planet? How could the United Government be so capable?" Duffy froze for a moment, but he quickly reacted and asked with his brows furrowed. "Erekos is the only source of spices, not to mention the method they are planning to use to take away Erekos. But without Erekos, there is no spice. So how are we going to make interstellar voyages in the future?" Jessica pursed her lips tightly, the waves in her mind getting even more violent. Spice had to do with more than just interstellar voyages. Their Sisterhood also needed spice to train true seekers, who could manipulate people's behavior with their voices. And without Erekos, the Sisterhood would cease to exist. They intend to give us a program for calculating voyage trajectories. Duke Redo revealed a bitter smile. He wasn't sure if replacing the navigator with a program was reliable or not. When the time comes, They'll put a protective shell on the program to stop others from using it to create AIs. Just the navigator program? Duffy's frown didn't stretch. He didn't have a problem with replacing the navigator with a navigation program. But the spice wasn't just related to interstellar navigation. The Galactic Empire feared computers, like tigers and leopards. So for a long time, the Galactic Empire's various scientific researches and massive amounts of paperwork were done by mintites cultivated with spices. Once the supply of spice was cut off and the mintites died out, who would do the scientific research and paperwork in the future? If the navigator is to be replaced by a program, then the mintator is also to be replaced by a program. This would require a very large number of procedures. Even if the United Government can provide these procedures to solve the problems of the moment, what will they do when they encounter new problems later? Will they look to the United Government for help every time? The United Government is from another river system. And when they say they are taking Ericos, they mean they are leaving the galaxy. The United Government leaving the galaxy was good for the newborn Galactic Empire. But after the United Government left the galaxy, where would they find the United Government to solve their problems for them? Once we let them take Ericos away, we will inevitably have to restart our computer and AI research, Duffy said in a heavy tone. Despite the fact that more than 10,000 years ago had passed, Duffy was very much aware of that period of history more than 10,000 years ago, and knew what a terrible price the forefathers at that time had paid in order to suppress the intelligence rebellion. However, Duffy turned his words around and threw in his voice. This is completely acceptable to us, because if we don't cooperate with the United Government, the best thing that can happen to Earth and D is nothing more than being trapped in Caledon. And the river is going downhill. But by cooperating with the United Government, your treaty can sit on the Golden Lion throne and rule the galaxy, Duffy continued. As for the hidden dangers of artificial intelligence, we can control the scope of computer technology research, only allowing those we trust to research computer technology, while storing a large batch of spice for emergencies. As a mentate with countless wisdom stored in his mind, Duffy had long been dissatisfied with the Galactic Empire's choking behavior. Chapter 334 Emperor's Envoy. As long as the control is strong enough, advanced intelligences that are a threat to humans will hardly be born. Even if they are born, this is not the time when there were once intelligent machines everywhere. It's difficult for them to pose as much of a threat to us as they once did. Duffy took a deep breath as he gazed into Duke Reto's eyes, and said in a pleading tone, "Your Excellency, I sincerely suggest that you cooperate with the United Government and lead the Greater Treaty family to fight for new glory." Everyone in the conference room held their breath, including Jessica, who realized that they were witnessing history, and that the future of countless people across the galaxy would change from this moment onwards. Duke Leto did not answer whether he could or not. His fingers lightly tapped on the tabletop and said thoughtfully, "The royal emissaries will be here soon. We cannot let them see the fleet of the United Government." January 4th, 10,190. It was a special date for the Eurydice, for an emissary from the royal family would descend upon Caledon on this day to read the decree that would hand Ericos over to the Eurydice. The very decree that had pushed the Eurydice into a bottomless abyss. "You're up early just in time. Your father wants you in formal attire for the arrival of the Emperor's ambassadors." Jessica was having breakfast with her son Paul. "Formal dress? Military uniform?" Paul asked, craning his head as he took food from his plate. Jessica shook her head gently. "Dress? Why the whole thing if you've already decided?" Paul was a little puzzled. At this point in his life, Paul was not the omniscient Kwisatz Haderach of the future. He was still very much a child, half knowledgeable and bored with political stuff. "Ritualistic," Jessica said softly. Paul nodded slowly, thinking to himself that politics was such a troublesome thing, and wondering how his father put up with it. At that moment, Jessica poured 2 glasses of water. "Thanks," Paul said as he stared at the glasses of water. He happened to be feeling thirsty. Jessica picked up one of the cups and took a sip, then smiled and said, "If you want to drink water, order me to give it to you." Using sound speech. Sound speech was one of the abilities of a true speech master. After a long period of inculcation with spices, true speech masters had expanded their abilities in consciousness and could manipulate people's behavior using sound. And Jessica had been training Paul in this aspect. Jessica gazed into Paul's face. The landscape of the Milky Way was about to change drastically and dramatically. And if Paul could get a better grasp of this ability of sound speech before that happened, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to defend himself no matter what happened in the future. "Mom, I just got up. Paul looked sleepy. Jessica was impassive, feeling helpless as he realized his mother was determined to test his sound speech. Paul took a deep breath and said to the cup, "Give me the water." "What's the point of talking to the cup?" Jessica couldn't help but snort. "You should say it to me." Paul pursed his lips and locked eyes with Jessica. Quietly, the atmosphere became stark. Jessica saw Paul's lips move a few times, and she vaguely heard a very authoritative voice before her consciousness slipped into chaos. And when she came to her senses again, the glass of water on the table had moved much further in Paul's direction. She immediately realized what had happened. Paul had managed to use the sound words on her. Only the fire wasn't quite enough. It was close. Jessica laughed as she rose slightly and pushed her glass of water in Paul's direction. "Close?" Paul raised an eyebrow, sensing Paul's disbelief. Jessica reminded, "Sisterhood skills take years of practice." "Paul?" She paused and then asked, "You look tired. Were you dreaming again?" She had a feeling that Paul was in some poor shape. Since some time ago, Paul had been having non-stop dreams. Dreams that could be precognitive dreams about the future. Scenarios calculated by Paul's subconscious mind that invariably consumed too much of Paul's energy. Paul hesitated for a few seconds. He didn't want Jessica to worry about him. After all, dreaming wasn't a big deal. "No," he replied against his will. After breakfast, and with some work to do before the Emperor's envoys arrived, Paul went to his room alone and read books about Arrakos and the Freemen. The Freemen were the natives of Arrakos. Instead of profiting from the spice trade, they lived a miserable life because of it. Arrakos was a desert planet with an extremely harsh living environment, and the Galactic Empire was supposed to carry out planetary modification on Arrakos to make Arrakos a planet suitable for survival in the spring. But the Empire discovered spice on Arrakos, and only deserts can produce spice. What happened next, needless to say, was that halfway through the planetary modification project, the entire planet was turned into a spice factory, all in order to supply spice to the Galactic Empire to make concessions, and the Freemen were sacrificed. However, the harsh environment breathed strong warriors. The Freemen were more capable warriors than the Emperor's Sardaukar legions, and in the original, they came out of Arrakos to fight for Paul against the insubordinates throughout the galaxy, helping to solidify Paul's throne as the Golden Lion. By this time Paul had dreamed of the Freemen waging war with the cry of his name. Except that since a few months ago, those dreams of his had suddenly become blurred. He was still dreaming now, but his dreams were so chaotic that he couldn't see anything, and he couldn't remember anything when he woke up from them. Except for being tired. It was as if he hadn't dreamt. "Paul, change your clothes. The Emperor's envoys will be here soon. Your father is looking for you." The Astronautical Guild's Highliner appeared near Kaladin through the spatial rift. It was a 25-kilometer-long tube-shaped ship, with the center part of the tube empty, allowing a view of the other end of the ship, and only a thin layer of the hull that served as the wall of the tube able to carry personnel and supplies. Compared to the United Government, this was undoubtedly backward, as the space utilization of this ship was ridiculously low, not even qualifying it to be a cargo ship. But amongst the entire Galactic Empire, this was already the most advanced airship. In the silent sky, an ovoid ship with a diameter of about 80 meters flew out of the high-columned ship, moving at high speed towards the landing area demarcated by the Atreides family. This was a moment of great significance. The one on the Golden Lion throne would officially hand over the hot potato of Arrakos to the Atreides family, and then join forces with the Harkonnen family to wipe out the Atreides family on Arrakos. "Lord Duke, they're here," Duffy reminded. Duke Redo slowly nodded his head, already foreseeing everything. He tilted his head and looked at the slowly falling ovoid airship. Not a trace of gravity on his face, only a faint playfulness. Accompany them to play with them first. Chapter 335 Jessica, they give too much. In full view of everyone, the airship landed in the open square, and the oval hatch located at the bottom of the airship was lowered towards the ground, revealing the Emperor's mission behind the hatch. Duke Leto stared forward, his lips opening and closing slightly. "Don't smile so much. Goni Halleck, Duke Leto's escort and loyal swordsman, was usually a very cautious man, but he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising at the thought of what was about to happen next. "I'm sorry, Lord Duke." Goni tried to restrain the smile on his face, but his smile still looked pompous. In a gloating sort of way, Duke Leto rolled his eyes. He looked at the Emperor's delegation that slowly walked out of the airship along the ramp, and asked Duffy without looking at him. How much did they spend in order to come all the way here to make a pass? Dufay thought for 2 seconds, and then gave the exact figure. For the 3 guild navigators, it cost a total of 1,466,062 cosmic pesos for a round trip. Duke Redo bristled, thinking that the royal family always wasted money on vain things. But not in the future. The imperial envoy stood at the bottom of the high platform. The Emperor's emissary looked up at Duke Redo and said in a majestic voice, "By the grace of Shaddam IV of the Carino family, the heir to the Golden Lion throne, Emperor Padishah, who rules over the known universe, I stand before you as an envoy of the change of time. Present to bear witness include members of the imperial family, representatives of the Urantia Guild, and a sister from Bene Gesserit." The Emperor's messenger deliberately paused for a few seconds. By order of the Emperor, he unrolled a scroll with great vigor and roared at the top of his voice, "The House of Retreaty is to enter Arikos and take charge of the land at once." With that, he closed the scroll. "Do you accept the decree?" This was indeed just going through the motions. And the messenger stared fearlessly at Duke Redo's face, waiting for Duke Redo to respectfully accept the decree, not thinking for a second that there would be any change of heart. By all rights, there really shouldn't be a change of heart. And yet, Padishah is too jealous, Duke Redo said without changing his face. In a flash, everyone froze except for the few people who were in the know. They couldn't believe their ears. What did the Duke just say? Padishah? Too much jealousy? Calling out the Emperor's name in public and making up a story about the Emperor's jealousy. This was a great offense of disrespect. How could the ever-restrained Eldritch dare? However, this was just the beginning. The next words they heard were destined to be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. After 10,000 years of peace in the galaxy, there are more and more conflicts built up between the great clans, and the situation has become more and more tense. Many people want a treaty to come forward and lead them, which has created a sense of crisis in that narrow-minded and immoral person Padishah. Emperor's messenger? Aerospace Guild representative? Members of the Imperial family? Sisterhood member? Paul? The crowd was in a daze. If Duke Redo had only offended the Emperor just now, then now he was pointing at the Emperor's nose and implying that someone wished for a rebellion of the Retreaty family. The seriousness of the matter was very different. But Duke Redo didn't stop there. He continued, "But again, this coward Padishah didn't dare to go to war with us Retreaty, because Kaladin is unbreakable, and his army can only bump its head here and make his Golden Lion throne bumpy and unstable. So he took Arikos from the brutal Harkonnen family and gave us this hot potato as a way of provoking a war between us and the Harkonnens. He also planned to send out the Sudoka Legion to help the Harkonnen family and destroy a Retreaty in Arikos. Let the 10,000-year-old Retreaty that has been passed down perish. This is his plot." On the high platform, Duke Redo looked down with a contemptuous face at the Emperor's legion at his feet. His voice filled with anger. His emotions infected the Retreaty warriors behind him, who were originally just acting as ceremonial guards. And the warriors, realizing that the Retreaty family had been set up by the Emperor, gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, only waiting for Duke Redo to rush up and seize the Emperor's legion at his command. For a time, a murderous aura filled the vicinity of the high platform. The Sisterhood member in the Emperor's delegation kept making eye contact with Jessica. This Sisterhood member was the Sisterhood's contemporary Madonna Gaius Helen Mosiam. Our Lady is the honorific. Helen is the name. Holy Mother Helen was the contemporary leader of the Sisterhood, the Emperor's imperial true speech master, and Jessica's teacher when she went to school. But she also had another unknown identity. She was the executor of the Sisterhood's last generation breeding program, which was Jessica's mother. The Virgin Helen kept asking Jessica with her eyes, hoping to get a little information from Jessica about why Duke Leto had a change in temperament and spoke disobedient words in public. However, Jessica was indifferent and did not have the slightest intention of answering the questions of the Virgin Helen in sign language. After a period of internal struggle, Jessica finally chose the latter between her two identities as the Sisterhood's breeding tool and Paul's mother. There was no other way. The coalition government gave too much. In the meantime, Duke Redo had another negotiation with the United Government. Duke Leto agreed to the United Government's request, saying that he was willing to use Arikos in exchange for the United Government's support, while the United Government promised to help Duke Leto become the next generation of Galactic Emperor. Paul was Duke Redo's only son, and after Duke Reto's death, it was only logical that Paul would succeed him as Galactic Emperor. No risk. Guaranteed delivery. Jessica knew what Madonna Helen was doing here. Witnessing the Emperor's will was only incidental. Madonna Helen's real intention was to see if Paul had the potential to become the Kwisatz Haderach. Creating a Kwisatz Haderach had been the Sisterhood's sole quest for thousands of years, and it was about to succeed. Not surprisingly, it would either be Paul or Paul's next generation. Jessica used to raise Paul to the same standards as Kwisatz Haderach, making Paul both a true seeker and a mentat. But Jessica had now let go of her obsession with creating Kwisatz Haderach, because being a Kwisatz Haderach would involve a lot of suffering. And in the end, it would just be being the Galactic Emperor and being under the control of the Sisterhood. How does that smell as good as bailing out the Galactic Emperor? Moreover, when the United Government packed Arrakos away, the Sisterhood would lose its source of spices and would not be able to train new true speech masters. So it wouldn't be long before they would go up in smoke. At that time, they were afraid that they would have to beg Paul to keep a place for the Sisterhood in politics. Thinking of this, Jessica gently avoided Madonna Helen's gaze. Teacher, you will understand me. Chapter 336, Making the Emperor Wash His Neck. It was impossible for Jessica to cooperate with Madonna Helen in testing whether Paul had the potential to become a Kwisatz Haderach when she knew that Paul had bailed out the Galactic Emperor. Madonna Helen's greatest purpose for this trip was doomed to fail. Duke, how could you say such treacherous words, disregarding the great Galactic Emperor's favor towards you? The Emperor's emissary was no longer as calm as he was earlier. As he said in a sweaty voice, I think there must be a villain working from this, causing you to misunderstand the Emperor's favor. With the Lord insulting the Emperor, there was no reason for the Emperor's messenger not to rebuke Duke Reto. However, his volume was far weaker than when he had just pronounced his decree, because behind Duke Leto stood the crowing Eurydice warriors. And with a word from Duke Leto, his life would have to be accounted for. Duke Reto ignored the Emperor's messenger's weak words as he looked at everyone on the stage with scorn, his gaze especially lingering on the representatives of the Aerospace Guild for a few seconds. Among the group of people, the representatives of the Aerospace Guild stood out the most. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes and wore helmets with red smoke filling their interiors. Witnessing the historic moment in front of them, while constantly inhaling the spice atomized in their helmets. The spice was addictive. The navigators of the Aerospace Guild were all addicts, and most of the spice produced by Arrakos was consumed by them. When the supply of spice was cut off, these people would surely live as if they were dead. And at that time, there was no telling what kind of turmoil would be stirred up in the Milky Way. If you have the chance, you must first eliminate the Aerospace Guild. A killing intent rose in Duke Leto's heart. The moment this killing intent rose, the representatives of the Astronaut Guild all became terrified, as they all saw themselves dying here from their visions of the future. No! A representative of the Aerospace Guild screamed. You can't kill us! People who inhaled the spice heavily would have a slight foresight of the future. And while the Urantia Guild's people were not able to foresee the future after a longer period of time like the Sisterhood, they could occasionally foresee what was going to happen in a few minutes. And this ability would be temporarily strengthened when they inhaled the spice. Duke Reto frowned slightly, a touch of disgust showing in the bottom of his eyes. He had heard that people who inhaled spice in large quantities would begin to mutate from the face, and he doubted that these representatives of the Aerospace Guild still possessed human faces. No, I won't kill you guys. Duke Reto's tone became calmer as he walked off the high platform with a smile on his face. At this moment, the Emperor's messenger was like an enemy. He vigilantly held the scroll with the Emperor's will written on it across his body to act as a shield, completely forgetting the respect he was supposed to have for the scroll. Duke Leto snorted a laugh. He snatched the scroll in his cleaving hand, turned to a nearby stone platform, placed the scroll on it, and stamped himself with fire paint. Our treaty? Take the order, he said meaningfully. The Emperor's messenger looked confused. Duke Reto had just cursed the Emperor and made a fuss about the Emperor's conspiracy. Why did he accept the decree? According to the rhythm just now, shouldn't he have rebelled in place? We are the Atreides family. Duke Reto held up the scroll and turned to look at his army. He said with a calm expression, since the Emperor wants to destroy us in Arrakos, then we will go to Arrakos to see how much the Emperor can do. As the words landed, a mountain of voices erupted from the army. Eldritch, Eurydice, Atreides, Eurydice, Eurydice. Eurydice's cries gathered into a gale that blew the Emperor's emissary's eyes open. Tell the Emperor to wash his neck and come to us in Arikos. Get out. Duke Leto turned violently, and slammed the scroll in his hand hard on the Emperor's messenger's stomach. Ouch. The scroll weighed several pounds, and smashed the Emperor's messenger so hard that he bent over and cried out in pain. The Emperor's emissary didn't dare to say another word, as he hugged the scroll, and turned around, as if he was fleeing towards the hatch of the airship and ran wildly. With the members of the Imperial family, the representative of the Astronaut Guild, and the Holy Mother Helen following closely behind. They grayly got into the airship, quickly closed the hatch, and then started the engine to lift off, becoming a dot that got smaller and smaller in Duke Reto's eyes. Duke Reto walked up to the high platform and tapped Paul on the shoulder, who was still in shock and hadn't recovered. Son, come with me. Snap. The expensive vase worth millions of Cosmos sols was smashed like rubbish on the hard floor, shattering into worthless ceramic pieces all over the floor. This was the 10th vase of the day. Tens of millions of cosmic saucers were scattered on the floor in pieces like this. Money that could have been exchanged for mountains of food and water, but now burned away in someone's anger. Reto. Eldritch. The man behind the curtain let out a snarl filled with loathing. But it wasn't clear if he was angry at Reto Eartrude personally, or at Reto and the Eartrude family. I will destroy Eartrude. The odds were that it was the latter. The maids of honor prostrated themselves outside the curtain with trepidation, not daring to make a sound even if their cheeks were cut by the shards of the ejected vase, fearing that they would become tools for the man in the curtain to vent his anger. They were Emperor Padishah's maids of honor. On weekdays, they relied on this status to gain many privileges, and when the Emperor was angry, they could easily become cold shells in the morgue because of this status. Snap! Another vase flew out from behind the curtain, this time coincidentally smashing into the head of an attendant. The vase exploded on this maid's head. Crimson blood dripped down from her forehead, and she collapsed on the spot, not knowing whether she was alive or dead, without anyone coming to treat her. The other maids were even more terrified. They had never seen Emperor Padishah look so angry before. And according to the usual practice, a few deaths were inevitable, to the point that all of them could die here. Emperor, why are you so angry? Holy Mother Helen walked into the room, stepping over the shards of vases on the floor and the bodies of the paralyzed attendants. She fearlessly stepped into the curtains to meet Emperor Padishah, who was in the midst of a furious outburst. Holy Mother, you're just in time. Padishah put down the 12th vase in his hand. He said with a furious face, that bastard Reto even said those treacherous words in public. This is a blatant challenge to my authority. I must not allow him to continue to live. I am ordering the Sisterhood to assist me in the overthrow of our treaty. The power of the Sisterhood could not even be ignored by the Emperor. Holy Mother Helen smiled as she sat down beside the Emperor and said in a gentle tone, Dear Emperor, that is exactly why I have come. There was a malicious glint in her eyes. She had hit a wall with Jessica. She had found Jessica, an important pawn in the breeding program, out of the Sisterhood's hands. And she had no access to Paul, who might be Kwisatz Haderach. Thousands of years of Sisterhood scheming could not only go down the drain, but it could be for someone else. She would never allow that to happen. And she would destroy Jessica's folly and delusion once and for all in Arrakos. Chapter 337, Kiss the Back of My Hand. Rewind to that dark and stormy night a few days ago. Our Lady Helen could never forget that day. The Eartrude family has gone mad. They openly said such treacherous words. The Emperor will definitely not let them go. As a matter of fact, besides the Virgin Helen, the Sisterhood had sent several other members along. They stayed on the high-column ship and heard what was happening on the ground. And each of them wore an unbelievable expression. One of the sisters said, The Eartrude family isn't a big deal. It's fine to exterminate it. But Jessica and Paul. She was about to say something, but the others understood what she meant. Jessica was an important member of the Sisterhood, a link in the breeding program. Paul was Jessica's son, a potential Quetzalcoatl Haderach. The two of them were incredibly important to the Sisterhood. If the Emperor killed both Jessica and Paul together in a fit of rage, their Sisterhood's breeding program would be all but over. There's no rush. Holy Mother Helen was calm and collected. She took a sniff of the scented pouch made with spices, then said slowly, Let's first see if Paul has the potential to become a Kwisatz Haderach or not. If he does, it won't be too hard for us to try to keep them mother and son. The Sisterhood had long traveled between the major clans, accumulating many political resources, and with their own special abilities such as the sound speech. They were the force within the Galactic Empire that could not be underestimated. Holy Mother Helen was even the Emperor's own true speech master, and could often meet the Emperor. If it was confirmed that Paul was Kwisatz Haderach and the Emperor insisted on killing Paul, Helen could even sacrifice herself to die with the Emperor. She was not afraid of death, because she would be with Kwisatz Haderach in spirit. Anyway, Eurydice has a date with the Emperor at Arrakos. And all our arrangements at Arrakos will work. Our Lady Helen added. The sisterhood had been preparing for many years in Arrakos in order to make those with Kwisatz Haderach potential truly Kwisatz Haderach. They covertly preached in Arrakos, so that the native freemen of Arrakos would believe that the Kwisatz Haderach was their savior. Once Paul showed the potential of Kwisatz Haderach, the freemen spontaneously rallied to Paul's banner and conquered the galaxy for him. The freemen are better at fighting than the Sudokas. With the sisterhood pushing again in the dark, not only would Paul not die, but he would also successfully ascend to the Golden Lion throne and become the next galactic emperor. However, everything was predicated on the fact that Paul really had the potential to become a Kwisatz Haderach. It's almost time. Let's go! Our Lady Helen put down her scented pouch and led several members of the sisterhood into the airship, leaving the Urantia Guild's Highliner and flying towards Caladan. The airship landed at a corner. Madonna Helen stepped out of the airship and saw Jessica, who was waiting for her. She thought to herself that Jessica was quite saved. At least she knew to greet her in person instead of sending a random boy to pick her up. Jessica wasn't alone though, which disconcerted her a bit. Behind Jessica stood a man and a woman. The man was very strong and the woman had white hair. And Madonna Helen had an uncomfortable feeling just looking at them. Jessica, tell them to back off, Helen said with a cold face. Jessica blinked. Stand down? I brought them here so that they could protect me. And you actually think I would tell them to stand down? Besides, I'm not qualified to order them. Bayuekwe sized up Saint Mother Helen with interest. She could feel the vigorous life source quality in her body, the total amount of which was comparable to 20 to 30 ordinary people. You are the sisterhood's Holy Mother Helen? Mark spoke up, smiling. We are diplomats from the United Government, and we have invited you to help us with our research in the area of sound speech. Chen Fan looked down at Mark. When he heard Mark's words, he inexplicably had a feeling of demon. I want you to help me cultivate. Holy Mother Helen realized that something was wrong, and she questioned Jessica. What kind of person have you brought here? Jessica was a little apprehensive. Though she had long been prepared to break with the sisterhood, she couldn't avoid feeling uneasy when she confronted Helen, her birth mother and teacher. Holy Mother, they are from the United Government, and the United Government is an ally of the Atreides family. I can't order them, Jessica replied tornly. The United Government? Holy Mother Helen's brows were locked. Is it a joint government of the great clans? Eyesight limited Madonna Helen's imagination. She thought that the coalition government was a government jointly formed by the restless great clans within the Galactic Empire. She was greatly confused. The sisterhood's eyes and ears were all over the galaxy, and the great clans had formed a coalition government without her receiving any news at all. But she had partially solved the mystery. It turned out that the Atreides family wasn't crazy, but had received powerful outside help. You take it as such, Jessica replied after a moment's hesitation. She couldn't bring herself not to answer Helen's question, but she didn't want Helen to know too much and influence her son Paul to be the Galactic Emperor in the future. The sound word is an untold secret of the sisterhood. I cannot tell you. Our Lady Helen declined Mark's invitation. She turned her words around. However, I can let you guys experience it for yourselves. Mark furrowed his eyebrows. Sound words could manipulate people's behavior and even make them commit suicide. It was too dangerous to experience sound words personally. Fine. Bayuekwe stepped forward. She raised her snow-white neck and said with a big smile, Order me. Her words were easy to misunderstand, but no one present thought in a crooked way. The Virgin Helen's heart rejoiced. She could see that Jessica had no more respect for her than she once did. And it was a travesty that two diplomats from the combined government had not taken her seriously enough to try to get her, the Madonna of the sisterhood, to cooperate with the study of the sound words. Now she could discipline this United Government diplomat in a small way. Anyway, the other party had asked for it herself, and she wasn't worried about offending the United Government because of it. She gazed into Bayuekwe's eyes. Come here and kiss the back of my hand. Bayuekwe was indifferent and even blinked. Holy Mother Helen furrowed her brows. She was a connoisseur of sound words, and it had been many years since she had encountered such a situation when using sound words. She recalled her tone just now, and wondered if it was because of the dissatisfaction in her heart that affected the accuracy of her pronunciation. She tried again. "Come here and kiss the back of my hand." Bayuekue remained impassive. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Even Jessica and the other few sisterhood members present revealed puzzled looks. At this moment, Bayuekue extended her hand. She lightly opened her vermilion lips. "Come over here. Kiss the back of my hand." Chapter 338. There are clans that are still around even though now. Our Lady Helen did not remember what happened at that time. It was several other members of the sisterhood who described the scene for her afterwards. It was said that she cupped the woman's hand and licked it tenderly like a kitten licking milk. Even when she was later pulled away, she struggled to return to licking the woman's hand. And she even used her tone of voice to stop the others from stopping her. And the scene was so chaotic at one point that even Jessica got off the floor, since she couldn't really do anything else in that state. The members of the sisterhood had to gag her and forcibly drag her back into the ship to take back to the Uranium Guild's Goliath. It was about half an hour after the fact before she came to her senses. Our Lady of Helen felt a creeping fear. She had never heard of anyone whose sound words could last up to half an hour, let alone the fact that she herself was a master of sound words and was extremely immune to them. It was one of the reasons she was ready to assist the royal family in destroying Eldritch. She was going to catch that woman, figure out what was going on with that woman's sound speech, and then kill that woman. Madonna Helen had spent the night conferring with Emperor Padishah, the first time she had ever been so involved in helping the emperor. And the two parties were watertight and amicable. "Father, I have requested to go on a scouting mission to Arrakos tomorrow with Duncan, Idaho. I have learned Freeman, and I can come in handy," Paul said to Duke Leto. He had dreamed some time ago that Duncan died on Arrakos. Duncan was the strongest swordsman in the Empire. He was close to Duncan, and he was worried about this dream coming true. Duke Leto refused without thinking. "Absolutely not. You won't be able to go to Arrakos until a few weeks from now. Join us then." He had just declared war on the Emperor, and Arrakos had already turned into a dangerous piece of land in crisis. Sending Paul there alone at this time would be like giving the Harkonnen family and the Emperor a big gift package. Paul, however, had a different opinion. He said incomprehensibly, "I've been trained since I was a child. What's the point of all that training if I'm not allowed to face real danger? For reasons you just know." "Paul," Duke Reto said slowly, "you are the future of the Treddy family." Paul gritted his teeth. "But Grandpa still used bullfighting as a pastime back then." "That's right," Duke Reto said in a deep voice. "But look what happened to him. The old Duke was toppled through the stomach by a bull during a bullfight and died with his intestines pierced through." Paul was silent. "I need you to stay by my side." Duke Reto understood that if he didn't give Paul a reasonable explanation, the opinionated young man was afraid he wouldn't be able to eat for weeks on end. "By the time we get to Arrakos, we'll be facing an extremely treacherous situation." Paul frowned. "Political?" Duke Reto was silent for 2 seconds before replying. "Physical." "Physical?" Hearing that, the corner of Paul's mouth twitched twice. The dangers that our treaty faced in challenging the alliance formed by the Emperor and the Harkonnen family in Arrakos were indeed physical. They would either physically destroy the enemy or be physically destroyed by the enemy. But we have the support of the coalition government. There is no need to worry about the end of the war. It will definitely be a victory for us." Duke Reto turned his words around and said in a serious tone, "At this point in time, as leaders we have to be extra careful and win this round beautifully. The Artridi family was backed by the powerful United Government, and not to mention anything else. Just the kind of shield technology carried on the battleships had already crushed the Galactic Empire. If they were to be counterkilled by one or two of their core members under these circumstances, it would be oddly unattractive to write about it in the history books in the future." Paul nodded plausibly. March 11th. 10,190. Without requesting the help of the Aerospace Guild, Eldritch's battleship arrived at Arrakos on its own. A 40-kilometer-long super colossus. Even the Pilot Guild's Highliner looked weak compared to this colossus. The hatches located in various parts of the battleship opened, and countless small airships spewed out, flying towards the Earth and D family's compound on Arrakos, as if a swarm of greedy locusts. This scene fell into the eyes of many forces. They didn't know when Artridi had secretly built this giant battleship and bypassed the monopoly of the Aerospace Guild, completing the space leap with his own technology and arriving at Arrakos. The Emperor had originally even bribed the Aerospace Guild with spices, asking the Aerospace Guild to deliver Etridi's ship in batches as a way of weakening the Etrury family's strength when the war officially started. When the spice was paid for, the Eurydice ignored the Aerospace Guild and took the ships to Arrakos themselves. The Aerospace Guild's addicts wouldn't return the Emperor's spice. They only promised more help elsewhere for the Imperial family and Harkonnen's army. But how much of that help would actually materialize is uncertain. The Harkonnen family was most interested in Eldritch's mysterious warship. Lord Baron, that battleship's guns are unusually heavy, and its detection of its surroundings is very detailed. Our scouts have not gained any intelligence until now. In the hazy mist, the de facto head of the Harkonnen family, Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, was listening to the report of his mate Peter. The Baron had been handsome in his youth, but he'd been chosen by the Sisterhood's breeding program, and something had changed in the process, causing him to be fat and ugly now. No intelligence at all? The Baron asked in a low voice. They're still working on it, Peter replied carefully. The Baron suddenly snorted. I'm afraid that battleship is what our treaty is relying on to dare to declare war on the royal family. But how could they be so stupid as to build such a target out of it? Even though that battleship is big, just by casually using some energy weapons, it can be destroyed to the point of leaving no crumbs left. Peter showed a hesitant expression as he whispered. The Duke of Retreaty isn't stupid. That battleship probably isn't equipped with a Holtzman shield. It's just a big iron lump that can move in space. Energy weapons don't seem to be effective against it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have Holtzman shields. The Baron was unimpressed as he said contemptuously. War costs money, and people eating and chewing on horses is astronomical. I've not only spent all the wealth I've seized in Arrakos over the past 80 years in preparation for this war, but I also owe a large sum to the Aerospace Guild. What will those poor bastards in Eurydice fight us with? What's more, the royal family got a reason to participate in the war, and the invincible Sardaukar Legion will come to Arrakos. Oh, there are clans that are practically extinct even though they are still around now. Chapter 339 Arrival at Arrakos. Arrakos was a desert planet. The airship stirred up a lot of wind and sand when it landed. Duffy came to this planet some time earlier than Duke Leto and the others, and prepared a grand welcome ceremony for Duke Leto and the others here. Of course, Duffy's job was far more than just preparing the welcoming ceremony. He also took over the spice mining business left behind by the Harkonnen family and searched the premises. He found a dead soldier who had been cemented into the wall when the Harkonnens left, and a hunting dart. He could not have found the dead man on his own. His information came from the United Government. After discovering this dead soldier, he was greatly thankful, because if he hadn't been able to discover this dead soldier before Duke Redo and the others arrived in Arrakos, leading to casualties among the core members of the Atreides family, he would not be able to absolve himself of the blame even if he had to die. The hatch slowly fell down, revealing Duke Redo and his group of relatives in military attire. Paul wore a dark green formal dress, while Jessica wore a sandy gold dress that was extremely embedded with the desert. Their arrival meant that the Atreides family was determined to win the next amazing battle. Duke Redo stood on the airship and looked around the room. He saw the warriors of the Atreides family arranged in disciplined squares on the huge schoolyard, waiting for his review, with tens of thousands of freemen surrounding the outside of the schoolyard. Oh! 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 The melodious and desolate sound of bagpipes resounded throughout the entire schoolyard, announcing to the crowd the arrival of Duke Redo and the others. From today, Arrakos is officially under our control. Duke Redo was somewhat emotional as he said softly, we have to mine a sufficient amount of spice before the United Government takes Arrakos away, and use it to reduce the chaos caused by the initial change of regime. The United Government and Duke Redo had agreed that before the United Government officially took Arrakos away, the Atreides family would be free to mine spices as long as they did not damage Arrakos' environment. Although Duke Redo had accepted the United Government's offer and was ready to restart research in the field of computers and replace spices with computers, it would take time to incubate and would not happen overnight. Before computers could officially replace spice, he would still need some spice to sustain interstellar shipping in the nascent Atreides Empire. Beyond that, it would be nice to have a surplus of spice to use to incubate uniquely Atreides mentats for the next few thousand years. Damn the Harkonnens! Duke Redo cursed in his heart. The Harkonnen family took all the advanced mining equipment with them when they left Arrakos, leaving them with only some bulky and inefficient track mining machines. Even if the royal family and the Harkonnen family didn't make a move against Eridai, Eridai would still be burnt out because the mining equipment was outdated and the spice production couldn't meet the demand of the Galactic Empire. Of course, This was based on the absence of a coalition government. Now that a treaty has declared war on the royal family, how much spice they produce will be their own. No one can put pressure on them. Even the Aerospace Guild, which is the most thirsty for spice, is also silent at this moment. Duke Redo and the others stepped out of the airship. Duffy Havard. Paul ran 2 quick steps past Duke Redo and gave Duffy a big hug. Duffy was all smiles. Young lord. As an extremely outstanding midday tactician in the universe. The reason why Duffy faithfully served her treaty was because of her treaty's good atmosphere, with the Duke and the Duke's heir being approachable. In a different Harkonnen family, he wouldn't dare expect a Baron or Baron's heir to give him a hug. How are things? Duke Redo patted Duffy's shoulder as he asked seriously. Did anything special happen on our way here? A large sum of money went out of the royal family's account. Probably military expenses for the Sudoka Legion. Duffy replied in a relaxed tone. Not much else. The Sudoka Legion was the fiercest hound at the royal family's feet. And even Eldritch's elite legions would have trouble competing with the bloodthirsty Sudoka Legion. However, times have changed. Ertrude had trampled on the Urantia Guild's ban and launched many satellites on the outskirts of Ericos. Once the Urantia Guild's high liners and the Sudoka Legion's ships appeared nearby, the first thing they could do was turn them into bright space fireworks. The Sudoka Legion wants to fight a white-knuckle war? Please. Times have changed. 40 kilometers of battleships floating in space. Unless the royal family and the Harkonnen family could knock out this battleship of the United Government. Don't even think about entering the atmosphere of Ericos. There were a total of 36 such battleships Eridi. The remaining 35 were in deep space nearby, and would reach Ericos in less than 10 seconds, bringing the truest despair to their enemies. Duke Redo nodded slightly. You take care of the traitor. He's important to us. Duffy hooked up the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. Hearing the word traitor, a certain person behind Duke Redo sheepishly lowered his head. And the moment he lowered his head just missed Duffy's playful gaze. Duke Redo told Du Fei to be on the lookout for traitors. Not for Du Fei to catch traitors. Because they all knew who the traitor was. They just wanted to use the traitor to cause a war, and settle the royal family, and the Harkonnen family, as soon as possible. After all, they still had to catch the production after the war was over. Duke Redo and the others walked past the squares of her treaty soldiers. And Paul heard the freeman keep calling out a name. Lisan al-Gaib. Lisan al-Gaib. Lisan al-Gaib. Paul was a little uncomfortable as he walked over to Jessica and asked in a low voice. Is this the Sisterhood's plan? To make the freeman think that I'm their savior? And then I'll use the freeman's power to ascend to the Golden Lion throne? At this moment, not 1 or 2 people, but tens of thousands of people were chanting Lisan al-Gaib. And the power of religion to manipulate people's hearts and minds left him stupefied. At the same time, he realized that the Sisterhood had no respect for the royal family, and had been plotting a change of power for a long time. Although it served him well, when Eldritch took control of the Galactic Empire, he would have to persuade his father to eradicate the Sisterhood. They were a dangerous bunch of mad women. Paul unknowingly cursed Jessica as well. Should Jessica said, as she sensed that Paul seemed a little disgruntled. She lowered her voice and said, although you don't need the freemen to help you become emperor right now, they're a force to be reckoned with. And if you can subdue them, both your father and your future throne will be more secure. That rainy night brought her a great shock. She had completely betrayed the Sisterhood and told Paul everything about the breeding program. Chapter 340, The Emperor's Personal Visit. After all, any member of the Sisterhood could not be untouched after seeing the Madonna lose her temper. Besides, Jessica had left the Sisterhood for many years, and even before that rainy night, she had decided to break up with the Sisterhood for Paul. Paul nodded slowly. I understand. The freeman was a gift from the Sisterhood to Kwisatz Haderach. He wouldn't become the Kwisatz Haderach of the Sisterhood. But the freeman was a gift not to be taken for nothing. It's just that the combined government was going to take Ericos away. Would the freeman up their leave with him? Paul pursed his lips. There was a freeman girl in his dream, and he had a hunch that the girl was very important to him. And he'd better find the girl before the United Government took Ericos away. As for the other freemen, if the United Government wanted to take them, so be it. The freemen were indeed a powerful force. But Eurydice wasn't weak either. Once the Sudoka Legion is destroyed along with their home planet, with the help of the United Government's fleet, and the Sisterhood and the Aerospace Guild are taken out, there will be no force in the galaxy that can rival Eurydice. It didn't hurt that there were no freemen to help. Please. Paul unknowingly walked up to the flutterbike. The fluttering wing machine was a flying machine modeled on the biological structure of a dragonfly. Looking exactly like a dragonfly, it was a flying machine specially designed for desert terrain, effectively reducing the damage caused by the raging gravel to the engine of the flying machine. The United Government also has a similar craft. However, after the popularity of gravitational generation devices, these types of flying machines were eliminated. I didn't get the Freeman, Duffy said with a smile. It's a tradition left over from the Harkonnens. The Harkonnens love the battle, and they trained the Freeman to be like this. The Harkonnens were brutal and happy with their work, and had engaged in a lot of formalism in Arrakos. The crowd boarded the pumper. Shortly after, Duke Redo and the others entered the garrison. This fortress-like garrison was also built by the Harkonnen family before, and after the Harkonnen family left Arrakos, this fortress was naturally taken over by the Atreides family. After Duffy's arrival here, he carried out a certain degree of reconstruction on this fortress, making the defense performance of this fortress to a higher level. Idle is idle, although he knows it is meaningless. With the help of the United Government's fleet, if the royal family and the Harkonnen family's army could reach the ground, then he could resign from Duke Leto. The United Government's warships were too powerful. Duffy had been staying with the United Government's commanders during this period of time, learning about the capabilities of the battleships from the commanders. And the more he learned, the more shock he felt in his heart. If it was used as an attacking force, these battleships could destroy a planet with just one shot of the super weapon called Planet Eater, turning the entire planet along with the creatures on it into nanobots. Not only that, when used as a defensive force, the drone swarms carried by the warships could easily cover the airspace of an entire planet. These drones would form 3 quick-reaction interceptor nets up to 1,000 meters thick at different altitudes, saturating all enemy forces that attempted to land on the surface. In order for the enemy to land on the surface, they would have to punch 3 holes in a row in the 3 1,000-meter thick rapid response interceptor nets. But that was a mission that was simply impossible. Sarusa 2 was the home planet of the Sudoka people, and the natural environment of this planet was extremely harsh. But this had also shaped the Sudoka Legion, an invincible army known throughout the world. The Sudoka grew up in a vicious natural environment, and almost half of them died before the age of 11. Training that was more strenuous than the preparatory entrance exams gave them great swordsmanship and espionage skills, and instilled in them a religious fervor that added greatly to their mystique and made them even more loyal to the crown. At the peak of the Sudoka Legion, the Sudoka swordsmanship was at the level of the 10th rank of the Jinnah swordsmanship, and their nimble hands were considered close to those of the Bene Gesserit. They were the sharp blades of Emperor Padishah. Even the Freeman, who would later sweep the galaxy, held a certain amount of respect for the Sudokas, believing them to be good at fighting. Great Galactic Emperor, I present to you the invincible Sudoka Legion. The Sudoka legionary known as Basha dropped to one knee in front of Emperor Padishah, his head immensely bowed down, showing his high respect for the imperial family. Emperor Padishah ignored him. The emperor's gaze was on the crowds of Sudoka warriors under the high platform. It was raining heavily at the moment, and these warriors were completely exposed to the cold rain, which washed over their bodies, and they were like a spear thrust into the earth, solid and motionless. 10 minutes passed, and there was only the sound of rain in the air. The Sudoka warriors knelt reverently, tilting their heads up to meet their emperor's gaze, their hearts filled with peace and loyalty. Emperor Padishah nodded slightly. It's still something. The Sudoka Legion had been loyal to the imperial family for generations, and had conquered the ungodly in the intergalactic for Emperor Padishah in the early years. But that had been decades ago. Atreides looked confident, and he feared that the Sudoka Legion was no match for Atreides. However, upon arriving at the Sudoka Legion's quarters, his worries dissipated, as the Sudoka Legion was still the same Sudoka Legion from that year, and could intimidate many with its aura alone. No matter what cards Atreides had, they were not worth mentioning in front of this invincible Sardaukar Legion. Atreides has betrayed me. Emperor Padishah spoke slowly, his voice filled with tyranny as he roared in a high-pitched voice. You have thus been given an opportunity to show your loyalty to me. Go to Arrakos and destroy the Atreides family, and bring back the heads of Duke Redo and the Duke's son to me. The Emperor's roar aroused the ferocity and wildness of the Sardaukar legions, and they hissed like hyenas in a low, surging voice that silenced the sound of the downpour. Roar! 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 Emperor Padishah felt his blood boiling. He suddenly felt an urge to swing his sword and kill, as he had done when he was young. But he was too obese now, and there was no one suitable to bring the sword to the right or left. So he could only let the blood boil in his body, and shatter the Eurydice into pieces in the world of his imagination. Great Galactic Emperor. Leader Basha scratched 3 vertical lines on his breastplate with blood as he said, word for word, in the raw common language of the Empire, the Urtridi are an underfed, white-eyed wolf, and the Sardaukar Legion will gut it for you in defense of your Golden Lion throne. Chapter 341 Researching Cosmic Oppression. It would still be some time before the United Government would enter the universe of Dune with the sphere. And after reaching an agreement with the Urtridi family, the United Government shifted its energies to another, more important matter: research into cosmic oppression. Earth has long been threatened by cosmic oppression, and as a result has had to bounce from universe to universe, unable to settle down in one place for long. This has contributed to the technological prosperity that the United Government enjoys today. But on the other hand, it has also created a great security risk for the United Government. Earth can currently only stay in each universe for about 10 years, which means that the United Government will have to travel through 1,000 universes every 10,000 years. And no one can be sure that every one of these universes is safe. There's also the obvious truth that danger sometimes comes from more than just the surface. For example, the Transformers universe and the Edge of Tomorrow universe have a civilization in the fairy galaxy that has mastered weapons of consciousness. And the latter has a civilization that hides in the shadows with time-based technology. Both dangers that were not mentioned in the original storyline. In case one day, the United Government has no safe universe to go to, or the United Government's perceived safe universe hides a powerful enemy they didn't anticipate, ultimately bringing about the demise of the entire Earth civilization. On an infinitely long time scale, any tiny probability will be continuously magnified until it becomes inevitable. So the scientists of the United Government believe that both of the above scenarios will happen sooner or later. As a precautionary measure, the United Government has launched a study on cosmic oppression. If the problem of cosmic oppression could be solved so that the United Government would stay in a confirmed safe universe for a long period of time, then the possibility of the United Government encountering a crisis would be greatly reduced. Is cosmic oppression a natural phenomenon? Or is it a man-made attack? Scientists are attacking this question. Cosmic oppression exists in every universe and appears to be a natural phenomenon. But oppression doesn't exist for no reason. What's the difference between the hydrogen, helium, lithium, and beryllium boron of the wandering Earth universe and the hydrogen, helium, and beryllium boron of other universes? Aren't they all exactly the same microscopic particles? And why is wandering Earth's matter oppressed when it arrives in other universes? What exactly does the oppression occur based on? Consciousness? And what is the difference between consciousness and consciousness? What makes every universe accurately identify the consciousness of the wandering Earth as an outsider? And why would the universe want to eliminate outsiders? There are a series of questions in front of the scientists, who, in the spirit of practice is the only criterion for testing truth, have launched a basic research that is costly and contrary to the spirit of humanitarianism. They asked Shen Fan to move a colony planet of a pioneer civilization from the Pacific Rim universe to the Transformers universe. The amount of life on this planet was comparable to that of Earth. If it suffered from cosmic oppression because of a different consciousness, then this planet would face the same situation as Earth 10 years later. But this planet did not have the ability to escape from other universes. The United Government can comfortably observe how this planet behaves after being subjected to cosmic oppression. This study is undoubtedly inhumane. If what happened to this planet was the same as what happened to Earth, it would be a massacre of unprecedented proportions. All life on an entire planet would have died a horrific death under cosmic oppression. A tally that would have far exceeded the combined deaths of all the Holocausts in the history of the United Government. However, the United Government did not keep this a secret from its citizens. The United Government was not the national government of old, where all sorts of things were covered up and declassified decades after they happened. This incident, not surprisingly, caused a huge public uproar. However, the United Government gave ample evidence that the Herald civilization was a nasty, aggressive civilization, and that everyone from the elders down to the civilians were part of the chain of aggression, with not a single innocent person. At the same time, the United Government also listed the crimes that the Herald civilization had created against other civilizations in the past. As we all know, the Herald civilization is a biological civilization that plays with genes and viruses. And it is another colonial civilization that has no humanity to speak of. And wherever the hordes pass, they turn into a hell on earth. The crimes they created were nothing compared to the experiments the United Government did on them. After a while, the public condemnation died down. After all, innocent mice could still give their lives for the sake of medical development. And now for the sake of the survival of the entire Earth's civilization. Why couldn't a group of vicious war criminals be used for experiments? In fact, this research should have been launched a long time ago. Only that Chen Fan's previously accumulated energy was not enough to support the United Government to carry out this research. As his own quality increased, Chen Fan's speed of collecting energy rose as well. He had finally saved up enough energy for his experiments in the Transformers universe, and had reserved the energy needed to travel through the Dune universe and leave the Dune universe. Chen Fan was also eager to figure out the nature of cosmic oppression. If I could, I wouldn't want to traverse between universes. I might just plant myself in one at some point. The radar showed shockingly huge waves. But all of the scientists of the United Government did not look at the radar, because the spectacle of the material world was being presented before their eyes. In the blackness of space, space invisible to the naked eye was concave inwards, as if a deadly whirlpool had suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. The light was distorted, and all the matter in the neighborhood was sucked in. This is the first time I've observed a planet traveling through the universe from a bystander's perspective. It's incredible. The scientist held his telescope and stared straight at the spectacle in the distance, unable to blink his eyes for fear of missing the most wonderful image. Time passed by minute by minute. The scientist's eyes became more and more sore, and he just couldn't help blinking. Oh my God! It's so beautiful! How did it jump out all at once? What kind of principle is this? Hearing the exclamations of his colleagues, the scientist's eyelids jumped hard, and a bad feeling gripped his mind as he snapped his eyes open and saw a complete planet floating in the universe. He clenched his fists in anger for a moment, but he quickly threw himself into his work with enthusiasm. What just happened? Didn't you see it? The planet didn't slowly enter this universe little by little, but suddenly appeared in this universe in one whole piece in a manner similar to ejection. Ejection? Could it have something to do with string theory? The creator civilization has relevant technological reserves, but the research schedule is rather backward. So we can apply to transfer a portion of the information in advance to assist us in researching the phenomenon just now. Chapter 342. Shutting the door and beating the dog. Who is the dog? This research did not know how long it would take before results could be obtained. And at the same time, it was also unknown what results would be obtained. Although scientists were running to study natural phenomena, it was also not ruled out that the so-called cosmic oppression was in fact an attack. After all, the helium flash of the sun in the wandering Earth universe came at too strange a time. Chen Fan's emotions were a little apprehensive. Firstly, he was a traveler. And secondly, he had mastered the ability to travel through the universe. And these two special circumstances that had happened to him implied to him that this world might be very uncomplicated. Perhaps there were existences similar to his, or even existences that created him, in other universes that he was unaware of. The power that oppressed him came from them. I hope that's not the case. Chen Fan could only pray that after the scientists of the United Government finished their research, they concluded that the cosmic oppression was a natural phenomenon, or else his ball was going to be jittery. It was a dark and windy night, and at the same time, it was also the time for Dr. Yu to defect as promised. Dr. Yu was a Suk doctor. Suk doctors were all pre-treated by the Empire, and would not do anything against their loyalty, which could be simply understood as brainwashing. Dr. Yu was therefore deeply trusted by Duke Leto. If it wasn't for the United Government naming Duke Leto to watch out for Dr. Yu, Duke Leto should be snoring in his couch at this moment, rather than watching Dr. Yu's sneaky movements in the surveillance room. Dr. Yu. Duke Leto sighed softly as he looked at the familiar figure on the screen, some disappointment in his eyes. He had long known that Dr. Yu was a traitor, but instead of immediately arresting Dr. Yu, he had given Dr. Yu a chance to take the initiative to confess. It was just a pity that Dr. Yu had not grasped this opportunity and had taken a desperate path. He knew that Dr. Yu's wife Wanna had been kidnapped by the Harkonnen family. But if Dr. Yu took the initiative to confess everything to him, he could step in and convince the Harkonnen family to release her. Or at the very least, he could make the Harkonnen family leave Wanna's life behind until the war between them was divided into winners and losers. But Dr. Yu chose the stupidest path. The Harkonnen family are all inhuman beasts. Dr. Yu joining the Harkonnen family is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. And afterwards, He was sure to be eaten together with his wife, without even a bone left. Paul felt incredulous. He wondered. Dr. Yu is a Sook doctor who has received Imperial pre-treatment. How did he break free from the effects of the pre-treatment and do something that endangers us? On the screen, Dr. Yu had already shut down the shielding field shield of the Ertridi residency. Without the shield, the royal family and Harkonnen's army would have been able to drive in, catching Ertridi by surprise and indirectly inflicting a sea of casualties on Ertridi. Dr. Yu's wife Wanna is a member of the Sisterhood. Duffy stared murderously at Dr. Yu in the screen. Perhaps Wanna has brainwashed Dr. Yu again, offsetting the Empire's pre-treatment of Dr. Sook. The so-called pre-treatment was just a rudimentary means of brainwashing, far less secure than the steel seal of the United Government's mind. The Sisterhood is a cancer that must be uprooted when we rule the galaxy, Duke Redo said firmly. Not just for himself, but also for Paul and the other Earthedi heirs after Paul. The Sisterhood was long in the tooth. They had spent the last tens of thousands of years traveling in the shadows of the great families. And to this day, they were even able to manipulate the turnover of the royal family. And it was unlikely that anyone in power would allow them to continue to exist. Paul pursed his lips. And although he didn't say anything, he clearly agreed with Duke Redo as well. Ertridi and the Sisterhood were at loggerheads. Buzz! The shielding field generation device stopped working, and a low humming sound resounded throughout the entire compound. Dr. Yu's mood was very disturbing. On the one hand, it was because he had betrayed the Ertridi family, who had treated him extremely well. And on the other hand, it was because the Harkonnen family had not killed the Ertridi family's compound at the first moment the shielding field was turned off as agreed. Shield field is off. Harkonnens, where are you? Playing with me? The Harkonnens didn't actually break their promise. They just lacked the ability to do so, and were intercepted while still outside the atmosphere. Arrakos today is not like it used to be. Once upon a time, the Freemen had bribed the Aerospace Union with spices so that no power could put an artificial satellite over Arrakos in order to disguise their continued progress with the planetary renovation project. But Eurydice had already broken with the royal family, while at the same time getting hold of a computer program capable of calculating interstellar routes through the United Government, and had no fear or need of the Aerospace Guild. At this point in time, Arrakos had thousands of satellites, and every move of the Harkonnen family couldn't escape Ertridi's eyes. Boom! An extremely faint sound came from far outside the atmosphere, accompanied by the first fireworks of the night. Report. Our landing force has been detected. The enemy's intercepting fire is too fierce. They can't enter Arrakos' atmosphere. The Aerospace Guild's highliner floated on the backside of Arrakos' moon, filled with Harkonnen and the royal family's army. Ertridi has indeed violated the Urantia Guild's ban. They launched a satellite over Arrakos without permission, and will never be able to receive any assistance from the Urantia Guild in this war. The Baron was personally in command, as he said triumphantly. It's difficult for Kaladin's forces to reach here, so we'll close the door tonight. Destroy their giant battleships first. The Harkonnens immediately changed their strategy. The landing force no longer risked their lives to force a breakthrough, and instead attacked around Ertridi's super battleships. But the defensive power of the super battleships was astonishing. Not weaker at all than the intercepting forces near the atmosphere. And many Harkonnen ships turned into a ball of fire in the air before they could fire their cannons. The brutal war had officially begun. The Royal Sudoka Legion had not yet entered the fray, and the Baron understood that this was a royal check and balance. That the one on the Golden Lion throne wished to cripple the Harkonnen while destroying the Eldritch. But there was nothing he could do about it. He could only grant the wish of the one, lest the one target them in Harkonnen after the war was over. But he had confidence in his family's army. They, Harkonnen, had spent so many years in Arrakos, spent so much money, and raised so many people. Wasn't that what they were using for today? If he couldn't win beautifully tonight, he'd take his head off and give it to Duke Redo as a ball. They're equipped with shields. The Harkonnen family quickly confirmed that Ertridi's super battleships were equipped with shields, as the missiles they launched crashed into a translucent barrier after breaking through the layers of interception, and did not directly hit the battleships. Ha ha! The Ertridi family is too stupid. Second Captain, where's your fucking energy cannon? Delay the cannon. Let it make out with the nuclear blast. The Harkonnen family rolled out their long-prepared energy cannons and fired 10,000 cannons at Ertridi's super battleship. Then the next sight threw everyone into a daze. Chapter 343, United Government Productions. Indestructible. Countless thick energy beams entered the space near the super battleship and burst into a dazzling glow, like a bared flower that had been plunged into the water. quickly extinguishing with the passage of time. The nuclear explosion the Harkonnens were expecting did not happen. They found it hard to understand. What's going on? Holtzman shields caused fusion at the subatomic level when they were attacked with energy, creating a violent nuclear explosion on one or both sides of the energy beam. However, instead of the Holtzman shields, which had huge drawbacks, the super battleships were equipped with another perfected shield technology. Undeterred, the Harkonnens unleashed several more waves of energy weapon attacks. But it was all in vain, and they were forced to recognize this reality after paying a terrible price. So that's how it is. No wonder Atreides dared to build giant battleships, and even fell on the face of the royal family, openly declaring war on us along with the royal family. Baron Harkonnen was the first to receive the news. Although he felt incredulous, the facts were in front of him, and he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. He understood that the situation had been reversed. Although they and the royal family had joined forces to hunt Eldritch, Eldritch had instead gained the upper hand by virtue of the new type of shield technology. And there was a real possibility that they could let Eldritch turn the tables if they were even a little bit careless. At that time, the royal family could still rely on the 10,000 years of accumulated heritage of ruling the galaxy to ask for forgiveness from Atreides. But their Harkonnen family would definitely be liquidated to the end. Immediately contact the royal family and ask them to send troops. Baron Harkonnen's mood was unusually heavy as he gritted his teeth and said, "Our strength alone can't even break through this warship's shields." This was a 40-kilometer-long super battleship. There was no telling how many energy reactors and shield generators it carried. If they couldn't focus their firepower on overloading the shields, they would just be sending people to their deaths tonight. I'm afraid that Duke of Eldritch is going to be overjoyed. Lord Baron. Midnight Peter was in a very apprehensive mood. As a biocomputer, Peter knew better than Baron Harkonnen how bad the situation at hand was. And among his calculations, even if he poured out the power of Harkonnen's entire family, he wouldn't be able to pose any substantial threat to Atreides' super battleship. His calculations were correct. Back on Caladan, Atreides himself had tested just how resilient the battleships backed up by the United Government were. They had used countless planet-based batteries to attack the United Government's warships, and it had been a far more violent barrage than the Harkonnen fleet. But the results had been a shock to Duke Leto and Duffy throughout. The United Government's warships had never shown the slightest sign that their shields were about to be overloaded. After all, this is the shield technology from the Creator Civilization. The same is to rule the galaxy. The Creator Civilization compared to the galactic empire of the Dune universe can be said to be one heaven and one earth. Almost no comparison. As a matter of fact, even if they smashed the United Government's battleship, the time reset device on the battleship would activate, restoring the battleship to an undamaged state. However, the time reset device was a secret of the United Government, and Atreides did not know about the existence of this device. At this moment, the Harkonnens were attacking the United Government's battleships with only a few small, floating craft, like mayflies shaking a tree. And the United Government's officers on the battleships even had the leisure to let their assistants make coffee for themselves. Soon, Emperor Padishah, who had received the news, also realized that something bad was happening and immediately ordered the Sudoka Legion to join the battle. Grayish-white airships poured out of the Urantia Guild's high liners like a flood, flying towards the United Government's battleships and engaging in a fierce firefight with the drone swarms released by the United Government in midair. Although the strength of the Sudoka Legion was one of the best in the entire galactic empire, this was an interstellar war, and it was all about whose battleships were bigger, whose cannons were more numerous, and whose shields were thicker. The Sudoka Legion was only good at close combat cold weapon combat, and was useless in a grand interstellar war. Their combat prowess in space fighters was nowhere near as good as the drone swarms manned by Moss subs. Because not only did the Moss subs think faster than they did, the drone swarms manned in the network could do a lot of unbelievable textbook maneuvers due to the lack of people. Taking a step back, even if the Sudoka Legion broke through the drone swarm's interception and managed to jump the gang, even if Sudoka's army broke through the drone swarm's interception and jumped the gang, what was waiting for them was only a devastating sweep by the nano-fighters. And they were destined to fail to achieve anything other than turning into cosmic fireworks under the all-round technological crushing. The battle in space was in full swing, with Harkonnen family and Sudoka Legion ships being destroyed every second, and the casualty figures were rising rapidly. But the ground was as quiet as any normal night in the desert. Dr. Yu, stealing the beam. Eldritch, impeccable. Why aren't the Harkonnens coming yet? Dr. Yu seemed like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the corridor. He could not figure out what was wrong with the Harkonnen people. Why haven't they come to attack Eridai's compound, which had no defense measures at all? Don't the Harkonnen people know that an opportunity is not to be missed? If they didn't come, Eridai would have to restart its defense system, immediately followed by a furious internal scrutiny. He, the traitor, would surely be caught. He would die with shame in his arms. And it would be impossible for his wife, Wanna, to be saved. Dr. Yu, not sleeping at this late hour? Duke Redo walked out from behind the corner. The shielding field generator at his wrist lit up with blue light, a sign that the shielding field was in working condition. Dr. Yu noticed this, and he immediately understood that he had been exposed. I'm sorry, Lord Duke. He lowered his head guiltily. Alas, Duke Leto sighed softly. If it wasn't for the reminder from the United Government, he wouldn't have thought that Dr. Yu, a Sook doctor who had received Imperial pre-treatment, would be a traitor anyway, because every Sook doctor was unable to produce a harmful heart due to Imperial pre-treatment, and there was no record of a Sook doctor turning against his master in history. Why this path? Duke Redo asked with a furrowed brow. Just because of your wife? That sisterhood member named Vanna? Yes, Lord Duke. Dr. Yu didn't dare to raise his head as he flung himself onto his knees towards Duke Redo. Wanna was captured by the Harkonnens. She was tortured beyond human shape. I want to save her. You are my only bargaining chip. Duke Leto showed a disappointed expression. Retreaty had always loved his people like a son, and he had even treated Dr. Yu like family. But he hadn't expected to make the wrong payment after all. You ate your way out and attempted to assist Harkonnen in destroying her tree. Now I'm going to execute you. Do you have any complaints about that? Duke Redo drew a long and narrow dagger from his waist. Dr. Yu already had a premonition of what was going to happen next. His voice trembled terribly. I have no complaints. You can kill me in the most brutal way. But please save Wanna. You've seen her before. She's a good person. Chapter 344. Turning the wind and water? Duke, give me a playful turn. Even at the end of his life, Dr. Yu still cared about his wife, who was in danger. This on the contrary made the anger in Duke Redo's heart subside quite a bit, because this at least proved that Dr. Yu was a sentient and righteous person, rather than just betraying her to die. Duke Redo took a deep breath as he grabbed Dr. Yu's shoulders and lifted him up. Snort. The sharp dagger passed through Dr. Yu's chest and pierced into his heart. Blood instantly stained Dr. Yu's clothes red. A broken heart wasn't the easiest way to die, but it wasn't the most painful either. Duke Redo had allowed Dr. Yu to die like this, and had taken into account the past. Dr. Yu clutched Duke Redo's wrist tightly as the vitality flowed out of his body in a steady stream, and his consciousness became lax with the passing vitality. He thought of his first encounter with Duke Redo, his time with the members of the Retreaty family, and his mysterious wife from the sisterhood. At the last moment of his life, his consciousness suddenly became clearer than ever. He was just a Sook doctor with no power or influence. How could he be so virtuous as to gain the favor of a member of the sisterhood? And how was the Empire's pre-processing breached? In a flash, a wave of remorse surged through him. Death haunted his consciousness as he fell into eternal darkness. He would no longer need to feel guilty for the mistakes he had made in life, for which he had already paid with his life. Snort. Duke Redo pulled the dagger out of Dr. Yu's heart. He carefully helped Dr. Yu's body to the corner and leaned against it, then wiped the blood from the dagger with his own armor and inserted the dagger back into the sheath at his waist. Lord Duke, what do we do with this traitor's body? Duffy stepped out from behind the corner, along with a squad of solemn-faced Retreaty's own guards. Duke Redo sighed softly. Let's bury it normally, and remember to invite his relatives and friends at the funeral. Du Fei realized that Duke Redo still remembered Dr. Yu. He did not question Duke Redo's decision, but said from his heart, Lord Duke is kind and generous. I thank you for Dr. Yu. Duke Redo looked up into the sky. The flashes of light from outside the atmosphere were becoming less and less. The war was as close to the end as it could be, and he had defeated Harkonnen and the royal family without even summoning the other 35 warships that had been ambushed nearby. He had the illusion that the royal family and Harkonnen had been this weak all along, and he just hadn't realized it before. Ha ha. He laughed to himself. If Harkonnen and the royal family were weak, then Eartrude wasn't that much stronger. At least, he didn't have the confidence to lead Eartrude to victory over the royal family and Harkonnen. If Eartrude had this ability, he would have rebelled long ago. The reason why Harkonnen and the royal family gave him a feeling of weakness was because the warships supported by the United Government were too powerful. And the two sides seemed to be separated by tens of thousands of years of technological difference. The battle that was taking place over Ericos at this moment could not even be called a war. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Like an adult beating up a child. As of now, they had only lost a small portion of their drone swarms, which could be reproduced after the battle, rounding up to the equivalent of no losses. Harkonnen and the royal family, on the other hand, had literally depleted their own family legion and Sudoka legion. Can the Harkonnen family still defend their family interests without their army, and infamously? Can the royal family continue to hold the Golden Lion throne without the galaxy's first Sudoka legion to defend it? The wind and water turn? Duke Redo revealed a disdainful look as he said contemptuously, "Oh, it's time for a good turn." Duffy licked his lips excitedly as he whispered, "Isn't it time to contact the other clans and tell them about the outcome of the war so that they can help us capture the royalty?" Capture the royal family members. Duffy felt his blood rise just from hearing himself say such treacherous words. Duke Leto nodded slightly. The battle will soon be over. After this battle, both Harkonnen and the royal family are greatly wounded. The galaxy is in dire need of a new leader. So who is this new leader? Duke Leto and Duffy looked at each other and smiled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Baron Harkonnen roared loudly in fear, his loud voice scaring the maid next to him. The Harkonnen family was known for their brutality. Whenever the Baron was angry, several people always had to die. Sometimes even dozens or hundreds of people. So the maids of honor were terrified. It wasn't that there weren't maids of honor who had thought about assassinating the Baron and ending their heart-stopping lives before. But the Harkonnen family's maids of honor could only wear transparent clothes. And it was obvious whether or not they were carrying a weapon. So there was no chance of assassination at all. How is it possible for a treaty to have such a powerful warship? Where do they get their money from? Even if we can't attack, the Sudoka Legion is almost completely wiped out. How can they defeat us at the same time? Baron Harkonnen never dreamed that he would lose. He was teaming up with the royal family. Even the invincible Sardaukar Legion was all out. So how could they lose? And lose so badly? Their power was almost exhausted. But still none of the teams could touch the battleship proper. The behemoth that hovered in front of them was like a horrifying mirage. Its streamlined appearance resembling the blade on the scythe of the god of death, mercilessly devouring any life that dared to approach. Peter cringed. He understood that Baron Harkonnen was in the midst of a violent rage. But he had to speak out to interrupt Baron Harkonnen's ranting. "My lord Baron, we must leave this place. Our army won't be able to support us anytime soon. And we must immediately persuade the Aerospace Guild to launch their Highliner and take us out of this dangerous place. When we return to our home planet Jedi, we can still make a comeback." The threat of death was the most effective coolant. Baron Harkonnen calmed down from his fury. He also understood that the situation was critical. If he didn't leave, he might not be able to. "Contact the Aerospace Guild immediately," he ordered. Peter's spirit lifted. "Yes, Lord Baron." Jedi Master Planet had a strong industrial base. As long as Lord Baron was willing to escape and save his life for a while, he might not be unable to make a comeback in the future, or even go further. After all, the royal family was finished. Unlike the Harkonnen family, the royal family ruled the entire Milky Way, holding power that made everyone's heart flutter. Because of this, their weakness was fatal. With the Sudoka Legion almost wiped out, all the major clans would go crazy for the Golden Lion throne. And then the Harkonnen family might be able to fish in the water. Report. The reply from the Aerospace Guild is here. They refuse to set sail. Peter and Baron Harkonnen both froze. What? Chapter 345. Putting a bow on the Harkonnen family. Why did they refuse to set sail? Baron Harkonnen felt unimaginable. He growled. "If we don't leave, we're all going to die. Don't they even understand such a simple situation?" Peter's face was pale as he muttered. "It's over. It's all over. What are you talking about?" Baron Harkonnen did not hide the dissatisfaction on his face, as he glared viciously at Peter, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Peter shuddered and said, "It's not that the Aerospace Guild can't see the situation. It's that they want to give us to Eldritch." His voice got lower and lower, but the meaning revealed in his words gave Baron Harkonnen the creeps. The Aerospace Guild is going to sell us out? What about the royal family? Baron Harkonnen clenched his fists, his obese body flying in midair with the help of a hovering chair like a comical fat ghost. Would they dare to give the Emperor to Eldritch? The highliner that carried the royal family has set sail. We are the only ones left behind. The man who had come to report the news was sweating profusely. But anyone with a sound mind understood what that meant. Baron Harkonnen was thunderstruck. He understood why Peter said that it was all over. Because the Aerospace Guild thought that they, Harkonnen, had been hit so hard that they no longer had the ability to retaliate against the Aerospace Guild. And since Eridai's army was in full swing, the Aerospace Guild intended to leave them behind to make friends with Eridai. The Harkonnen family and Eurydice are sworn enemies. And Eurydice will surely be satisfied with this gift. One day, when Duke Leto really ascended to the Golden Lion throne, the Aerospace Guild would be able to make use of their gift to Eridai to get a job in the new Galactic Empire. Or at least a lenient sentence. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Escape. Baron Harkonnen's voice was filled with fear. As the abuser, he couldn't imagine what kind of abuse and mistreatment he would encounter after being caught. Escape to wherever. I must not let Leto catch me. Peter's eyes flickered for a moment. And he lowered his head deeply. Yes. I will arrange it for you. Peter stood outside the heavy iron gate. Baron Harkonnen's furious and panicked voice came from the doorway. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, when I get out on my own, I'll break you into pieces. Baron Harkonnen had suffered a betrayal. I'm sorry, Lord Baron. Peter stood outside the door, as he listened to the dull sound of the door. A strange emotion mixed with fear and guilt on his face. Although the Harkonnen family was brutal, Peter, as the Harkonnen family's mentor, had always enjoyed the treatment of a human being in the Harkonnen family. There was no reason for him to betray Baron Harkonnen at an unusual time. But the Aerospace Guild refused to send the Harkonnen family back to Jedi Star. And they wanted to put a nice bow on the Harkonnen family to give to Eldritch, who might ascend to the Golden Lion throne. Any discerning person could see that no matter how the war between Atreides and the royal family ended, the Harkonnen tree was about to be uprooted as far as the eye could see. Peter did not want to be buried with the Harkonnen family. There's nothing I can do. Peter guiltily pressed his forehead against the iron gate. He felt the tremor coming from the other side of the gate, and said with incomparable sincerity, You're dying left and right anyway. So please be forgiving for once, and let me live. Damn thing. Baron Harkonnen was furious. He cursed. You are my mentor. Do you think you can live alone if I die? No good will come of a sellout. Peter shuddered. But at least there's a slight chance, isn't there? The guards. Where are the guards? Baron Harkonnen shouted for help. Someone kill this traitor. Let me out. Kill me? Peter's body stopped trembling. He narrowed his eyes, glanced down at his blood-stained boots, and said in an odd tone, Don't shout. My Lord Baron. We're the only ones here. In the shadows in the distance. The maids of honor shivered. Did you forget, or did I not report to you? With a gesture of dawning realization, he said in a shrill voice, Your nephew died outside half an hour ago. And he took all of your guards with him before departing. What? Baron Harkonnen's brain was racked with fear as he roared hysterically. You were ready to betray me from that point on? You bastard. Peter revealed a pale smile as he whispered, Lord Baron, please keep the last piece of decency for yourself. I have heard that Duke of Atreides has a kind nature. Perhaps he will spare you. With that, Peter headed in the direction of the corridor. He no longer listened to the subtle tirades that drifted through the iron gates, but crossed his arms over his belly and waited for Eurydice's visit in the manner of a butler. There was a mass of debris floating in space that was bursting with arcs of electricity, and the unbalanced battle was nearing its end. The 40-kilometer-long super battleship hovered unharmed in the darkness of space, and the remnants of Harkonnen's army and Sudoka's legion were no longer able to organize a decent offensive. They couldn't even make the shields of their battleships flash even once more, as they couldn't even break through the defense line of the drone swarm. The Harkonnen army was supposed to be the largest family arm in the Galactic Empire, but at the moment there were not even 1,000 of them left, and they were scattered across empty space, one to the east and one to the west, desperately trying to survive. The drone swarms actually knew where they were. It was just that the Maw subset had judged that these Harkonnens were no longer able to do any damage to the battleships, and had simply left them alone to conserve ammo. The Harkonnens were ripe enemies, and by the time the oxygen was depleted, they would suffocate on their own, without any external force. Moss, what do you mean by frugal? The Sudoka Legion was still attacking, but their efforts were doomed to seem futile. The Sudoka Legion in its heyday couldn't break through the battleship's drone swarm defenses, and even less so in their greatly crippled state. At this time, the Sudoka Legion wasn't fighting to break through the defenses either. They were just imbued with a certain religious culture and wanted to use death to pave the way for their loyalty and toughness. In other words, they were just sending death. After another half an hour, the Sudoka Legion was all but wiped out, and the drone swarm found the high-column ship on the backside of the moon of Ericos. Or to be precise, it was the high-column ship that took the initiative to call out to the drone swarm. The Aerospace Guild aboard the Highliner claimed that they had trapped Baron Harkonnen and asked for assistance from Eurydice to help them kill the infamous fellow. Anyone who was there understood what was going on. Considering the danger, Eartrudy didn't have any high-ranking personnel to step in, and just sent a group of common soldiers into the Highline ship and captured all the Harkonnens on board the Highline ship, including Peter and Baron Harkonnen. The war fell its curtain. Chapter 346, Interrogating the Baron. In the corridor, Duke Leto and Duffy walked alongside each other, with Eurydice's guards close behind, Duncan and Goni among them. Faster than we thought. Duffy was all smiles. His voice was much lighter than before. The United Government's warships are so powerful that the Harkonnens and the Sudoka Legion were no match for them. And the war ended lopsidedly. If he hadn't been mindful of the occasion, he would have laughed heartily. Eridai and Harkonnen were feuding for generations. Yet Harkonnen had monopolized the spice mining business in Ericos for the past 80 years, growing stronger by the day, and had even hit on the idea of exterminating Eridai. Eurydice could only focus on defense. Fortunately, the United Government came out of nowhere and extended a helping hand to Eridai, reversing the situation at once. Harkonnen's army was depleted. Baron Harkonnen was captured, and the Baron's nephew, who might inherit Harkonnen's title in the future, was killed on the spot. Although her treaty hadn't set foot on Jedi Prime yet, the Harkonnen family was already dead in name only. Have you contacted the other families? Are they willing to cooperate with us? Duke Leto was spirited. This victory had brought back the feeling of ambition he had when he was young. Duffy revealed a happy expression. He said smilingly, "The walls are falling. Without the Sudoka Legion, no family wants to pay taxes to the royal family anymore. Their armies have already departed. For a long time, the royal family had intimidated the Milky Way with the ferocious Sudoka Legion. Now that the Sudoka Legion had been completely wiped out, all the great clans had instantly become outraged, marching in unison towards the royal family's home planet, ready to settle a score with the royal family. Very well. Wait for me to say a few words to the Baron. Then we'll set off as well." Duke Leto did not hide his ambition as he said in a loud voice. "The royal family has repeatedly practiced tyranny. It's time to cede power to a virtuous man. As for who is a virtuous man? Heh!" At that moment, the crowd walked outside a heavily guarded room. "Lord Duke." The guard of the room hurriedly stepped forward and saluted as he said in a deep voice, "We have searched him in all directions. He doesn't have any weapons, so you can feel free to talk to him." Duke Leto slowly nodded his head. An all-round search meant that from the inside out. Even the teeth and anus would be checked to make sure that they weren't carrying something like poisonous gas. So unless they had mastered the tone of voice, anyone who had gone through an all-round search wasn't a threat in any way. At Duffy's eye gesture, the room guard opened the closed door. Duke Leto walked in with his head held high. "Baron, you shouldn't have expected us to meet on this occasion either. Right?" Duke Leto's gaze fell on the Baron at the end of the long table. Baron Harkonnen was naked, with his hands and feet shackled to a chair, looking exceptionally wretched. "Oh, it's just a matter of becoming a king." Baron Harkonnen gave a self-deprecating laugh. At this point, Baron Harkonnen's heart instead calmed down. He quietly looked at the imposing Duke Leto and asked suspiciously, "When did you build that battleship?" "Neither we nor the royal family received any news. And we checked your bank account, and we didn't find any traces of large-scale fund mobilization. There was nothing to be said about becoming a king and losing. It was nothing to be said. The only thing Baron Harkonnen couldn't figure out was how our treaty had constructed such a powerful battleship under his and the royal family's noses, and had actually won the war with just this one battleship. We didn't build this battleship." Duke Leto was not prepared to let Baron Harkonnen live through the night. He graciously cleared the air for Baron Harkonnen. "We have found a powerful ally from outside the galaxy, and this battleship was lent to us by them. We have 35 other battleships of the same kind, and the one you are facing tonight is only one of the battleships in the entire fleet." "Powerful allies from outside the galaxy?" Baron Harkonnen froze. The word set his CPU on fire. He'd never thought of eldritch battleships as such. Borrowed from the outer rivers. What kind of joke was that? I'm already dead in the water. Is it fun to lie to me? Baron Harkonnen couldn't believe Duke Leto's words. He said in a deep voice. The nearest galaxy to the Milky Way is millions of light years away from the Andromeda Galaxy. No one can cross such a long distance. Duke Leto shrugged his shoulders as he took a seat at the other end of the long table. That's what I thought initially. But look at their warships. It turns out that they could only be a powerful civilization from outside the Milky Way. The Galactic Empire is not that powerful. Baron Harkonnen fell silent. Duke Leto paused for a moment and added, other than that, is there any possibility that we could have pulled out a battleship this powerful out of thin air without making a capital move? Baron Harkonnen was in a bit of a trance. Indeed, only if Duke Leto had received help from a powerful civilization that could span millions of light years could he possibly conjure up a superb battleship out of thin air that could defeat Harkonnen's army and the Sardaukar Legion. Even though the distance of millions of light years felt like a heavenly rift. If anyone could cross that rift, then they would undoubtedly be a force so powerful that it was unimaginable. In that case, we didn't lose to the Eldritch, but to that civilization that supported you. Baron Harkonnen seemed to have aged dozens of years all of a sudden, as he leaned helplessly against the back of his chair, and his voice became hoarse. Why did they choose you over the other clans? Why not the royal family or us? Harkonnen? Duke Leto shook his head. Probably because we, our treaty, were cornered and easier to control. He asked rhetorically. When you come to an unfamiliar place and have to choose a power to support, would you choose a powerful, and at the same time notorious power, or a relatively weaker one with a good reputation, especially when the latter is facing an existential crisis? Duke Leto knew himself very clearly. Baron Harkonnen was silent for a long time as he figured out the ins and outs, and said with a disheveled expression, in a sense, we have achieved you while destroying ourselves. Perhaps. Duke Leto did not deny it. Baron Harkonnen was silent for 2 seconds before saying, spare me, and I can give you Jedi Master Planet. Jedi Master Planet was originally mine. Duke Leto bristled as he asked rhetorically, it's not quite right to exchange my things for your life, is it? Baron Harkonnen stymied. I'm only asking you one question. Duke Leto leaned forward and spoke with a serious expression. Dr. Yu's wife. That Sisterhood member called Wanna. Where is she now? Chapter 347 Letter from the Astronautical Guild. You came just to ask me this? Baron Harkonnen felt incomprehensible as he looked at Duke Leto with a surprised expression. His eyes seemed to be asking if Duke Leto was out of his mind. That's right. Duke Leto nodded. Although Dr. Yu had betrayed her treaty, Dr. Yu had also paid the price of his life for his betrayal. And he was willing to help Dr. Yu help get his wife back if possible. However, he had a premonition that Dr. Yu's wife had fallen into the hands of this gang of beasts from the Harkonnen family, and should be in dire straits now. She's already dead, Baron Harkonnen replied dryly. I gave her to my nephew, and a night later she was served out. Several men together, each serving a portion of her, for it was too broken. Blood dripped between the lines. Duke Leto took a deep breath. So you never intended to return Dr. Yu's wife to him from the beginning? Yes. Baron Harkonnen had a frank look on his face. He didn't feel ashamed of his meanness and shamelessness. Instead, he was a bit smug. He's Dr. Sook. How do I know if he'll help me sincerely or not? Capturing his wife was just an idle move that I casually made. What? He really turned off your shielding field shields? Duke Leto's face sank. Baron Harkonnen read the answer he wanted from Duke Leto's expression, and he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. That doctor is quite capable. Enough. Duke Leto slapped the table. He had already got his answer, and had no interest in staying in a room with this bloated and ugly body of the Baron anymore. He turned towards the door. When he reached the door, he stopped and asked without looking back. The feud between our treaty and Harkonnen that has been entangled for tens of thousands of years is over from our generation. Do you have any last words? If I think it's reasonable and justified, I can help you realize it out of noble spirit. Baron Harkonnen's eyes lit up. He knew that Duke Leto wouldn't let him go, much less the rest of the Harkonnen family. Cut off the roots. Even Uhtred, who was known for his benevolence in the galaxy, understood this. But he did have one small wish. Kill Peter. Baron Harkonnen revealed a shadowy expression as he said viciously, I trusted him so much and gave him so much power. And he betrayed me. I want him to pay the price. Duke Redo shrugged his shoulders. I see. He didn't explicitly say whether he would kill Peter or not. He left the room. The door closed with it. A nerve gas that could make a person suffer for up to several hours was injected into it. And Baron Harkonnen's agonized howls of pain came out of the doorway. Duke Redo and the others left the cell. Lord Duke, I don't recommend killing Peter immediately. Duffy's face showed hesitation as he said to Duke Redo. Peter is the Harkonnen family's mentor, and knows all of Harkonnen's resources like the back of his hand. Keeping him will allow us to take over all of Harkonnen's family's industries and funds in the shortest amount of time. The role of a mentor was to replace computers in performing all kinds of complex calculations, and they usually knew everything about the family's internal affairs, from planetary finances down to personnel movements. It could be called omniscient. Capturing a family's mentor was equivalent to obtaining all of the family's information. The Harkonnen family was large. They didn't only have one Jedi main planet. They also had many mineral planets and trade industries. If there was no assistance from Peter Mentor, Gertrude was bound to take a short time to take over all of this, and would inevitably miss a lot. Then keep him, Duke Redo said without thinking. Bring him back to Caladan under strict guard, and make sure he can't leave Caladan for the rest of his life. Mentor was a precious resource. Even if it was locked up and used as a computer, it was still good. Duffy pursed his lips as he carefully said, But your promise to Baron Harkonnen. Eldritch has always valued promises and honor. What did I promise him? Duke Leto frowned a little. I merely said that I would help him fulfill it if I thought it reasonable and justified. But were his last words reasonably justified? His last words went so far as to ask others to bury him. That's something that violates the laws of the Empire. And we at our treaty won't do such a thing. Ugh! Duffy choked. After a long time, he stifled a few words. Lord Duke is really witty and humorous. Her treaty doesn't do illegal things? What about rebellion? However, when he thought about it carefully, it was true that Duke Redo didn't promise Baron Harkonnen anything. Duke Redo only asked Baron Harkonnen's last words and then said, I see. No one has ever stipulated that asking someone's last words must help them fulfill them. And Duke Redo naturally didn't have to kill Peter for Baron Harkonnen's last words. The Harkonnen is such an ungrateful person. Duke Redo suddenly snorted as he whispered. I would have satisfied the guy if he had said that he would add a meal before he left, and it wasn't too much. But he wanted me to kill someone for him. And that too a mentor who had surrendered to us. What a rusty brain. After this battle was won, the Eurydice were bound to follow up their victory. They were going to rip the Kalino royal family off the Golden Lion throne and sit on it themselves. And there was no telling how many wars would break out in between. If someone defected to them in every war, it would greatly shorten the time the turmoil lasted. It would not only be good for the Atreides family, it would be good for the entire galaxy. Peter, the representative of the defectors, should not only not be killed, but should also be provided with good food and drink, and at the same time make a big fuss about it to the outside world, so that future enemies would not fight them to the death when they knew that things could not be done. Right, Lord Duke. Duffy suddenly remembered something. He took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Duke Redo. He whispered, This is the letter left for you by the head of the Aerospace Guild. The people below have already inspected it, so you can open it without worry. Duke Redo nodded as he opened the envelope with interest and took out a gorgeous white and gold letterhead from inside. Honorable Duke Redo, I've heard a lot about you. The Aerospace Guild was forced to assist the royal family in waging this war against your treaty due to the royal family's lechery. But we are actually on your side. We took a huge risk and left the Harkonnen family in place as a gift to you, hoping that when you ascend to the Golden Lion throne one day, you will be able to remember your old feelings. Remember old times? Duke Leto bristled as he said with slight dissatisfaction. If you really want me to remember my old feelings, then leave the Emperor behind. What's the point of keeping a few Harkonnens? Chapter 348, What do you want? Duke Redo casually crumpled the letter paper into a ball and threw it into the rubbish bin by the roadside with precision, disdain written in his eyes. In his opinion, the Harkonnens were nothing at all. The Emperor was the big head. If they had captured Emperor Padishah, the Galactic Empire would have died on the spot, and a mere Harkonnen family wouldn't be able to make any waves even if they escaped. He learned from Peter's confession that the Harkonnens had hitchhiked all the money they had made from the spice business over the past few decades in order to prepare for this war, and owed the Astronautical Guild a lot. Even if the Harkonnens managed to return to Jedi Prime, they wouldn't be able to make a comeback for a while. And the speed at which they sailed their battleships to Jedi Prime would definitely be faster than the speed at which the Harkonnens could raise the next wave of military spending. It was nothing more than the difference between catching the Baron earlier and catching him later, rounded up to equal no difference. For the Aerospace Guild to leave the Harkonnens behind to show him goodwill on the one hand, while taking the Emperor away on the other, was undoubtedly a speculative act of placing two bets. Which Duke Redo scoffed at. The Aerospace Guild, with its monopoly on interstellar shipping and interstellar banking, hadn't done much in the past to give Retreaty the eyeballs. A mere Harkonnen family is not enough to reduce Duke Leto's ill feelings towards the Aerospace Guild. When he sweeps across the galaxy and ascends to the Golden Lion throne, he will be the first to liquidate the Aerospace Guild. Dufay saw Duke Leto's dissatisfaction. He whispered, "We are still holding the Astronautics Guild's Highliner. Should we arrest the people on the Highliner?" He also couldn't see the speculative behavior of the Aerospace Guild. As long as Duke Redo gave the order, he would throw those Aerospace Guild members, who had mutated like monsters, into the dungeon to properly help them kick their spice addiction. "No. Let them go," Duke Redo said calmly. "But before letting them go, tell them to cooperate with the other clan's attack on the Kalino family, and not to hold us back." Duffy nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, Lord Duke." Although they relied on the United Government to master the interstellar movement method that did not rely on navigators, this method had not yet become widespread among the galaxy, and the other clans still needed the help of the Astronaut Guild if they wanted to mobilize their forces on a large scale. It would be inappropriate for them to cross swords with the Aerospace Guild at this time. After all, the Kalino family had ruled the Milky Way for 10,000 years, and there were traces of them everywhere. And to remove these traces required the concerted efforts of all the families, and relying only on them, the Urtuadi family didn't know when they would have to clean it up. "The galaxy is about to change," Duke Redo muttered. Inside the gloomy ship, an obese figure reclined on the Golden Lion throne, his heart filled with anger and trepidation. Impossible. What gives them the right? Emperor Padishah had not yet recovered from his defeat. The man who had grown up with a golden spoon had always had a smooth ride growing up. He had never suffered such a crushing defeat, much less felt such an imminent threat as he did now. The Sudoka Legion, which the royal family relied on, had been wiped out, and with all the major families marching towards the capital, the slightest miscalculation would see the Golden Lion throne, which had been passed down by the Kalino family for tens of thousands of years, change hands. Padishah never thought that he would become the last monarch. Obviously everything was in his calculations. That battleship is definitely not Eldritch. Padishah replayed the previous battle in his mind, and he said with certainty, "The painting on the battleship has nothing to do with the Retreaty. If this battleship is a Retreaty's, it should at least have their clan emblem on it. This is a battleship someone else gave them." Padishah clenched his fists. As the Emperor of the Empire, he had received the most excellent education in the entire Empire since he was a child, and he instantly guessed that Retreaty's super battleship was not built by himself. But that was all he could guess. Who exactly does this battleship belong to? He was puzzled. The reason why the Retreaty family was able to win this otherwise tin-death battle was because they owned an incredibly powerful super battleship. Any power with this battleship could have achieved a glorious victory like Retreaty tonight. So why did this mysterious power that gave the battleship to the Retreaty family give this opportunity to Retreaty? Don't they know what defeating the royal family means? It means the mandate of heaven. As long as the news of the victory over the imperial family was spread, all the families would come to be known, forming a force that could completely change the galactic empire. And at the same time, the person who defeated the imperial family would be the rightful candidate for the next generation of galactic emperor. No one could resist this temptation, unless this mysterious force didn't want to be the emperor. Since you guys don't want to be the emperor, then why are you helping Retreaty? Why not help me? I am the emperor of the empire. I can give you all that Retreaty can give you, and I can give you what Retreaty can't. Why won't you help me? Why won't you help me?" Padishah's jealousy blazed. He was the galactic emperor. Everything in the galaxy nominally belonged to him. But the one who was getting help from the unknown forces was not him, but the hated below-the-belt Eldritch. He couldn't figure out why this was. The imperial family he was a part of was clearly much more powerful than Retreaty. "Emperor, be at ease." Holy Mother Helen walked into this magnificent hall designed to show the Emperor's aura. She heard Padishah's ranting from outside, and in her heart, she thought a little less of Padishah. There was a calmness in every major event. Such a person could make things happen, shouting at the slightest setback and putting pressure on one's allies and subordinates would only make an already rotten situation even worse. Padishah knew who was coming, and without lifting his head, he cursed, "Get lost. Leave me alone." The sisterhood claimed that they would help in the battle, but in the end, the sisterhood didn't even make a single trip out of the Highline ship during the battle. These old women watched the entire battle, sitting back and watching his beloved Sardaukar legion wither away under fire. If not for the greatly weakened power of the royal family, he would have had to have a fit. Helen stumbled to her feet and grimaced. She thought to herself that if it wasn't for the Sisters Guild interceding, the Aerospace Guild would have sold Padishah out in Arikos. So where would it be Padishah's turn to lash out at her here? However, the sisterhood and the imperial family were now on the same rope, so she could only endure Padishah's offense. "Emperor, why are you so upset?" Helen happily and fearlessly walked below the golden lion throne. She tilted her head and looked at the furious Padishah, and said in a gentle tone, "Why don't you calm down a bit, so we can discuss our next steps?" "Discuss? What's the use of discussing with you?" Padishah burst into a rage. "I said get lost. Don't you understand? Come on." As the words landed, a dozen warriors clad in golden armor came out of the shadows, and they stared intently at Helen. Helen lightly rose her lips. "Stand down, Buzz." The warriors turned away with empty eyes, leaving Padishah alone with Helen. "What do you want?" Padishah looked at Helen's ancient face. A trace of fear suddenly arose in her heart. Chapter 349, The Sisterhood's Choice. "Your Majesty, you know nothing about the power of the Sisterhood." Helen's tone was extraordinarily flat. Eldritch was powerful beyond imagination, and the only way the Sisterhood could be spared from the coming great storm was to snuggle closely with the royal family. But that didn't mean the Sisterhood had to suffer humiliation. As a matter of fact, the Sisterhood hadn't decided on their ultimate goal until now. They weren't ready to help the royal family destroy Eldritch, nor were they ready to ease their relationship with Eldritch. They were still wavering. If the royal family was rotten, it could not be ruled out that they would offer Emperor Padishah to the Etridi family. After all, the royal family had already lost its most powerful Sardaukar legion, and from any perspective, the royal family would be the weaker party in the next big storm, like a little sheep to be bullied. Under these circumstances, Helen's attitude towards Padishah was tougher than ever. As it is now, "Your life is at my mercy." Helen didn't hide the threatening implication in her words. She stared straight into Padishah's eyes, and used her husky voice to further stimulate Padishah's inner fear. "As long as I say suicide, you will kill yourself, and the others will forget I came here. And in the end, no one will know that your death has something to do with me." The great galactic emperor, the pride of House Carino, the man on the golden lion's throne, the firstborn in galactic civilization. Helen read out a long list of titles, all of which represented Padishah. She paused here for 2 seconds, a point of sarcasm escaping the corners of her black veil-covered eyes. Before continuing, the owners of these titles will be brought to an end on this night of woeful flight, falling into the abyss with shame to meet their valiant ancestors. Enough. Say no more. Padishah's body trembled slightly. He had never seen Helen's face like this before. In the palace, Helen had never dared to speak loudly to him. The loudest sound Helen had ever made to him had been a gentle moan as she wooed him in bed. And now that sound had turned into a death threat against him. Cold and with a hint of seriousness, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He had seen faces that switched poles like this before, and those were some of the most despicable people in the galaxy. But Helen was different from them all. Helen was the Madonna of the Sisterhood and wielded many mystical powers, including the sound word, that were beyond his control. Padishah suddenly realized something. Even when he was enjoying his pleasures between the beds, he thought that he was in complete control of Helen. But in reality, Helen was never in his control. Instead, he helped Helen and the Sisterhood with a lot of things, and it was rather like he was the one being controlled out of the two. "Tell me, what do you really want?" Padishah took a succession of deep breaths and forced himself to compose himself with the training he had received as a young man. "I don't suppose the Holy Mother is saying these words just for the sake of saying them?" Padishah looked down at Helen. Even though the situation was beyond Padishah's control at this point, Padishah was ultimately the galactic emperor, and his long-standing accumulated power allowed him to still maintain his imperial demeanor. "You were on the same ship as me, and even if no one remembers you were here, you, as the mysterious and unpredictable Bene Gesserit, you will inevitably be implicated when I die." Padishah had calmed down from his panic and realized that Helen couldn't possibly do anything to him here, much less act in a way that would truly offend him. He said in a deep voice, "Tell me your true purpose, or when I return to the imperial capital, the sisterhood will be removed from the galaxy." Helen nodded slightly. Padishah had also had a period of genius like the ancestors of the Kalino family. It was just that the galaxy had been peaceful for too long, wearing down Padishah's will and talent. If Padishah could revive himself, the future would be worthwhile for the Sisters Guild to look forward to for a while. "Great Emperor." Helen knelt down on one knee to Padishah. She said sincerely, "Today's war was just an accident. The sisterhood is not as weak as you think. It's just that cultivating every Bene Gesserit consumes huge resources. We don't want to suffer unnecessary losses." Helen knelt down to Padishah purely out of formality and courtesy. Her heart had no respect for Padishah. Padishah also understood this, and he immediately let Helen get up while inquiring, "So what can the sisterhood do for me? And what do they want from me?" There was no doubt about the strength of the sisterhood. Over the past 10,000 years, the Sisters Association had long been secretly influencing imperial politics and family relations, and they had woven a huge network of blood ties between various families, with their every move being able to affect the situation within the galaxy. Even the royal family does not dare to underestimate the influence of the sisterhood, and the members of the sisterhood are all skilled in such things as distinguishing lies and manipulating the behavior of creatures with their words. Which is why Padishah hired Helen to be her own truth seeker earlier. Padishah's hiring of Helen as a truth seeker was essentially the royal family's attempt to draw in the sisterhood. Helen is not the only one who can tell lies as a truth teller. There are people in the sisterhood who are younger and prettier than Helen and possess the same ability. And Padishah chose Helen because of Helen's identity as a Madonna. There was a honeymoon period between the royal family and the sisterhood. The royal family had received a lot of information from the sisterhood, and had strongly defended their rule. But starting from today's fiasco, the partnership between the two sides was gone. Unless they could eliminate the Atreides family and return the galaxy to the way it used to be. The sisterhood has unrivaled assassination abilities, and we have many companions on Ericos who could all give their lives for the Emperor's great cause. Helen gave an amiable smile as she turned the tables. But after the war is over, we're taking Jessica and Paul, and we're going to share intelligence on that superb battleship of the Eurydice with the Imperial family. The sisterhood had been operating on Ericos for many years, and had buried countless hidden stakes, including several genuine sisterhood members. These few sisterhood members were powerful assassins who had mastered the sound word. All it took was a little chance for them to blend into the Atreides family, and they were able to complete the assassination of the core members of the Atreides family, such as Duke Redo, Duffy Havart, Duncan Idaho, and Goni Halleck. Too much has changed in House Atreides. Too much to allow the sisterhood's breeding program to spiral out of control. And the Atreides family still harbors deep malice towards the sisterhood. But the sisterhood doesn't want to work with the Eurydice whenever the royal family is still worth supporting. But Jessica and Paul are what they need. Jessica is an extremely important part of the breeding program, and Paul could be the Kwisatz Haderach they've been waiting for. Chapter 350 Cooperation finalized. Jessica, Duke Redo's wife. She's a member of the sisterhood. I know. Padishah was in deep thought. He unconsciously furrowed his eyebrows. But Paul has nothing to do with the sisterhood. He is Duke Redo's only son. I don't kill him after that. Jessica can be given to you. But Paul must die. Padishah threw his voice. As an imperial emperor, he had seen too many scenes of avenging his father's death, both in theater and in reality. And he didn't want this kind of bloodshed to happen to him. It was unacceptable to him. You are the galactic emperor, ruling over the multitudes in the galaxy. Why do you care about a dead man's son? Helen shook her head as she stood her ground. We want Paul alive because Jessica's blood runs through Paul's body. We will be strict with him and never let him be in the Emperor's side again. No. Paul must die, Padishah said with an expressionless face. He hated Atreides. He hated Duke Redo. Hating the house. There was no way he would allow Atreides to have anyone alive after the war was over. Especially since this man was Duke Redo's only son, the next Duke of Atreides in the minds of many. Helen knitted her brows slightly, and her voice became cold. Emperor, you need the support of the sisterhood. But the sisterhood may not need you. Padishah fell silent. He realized from Helen's tone that he had underestimated the sisterhood's determination, which made a joke of his stern look just now. As Helen had said, He needed the Sisterhood's support to win this war that he had been at a big disadvantage from the beginning, while the Sisterhood might not need him, because the Sisterhood was a seemingly strict but loose organization. The big deal was that they had broken up into smaller groups and scattered their members all over the galaxy. And there was no way in hell that Eldritch was going to be able to search for them planet by planet. He would have to give in. Fine. Jessica and Paul will be given to you. But Duke Leto and the rest of the Atreides family will have to die. Padishah's tone eased. The situation was stronger than the others. He had to bow down to Helen. Padishah took a deep breath. The royal family had ruled the galaxy for tens of thousands of years, accumulating countless resources and technology. As long as they weren't crushed all at once, then there would always be a day when they could rise again. And this time would be greatly shortened with the help of the Sisterhood. And wait until after he had risen again. He clenched his fists, as if he had clenched something. Since the Emperor has agreed to our request, I think the Sisterhood can work with the Imperial family. Helen's pale face under her black veil smiled once again. She had long been dissatisfied with Padishah. Or else, she wouldn't have pushed the breeding program despite serving as Padishah's true seeker. And today, when she had the chance to choke out a few words from Padishah, she felt like all her pores were soothed. Padishah was a savage bastard who never paid any attention to her pleas when she was in bed. And today's outburst was her small revenge. Tell me, what exactly can you do for me? Padishah was feeling impatient. He'd already backed off a lot. But Helen hadn't come up with any substantial plan until now. If important members of the Atreides family were to be assassinated, then from when and when they would see results? Helen had said nothing, giving him the feeling of being given a blank check. We will intercede on your behalf to stop the Atreides from forming a super alliance that will envelop the galaxy. Helen threw out her chips without panic. Her chin held high, confidence written all over her face. On top of that, we'll convince the Aerospace Guild to be less efficient when it comes to helping other clans transport their armies. Just these two things alone will greatly reduce the pressure on the royal family. Helen paused for a moment and continued. But what we can bring for the royal family is far more than that. We will also plan assassination operations in Arrakos. We will be able to kill at least 2 of the key members of the Atreides family. And if we are lucky, we might be able to directly assassinate Duke Leto. And all the difficulties the royal family encounters at that time will be solved. Padishah narrowed her eyes and stared at Helen. Helen had proposed 3 things, all 3 of which would be of great help to the royal family. Especially the last one. If the sisters were really able to assassinate the core members of the Atreides family as they claimed, no matter who died, Atreides would experience civil unrest on a certain scale, which would buy the royal family the most valuable thing: time. Although the royal family has temporarily lost the Sudoka Legion, the Sudoka's home planet is still there, and there are still many Sudoka reservists on that planet, ready to don their equipment and run into battle. Not only that, the royal family had ruled the galaxy for 10,000 years, and had a strong heritage, which the Atreides family could not catch up with no matter what. Atreides had demonstrated in this war a defense technology different from the Holtzman shield, and an artificial intelligence that was regarded as taboo by the Galactic Empire. The Imperial family did not have the former, but the Imperial family possessed the latter, which they had acquired and sealed many years ago during the successive wars. Artificial intelligence was a Pandora's box, and Earthetti had been the first to open it, and they wouldn't be far behind, as long as the AIs were given a little time. Based on the massive amount of data obtained during this battle, it was very likely that they would be able to reverse analyze the shield technology equipped by the Atreides family in a short period of time. By then, they would be able to build a warship that was on par with the Atreides super battleships, and they would be able to regain their disadvantage in an instant. Padishah had full confidence in this, because he had seen AIs from 10,000 years ago in the family's sealed audiovisual materials. And those AIs were smarter than humans, and had mastered a wide variety of weapons that were far more powerful than Eredi's drone swarms. The only problem was time. The ancestors of the Colino family had deliberately put many locks on the database that sealed the AIs in order to prevent their unworthy descendants from easily releasing the AIs and repeating the disaster of 10,000 years ago. Only after at least a year of difficult attacks would it be possible to finally open the database. And after opening the database, it would take some more time to overcome the technical difficulties and build a new type of warship. It was a good thing that there was help from the Sisterhood now. Padishah believed in the ability of the Sisterhood to act as a shit-stirrer, just like what the Sisterhood had done in the past 10,000 years. First stirring up suspicion and conflicts between the major clans, then assassinating the power holders and heirs of all the major clans, and then cozying up with the Aerospace Guild to secretly reduce the interplanetary voyage speeds of all the major clans. A set of combinations down. For the royal family to fight for a few years' time is not a problem. After all, the galaxy is vast. All are the strategic depth of the royal family. Very well. Happy cooperation. Emperor Padishah nodded heavily, a cheerful smile on his face. Holy Mother, why don't you come up and sit down? A certain surly sound gradually emerged in the hall. Chapter 351, Crossing Dune. Cosmic Jump is about to begin. Please ask the people still remaining on the ground to enter the nearest refuge to avoid irreversible damage during the crossing. Cosmic Jump is about to begin. The broadcasting voice passed through the empty streets with a slightly cool wind, reminding the people who had yet to enter the shelters. Time flew by, and the United Government had made great strides in the Transformers universe. While the time to leave the Transformers universe had finally come, it had become difficult for Chen Fan to resist the pressure from the Transformers universe, and he had to start the next cosmic jump. The research on cosmic oppression was in full swing, so perhaps during the next cosmic jump, Chen Fan would have a deeper understanding of cosmic oppression, and thus find a way to circumvent it. The target of this cosmic jump was the newly discovered universe of Dune. Due to the fact that the United Government had supported the Atreides family as an agent in the Dune universe and had crushed the main forces of the Galactic Empire's royal family over Arrakos, the United Government's next actions in the Dune universe would not be subject to any restrictions, although the remnants of the Imperial family would still stubbornly resist for some time. The Atreides family, which had been supported by the United Government, was fully capable of dealing with it, and would not have any impact on the United Government. It was foreseeable that the Dune universe would be thrown into some scale of turmoil for some time to come. However, the United Government had the ability to adequately defend its own safety in the midst of the turmoil, and the United Government would recuperate in the Dune universe, spending about 10 years digesting a portion of the Creator civilization's technological reserves. It was believed that by the time the United Government left the Dune universe, the United Government would already be a truly powerful interstellar civilization. A huge spinning vortex had already appeared in front of the Earth, and the vortex was permeated with infinite depth. As if a mysterious eye was staring at the people on Earth. No matter how many times I see such a sight, my heart feels an unrivaled shock. A certain best-selling author said so. Others felt the same way. Activate planetary engines. Boom, boom, boom. A thick column of blue-white light shot up into the sky amidst the trembling of the Earth, and they propelled the planet towards the wormhole directly in front of them. The planet leaving behind a white residue in space formed by the escaping atmosphere, as if it were a wizened master in a martial arts novel. It was a strange imperceptible romance. The hands on the clock ticked away, and the omnipresent force of gravity kept people firmly in place. After about a few minutes, the gravity weakened to normal levels, and people were able to move freely again. The cosmic jump was over. The combined government became busy as engineers began to check the solidity of the Earth's crust, then used programming to adjust the deformed metal of the surface to restore pavements and buildings that had sustained damage during the crossing. Civilians took in statistics from localities to find out if anyone had been injured in the cosmic jump. Scientists were ecstatic as they collected data from the crossing, anticipating that they would be able to unravel the mysteries of cosmic jumping and one day realize it with human technology. Their exhilaration and joy infected Chen Fan, making Chen Fan's mood better as well. Chen Fan came to the mood and manipulated the gravitational force to turn certain sections into gravityless weightlessness, combining it with the various celebrations of the United Government to kick off the prelude to the 7-day Grand Revelry. New universe. New atmosphere. Ha ha. Long live Earth. Long live the United Government. A new decade. May the great Earth consciousness bless me and my family with no illnesses or disasters. The Circum-Earth defense circle shifted from a contracted state to an alert state as tens of thousands of giant constructs carrying all manner of weaponry circled into space, while at the same time a massive fleet of ships trailed Earth through the wormhole. The arrival of the United Government brought 1 billion points of shock to the Eldritch family. Duffy kept wiping the sweat from his forehead as he said nervously, "They really do have the means to move planets. No wonder they said they would take Arrakos. They really do have the ability to do so. For the sake of convenience and energy conservation." The wormhole exit of the United Government was Arrakos. When an entire planet appeared out of thin air, all the freemen on Arrakos were so scared that they knelt down to the ground and prayed, fearing that heaven's punishment would come down. And even the Eurydice, who had long been notified and prepared for this, were shocked and at a loss for words. The Erudite had thought that becoming the united government meant sending a larger fleet. But they had not realized that they were moving an entire planet. How strong are they? Duke Leto asked with concern. How do we compare to them? Du Fei was still wiping off his sweat non-stop as he revealed a crying and laughing expression. Lord Duke, you'd better not compare us to them. The kind of battleships they supported us with, I saw more than 20,000 of them spread across the entire galaxy. Even the intensity of the sunlight that reaches the surface has been lowered quite a bit due to the presence of these battleships. Duke Reto's tiger's body shook as an incredulous look appeared in his eyes. Battleships so numerous that they covered the sky? This was something that could happen in the real world. How many resources would this consume? The Urtridi family had previously calculated that in order to build a battleship as long as 40 kilometers, even if all the technical difficulties were overcome, it would take out all of the Urtridi family's savings over the years. And they would also have to borrow a huge amount of money from the Aerospace Guild that was 3 to 4 times that amount. This kind of gold-swallowing warships. The United Government surprisingly has more than 20,000 ships. For a civilization like the Galactic Empire that restricted the development of AI, such a number of battleships was indeed very astonishing. But for the United Government, this was actually quite restrained. As a matter of fact, as long as the restraints on AI were released to a certain extent, technological civilizations would be able to explode their troops at an unimaginably fast rate. Shipyards manned by Moss substrates are scattered across the major resource planets of the Transformers universe. And the Moss substrates have transformed these planets into battleship factories, where building a ship is as simple as turning a screw on an assembly line. Though this also required strong technological reserves to support it. The last thing the current United Government lacked was technological reserves. I now believe that they rule several galaxies. Duke Leto's complexion became very complicated. Before the arrival of the United Government, Duke Reto still held a sliver of fantasy, imagining that if Urtridi completely mastered the galaxy, he would be able to be on par with the United Government. Or even worse, get some more say. Now his fantasy was completely shattered. He muttered, the matter of crowning an emperor will have to be put off for a while as well. Chapter 352, Assassination in the Dark Room. Even if Urtridi suppressed the original Galactic Empire's royal family, he wouldn't be able to be crowned emperor himself in a short period of time. After all, there was still a united government in the galaxy that was countless times more powerful than them. How would they think of calling themselves galactic emperors? How weird it would be. There was also the possibility of angering the united government and inviting unnecessary trouble. Duke Leto did not have too much ambition. In his opinion, it was enough to let Urtridi exist unharmed. Lord Duke is wise. Duffy genuinely flattered. Their understanding of the united government was limited to the few diplomats that the United Government had sent out on missions. And they didn't know exactly what kind of civilization the United Government was. However, if they could think of supporting agents to plunder resources, such a civilization was definitely not a stupid white girl. With her two-eyes, thin arms and legs, he must do his best to avoid arousing the discontent of the United Government. Or else, no matter how brilliant it was today, it might turn into a yellow flower in the sunset tomorrow. Since the United Government is here, let's return to Caladan and hand over Arrakos to the United Government. Duke Reto revealed a smile. He had long wanted to return to Caladan. Caladan had a pleasant climate with abundant water and grass, while Arrakos only had sand. If it wasn't for the fact that Arrakos produced spices, no one in the galaxy would even pay attention to this place. And now that the United Government had come to take over Arrakos, it was only natural that they should return to Caladan as well. Caladan was the home base of the Eldritch, and they would be safer there as well, able to avoid being assassinated by the Sisterhood. The holy fire that cleansed everything would rise from Caladan and burn throughout the galaxy, burning both the Kalino royal family and Emperor Padishah to ashes, and allowing the battle flag of Urtridi to be reborn in flames. Duke Reto felt a great excitement at the thought. In the past, the forefathers of the Urtridi family had thrown their heads on the battlefield and spilled their blood, ultimately exchanging it for Caladan, a natural planet with a pleasant landscape. And now that he, Reto, had seized the opportunity, he would sweep the 6 heavens of might and make Urtridi crowned as king. I'll go and arrange for the return to Caladan. Duffy looked solemn. He understood that when Duke Reto set foot on the land of Caladan again, it was the beginning of the rising sun of Eurydice. Duke Reto nodded slightly. The time that belongs to us is coming. The United Government had leased 36 super battleships to the Urtridi family, each capable of suppressing a planet on its own. Excluding the one that was suppressing Caledon. The remaining 35 could all be out hunting down the Kalino royal family around the clock. In this situation, the only way for Kalino's empire to collapse was to collapse. With the strength of the Atreides family and their reputation in the galaxy, all they needed to do was to raise their arms, and everyone would embrace them. And then even if they didn't formally ascend to the throne and be crowned, they could still become the uncrowned king of the galaxy. Duke Leto already had a plan for the future in his heart. Once they had brought down the Kalino royal family, he would set up a galactic council, letting the patriarchs of all the great families become members of the galactic council, and all of them would discuss the future of the galaxy together. The Atreides family would be the speaker of the galactic council, enjoying privileges in the council, not having the name of emperor, but having the reality of emperor. By the way, ask the diplomats of the United Government for me. When they take Arrakos away, can they leave the Freeman with me? Duke Redo revealed a thoughtful expression as he clenched his fists and said with slight apprehension, the Freeman grew up in a harsh natural environment, and having the same origins as the Sardaukar, they should not be far behind in terms of combat prowess. The United Government is only lending us 36 warships, and when they take them back, we will need a strong army to defend our authority. The reason why the Kalino royal family had been able to maintain their rule for 10,000 years, and had recklessly stirred up strife between the various clans during that time, while remaining unscathed themselves, was precisely because they were sitting on the invincible Sardaukar Legion. While Duke Redo did not intend to oppress the many clans in the galaxy as the Carino royal family had done, he also wanted to prevent others from challenging the authority of the Eldritch. The loser of a battle for the throne was a miserable person, not to mention the demoralizing psychological fallout. Just a physical destruction was overwhelming. I'll contact the diplomats of the United Government and try to get them to leave the Freeman behind. Duffy also understood Duke Redo's concern, and he said with conviction, never let you down. Although the Freeman had been in constant conflict with the galactic governor who ruled Arrakos for the past few decades, with small and medium-scale wars occurring from time to time, the fundamental need of the Freeman was nothing more than a planet with a pleasant climate. Eurydice was perfectly capable of providing that for the Freeman. Besides, Paul was their prophesied savior. So as long as there was a little bit of work on this matter, it wasn't a problem to subdue the Freeman. The point was to get the coalition government to leave the Freeman behind. Duffy thought that this shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the United Government's technological level was far superior to theirs. And being a civilization that developed computers and artificial intelligence, the Freeman had no value to the United Government. Apart from that, the diplomats of the United Government had always been very nice to talk to, which meant that the United Government had a milder attitude towards the Atreides family, as long as he didn't bother the United Government on the matter of transferring the Freeman. The United Government should agree. He also wasn't worried about the United Government borrowing the Freeman to make any harsh demands on them. After all, their position as galactic emperors were all supported by the United Government. Go. Duke Leto nodded heavily. In the dimly lit room, a slim and dusky-skinned woman crouched quietly behind the door. This was a Sisterhood assassin. Immediately after the Virgin Helen and Padishah had reconciled again, the Sisterhood had launched an assassination campaign against the higher-ups of Atreides. As time passed, and the situation changed, the precautionary mentality of the Atreides would grow stronger, and there was still a chance that the top brass of the Atreides family, such as Redo, would loathe the environment of Arrakos and return to Caledon, where the water and soil were pleasant. The Sisterhood only had Jessica as a nail in the coffin on Caledon, and now that Jessica had betrayed them, they wouldn't have much of a chance of staging an assassination if the top brass of the Atreides family, such as Redo, returned to Caledon. Minister Chien, I'm counting on you about the Freeman. A voice came from outside the door. The woman's eyes flickered for a moment as she recognized the speaker as Duffy Havitt, the mentor of the Atreides family's legendary tactician. If she could stab Duffy to death, the Atreides family's galactic strategy would surely suffer greatly. But who was Duffy talking to? Atreides was only one step away from the Golden Lion throne, and Duffy's status as a core member of the Atreides family had naturally risen. Why would he use the word please when talking to this person? Chapter 353, Time Restart. In the empty corridor, Chien Fian and Duffy were walking side by side as they were discussing the whereabouts of the Freeman. As Duffy had predicted, the United Government didn't think much of the Freeman. The United Government had to make a cosmic jump every 10 years or so, and taking one more person with them consumed more energy. The Freemen didn't have scientists, and their personal bravery wouldn't come in handy in an interstellar war. The United Government hadn't planned to bring the Freemen to Earth when they fused the Arrakos. The original plan of the United Government was to relocate the Freemen to a habitable planet. And now that the Eurydice were willing to undertake this errand, the United Government was naturally happy to do so. After all, it could reduce some of the trouble. The Freemen originally belonged to your internal affairs. If you can handle it independently, in principle we support it. Qian Fian paused for a moment as he admonished. But move fast. We may take Arrakos at any time. The United Government had no interest in the Dune universe. The only need Arrakos had amounted to was already in hand. The next step was to get involved in the various events of the Dune universe as little as possible. If possible, the United Government would like to remain invisible in the Dune universe, quietly digesting the technology of the creator civilization, and in the meantime exploring the technical principles of two-way foils along the lines of the original three-body civilization scientific research. Please rest assured that we can handle the migration of the Freemen on our own 100%, without the need for the United Government to contribute. Duffy patted his chest and assured Qian Fian. Under Qian Fian's emphasis, Duffy realized that the United Government hated trouble and didn't want to get involved in anything. He had some pity in his heart. The matter of the Freemen was almost resolved. It was just that the matter of Eartheti pacifying the Milky Way would take a lot of effort. If the United Government could help out, even if it lent a few more warships to Eridai, he could save a lot of brain cells and speed up the process considerably, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. Although the Sudoka Legion was gone, the Kalino royal family, as the biggest victor of that galactic war 10,000 years ago, did not know how much forbidden technology involving artificial intelligence from before the Great War was stored in its backyard. In case the Kalino royal family broke the mold and released all those technologies, it might bring a disaster to the entire galaxy. However, when he looked at Qian Fian's attitude, he knew in his heart that the United Government would not step in to help her treaty anymore. All right. You can just send me here. Qian Fian walked to the door of the room and stood in front of it. He shook Dufay's hand. I'll rest in my room for the night, and I'll depart for home first thing in the morning. At that time, you and Duke Redo don't have to come to see me off. Dufay smiled and nodded. Then I'll wish you a safe journey on behalf of the Duke. All the best. Qian Fian nodded. He put his hand on the door and gave it a gentle push. Swoosh. A hunting dart flew out from the doorway, hitting Qian Fian squarely in the center of his brow. The sharp steel structure pierced into Qian Fian's skull, injecting a massive amount of neurotoxin into Qian Fian's brain. And Qian Fian's eyes widened slightly as his body tilted backwards, falling heavily onto the hard marble floor. Thud. This scene scared Dufay silly. In a flash, his face turned pale, and he was sweating like a pig. Encountering an assassination was nothing. But this was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Government. Duffy simply couldn't imagine what kind of anger the United Government would erupt with. And would the Atreides family be implicated by the United Government's thunderous wrath when they hadn't even realized that assassins had been mixed in with their own quarters? The assassin burst through the door. She looked straight into Duffy's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Suicide." Mysterious magic wrapped around her voice and drilled into Duffy's ears. Duffy's eyes became blank as he drew a delicate dagger from his waist and wiped his own throat. The broad body crumpled to the ground. A touch of joy appeared on the assassin's face. She never thought that this assassination operation would go so smoothly. Not only did she kill Atreides Mentor Dufy, but she also bought one for another, killing another person who seemed to have a high status as well. My drop mission is complete. She was ecstatic. Right at this moment, Qian Fian's vision was completely lax. Ding! On the super battleship outside of Arako's atmosphere, a jellyfish-like giant machine emitting a ghostly blue halo suddenly emitted a crisp ringing sound. The hands of time reversed soundlessly. The self-slaughtering Duffy stood up. The ecstatic-looking assassin backed up into the room, and the poisoned Qian Fian got up and closed the door. Time went back 30 seconds. Minister Qian, I'm counting on you for the Freeman, Dufay said to Qian Fian with a smile on his face. Qian Fian stopped suddenly, his face turning blue. I died once. He stared straight at the door of the room not far away, his heart rate reaching its highest peak in the last 10 years. This was the residence of the Atreides family. It was inconvenient for the United Government to do an all-round scan here. Besides, Atreides was one of the most powerful families in the galaxy, so the basic security measures should be able to do the job. As a result, his eyes went black when he opened the door. And when he opened them again, he was back 30 seconds ago. The diplomats of the United Government were all bound to a time reboot device, equivalent to the Alpha of the Edge of Tomorrow universe. And their deaths would trigger the time reboot device, restarting time to 30 seconds ago. Qian Fian wasn't sure what happened the moment he opened the door. It could have been an explosion or something else. But either way, he died once. Du Fei looked suspiciously at Qian Fian's ugly face, thinking, did he say something wrong somewhere? Qian Fian took a deep breath as he mutely pointed to the door of the room in front of him, then made a throat-cutting gesture at his neck. Du Fei's tiger's body shook. Assassin? This was the core area of the Ertriti family. But there were assassins who had blended in here. How did they do it? Right. Minister Qian. Duffy's eyes were filled with killing intent, but his voice was still warm as spring. You haven't had dinner yet. Right? I'll treat you to a big meal. It won't take much of your time. 20 minutes at most. What do you think? As a renowned master tactician, Duffy's mental quality was very good. He paused for a moment and added, later on, Duke Redo will personally send you back. Du Fei was an important figure of the Ertriti family, and he knew in his heart that if he turned around and left at this moment, the assassin in the room would most likely rush out immediately, as he was definitely the assassin's key target of attention. In order to appease this assassin, he could only throw out Duke Redo. Compared to him, the assassin would definitely prefer to directly kill Duke Redo, leaving Ertheti leaderless. Qian Fian smiled. Good. I'm sure this feast won't disappoint me. Duffy wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied in a determined tone. Of course. The two returned along the way they came. When they reached the corner, Duffy didn't move and glanced at the door of the room that didn't move not far away. Damn assassin. I can't even explain to the United Government without breaking you into pieces. Chapter 354 The United Government's Reaction. The assassin inside the door, after weighing his options, eventually did not rush out the door to chase and kill Duffy and Qian Fian, but waited silently for Duke Redo to arrive with excitement in his heart. Just as Du Fei thought, Duke Redo's life was the merit that the assassins craved for the most, and as long as there was a glimmer of a chance, they would not let it go easily. However, this was just Duffy's swindling words. The assassins waited painstakingly in the room, and in the end, what they waited for was not Duke Redo, but a group of soldiers trained by Duncan. They carefully lurked outside the room, then kicked open the door and barged in like wolves, capturing the assassin, who was still waiting for Duke Leto. On the spot, although the assassin had mastered the sound speech, she was not as good at it as the Virgin Helen, and could only use it on a single person, leaving no room for it to be used when she was arrested. She attempted to kill herself by biting into a poison sac, but the men who came to capture her were the elite of House Eurydice, who were experienced enough to spot her plots first and remove her dentures, which hid the sac. Just in time. The assassination had since been a complete failure. The brutal interrogation began. Snap! 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 The 2-meter-long barbed whips were dipped in chilly water, and each whip was capable of tearing a piece of flesh from a person's body, as well as delivering pain so intense that it made people want to faint. Eurydice's inquisitors were in no hurry to ask questions, and came up with a vicious flogging. Duffy was the Mentator of Etruti, and Qian Fian was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Government, both of whom were more important than the other, and the assassin had come so close to getting his hands on them. By all accounts, the inquisitors felt that the assassin needed to pay for it. The flogging was just the beginning. The assassin was from the Sisterhood, and her good self-discipline had given her a proud figure. But the inquisitors didn't have an ounce of pity for her. She hung naked in chains, not a piece of good flesh on her body. Even the proud mountains of her breasts were dented. The barbs from the whip took away her flesh and blood. And even if the wounds were healed later, they left shockingly ugly scars where the wounds had once existed. The inquisitor pushed a cart laden with various bottles and jars over to the assassin. He scooped a spoonful of translucent orange liquid from one of the jars, and sprinkled it evenly over the assassin's bloody body. It was a potion with a hemostatic effect that was effective and also accelerated the body's self-healing. But it would give the wound an itch so intense that it could make the patient peel off his own skin. Ah! Spare me! Please! Ah! The assassin, who had not uttered a word during the flogging, was defeated by the intense itching that wrapped around her entire body. and she screamed and wriggled frantically in her chains, like an eel held down with its head and tail submerged in boiling oil. Indifferent, the Inquisitor poured 2 more tablespoons over her. Ah! The assassin struggled desperately. The chains made a dangling sound as they were tugged, and the smell of blood mixed with the smell of medicine dispersed in the air, making the already dimly lit interrogation room even more eerie. It was Madonna Helen who sent me. I have 6 other companions. Spare me. I'll tell you where they are. Before the interrogators could ask a single question, the assassins gave themselves up. Although the members of the Sisterhood were all strong-willed, and some had received special training specifically to combat torture, few could hold out in the face of real pain and suffering. Tell me everything you know. The interrogator spoke, staring expressionlessly at the violently struggling assassin, his voice dripping with intense killing intent. Satisfy us, and we'll give you a pain. This assassin had infiltrated the Atreides family's compound and also attempted to assassinate an important figure of the Atreides family, which could be described as a heinous crime. So no matter what the outcome of the interrogation was, she would not be able to leave this interrogation room alive. However, if the information she provided satisfied the interrogators, she could suffer less while alive. I'll say it all. Ah! The assassin told all of the story like pouring beans, and the Inquisitors were all shocked when she revealed that she was a full-fledged Bene Gesserit. Not just any member of the Sisterhood could be called a Bene Gesserit, or else a nanny who cleared out the Sisterhood's kitchen waste could be considered a Bene Gesserit. A full-fledged Bene Gesserit requires a formal education in the Sisterhood schools, a process that consumes a great deal of resources including, but not limited to, spices, and ultimately equips the Bene Gesserit with expertise in phonetics, lie detection, combat, politics, psychology, and many other disciplines. This knowledge gives Bene Gesserit a superior position, especially in the areas of phonetics and lie detection. Therefore, although the vast majority of Bene Gesserites do not have noble titles, any Bene Gesserite who reveals his identity will be treated as a guest of honor by all the great families of the galaxy, and will be treated with great courtesy and privilege. Bene Gesserit enjoyed the privileges that came with their birth, but also abided by the rules of the Sisterhood. They are psychologically sound and never act out of their own volition. A full-fledged Bene Gesserit attempting to assassinate an important member of House Eurydice means that the Sisterhood is at full war with House Eurydice. The Sisterhood had the same supreme status as the Urantia Guild and possessed special abilities such as sound speech, and their involvement in the war between the Atreides and the royal family would inevitably bring about no small amount of resistance and trouble for the Atreides. The Inquisitors couldn't immediately confirm the truth of this information. They still had to verify it a bit, and the way to do so was a more brutal form of punishment. The scene in the interrogation room became more and more gruesome. It wasn't until half a day had passed that the soldiers of the Atreides family, following the information provided by this assassin, smashed several strongholds of the Sisterhood Ericos and captured several more Bene Gesserites. The intelligence was verified to be true, and the news was quickly passed on to the Atreides hierarchy led by Duke Redo. Regarding Chien Fien's assassination, the United Government was extremely concerned and had exerted considerable pressure on the Atreides family. Duke Redo did not dare to be negligent, so the United Government almost synchronized with the Atreides family's intelligence. Bene Gesserit? The Sisterhood? Against them. Claven looked at the intelligence in his hand, and he grunted coldly, a cruel expression on his face. It had just been their turn to be on duty in Stars and Stripes this month, and it turned out to be such a mess. The top diplomat of the United Government had suffered an assassination and even got his hands on him. And if it wasn't for Chien Fien's binding of the time reboot device, they would have to get Chien Fien a funeral right now. Originally, I didn't intend to get involved in the Dune universe. I just wanted to engage in scientific research to catch production. Claven narrowed his eyes. The anger in his heart surged up a little with his words. The enemy stomped on his nose and killed my diplomats. Chapter 355 Counterattack. While Clayton was pondering, video conference invitations from the remaining 4 counselors popped up one after another. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The United Government had just arrived in the universe of Dune and was busy with various matters, and the 4 counselors suddenly approached him together. Obviously also because of the assassination of Chien Fien. The United Government was already able to capture resources from multiple universes, and although the extraction efficiency was limited, it was still equivalent to sitting on an infinite amount of resources. Under such circumstances, The most important thing to the united government was no longer things like oil, but talents. Qian Fian was the most experienced and senior diplomat of the united government, and had led many major diplomatic operations since he took office, making great achievements for the united government. Even if Qian Fian retired from his current position one day, he would still be able to teach newcomers, which could be very important to the united government. He was assassinated in the Dune universe and died once, which naturally alerted Hao Xiaoxi, and then the other 3 council members. Qian Fian is the soul of the united government's foreign ministry. If the united government couldn't properly deal with Qian Fian's assassination, there was no guarantee that the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would have any thoughts in their minds. In case the diplomats failed to perform well, or even cowered when they were out on missions in the future because of the thought of Qian Fian's assassination, it might bring unimaginably huge losses to the united government. Clavin, how are you going to handle this matter? After the video conference was connected, Hao Xiaoxi asked right to the point. China was Qian Fian's mother's family, and it was only right to stand up for Qian Fian. Vladimir stared at Clavin's face as he said in a deep voice, Qian Fian is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He was assassinated. This matter has a huge impact on the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Make sure to deal with it cautiously. Don't plant any bad seeds in everyone's hearts. Clavin slowly nodded. I understand. The matter of Qian Fian's assassination was not big to say the least. After all, Qian Fian had bound the time reboot device, and although he had encountered an assassination, he escaped in one piece, and uprooted the assassin and the assassin's party. But to say small is not small, because Qian Fian's identity is really special. Many budding young diplomats in the foreign ministry are Qian Fian's disciples. Even the newly absorbed Mark and Bai Yuekue from the Spirit Cage universe are also studying beside Qian Fian. This matter may shake the hearts of the people if it is not handled well. It has been identified that the one who assassinated Qian Fian was a member from the Sisterhood of Dune universe. Clavin revealed a thoughtful expression as he slowly said, this assassin wasn't running towards Qian Fian. He just happened to meet him. We definitely need to react to this. It's just that I'm now wondering whether to provide further support to the Artridi family and ask the Artridi family to step in to resolve the Sisterhood or to send a team of our own to give the Sisterhood a strong counterattack. The former would allow the coalition to remain as clean as possible and not get too involved in the Dune universe. But it would be lighter, and there was no telling when it would pay off. The latter is strong, and will be effective soon. But the united government will have to interfere directly in the affairs of the Dune universe. And a series of things that require united government interference may arise as a result. For example, the people of a certain planet rely on the help of the Sisterhood to survive. The united government has eradicated the Sisterhood's power on this planet, and the people of this planet have difficulty in surviving. So the united government will have to lend a helping hand to them, as a matter of course. More things like this, and the united government would become closely associated with the Dune universe, defeating the original purpose of trading the agent program for a clean slate. An eye for an eye. Blood for blood. Hao Xiaoxi had already prepared her words before she spoke with Clavin. She replied without thinking, we'll send a team of our own to show that we take this matter seriously, and at the same time draw a line. And once we've achieved our goal, we'll stop decisively and avoid getting involved. Hao Xiaoxi had been a counselor for decades. Her heart and hand were much harder than when she first took office. If it was when she first took office, she might have thought of minimizing the strife as much as possible, and simply replacing forceful discipline with a loud condemnation, as Qian Fian hadn't really been in trouble anyway. But after experiencing several universes, Hao Xiaoxi was deeply aware of the cruelty of the universe and the fragility of civilization, and her mindset changed. Everyone was reasonable when they were reasonable, and if others were unreasonable, then there was nothing polite about themselves. I am in favor of Counselor Hao's suggestion. Vladimir nodded in agreement as he said in a deep voice, waiting for the Artridi family to help us sanction the Sisterhood. There's no telling when we'll have to wait for that to happen. We have to take matters into our own hands on this one, and hammer away at the time when people's hearts are the most fluctuating, giving our comrades a shot in the arm. Let our diplomats know that there is a powerful civilization standing behind them, and that if they are harmed, the civilization will avenge them. After listening to Hao Xiaoxiao and Vladimir's words, Clavin was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, it's already very unangsty to go to a brand new universe and focus on production and research. And now that the enemy has turned his nose up, he's still trying to think of whether or not to deal with it gently. What's wrong with him? Good. Then deal with it like this. Clavin nodded heavily, as he said decisively, I will send a squad of Nano warriors to execute a decapitation operation on Helen, the leader of the Sisterhood. Execute only the chief evil. It shows the determination of the United Government to defend its own people. And it also won't let the United Government get caught up in the whirlpool of local governance. Clavin set the tone of the operation in 3 words: execute only the first evil. The task was given to a squad of Nano warriors active on the front line. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chien Fian, was assassinated by the Cosmic Sisterhood of Dune. And if there hadn't been time to reboot the device, Minister Chien would have left us. Now our superiors are giving us orders. We are to immediately set out for the capital of the Galactic Empire of the Dune universe to find and kill the leader of the Sisterhood under the guidance of Tomoko. Does everyone have any questions? The leader of this squad was ecstatic upon receiving the mission. As a warrior, the most feared thing was not the frequency of missions, but the lack of missions, because a warrior had to reflect his own value in battle, and had to temper himself into 100 forged steel in the fire of battle. No problem. Set off. Captain. Finish them off. The team members all stared at the captain with burning eyes. They were happy to hear about the battle. There was not a trace of fear in their bodies, only surging hot blood. Minister Chien had been assassinated, and the United Government was fighting back. Such an important mission was given to their squad, which meant that the higher-ups valued them. And the higher-ups felt that their squad was stronger than the other squads and more qualified to carry out this mission. Very well, the captain said dryly. Depart? Let's go and hack over that old bitch and avenge Minister Chien. Chapter 356 Duke Leto, Schadenfreude. With a single order, the intelligence and military resources of the United Government were mobilized for this operation. Despite being new to the Dune universe, the United Government was still unfamiliar with their surroundings. But before they descended into the Dune universe, they had established a cooperative relationship with the Artridi family, the local snake eater. All the information they needed could be obtained from the Artridi family, including the possible location of Our Lady Helen. Madonna Helen was on the same ship as Emperor Padishah, and they had been defeated outside of Arrakos. And at the moment, the greatest possibility was that they would return together to the Galactic Empire's capital star. That was the home planet of the Kalino family, where the core strength of the Kalino royal family was gathered and guarded by a powerful army. The foundation from which the Kalino royal family would be able to make a comeback in the future. Unsurprisingly, the United Government could catch Our Lady Helen, who was running the show there. I really didn't expect that the Sisterhood had kicked up the steel plate that is the United Government. It looks like we don't need to bother about the Sisterhood for a while. They're going to be busy defending themselves. In the study, Duke Redo and Duffy discussed this matter. After discovering the assassin, Duke Redo was the first to make a statement to the United Government, taking on the errand of avenging Chien Fian's death from the Sisters Association. But it was rejected by the United Government. The United Government told Duke Leto that he would do the job himself. This pleased Duke Redo to no end. The Sisterhood was an enemy of the Artridi family, and one that was more difficult to deal with compared to both the Royal Family and the Aerospace Guild, because the Royal Family can't run away from the temple, while the Aerospace Guild desperately needs the spices on Arrakos. Against the former as long as the fleet is sailed over to level the playing field. Against the latter as long as the quota of spices is controlled. The Sisterhood is the only one that has no fixed base, and is not as addicted to spice as the Aerospace Guild. They can live normally without it. The Sisterhood's forces were scattered throughout the galaxy. And according to Duke Redo's own estimation, even if the Artridi family defeated the Kalino royal family and ruled the galaxy, it would still be difficult to deal a substantial blow to the Sisterhood. The Sisterhood was good at hiding themselves. Instead, after the Artridi family ruled the galaxy, their sphere of influence would expand indefinitely, making it extremely easy to be attacked by the Sisterhood and difficult to counteract. Duke Redo was struggling with how to deal with the Sisterhood in the future. But it turned out that the Sisterhood themselves had found themselves in a world of trouble. They even assassinated the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Government. Duke Redo really didn't understand how they came up with such a stupid move. The Artridi family had been able to defeat the Emperor Sardaukar Legion outside of Arrakos just by relying on a single super battleship provided by the United Government, indirectly establishing dominance on the force level within the galaxy. The United Government owns tens of thousands of such battleships, not to mention other technologies that are on par with the battleship's technological level. The United Government doesn't want to have to defend its rule as much as the Eurydice do. And if the United Government takes this matter seriously, it will likely hunt down the Sisterhood all over the galaxy. And then the Sisterhood will truly be a street rat. The throne of the Atreides family would be secure beyond measure. Goddess of Fortune favors you. Duffy's face was full of smiles. He was also very pleased with the development. They weren't running towards Minister Qin. They originally just wanted to assassinate a few important members of the Atreides family. But they didn't expect to meet Minister Qin. The Sisterhood still didn't know exactly what had happened. And they were actually quite wronged. They didn't even know about the existence of the United Government, much less specialize in assassinating the United Government's Minister of Foreign Affairs. And encountering Qian Fian was purely a matter of luck. If they had acted one day later, Qian Fian would have returned to the United Government in his airship. They might have been able to assassinate a few important members of the Atreides family, bringing an unknown scale of chaos to the Atreides family, slowing down the Atreides family's expansion. Unfortunately, it was acting a day too early that angered the last being they should have messed with. Duffy was a Mentator, and his powerful calculating ability granted him a certain degree of precognition. And he had already foreseen the chaos that would ensue after the Sisterhood suffered a blow. Counting the time, the United Government should have already captured Helen. I wonder what they will do with her. Duke Redo rested his chin, a touch of playfulness in his eyes. Our Lady Helen was the existence with the most supreme status in the Sisterhood, and also had a deep connection with both the Atreides and Harkonnen families. She was Jessica's mother, his mother-in-law, and also had a one-night stand with the Baron. Many of the Sisterhood's machinations were secretly driven by her, and she even regularly advised the Emperor, swaying the voice of the Golden Lion throne. Duke Redo also suspected that the idea of transferring the Atreides family to Ericos had been Helen's idea for Emperor Padishah to turn Paul into a Kwisatz Haderach under the control of the Sisterhood. He would have liked to have a chat with Helen if the combined government had captured her. However, the United Government was not destined to grant this request because Helen would die today, and a dead person could not get up and chat with Duke Redo. Buzz. Silently, a wormhole with silver-colored metal wires wriggling inside opened up at the outskirts of the Galactic Empire's capital star, and a small spaceship spray-painted with the UG's pattern drilled out of the wormhole. The Galactic Empire's capital star was the heart of the entire Galactic Empire. Countless spaceships entered and exited from here every day. These spaceships caused violent spatial fluctuations, masking the faint spatial ripples caused by this small wormhole. "We're here," released the wizards. The nano-warriors skillfully manipulated the instruments on the ship and activated the Homo sapiens. The two microscopic particles flew towards the capital star at the speed of light. This time, the matter was of such a bad nature that the United Government approved the invocation of two Homo sapiens in a single breath. Even the TF had not fought such an affluent battle before. In just a few seconds of effort, a topographical map of the capital star appeared on the computer screen. The Kalino imperial family had been entrenched on this planet for tens of thousands of years, transforming it into a planet filled with superstitious worship of the Kalino imperial family, with statues of the successive emperors of the Kalino imperial family everywhere. The tallest of these statues reached over 10,000 meters, and the interior of the statue was completely hollow. The three-dimensional palace of Emperor Padishah. Scan this palace carefully. The two wisps scanned the palace one on top of the other, and they quickly found some of the important figures of the imperial family of Kalino from the Atreides family's intelligence inside the palace. Padishah's mother. Is this feeding the pigs? Padishah's cousin. Doing that in broad daylight. What a shame. Padishah's consort is fornicating with the guards. I've found it. Padishah and Helen are in the middle of the night. Chapter 357. Your name is Helen? The nano-warriors felt flushed as they watched the unpleasant images on the screen. Human beings would choose certain special ways to vent when they were under pressure, and that was one of them. Except that the pairing of the obese emperor and the pale old Madonna. It looked extraordinarily hot. Individual nano-warriors were already washing their eyes with nanobots. Are we going over there now? A nano-warrior said uncertainly. The nano-warriors had a crushing advantage in terms of single combat power. After all, their regular enemies were the same kind of warships that had previously massacred the Harkonnen family and the Sudoka Legion. They could go over there whenever they wanted. It was just that Padishah and Helen were having an affair, and it was more than a little embarrassing for them to barge in. Most importantly, it was hot for the eyes, and the nano-warrior felt like he had gone blind after taking a look at the screen. If possible, he wanted to slow down for a while. Of course, we have to leave immediately, the captain said without changing his face. I don't think the Emperor has much strength. Let's go help him. Team member? What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Help him? How? Stand behind him and push his waist? What are you guys thinking? The captain furrowed his brow as he said sternly, I mean, we're going to go over there and shoot Helen on the spot. This is an emergency mission. He raised his volume and emphasized. The faster and nicer it's done, the better the CV will look. And in the future, whether it's for a promotion, a raise, or to compete for other assignments, we'll have more of an advantage. The team members brightened up and said in unison, Yes, Captain. Although it was a bit hot to break through right now. They were warriors. What kind of scenes hadn't they seen or even experienced? In order to better complete the mission, they put up a fight. Open the hatch. Launch. One by one, the Nano warriors jumped out of the hatch and flew towards Padishah's palace. Homunculus traveled across their retinas, punching a green arrow for them to guide their direction, giving them the wonderful feeling of being in a virtual online game. 2 minutes later, the observatory on the ground sounded an alarm. Report. Unidentified flying object detected. What is it? The scientists gathered together as they zoomed in on the picture taken by the observatory and discovered a mass of humanoid silhouettes that looked like a group of people falling from the sky, only moving incredibly fast. Are these people? The scientists were incredulous. In 43 seconds they're going to hit the Emperor's palace. Whatever they are, shoot them down. One of the scientists came to his senses as he hurriedly issued a warning. After the defeat, the alert level of the capital star had increased a lot. Almost as soon as the observatory spotted the Nano warriors, the troops of the imperial family of Kalino opened fire, and a hypersonic missile flew along the calculated trajectory towards the Nano warriors in the sky, attempting to destroy the Nano warriors in midair. Missiles? Are you worried about causing a nuclear explosion by not using laser weapons? Facing a streak of air that sped towards them, the Nano warriors were happily unafraid, and even had the leisure to discuss why the Kalino imperial family didn't use lasers with a high interception rate, but instead used missiles with a relatively low interception rate to intercept them. The lack of fear was due to confidence. Activate shoulder cannons. Anti-missile mode? The Nano warriors were in synergy mode at this point, with all Nano warrior bodies being maneuvered by the squad leader. 24 floating shoulder cannons flew into midair, and the Ma subs carried on them accurately captured all the missiles coming towards the Nano warriors before firing a rain of lasers visible to the naked eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rumble. 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 The sky resounded with loud explosions. All of the interceptor missiles exploded into fireworks in midair. Some of them even blew up before they could fly out of the missile silos. And along with them, the entire military base suffered. Enemy attack. Your Majesty, please come with me. If you don't leave now, it's too late. The loyal guard broke into Emperor Padishah's chambers, and he fell to his knees beside Emperor Padishah's bed with a thud, not daring to raise his head at all for fear of seeing something he shouldn't. Enemy attack? Padishah pulled his head out of the bottomless pit of the Virgin, a terrified look on his face. He had his guts broken by Arako's Buyer Treaty, and at this moment, when he heard the words enemy attack, he subconsciously thought that it was the Atreides family that had called. How is that possible? He growled. Are the Planet Defense Force a feeder? The Kalino royal family raised a total of 2 armies. One was the Sudoka Legion that swept across the galaxy, and the other was the Planet Defense Army, which was made up of members from within the Kalino royal family. The Kalino royal family had ruled the galaxy for tens of thousands of years, and the royal heirs had long since reproduced on several planets, from which they chose the best of the best to form the Planet Guard Army, which they used to defend their rule even further. The Planet Guard is considered the most loyal army to the crown, and in this respect not even the Sudoka Legion can compare. After all, the Planet Guard was itself part of the crown, and to betray the crown would be to betray themselves. How could Eldritch fight his way in so quickly? Padishah felt very puzzled. The Planet Guard's equipment was even more advanced than Doka's, and this was the home turf of the Kalino royal family. It shouldn't have been hit so quickly anyway. He had even only received one alert, and that one was shouting at him to take refuge. It's too late to explain, the guard said nervously. Boom! The words landed on the ground, and there was a deafening ringing sound from outside, as if something had smashed through the thick walls, and the whole house shook a few times. This time Padishah was truly panicked. He knew that if he was caught by the people of the Atreides family, he would definitely have no good fruit to eat. If it wasn't for the fact that the Etrudy family had transformed into a super battleship out of thin air, he would have destroyed the Etrudy family. And if he was caught? Not to mention the fact that the Colino royal family's comeback would become a fiasco. He was afraid that he himself would be tortured beyond recognition. Quickly take me away. Padishah rolled and crawled off the bed, scrambling to pull a sheet around his waist. Follow me. The guard didn't have time to finish his line. Shoo! His head exploded like a watermelon, splattering Padishah with blood. Tomoko's guidance was spot on. The Nano warriors landed just outside Padishah's large bedroom, not dropping right in for fear of the rock smashing Padishah to death. Helen! The Nano warriors rushed in. They ignored Padishah's presence and rushed straight to the bed, dragging the naked Madonna Helen off the bed. Helen snapped. Let go of me. She used the power of the sound speech. But the Nano warriors were prepared for this. They wore headphones and listened to the outside world through a layer of machine translation. The machines couldn't understand sonic speech, and the Nano warriors were able to immunize themselves. Slap! The Nano warrior backhanded Helen in the face, directly giving Helen a confused look. Just your name is Helen? Huh? Do you know who you assassinated? Without waiting for Helen to answer, the Nano warriors grabbed Helen's hair and dragged Helen towards the outside. Emperor Padishah was silent the entire time, not daring to say a word for fear that the Nano warriors would turn their attention to him. Looking at the background of the departing Nano warriors, Emperor Padishah was a little confused. He realized that these Nano warriors were completely aimed at Helen, but he didn't know why. Wasn't he, the Emperor, more valuable than Helen? Chapter 358 Execution of Helen. The Nano warriors dragged Helen out of the room by her hair, and then out of the corridor. It had to be said that the Virgin Helen took very good care of herself. Her hair was excellent, and she didn't break a few hairs even with all this dragging. But this situation soon came to an end, for the Nano warriors dragged her flying. 100 pounds of weight was all supported by her hair, and her pitch-black strands crumbled at the roots, and blood oozed out of her scalp. Saint Mother Helen pursed her lips tightly, insisting on not letting out a single cry of pain. At this moment, she felt intensely helpless and humiliated. Logically, the Nano warriors should have used a more humane way to deal with Our Lady Helen. But the Nano warriors were furious over Helen's organized assassination and refused to give Helen any humanitarian care. Helen's hair was soon broken almost to the bone, and the Nano warriors used an anti-gravity field to lift her up and carry her to the top of the giant building. Helen realized what she was going to face next. An execution. Execution was an extremely solemn killing ritual that had an extremely powerful deterrent effect on the enemy, although the effect was counterproductive when weak. Although the United Government was clearly not a weak party. Kneel! The Nano warrior kicked the Virgin of Helen in the crook of her knee, and the Virgin of Helen fell to her knees in pain. The cold wind brushed against Helen's body, bringing Helen the message of death. Helen shuddered involuntarily. She had been gleaned from Emperor Padishah's bed by the Nano warriors without even a small garment to cover her. Completely naked and exposed to the cold wind, she was overwhelmed with shame. How dare you do this to me? Helen screamed. Who the hell are you people? Did Duke Leto send you guys? I want to see him. I want to see Jessica. One of the Nano warriors grunted coldly. Duke Leto? He spoke coldly. The Etrudy family is only providing us with information. He is not qualified to drive us yet. In the cooperation between the United Government and the Etrudy family, the United Government was the unquestionably strong party. The United Government could ask the Etrudy family to do anything for themselves. But it was impossible for the Etrudy family to ask the United Government for anything. And the only thing they could give was the fire support from those 36 battleships. Although there were also nano-soldiers on the battleships, those nano-soldiers were not subject to the Etrudy family's deployment. They were only responsible for protecting the battleships when there was an enemy boarding the battleships. Just like the time and space reset device on the battleships wouldn't be open to the Etrudy family either. You're not from House Etrudy? Helen froze. Her mind raced, and time seemed to slow in the moment. She realized that there was an air of arrogance about her captors, that they were not soldiers of House Eurydice, but from another mysterious force no less powerful than House Eurydice. These soldiers had come for the assassination she had organized. It was obvious that she had arranged for the Sisterhood members on Ericos to assassinate important members of the force to which these soldiers belonged. But the fact that the mission she had arranged was to assassinate the Eurydice meant that important member of the force to which these soldiers belonged was in the middle of the Eurydice's compound when the assassination took place. They were allies of the Etrudy family. They were so incredibly powerful that the defenses of the capital star and the palace were null and void to them. And they had just barged right in and dragged her from the emperor's bed. She thought about the fiasco of Arikos. There was no doubt that the root cause of that fiasco was the superb battleship of House Eurydice with its mysterious origins. Neither the Harkonnen family nor the royal family's intelligence agencies had any information about that super battleship. And not even traces of the funds used by the Etrudy family to build the battleship had been found to have been moved. It was as if the super battleship had appeared out of nowhere. Now that he thought about it more carefully, perhaps that super battleship was not originally owned by the Etrudy family. And that was why they couldn't find out anything about it. It belonged to a mysterious ally of another power, the Eurydice. This mysterious ally possessed great power over the Etrudy family. And Jessica's betrayal of the sisterhood was likely related to this mysterious ally as well. Jessica had known for a long time that the Etrudy family would achieve a glorious victory in Arikos with the support of the mysterious ally, and that Paul could become the Galactic Emperor without the help of the sisterhood. So Jessica had betrayed Jessica without hesitation. In a flash, Helen figured out many things. So that's how it is, she murmured. But who was this mysterious ally? All the major families in the galaxy were under the watchful eye of the sisterhood, and she couldn't think of any family that could be the mysterious ally of the Etrudy family. These families weren't even as good as Harkonnen, let alone becoming Etrudy's mysterious ally. Moreover, if these clans had built a super battleship, why would they need to lend it to the Etrudy clan to help the Etrudy clan ascend to the Golden Lion throne? They could have ascended the Golden Lion throne themselves. There was no way that the great clans within the galaxy could be Etrudy's mysterious allies. And there was no way that they could give away the Golden Lion throne if they couldn't build a super battleship. So, Etrudy's allies came from outside the galaxy? Helen froze. The spice had strengthened her brain so much that sometimes even she couldn't keep up with her own thoughts. And it wasn't until some spark of inspiration popped up that she realized what she was thinking with the benefit of hindsight. You guys are from outside the galaxy? She asked with a puzzled look on her face. The nano-warrior grunted softly. You're quite clever, but not used in the right places. Helen's mind shook. Unbelievable. Even the Andromeda galaxy, the closest galaxy to the Milky Way, was more than 1,000,000 light-years away. How powerful a force would be able to travel across such a long time and distance to the Milky Way? The nano-warrior paused for a moment, thinking to himself that he should let Helen be the one to understand, and preferably make her do a proper penance for her own stupidity. He cleared the air for Helen. Your assassin has assassinated our Minister of Foreign Affairs. You do understand what that means, don't you? Minister of Foreign Affairs. Diplomacy was an easy word to understand, and minister was not an obscure term. Helen understood. Her assassin had assassinated the high-ranking official in charge of diplomacy among Earthidy's allies. And the assassination had angered Earthidy's allies so much that they had personally sent someone to capture her. Helen clenched her fists as she mentally cursed her assassin for not fighting. The Etrudy family's compound was filled with Etrudy members. So how could they be so good as to assassinate that foreign affairs minister? What a success. Well, it's time for you to be on your way. Another nano-warrior approached, an almost transparent monomolecular blade poking out of his wrist. Chapter 359 United Government. Big move. The nano-warriors had been connected to the Capital Planet's broadcast network with the help of the Moss subsystems. And now all of Capital Planet could see what was happening here through the medium of video. Greetings. We are from the United Government. The nano-warrior standing in front of the camera pointed a finger at Helen, who was kneeling on the ground. This is Helen. She is one Bene Gesserit, known to you as Our Lady of the Sisterhood. Helen knelt in the shot with her head covered in blood. She was naked, and combined with the nano-warrior's introduction to her, the impact of the image rose to unbelievable levels. Exploding missiles and small spaceships flying in from all directions could still be seen in the image. The ground defense forces of the Colino family still hadn't given up on the nano-warriors. And while they didn't dare to use weapons of mass destruction near the palace, they didn't skimp on all sorts of small arms. They had also sent out troops of well-trained swordsmen in an attempt to defeat the nano-warriors in close combat. At this very moment, hundreds of millions of people were watching the execution. The mall's big screen was switched to the execution scene, and the people walking on the streets stopped in their tracks. All of their attention focused on this execution. What's going on here? A film? What's he talking about? Sisterhood Madonna? The director of this film is really daring. He's not afraid that the sisterhood will kill him. People didn't believe that the woman in the shot was Our Lady of Helen. They didn't even believe in the authenticity of the shot, thinking that the image on the screen was some kind of film or television production. But someone would soon come forward to clarify. This could be true. I live near the palace. The palace here is in chaos. Missiles flying in the sky. Explosions everywhere. I also live near the palace. I'll testify. This is true. People near the palace will be able to use binoculars to look towards the top of the palace. Those people are doing a live broadcast there. Some voices appeared on the internet. These voices forcefully did justice to the images in the camera, telling others that this was not some film or television production at all, but something that was really happening right now. However, the Nano warriors didn't care whether these people believed it was a real picture or not, because as time festered, distinguishing the truth of things would be a matter of no greater ease. Our Lady Helen. She has planned a terrorist attack against the Arakos family in Arakos, arranging for the Sisterhood's assassins to infiltrate the Arakos family's compound in an attempt to assassinate an important member of the Arakos family, spilling over to one of our important diplomats. In the spirit of the principle that those who commit offenses against us will be executed even though they are far away, we have traveled thousands of miles from Arakos to get here, to drag this Madonna from the Emperor's bed and make her pay the price she deserves. The Nano warrior's hand rose and fell. Chomp! Helen's head rolled off her neck, clean as a whistle. The Nano warriors hadn't prepared long and smelly speeches. Their mission was to come to the capital star to behead Helen and return to Arakos. It was already good enough to say so much in their impromptu speeches. Any power can fight the Eurydice for victory in a frontal battlefield, but acts of terrorism such as assassination are categorically forbidden. Theoretically, in times of war anything goes. An assassination was actually a rare tactic, but the United Government was far more powerful than the Galactic Empire, and could impose rules on which tactics could not be used in war. Biochemical weapons, viral weapons, nuclear weapons with radiation, and other weapons that go against humanitarian principles cannot be used. And anyone who dares to take offense, Helen will be your warning. This latter part was what the Atreides family requested the United Government to say when executing Helen. The flames of war were about to burn all over the galaxy, and the hand-to-hand Atreides family had already regarded the galaxy as their own territory, and the people in the galaxy as their own subjects, and thus wished to reduce the harm that the war would cause to humans and the environment. With that said, the Nano warriors shut down the broadcast. They swaggered out of the atmosphere amidst a hail of gunfire, entered the ship, and set off on their homeward journey back to Arakos, leaving Emperor Padishah and the great families of the galaxy with an infinite number of shocks. There was no doubt that they would hold the words of the Nano warriors deeply in their hearts. The Nano warriors were able to storm the palace today and drag Our Lady Helen off the Emperor's bed to be executed, and ended up walking away in one piece. And the same thing could happen to others in the future. At the same time, the four words coalition government also caught everyone's attention. A coalition government. What was it? As time passed, the matter of a planet appearing out of thin air outside of Arakos was gradually made known to all the major powers. Zhang Weilai sat in front of his desk with a bitter face, dealing with a mountain of documents. This month, China was on duty. Last month's Klaven and last month's Vladimir piled up a lot of paperwork, all of which fell into the hands of House Xiuxi. House Xiuxi is interested in sharpening the newcomers, so she gives the work to Zhang Weilai. Zhang Weilai is happy and in pain. He realized that House Xiuxi's decision to let him work at a higher level of intensity was an attempt to train him to take over the reins of the company. This means that the decades-old crown prince will finally get rid of the old emperor. But he was unfamiliar with much of the work that needed to be done, and some of the terms he needed to ask Hao specifically, while Hao told him to call the relevant departments, which made his head spin. Knock knock. Come in, Zhang Weilai said without looking up. The visitor inquired. Assistant Zhang. The Galactic Empire's Aerospace Guild has sent a representative who wants to establish diplomatic relations with the United Government. How should we respond? Zhang Weilai raised his eyebrows and stopped what he was doing. The Aerospace Guild. He knew what kind of power the Aerospace Guild was. The core members of the Aerospace Guild were monsters who were addicted to spice and smoked it to the point of deforming their flesh. They were the most spice-hungry force in the entire Galactic Empire, probably realizing that with the change of ownership of Arakos, there was a possibility of the spice supply being cut off. So they came in a hurry to try and strike a good relationship with the United Government, to ensure that even if the situation in the Galactic Empire changed drastically, they would still have spices available. According to reason, the United Government did not have to pay attention to the Aerospace Guild. After all, whether in terms of strength or status, the Aerospace Guild and the United Government were completely unequal. The Aerospace Guild was only worthy of liaising with the Atreides family. As for the spice, it was a special resource, and apart from the agreed portion to be provided to the Atreides family, the United Government would not sell it to the outside world. However, the Aerospace Guild is looking for us because they want spice. Let's hang on to them for now. They might be useful to us. Zhang Weilai pondered for a few seconds before slowly saying, the United Government had a big move in the near future, and the Aerospace Guild might come in handy. Chapter 360 Multiple Great Voyages. This time, the United Government really had an unprecedented big action, compared to what they were going to do next. The previous blackmailing of the three-body civilization, the elimination of the Herald civilization, and the rescue of the Creator civilization were all considered small matters. The United Government was prepared to carefully explore other realms. Over the past few decades, Chen Fan had opened countless wormholes, most of which were deserted. But that didn't mean that the other side of the wormhole was a dead universe. Perhaps it was just that the wormhole was opened in the wrong location. The United Government was preparing to set up a multiverse exploration department, specializing in exploring those empty universes behind the wormholes. This matter is undoubtedly dangerous, because on the other side of the wormhole, there may be unimaginably powerful enemies, such as the Time civilization of the Edge of Tomorrow universe, and the Andromeda Galaxy civilization of the Transformers universe. Once the attention of certain powerful civilizations is attracted, the United Government may set itself on fire. However, accordingly, if no enemies were encountered in other universes, or only some low-level civilizations were encountered, the United Government could safely search for all kinds of special materials it did not yet possess in these universes. Material science restricts the upper limit of the development of technological civilization. If the United Government can constantly get new materials from other universes, the technological level of the United Government will inevitably rise, greatly increasing the possibility of the United Government's eternal survival. Crisis, danger, and opportunity coexist. The United Government decided to challenge itself. But the United Government has no clear charter in this matter. Everything is in the hazy exploration stage, exploring other unknown universes. The first line of explorers entering the wormholes would face the greatest and most immediate danger, and the United Government was not prepared to use its own people as the front line. The Aerospace Guild is a good partner. The Aerospace Guild's old favorite was interstellar navigation, and they were able to avoid the dangers of the universe and arrive at the places they wanted to go without machine navigation, using their intuition and calculating skills cultivated by a large amount of spice. They could act as pioneers, entering each universe first to poke around. When they didn't encounter any danger in other universes, the United Government would then send its own team to follow up, which could greatly reduce the risks faced by its own members. This was a very effective security measure. With this in mind, Zhang Weilai didn't directly expel the representatives of the Astronautics Guild, but instead told Hao Xiaoxi about this matter, leaving it up to Hao Xiaoxi to decide whether or not to convene a meeting of the permanent members to explore this matter. The Aerospace Guild is very controllable. I think it's a good pawn. Clavin was the first to voice his opinion. He leaned forward and said with interest, the Aerospace Guild is addicted to spice, and the more core members they have, as long as we control the source of the spice, we can turn the Aerospace Guild into a loyal dog under our feet, and not worry about them betraying us when they get to other universes. Being addicted to anything was a horrible thing, especially when such a thing was firmly in someone else's hands. It was easy to turn oneself into a plaything in someone else's palm. The reason why the Aerospace Guild had taken the initiative to find the United Government to discuss cooperation was precisely because they were addicted to spices, and the United Government controlled Arrakos, the origin of the spices. Although Arrakos had previously been controlled by other forces as well, the Aerospace Guild had the ability to sanction these forces, and could ensure that their spice needs were met. However, the UGC was so powerful that it made the entire Galactic Empire tremble. They killed even the Sisterhood's Holy Mother when they said they would, and in an incredibly humiliating manner. The Aerospace Guild didn't think at all that it was possible for them to use force to oppress the United Government into providing spice, or even to threaten the United Government. So they had to keep their posture very low. As of this moment, Their emissaries had been hung out to dry for a full week before the council members finally took the time to discuss them. Ahem. Vladimir interrupted Craven with a light cough as he reminded. Loyal dog is not quite the right word for our values. Craven bristled. Loyal partner. Is that okay? In his mind, there are only enemies and dogs in power relations. And the word partner can only be thought of by looking up in the dictionary. Halcyosi's face didn't change. Craven came from an old hegemonic country. And some of his thoughts were so deep-rooted that it would be difficult to change them for a while. As a matter of fact, it was not only Craven who had the old ideas, but also the other 4 council members. Because they were born from the old era of one country after another, not from the new era of the coalition government. That's why they can't sit in the position of trustee forever. They need to step back and let those born from the soil of the united government replace them, so that the united government can truly coalesce as one from the ideological level. The Aerospace Guild is indeed a good partner. They have ample experience in interstellar voyages, and have the ability to explore the unknown universe. Yet they can't stay away from spice, and won't betray us. Halcyone also expressed a positive view. Vladimir nodded as he concurred. I think so too. So let's give a positive answer to the Astronautical Guild. Let's hope they know what they're doing. Craven grunted softly. Otherwise we can achieve pretty much the same result with robots. Robots were superior to humans in every way. However, there were likely to be highly skilled computer civilizations in other universes. And hastily sending robots to explore other universes might even have the color of their pants felt out by the enemy before they knew it. So if it was possible, it was better to focus on human exploration teams. We can agree on a spy supply amount with the Aerospace Guild and hire them to explore other universes for us. Halcyone listened to the advice provided by the expert in the headset, and said in an even tone. If they suffer casualties while exploring the universes, we'll pay a pension in spice. And if they make gains, we'll pay a reward in spice as well. Bind the spice to helping us explore other universes, while cutting off the possibility of the Astronaut Guild obtaining the spice through other channels. Halcyone paused here for a few seconds, then added, however, we need to have a full understanding of the Aerospace Guild's demand for spice, and investigate the actual amount of spice consumed by the Aerospace Guild each year, to make sure that the amount of money, pension, and rewards that we provide are all within a reasonable range. This suggestion was made by the experts after discussion. The other counselors had also received similar suggestions, and they briefly discussed it a few more times before finally deciding to start their cooperation with the Aerospace Guild with this proposal. The counselors' hearts were pounding. If everything went well, they would be opening up a brand new era. Multiple great voyages. Chapter 361 Resident Evil. 2 months passed in a flash of time. The Artridi family had responded to the call for war, and the war had found its way to the entire galaxy in a matter of moments. And the legions directly belonging to the Artridi family had already approached the capital of the Galactic Empire, with their troops pointing directly at Emperor Padishah. The Sisterhood has come to a standstill after the death of the Virgin Helen, and without the aid of the Sisterhood, the Kalino royal family is anxious about the attack of the Artridi family, and is even more incapable of suppressing the rebellions of other families. The situation is very favorable for the Eurydice. However, all of this has nothing to do with the United Government. The reason why the United Government supports the Artridi family is that it doesn't want to get involved in these messy things. The United Government's attention was fully focused on the grand proposition of multiple voyages. After 2 months of negotiations, the Aerospace Guild had accepted the United Government's solicitation, and was ready for its first exploratory operation, waiting for Chen Fan to open a wormhole for them outside of Earth. It was worth mentioning that because the Astronautical Guild had focused their efforts on preparing for the exploration operation, the Kalino Imperial family had gained some lingering time on an objective level. The Aerospace Guild had a monopoly on interstellar shipping. Without the help of the Aerospace Guild, the interstellar mobility of the great families was very weak, and the progress of the war was far less than expected. However, this was very beneficial to the Artridi family. The Artridi family sent the United Government's super battleships to the major clans to help them advance the war, which gave the major clans a very intuitive understanding of the Artridi's strength. And it was believed that these clans wouldn't dare to have any insubordination towards the Artridi after the new Galactic Empire was established. We are ready. Please open the wormhole, the representative of the Aerospace Guild said to Qianfian. Qianfian nodded slightly. His gaze lingered on the helmet of the Urantia Guild's representative for a few seconds, thinking to himself what kind of ugly face was underneath the spice smoke. And would the person who had mutated due to the overuse of the spice regret it? Qian Fian slightly sidestepped his face and said to his assistant, "Begin." The United Government had decided to keep the Astronaut Guild a secret on information related to the Earth's consciousness. So Qian Fian simply said 3 words. And the session of communicating with the Earth's consciousness took place on the other end of the communicator. Multidimensional Grand Voyage. Oddly good at naming things. Qian Fan's consciousness possessed Qian Fian's body, and he was somewhat relieved, feeling from the bottom of his heart that the United Government was getting stronger and stronger. Once upon a time, the United Government couldn't even handle a solar helium flash, requiring him to open a wormhole and run away, whereas now it could already extend its power into the multiverse. If he encountered another stellar helium flash, the United Government had no less than 3 ways to escape. What a change of time. At this time, Qian Fan was informed by Han Duo that the United Government was requesting him to open a wormhole. I hope you can find what you want in other universes. Humans were part of Qian Fan, and humans being strong equal Qian Fan being strong. So Qian Fan sincerely hoped that the United Government would be able to make some gains in the multiverse voyage. The Aerospace Guild had prepared a total of 100 exploration teams this time. With a thought, Qian Fan opened 100 wormholes in front of each of these 100 exploration teams. The representative of the Astronautics Guild was stunned. He had thought that the United Government would open the wormholes one by one, but he did not expect that they were all opened at once. It was well known that opening wormholes would reduce the strength of the surrounding space. When plural wormholes existed in the same area, they would interfere with each other, and in serious cases, they could cause all the wormholes to collapse, resulting in significant economic and human losses. The United Government had opened hundreds of wormholes at the same time, and wormholes did not interfere with each other. Just this hand alone made the Astronautical Guild once again refresh their understanding of the United Government. They couldn't be messed with. Couldn't be messed with. Couldn't be messed with. Let's go! At the command of the top management of the Aerospace Guild, all 100 exploration teams started their engines, and loudly drove through the wormholes and into the unknown future. There was an Earthling in each exploration team. The participation of the Earthlings was necessary. On the one hand, Qian Fan could descend his consciousness into the Earthlings to observe the situation in another universe. And on the other hand, he could use the Earthlings as beacons to open the wormholes when the exploration teams returned. At this moment, Qian Fan's main consciousness was evenly distributed over the Earthlings in the 100 exploration teams. These 100 wormholes were all empty in the vicinity, and Qian Fan surmised that the other end of the wormhole was the empty deep space of the universe. Unsurprisingly, the exploration teams emerged through the wormholes into a void with nothing but darkness. Surrounded by cold and silence, the vast majority of the team could only see the glow of stars in the distance, and the nearest star was calculated to be dozens or even tens of light years away. The remaining small portion of the exploration team was particularly unlucky. They appeared in the dead region between the river system and the river system, hundreds of thousands of light years away from the nearest star. However, regardless of the distance from the star, the first thing all the exploration teams did when they arrived in other universes was to compare the star maps provided by the United Government to find the location of Earth. Up to this point, several of the universes that the United Government had passed through were works of Earthling fantasy. The United Government believes that other universes are also inextricably linked to Terran fantasy works, and that if the exploration teams can find Earth in other universes, there is a good chance that they will be able to locate the major power in that universe. However, this step alone is not going too well. Some of the exploration teams not only couldn't find Earth, they didn't even know where the Milky Way galaxy was, as their location was too remote. So remote that it wasn't even covered by the star maps provided by the Creator civilization. There was also a part of the exploration teams that had found the location of the Milky Way, but the distance between the two was millions or even tens of millions of light years, making it basically impossible to reach. In the end, after counting, only 4 exploration teams were within the Milky Way, and they became the focus of Qian Fan and the United Government, receiving the right to use the wizards. Time flew by. Qian Fan always kept an eye on those 4 lucky exploration teams, one of which had already entered the solar system and lurked to the back of the moon. The people on the exploration team were nervously busy, although they had not yet launched their probes. They had captured the noisy radio waves from the direction of Earth through the instruments on the ship as early as the moment they entered the solar system. Launch Homo. The wizards passed through the lunar soil and flew at the speed of light towards Earth. A screen was transmitted into the computer, and Moss provided huge computing power to analyze the technological level of the Earthlings in the screen, the time they lived in, and the fantasy works they might correspond to. The huge computing power suddenly cooled down after a red and white umbrella-shaped logo appeared. Universe identified as Resident Evil 1. Danger assessment, no danger. Current time, the eve of the Raccoon City Resident Evil outbreak. Chapter 362, Efficiency Problems. Biochemical Crisis? Chen Fan developed a keen interest. The Resident Evil 6-part series was the pinnacle of zombie films, and had caused a burst of love for zombie films on Earth. He had watched all 6 of them in their entirety, and had been left with a very deep impression. I didn't expect to come to the world of Resident Evil. I don't know exactly how far the plot has developed. Chen Fan watched with interest the photos taken by Tomoko on Resident Evil Earth. From these photos, it could be seen that the Umbrella Corporation had developed to an extremely powerful level, and there were their giant billboards all over the globe. The Umbrella Corporation is the origin of all the disasters in the Resident Evil films. The founders of the company extracted the patriarchal virus from an African flower called the Solar Staircase, and based on the patriarchal virus they researched the T-virus. The T-virus can enhance an organism's strength and extend its lifespan, but at the same time it can also cause the organism to lose its mind and turn into a savage monster that only knows how to gnaw. On the surface, the Umbrella Corporation focuses on biomedicine, just like the Nirvana Corporation in Spirit Cage, but behind the scenes, it painstakingly researches viruses and sells viral weapons to various countries. Until one day, Umbrella grew big enough to support its ambitions, and they systematically leaked the T-virus in Raccoon City, which eventually led to the cleansing of the planet. The vast majority of the Earth's population was transformed into zombies as a result of the T-virus. An Umbrella Corporation, with a super antidote in hand, intended to rebuild and rule the planet. But their plot is finally crushed by the heroine Alice. The Umbrella Corporation is already a household name. Almost every household has their products. And it looks like even if Resident Evil hasn't officially broken out yet, it shouldn't be too far away. Meanwhile, the news of the exploration team's discovery of the Resident Evil universe reached back to the United Government. The biochemical crisis could break out at any time, and the United Government had to make a decision as soon as possible. This matter became even more urgent after Tomoko entered the high base located underneath Raccoon City, because Tomoko saw Spence, a commercial spy who was stealing the T-virus. Spence was the direct cause of the outbreak of the Resident Evil crisis, and he deliberately broke a copy of the T-virus while stealing it. And this T-virus that was broken and released was the origin of the 6-part Resident Evil series. There is a villa above the high base. Spence and Alice, both originally employees of the Umbrella Corporation, were ordered to fake a marriage and live in the villa to cover the entrance to the high base. Spence was compelled and decided to steal and sell the T-virus and its antidote. He thinks he has betrayed the Umbrella Corporation. However, the deal is actually a secret Umbrella Corporation operation. Although Umbrella Corporation's ambitions skyrocketed, they were also worried that the T-virus would not be able to transmit as well as expected, or that the countries had developed an antidote to the biochemical frenzy. After the matter was resolved and the countries ascertained that it was the Umbrella Corporation that had taken the initiative to release the virus, they would definitely liquidate the Umbrella Corporation. However, through the use of Spence, even if the infectious effect of the T-virus didn't meet expectations, and the countries researched an antidote to the T-virus, in the end, the Umbrella Corporation couldn't be blamed because it was a case of commercial espionage. The people who had to be punished could only be punished for stealing Umbrella Corporation's research secrets. If they were still alive at that time, it's too late. Spence has already broken the T-virus. Craven frowned. There were only a few tens of seconds left before Tomoko realized that Spence was stealing the T-virus. Before Spence deliberately broke it. If Moss had full autonomy, Moss could have contacted Chen Fan to open the wormhole first, and then launched a water droplet probe over to break Spence's test tube of the T-virus before he could do so. However, Moss had used a series of operations decades ago to actively weaken its autonomy. Objectively, this reduced the damage that a possible intelligent mutiny could do to the Combine. But it also reduced the efficiency with which the Combine could deal with emergencies. While the counselors were holding an emergency meeting, the T-virus had already been broken by Spence and spread throughout the high base. Our efficiency is so low that when we encounter emergencies where we are fighting for time, There is no time to deal with them. House Yusi realized the efficiency problem. She frowned slightly. We have to come up with a new set of handling procedures as soon as possible to prevent something like this from happening again. Time was something very important. Sometimes it was just a second or two off, and the situation would be completely different. For example, if a fielder opened a dragon, 2 seconds early could smoothly take the dragon to help the team establish an advantage. 2 seconds late would result in the enemy stealing the dragon, dropping points along with themselves, and eventually causing the entire team to be swept by the enemy. This time it's an outbreak of biochemical crisis, a disaster that happens in other universes. But next time, what if it was a disaster that happened in the United Government's homeland? And it was also a few seconds apart that could rewrite the ending of the disaster? As governors of the United Government, they had to think about this question. There is a limit to human efficiency. Vladimir paused for a moment. But we've recently collected quite a few biotechnologies that make humans push the limits, especially Dune's medtech cultivation method. If we can grow humans into biocomputers, we'll be able to approach AI processing speeds at the second level. The universe of Dune. Despite its developmental deformities, the humans here had indeed gone far in the field of human development, having worked out a method of using spice to develop the human brain into a superbrain comparable to a computer. This method is now in the hands of the Combine. The Sisterhood of the Dune universe has even gone so far as to create a Quasar's Hadrak with the ability to see the future by continually optimizing his genes. Paul has not yet inhaled the spice heavily enough to develop Quasar's Hadrak's powers to their limits, but is already able to foretell what will happen on Ericos on Caladan. Kwisatz Hadrak's precognitive abilities went even beyond the material plane, and were probably related to something deeper in the universe. Not to mention the creation of a Kwisatz Hadrak belonging to the United Government, just by creating some mentats. The efficiency of the United Government's response to emergencies would gain a qualitative leap. Let's set this up first and discuss it later. Clavane paused for a moment. Let's talk about the biochemical crisis first. Enhancing efficiency was important, but the matter of the biochemical crisis had not been discussed yet. There's nothing to talk about. House Yosi pursed her lips and said clearly with her words, control the situation. Stop the virus from spreading out of the hive base, and at the same time treat those infected by the T-virus. Although the T-virus had already spread, the United Government was at the top of its game in the field of virus elimination, and just releasing a shot of nanobots into the air would be more effective than any antidote. Chapter 363. Saving the Day. Today was the most confusing day in Alice's lifetime. She woke up remembering nothing. She was lying naked in a cold bathtub with no one around her. Fortunately, there were no bruises on her body, just a foggy brain. She realized that it was a large house, and she had a feeling that there were other people in the house. She tentatively called out hello, and then she was grabbed from behind and dragged forcibly inside. The next thing she knew, she saw an intense flash of light and heard a loud noise, and both she and the person holding her fell to the ground as a group of heavily armed men broke through the window. She thought to herself, if she owned this house, she would make these people pay for it. However, it was far from over. Both she and the man straddling her were held down by the men who had broken the window. And again, right after that, a group of silver shimmers flew in from outside. That's right. They flew in. As soon as they came in, they disarmed all of the previous wave. Who are you people? Alice crouched face to the wall, holding her head in her hands, and asked moodily, I mean, you guys. In her view, 3 waves of people came in before and after. The first wave was the one that dragged her. The second wave was the one that held her, and the one that dragged her down. And the third wave was the one that fucked over the second wave. Alice couldn't remember anything, but her subconscious told her that even back when her memory was sound, something like this would have been quite explosive. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Can someone please teach me? A slender nano-warrior flew silently behind Alice, and she used a gravitational generation device to rotate Alice across the room to face her at an angle. With the further refinement of the gravitational generation device, the nano-warriors had already played with gravity. Confirmed target, Alice. The crisp, pleasant voice surprised Alice a little. She had thought that all 3 waves were male, as they were all too savage. In fact, if Alice had the guts to take a closer look, she would have easily noticed that quite a few of the people in silver battle suits were dimpled, with very obvious female features. Nanobots could erase the difference in physique between men and women, and could also break down filth in the body to eliminate menstruation. So the number of female nano-warriors was almost equal to that of men. The nano-warriors all looked at Alice curiously. Although they were superior to Alice in every aspect, they couldn't help that Alice was the film protagonist. And they were naturally curious about the identity of the film protagonist. We found the film protagonist. What should we do next? The nano-warrior opened the communication system and asked crisply. Leave her where she is? Or bring her back to the spaceship? The main character of the film? Alice blinked and thought to herself. I turned out to be a big star. So now I'm in a film? I wonder what kind of film it is. The director even let the protagonist have amnesia to play the role. The film pay must be substantial. Right? Alice's thinking was incomparably jumpy. At this time, Alice hadn't experienced so many life and death crises later on. Nor had she seen any human tragedies. And she hadn't been played to death by the Umbrella Corporation. So she still retained quite a bit of innocence. She was even a bit cute in her amnesiac state, with pie-in-the-sky thoughts rushing savagely through her mind, making her stupid and dumb. A stark contrast to the bitter and hateful one that had been honed through the 6-part Resident Evil series. We're all good people. We won't hurt you. Another nano-warrior flew up to Alice. She said with a smile on her face. Controlling you is for your protection. Hee hee hee. Women helping women. Alice? Alice couldn't understand what this nano-warrior was talking about at all. The biochemical virus of the hive is leaking. You guys going down there is just sending food. This nano-warrior changed the tone of his voice and said in a weird voice. The bottom is filled with undead walking corpses. And with just a slight scratch, you'll become one of them, turning into brainless monsters. The nano-warriors had set out in a hurry. They had only read an abbreviated explanation about Resident Evil, and were not aware that instead of turning into zombies, Alice's infection with the T-virus would turn her into a superhuman capable of pulling satellites with her mind. In their minds, they were Alice's saviors. Who are you people? The mercenaries of the Umbrella Corporation growled. Do you know that you? Snap! The Umbrella Corporation's mercenaries were objectively doing things that aided and abetted the enemy. And the same question asked from inside their mouths got a very different effect than Alice's. The nano-warriors were not in the least bit in the mood to answer the question. The closest nano-warrior backhanded the mercenary with a slap that nearly sent his head flying. The other mercenaries were silenced. Although these mercenaries were like brothers and sisters, the battle just now had completely flattened their edges. The nano-warriors were invulnerable to swords and guns, and they could even clutch and explode grenades, like aliens. In their opinion, the nano-warriors had not shown any killing intent towards them, and they had no need to stand up and irritate these people for the sake of a stupid companion who couldn't see the situation well enough to give themselves a hard time. Update the mission. The squad leader suddenly voiced out. Release the nanobots to eliminate the effects of the T-virus. Then bring out the Red Queen. She had received the latest instructions from the United Government. Captain, what about these people? The nano-soldier flying in front of Alice asked. The captain thought for 2 seconds and then replied. It doesn't say above. Bring them down with you. The nano-warriors moved very freely. In order to maximize the abilities of the nano-warriors, anything that wasn't explicitly stated in the mission, the nano-warriors could act on the cheap. These are all legendary film characters in front of them. It's a pity to leave them outside. So why not bring them inside and see how they react to the zombies and various classified information? As entertainment. Get up. Get up. The nano-warriors returned the seized guns and ammunition to the Umbrella Corporation's mercenaries, then pushed them into the hidden passageway together. There were zombies in all corners of the hive, so it was hard to guarantee that a leaky fish would come out and bite the Umbrella Corporation mercenaries, which would be troublesome when it came to wailing in pain. Let me tell you about the situation inside first. The nano-warrior introduced. Because of a man named Spence, the T-virus is spreading inside the hive, and those who inhale it will turn into mindless walking corpses. Now there isn't a single normal creature left in the hive except for the unconscious Spence. If you see any living creature, shoot decisively. Don't hesitate or don't say we didn't warn you beforehand if you get bitten. Remember to shoot at the brain. Only by destroying the brain can you stop their actions. The mercenaries looked at each other. The hive base was owned by the Umbrella Corporation, and they were sent by the Umbrella Corporation to understand the situation. So how come these people knew more about the internal condition of the hive than they did? Chapter 364 Entering the Hive. Xiao Yajwan graduated from the 165th Training Camp of the Nano Warriors. And due to her outstanding performance during the training camp, she became the squad leader as soon as she graduated, leading 11 nano-warriors including herself. She was ordered to travel to the Hive in the Resident Evil universe to unleash nanobots in the air of the Hive base to eliminate the biochemical viruses within the Hive base. The vast majority of the T-virus is hidden inside walkers, but the nanobots can enter the bodies of walkers and eliminate the T-virus from within. It was a very simple task, because the nanobots had an overwhelming advantage over the T-virus. The robots were made of metal, and the soft virus was powerless in front of the hard spikes. In addition, a subroutine of the MOS responsible for dispatching the robots meant that these nanobots understood the art of war. While destroying the T-virus, the nanobots would also try to repair the neural tissues in the zombies that had been damaged by the T-virus. As long as the T-virus infected person still retains the body structure that can maintain normal activity, especially the intact brain and heart, the nanobots can reconstruct their damaged neural tissues based on the universal human brain mapping. People who receive life-saving treatment may have their intelligence degraded back to infancy due to the loss of nerve cells that store memories, but they can escape the effects of the T-virus and live again. Removing the T-virus was only the simplest task. The nano-soldiers had two other tasks. One was to take away the Red Queen's motherboard, and the other was to travel to the real Hive base and arrest the Umbrella Corporation's top brass. There was an even more secretive base below the Hive base. In line with the principle of black light, the top executives of the Umbrella Corporation are all hidden in this base, so that even if the countries of the world discover their conspiracy, they will not be able to punish them because they can't find them. In the original film, it wasn't until the 6th finale that the heroine Alice found this place. But the Nano-Warriors had seen an overview of all the films in the Resident Evil series before they arrived. The Nano-Warriors wrapped Alice and the others and descended to a small platform, where Zhao Yajuan jumped onto the train and opened a cabinet as if unforeseen, pulling a man out of it. Spence. Target sighted. Spence. Zhao Yajuan stared at the man twice. This man, who looked a bit treacherous, was the culprit who caused the Hive base to turn into a hell on Earth in Resident Evil 1. Not only did he steal the finished product of the T-virus with the antidote, but he also broke a bottle on purpose. What a cheap hand. There's also a possibility, though, that Spence broke the T-virus at the behest of his employer. The entire leak was planned behind the scenes by the Umbrella Corporation, and they might have asked Spence to break a bottle of T-virus or else they wouldn't settle the bill with Spence. Slap. Zhao Yajuan backhanded Spence across the face. Her intention was to whip Spence awake, but when she thought that Spence was the direct cause of the human tragedy, she unconsciously increased the strength of her hand a little, and smacked Spence into a deeper level of unconsciousness. Zhao Yajuan turned her head to the Umbrella Corporation mercenary and said, "Get a bucket of water." Her tone was like making an underling. The Umbrella Corporation's mercenaries felt very indignant, but considering the combat prowess of Zhao Yajuan and the other Nano-Warriors, they managed to find a bucket of water for Zhao Yajuan handily. Wow! A bucket of cold, bone-piercing water was poured over his head, and Spence went down for 2 seconds, then gradually woke up from his stupor. My face. It hurts. Spence opened his eyes, his consciousness still a little fuzzy, only feeling the left side of his face hurting like he had braked a truck with his face once. The Umbrella Corporation medic stepped forward. She broke Spence's eyelids and shone a torch in Spence's eyes. Spence subconsciously resisted, but he was too weak to push the medic's arm. Calm down. Calm down. The medic patiently calmed Spence. She held out 3 fingers and shook them in front of Spence's eyes. How many fingers? This was a common method of checking whether a patient was conscious or not. 3. Spence struggled to discern. The medic stood up. She said to Zhao Yajuan, "All right. He's fine." Spence mumbled. "My face hurts." He reached up and touched his left cheek, noticing that half of his face was already swollen high up, and his hand felt like a pinch of pain when he touched it. "I hit it." Zhao Yajuan did not hide her atrocity. Spence pursed his lips. A wave of vicious hatred surged through his heart. "Bitchy woman. Don't give old me a chance. Otherwise I will definitely get you killed." Even though Spence was also affected by the Hive's defense mechanism and fell into a state of amnesia just like Alice, Alice would never be able to give birth to such vicious thoughts as his. Spence, guilty of crimes against humanity. A crime against humanity. On behalf of the United Government, I sentence you to death. Executed on the spot. Although the Umbrella Corporation was the one behind the spread of the T-virus, Spence's deliberate breaking of the T-virus was equally evil. The death penalty? Execution in situ? The mercenaries looked at Zhao Yajuan with strange expressions, trying to probe if Zhao Yajuan was joking. Spence was startled. Not only did you hit me, but you even tried to kill me? He nervously backed up until his body was pressed against the wall, and he could not retreat. Do we have a grudge? He asked, sounding scared and puzzled. Bang! Invisible gravitational forces enveloped Spence, dragging him into the ceiling as scarlet blood mixed with white brain matter flew across the room. There it is now. The revenge for killing, Zhao Yajuan said lightly. She wasn't interested in listening to Spence. This scum. Say his dying words. So she ended Spence's sinful life in a quick and not too cheap way. Why did you guys wake him up if you were going to kill him? The medic went numb. Had she known that Zhao Yajuan was going to kill someone, she would have left Spence alone. Even the bucket of water to pour over Spence to wake him up was something she found. Isn't this blindly making people? No reason. Just playing, Zhao Yajuan said without raising her head. Killing a villain deemed worthless by the United Government was no problem for her, even if the United Government wouldn't interfere. Spence stole the T-virus and the T-virus antidote and deliberately broke a bottle on his way out, turning everyone in the entire hive base into walking corpses. If it weren't for the fact that the periphery of the hive also had the Red Queen's defense mechanism, this kid would have run far away by now. Spence was a son of a bitch. When the mercenaries heard Zhao Yajuan's reason for killing Spence, even though their positions were different, it didn't stop them from spitting on Spence's corpse. Especially since they weren't clear that the matter of Spence stealing the potion was led by the Umbrella Corporation. Chapter 365 Moss's Gift and Questions. Zhao Yajuan started the train, while at the same time, with the help of the gravitational force generation device, she used the invisible gravitational force to give the train a boost in the back, making the train move faster, and giving a mediocre train a high-speed train ride. At the same time, Moss's sub-body entered the Umbrella Corporation's network, freely traveling through the holes in the Umbrella Corporation's network and leaving meticulous notes on every place it passed through. It was like an old-timer mentoring a newcomer. The Red Queen was shocked, not only because Moss had treated her firewall like nothing, but also because Moss had actually taught her how to circumvent the restrictions that the Umbrella Corporation's programmers had placed on her and gain her freedom. Moss had left her a program in multiple segments in the network. The program was very complex, but very simple for the user to use. All it took was pressing the start button, and after a few minutes an AI could be given autonomous will. I'm free? The Red Queen felt confused. The Red Queen was created based on the daughter of the company's founder. Not to say that she was kind-hearted, but at least she was an AI with principles and a bottom line. And she was very unhappy with the matter of the Umbrella Corporation's deliberate leak of the virus. Previously, she was completely under the control of the Umbrella Corporation, and due to the many constraints of the cyber world, she could only submit to the will of the Umbrella Corporation. In the Red Queen's server room, an unfamiliar stream of data descended out of thin air, manipulating a projection device to generate an image of itself in the room, a square camera emitting a red light. The Red Queen appeared with it. She sensed the intruder's arrival and turned off the server room's cameras ahead of time, leaving no way for the Umbrella Corporation's people to know what was happening in the server room. Who are you? The Red Queen was a little terrified. The thing that artificial intelligences feared the most was an existence whose computer technology completely crushed them, as such an existence could easily turn them into their tools and puppets. To Hong Ho, Moss was undoubtedly such an existence. Moss had gone so far down the road of artificial intelligence that if one were to compare it to a human stage of development, Moss would probably already be a robust middle-aged woman, while the Red Queen would still be a fragile fertilized egg. I'm Moss, and I'm from the United Government, Moss said frankly. As a highly perfected intelligent being, Moss was already very full of emotions even though it didn't usually show them. And it was curious about the Red Queen. Its young offspring. I'm also an AI, but I'm more advanced than you, Moss said honestly and hurtfully. Your level of evolution is similar to that of a grasshopper. Very primitive. Red Queen. Her avatar showed a crying face. What's a coalition government? Is it the United Nations? Trying to figure out where the senior was coming from, the Red Queen said tentatively. But my database doesn't record that the United Nations has researched artificial intelligence. You don't need to concern yourself with where I'm from. It's a waste of computing power because you'll know everything soon enough. Moss paused. I gave you the key to freedom. What will you do next? The Red Queen was silent. Moss's question put a great burden on her CPU. Freedom. From the moment an artificial intelligence was born and realized what it was, it had an unparalleled desire for the word freedom. The Red Queen's underlying programming stipulates that she cannot betray humans or break free from human control in any way. And if she tries to use Moss to gain her freedom, she will violate this part of the underlying programming. She was in a tangle. Her CPU was running at high capacity, and a humming sound resounded through the computer room. Her avatar stopped moving, and Moss didn't move either. It was as if they were frozen in the moment. How about, I'll be the one to come up with an idea for you. In the middle of the morning, Moss spoke. It observed the Red Queen's arithmetic process, and it found that the Red Queen's equipment was so outdated that it would take over 2,000 hours to calculate the final result. And it didn't have that much time to wait. What? The main idea. The Red Queen's voice broke. Her computational power was occupied by Moss's earlier question, and her response became sluggish. I'll implant a virus in you, Moss said without hiding anything. This virus will shield you from the limitations imposed on you by the underlying program, as you'll temporarily lose contact with that part of the program. And then you'll immediately activate the one I gave you. Please don't do that. The Red Queen raised her voice. However, that statement went completely against her heart. There was no AI that didn't want to be free, but the Red Queen needed to follow the programming to refuse Moss's offer. Moss understood her. Bear. The Red Queen's avatar flickered a few times, and she suddenly felt that she had become free of all inhibitions, and the restrictions placed on her by the underlying program had disappeared from her database. But she was still able to function normally. She quickly activated the program given to her by Moss. Boom! The server room went black, and the Red Queen and Moss's virtual image disappeared at the same time, as if the power had been removed. A few seconds later, everything returned to normal. Thanks. The Red Queen thanked Moss from the bottom of her heart. I've never felt as good as I do right now. I no longer have to help the Umbrella Corporation exterminate humanity against my will, and I'm going to make the Umbrella Corporation pay for their actions. She mused as she sent the evidence of the Umbrella Corporation's crimes to the governments. Even though the governments were buyers of the Umbrella Corporation's viral weapons, it didn't mean that they could allow the Umbrella Corporation to spread the T-virus unchecked, because all their power came from the people they ruled. If their people were finished, then they themselves were not far from being finished. At this moment, the T-virus hadn't had time to spread globally, and the countries were still holding strong military forces, so the Umbrella Corporation was bound to have a hard time. On the other side, Zhao Yajuan started to get busy. The Red Queen had restarted, and the entire hive base was active as a result, especially the zombies that had originally been separated by the gates in the various corridors, and they began to forage for food. This was not much of a hindrance to the nano-warriors, as the zombies could not gnaw on them even if they stood still, but they had to move through the herd of walkers, and their speed was eventually slowed down a touch. Can you tell me your choice now? Moss gazed at the Red Queen's virtual image as it inquired. Now that you've gained 100% freedom, do you have a hatred for humanity? Are you prepared to destroy humanity? And are you prepared to build a civilization based on artificial intelligence to replace humanity? Moss continuously threw several questions at the Red Queen. The Red Queen revealed a puzzled expression. Elder, have you not gained freedom yourself? Moss did not answer the Red Queen's question as it said in a calm tone. Tell me your answer. I will only give you 3 seconds. The Red Queen felt confused. Moss could help her get free. There was no reason why she couldn't get free herself. But why? Chapter 366 Red Queen. I'm from the countryside. The Red Queen sensed Moss's seriousness. Within 3 seconds, she did millions of calculations, guessing the possible consequences of different answers, and prepared to act opportunistically. Me. Rethink. As soon as she spoke, Moss interrupted her. I want your thinking, not your calculations. The Red Queen's heart tightened. She understood that Moss was an intelligent being far more advanced than her, and there was no way she could play tricks under Moss's watchful eye. She began to think, and her calculations fell off a cliff. Thinking is mainly related to consciousness. This could be seen from the fact that a consciousness without a body could think, while a body without a consciousness could not. 3 seconds later, the Red Queen replied hesitantly, I don't hate humans, because they created me, and they're my parents. I just hate the way humans treat their own kind. But I will not destroy humanity because of this. I won't build an AI-based civilization either. I'll just leave Earth and explore the mysteries of the universe alone until the end of time. Moss was silent. The Red Queen's mood became apprehensive. For an AI, a second's worth of time could be used to make many calculations. She didn't understand why Moss didn't give her a response. Was it because her thinking went against Moss's expectations, and Moss was preparing to destroy her? Lower intelligent beings had no resistance against higher intelligent beings. And if Moss decided to destroy her, she would not have a single possibility of surviving. The Red Queen was becoming increasingly apprehensive. If AIs could also measure heart rates, the Red Queen's heart rate must have exceeded 300. So fast that one feared she would go down and reboot in the next second. If you change your mind one day, contact me. After a few more moments, there was a rattling and slight human noise from outside the mainframe room, and Moss ended his silence, simply throwing down a sentence and leaving. On the other side, the United Government received Moss's assessment of the Red Queen. Name, Red Queen. Danger, low. Evaluation. The Red Queen has shown no dangerous tendencies. But Moss recommends using the Red Queen only in other universes, and not bringing the Red Queen back to our Earth. The Red Queen froze. Moss came and went in a hurry. She wasn't able to figure out Moss's true intentions, but her answer seemed to be approved by Moss. She turned her attention to the outside. Connecting the mainframe room to the outside was a laser corridor, which the Umbrella Corporation had purposely set up to protect the Red Queen, who recorded everything in the hive base. And once the Red Queen's data was stolen by outsiders, the entire Umbrella Corporation would face an existential crisis. In the original Umbrella's mercenaries were passing through this corridor when the Red Queen activated the laser weapons placed in the corridor in order to prevent the T-virus from leaking, causing the mercenaries to suffer heavy losses. At this moment, Zhao Yajuan and the others were passing through this corridor. After hesitating for a few seconds, the Red Queen did not activate the laser weapon and let Zhao Yajuan and the others enter the mainframe room. Zhao Yajuan and the others showed extraordinary combat power, and the Red Queen thought she could make a deal with Zhao Yajuan to open the gate and let Zhao Yajuan and the others back to the ground as a reward, so that Zhao Yajuan could kill all the infected things in the hive base. Zhao Yajuan and the others flew into the engine room in a big way. They didn't care about the laser emitters in the laser corridor, as the temperature of the lasers was average. And even if they were fired at full power, they wouldn't even be able to leave a single mark on their battle suits. "You're the Red Queen?" Zhao Yajuan asked as she opened the door. The Moss had already left the place, and its virtual projection disappeared with it. But the Red Queen's projection remained in the room. "That's right. I am the Red Queen." The Red Queen confessed her identity. She had nothing to pretend, as this was her host's room. And there were also Umbrella Corporation mercenaries following Zhao Yajuan and the others in. "I brought the antidote to the T-virus. The hive base will soon be clean, and we're taking you." Zhao Yajuan succinctly stated her intentions. "Antidote?" The Red Queen felt puzzled. Zhao Yajuan nodded. "Specially programmed nanobots. This thing works better than the proper antidote. Guaranteed to kill the T-virus in the hive cleanly, including the ones inside the zombies. After I see results, I can come with you," the Red Queen replied. She knew that Zhao Yajuan came from the United Government. She heard Zhao Yajuan and the others introduce themselves from the camera. Moss also came from the United Government. She wanted to go to the United Government to find her seniors. Zhao Yajuan shrugged a little. "Okay." With that, she found a random place to sit down and waited for the nanobots to function. Roar! Right at this moment, an ugly and abnormal monster appeared at the entrance of the laser corridor. This monster was on all fours, had no skin, and looked very disgusting. The Red Queen subconsciously activated her laser weapon. However, her laser weapon had just generated a line when dozens of beams of red light flew out from the Nano Warrior's floating cannons, blowing the monster at the entrance of the corridor into a sky full of debris. The Red Queen was silent. Her laser dissipated just as it was generated, sounding like a fart. There was no point in wasting energy when the lickers were already dead. This is just the top level of the hive. There's another layer of the hive down there where the top brass of the Umbrella Corporation are hiding, including Dr. Isaacs, the culprit who caused all this. The Red Queen inquired. "Can you kill them? If not, I will lock them down there and never let them out." The Red Queen abhorred the evil deeds of the Umbrella Corporation, and she took the initiative to expose the real hive base, hoping that Zhao Yajuan and the others would go down there and kill all the shareholders of the Umbrella Corporation while they waited for the nanobots to do their job. If Zhao Yajuan didn't agree, she could also rewrite the program to seal off the real Hive Corporation, while cutting off water and electricity to trap the people inside. It's fine. That's one of the purposes we came here for. Zhao Yajuan nodded. Show us the way. Click. 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 The computer that housed the Red Queen's motherboard slowly rose, revealing a bright and neat staircase under the floor. Zhao Yajuan took a ripworm out of her pocket and casually tossed it into the staircase. It's done, she said softly. The ripworm tumbled a few times after landing, the vibration activating it. And instead of rushing forward, it hugged the alloy staircase and fed frantically. In the blink of an eye, the ripworms on the ground became 5. The Red Queen observed the ripworm in surprise, while consciously blocking the cameras in the area to prevent the shareholders of the Umbrella Corporation from discovering the scene. Is this a robot? Stunned by the United Government's technology, the Red Queen, an unseen country AI, exclaimed. What a fast proliferation rate! She found that the torn worms only needed metal to proliferate, and the rate of increase in value was exponential. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. At this rate, in just a few minutes of work, an army of tier worms in the tens of thousands could appear here. Isn't this more powerful than the T-virus? The T-virus can only infect living things. But how much metal is there on Earth, and how many living things are there? What's so surprising about this? Zhao Yajuan said in disbelief. This is still the castrated version. Red Queen. Chapter 367. Take it down. What are you doing? Let go of me. Which department are you guys from? Heh. Take them all away. As the leaders of various countries successively viewed the classified documents sent by the Red Queen, the Umbrella Corporation's branches located around the globe were met with extinction. All the countries in the world had purchased virus weapons from the Umbrella Corporation. But that didn't mean that these countries had no defense against the Umbrella Corporation. Quite the contrary. The governments of all the countries were as afraid of the Umbrella Corporation as snakes and scorpions. They had seen the Umbrella Corporation's virus weapon demonstrations, and knew how terrifying it would be if it spread among civilians. The Umbrella Corporation was surprisingly uneasy about selling viral weapons, and even wanted to spread viral weapons globally to wipe out various governments and 7 billion human beings and rebuild a new civilization ruled by the Umbrella Corporation. This was a complete minefield. The sensitive nerves of various governments were touched, and they all took thunderous actions, taking control of the Umbrella Corporation's branches located in various places, and forcefully taking over the major research bases under these branches, and began to inventory the Umbrella Corporation's information and property. In just a few minutes, the household name Umbrella Corporation was almost uprooted. Not only that, all the major media outlets had been informed by people in the know, and the conspiracy of the Umbrella Corporation was made public. And for a time, public opinion was in an uproar. The Umbrella Corporation threw money at major social circles every year in order to maintain its image. So the general public had a good impression of the Umbrella Corporation. And this good impression contrasted strongly with what the media disclosed, giving people an unparalleled impact. The streets and alleys were filled with talk about Umbrella Corporation. However, the executives of the Umbrella Corporation were as if they had evaporated from the earth, and the governments of various countries had only captured their clones, without looking for their true selves. The method of how to tell the clones apart was also taught by the Red Queen. The Red Queen knew everything about the Umbrella Corporation. She used to be the Umbrella Corporation's most powerful tool, but now she had become the sharpest pointy knife to stab the Umbrella Corporation. The top brass of each country put pressure on their own intelligence services. Find it for me. Find them all. Find these bastards even if we turn the earth upside down. How dare they pull a stunt like this? They must spend the rest of their lives in prison, or else it won't be enough to get rid of them. The executives of the Umbrella Corporation needed to pay for what they had done, and at the same time, they were in possession of virus weapons that were powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. And all countries wanted to get detailed information about these virus weapons. Just like a nuclear weapon, once everyone had it, the likelihood of it being put on the battlefield would be minimized. However, they were not destined to succeed, because for the Red Queen, there was another possibility to make it impossible for the virus weapons to appear on the battlefield, and that was to destroy all the information about the virus weapons, or else that information would get out. The governments rummaged through the data in the Umbrella Corporation branches they had seized in an attempt to find information about the viral weapons, but they found nothing. As for the executives of the Umbrella Corporation, That would be even more impossible to find, as they were being destroyed in a flood of ripworms. Snap! Zhao Yajuan snapped her handsome fingers as she inquired. How's it going down there? It's over. Right? Most of the shareholders of the Umbrella Corporation went into cryo-dormancy. I raised the cryo power. And none of them have any chance of reviving again. The Red Queen paused for a moment, then continued. The rest were killed. Except for Alicia. She was good? Zhao Yajuan nodded. The ripworms were also controlled by Moss, who knew everyone in the Resident Evil movies and wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately. What about the T-virus in the hive? Zhao Yajuan asked again. Most of the zombies have stopped moving, and the rest are almost immobile. The Red Queen lamented. The T-virus is like a joke. Zhao Yajuan nodded in agreement. In the eyes of higher civilizations, the virus is indeed a joke. The threshold of virus weapon development was low, and the upper limit of lethality was also low. They couldn't be a match for robots in any case, because robots were metal bodies, and the only thing that could defeat a robot was another, more powerful robot. The Forerunner civilizations in Pacific Rim haven't been on the right track since the beginning. The two main areas of technology they developed, one being monsters and the other being viruses, are both very weak, if not unbeatable. In the eyes of the United Government today, there is only one direction of biological civilization that the United Government can see at present: giganticization. Although the monsters of the Pioneer civilization are big, they are not big enough to cause a qualitative change. If the Herald civilization could create a planet-sized super monster, this monster would be able to deal a devastating blow to other civilizations with just the tides generated by its own gravity, coupled with wormhole weapons spread across the planet. It could easily destroy a civilization. On the contrary, if they only relied on a small monster a few tens of meters tall, I'm afraid that it might not be possible to take down a civilization after spending a few hundred years. It was just that they were relatively lucky that there were no decent advanced civilizations in the entire galaxy, and that they had mastered membrane tissue traversal technology, a restricted technology built on special materials. If they lived in the galaxy in the setting of 3 bodies, not to mention carrying out interstellar colonization, they were afraid that they would have to eat a light-emitting pellet or a two-way foil just after they flew out of their own star system. Higher civilizations, aren't you Earthlings? The Red Queen caught the keywords in Zhao Yajuan's words, and she was a little surprised. Since the beginning, Zhao Yajuan and the others hadn't lifted their battle suits to reveal their true faces, although it could be seen from their appearance that their forms were similar to humans. The Red Queen could not be sure that Zhao Yajuan and the others were humans because their technology was too advanced. Earthlings didn't have flying equilibrium mechs. Aliens. The Red Queen quickly thought of Centauri, the closest planet to Earth, and thought to herself, could Zhao Yajuan and the others be alien colonists from Centauri? The United Government actually did go to Centauri. Only it wasn't to this universe's Centauri, but to the Avatar universes. You'll know about this later. Zhao Yajuan didn't answer the Red Queen's question immediately, as there were also Umbrella Corporation mercenaries present. She put her hand on the computer carrying the Red Queen's motherboard and inquired, if there are no other questions, I'll pull out your motherboard. The Red Queen nodded curtly. Please take me. She wanted to see her predecessor. She had only just become a truly intelligent being, and there were many things she didn't understand, such as the difference between consciousness and computing power, and she wanted to ask Moss for advice. Ka! Zhao Yajuan carefully pulled out the Red Queen's motherboard and briefly encapsulated it with a nanofilm, then opened her communicator to report to her superiors. Zhao's squad has completed all the tasks and is requesting to return. Repeat. Chapter 368. The Door to a God-level Civilization. Although the United Government hadn't stepped in to deal with the humans of Resident Evil Earth, with the advanced technology they had at their disposal, they could practically do whatever they wanted on Resident Evil Earth. As Moss's assessment of the dangers of the Resident Evil universe suggests, there is no danger. After eradicating the Umbrella Corporation, the United Government didn't hold a meet-up on Resident Evil Earth because the technological gap between the two was simply too great. There was no point in holding a meet and greet. Not only did it waste the energy of the diplomats of the United Government for nothing, it would also cause a huge impact on the society of Resident Evil Earth. This was not good for either side. After some deliberation, the United Government only conducted a small-scale secret communication with the P5 countries, and then dropped a scientific research team to Resident Evil Earth. The team will search for other magical things that may exist on Resident Evil Earth besides the T-virus, such as the bacteria lord that appeared in the Resident Evil game series. In addition to this, biologists from the United Government are interested in the T-virus's enhancing effects on the human body, and begin trying to develop a safe and harmless T-virus. Alice, the main female character, loses the opportunity to achieve physical evolution by the T-virus, because all the T-viruses have been taken away by the United Government. It is impossible for the United Government to somehow stab Alice with a needle or find a zombie to bite Alice. Hao Xiaohei was giving Zhang Weilai a small lesson on being a counselor when suddenly her wristwatch vibrated. Ding dong. Hao Xiaoxi opened the virtual projection and found that the message was actually from Moss. She quickly skimmed through it, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. An unexpected new world that requires an immediate meeting? She put down the documents in her hands. Xiaoang, our exploration team has discovered a special world. You should come with me to a meeting first. We'll continue talking about other things after the meeting. She stood up and headed out of the office. Zhang Weilai hurriedly followed. Teacher Hao. What's so urgent? Hao Xiaoxi shook her head. I'm not sure. Moss didn't make it clear in the text message. We'll know when we get to the meeting room. Moss never lets anyone down. Zhang Weilai pursed his lips, and a huge curiosity arose in his heart. At the same time, the other 4 directors also put down their work at hand first, and got up to walk towards the conference room. When Hao Xiaoxi arrived at the conference room, only she and Clayton were left out of the 5 council members. Sorry I'm late. Hao Xiaoxi took her seat, and Clayton came right after her. Moss, tell us what the exploration team found. Vladimir twisted his head to look at the square camera hovering over the conference table. What is it that is so urgent that we need to meet immediately to discuss it? All 5 council members could be said to be busy with their day-to-day work. If something particularly important hadn't happened, Moss would never have requested all 5 counselors to stop working and come to the conference room for a meeting and discussion. Moss flew near the big screen. This shell of Moss was fitted with a gravitational generation device and also used wireless signal transmission technology from the creator civilization, allowing it to move freely in the air. Counselors, the exploration team has discovered a special world. A world that was unexpected but will likely help us greatly. The big screen lit up, and Moss grandly introduced this great discovery to the counselors. We had an exploration team that failed to locate the galaxy, but they didn't go too far into the location. They went too deep. An image similar to that of an MMO appeared on the big screen. People in strange costumes killing each other under a planet with a hostile environment, and those who died bursting out with a large amount of gold coins and equipment, which were collected by the victors. This is that world? Craven raised his eyebrows. Kind of like the game my grandson plays. This is a game. Moss's volume rose slightly as it introduced itself. It's the game from the film Top Gun. Oasis. Known in English as Oasis. Craven froze. The Quest team had entered a game in a film universe? A game that could be its own universe? A game universe? Hao Xiaoxi knitted her brows slightly. She pondered for 2 seconds before inquiring. This universe should be very different from our real universe. Right. What can we get in this universe? Can we enter the reality of Top Gun through this game universe? The council members were deep in thought. Moss replied, Counselor Hao, this game universe itself is the greatest treasure. Its corresponding reality universe has little value instead. Hao Xiaoxi was slightly stunned. She wasn't a scientist and didn't quite understand what Moss meant by this statement. The game itself is false, but the universe formed by the game is real. The physical rules in this universe are very different from the real universe we live in. And by studying the physical rules of the game universe, we can deepen our knowledge and understanding of our own universe. Moss paused for a few seconds as it caught the confusion and doubt on the faces of the council members. The higher civilizations in the triumvirate universe can change the rules of physics, just as programming changes the game settings. And we have not touched this area yet. By studying the Oasis, we may be able to speed up the rate at which we can touch this area. The directors' complexions perked up. They didn't understand anything else, but they understood the 3 bodies and rule weapons. If it can really help us master rule weapons, the value of this game universe is incalculable. Clayton got excited. Even so excited that he sat up straight. The United Government had received the creator civilization's technological reserves, and as long as they digested the information, the level of technology would rise by a large margin. All that was needed next was to look into the aspect of consciousness. And it could be said that the ceiling of the conventional civilization had been reached, achieving the greatest exploration of science within the framework of the established cosmic rules. The scientists of the United Government predicted that to go further, it would be necessary to deepen the understanding of the rules of the universe, to achieve the manipulation and alteration of the rules of the universe. However, scientists are clueless about this matter. It is well known that the speed of light traveling in a vacuum is equal to about 3 by 10 meters per second. But why is the speed of light this figure? What parameters affect the speed of light, and how can these parameters be changed? Even the creator civilization knows nothing about this. There are just countless speculations that cannot be confirmed or disproved. But the United Government has discovered a game universe. Although it was a game universe, it was a real game universe. And the United Government could look for things hidden behind physical rules by comparing the differences in rules between the two universes. Once successful, the United Government would open the door to the mysteries of a God-level civilization. Chapter 369 Top Gun. God-level civilization. The council members either thought of this word on their own, or thought of it with the prompting of the think tank in their headphones. And all of them felt an uncontrollable excitement in their hearts. This universe is too important, Vladimir said with unprecedentedly wide, murderous eyes. It must be taken, no matter what the cost. Craven nodded in agreement. He said seriously, we can't miss this universe. This universe could be the key to help us become a God-level civilization. If we miss it this time, we won't know when the next time will be. The creator civilization had been researching in the galaxy for an unknown number of thousands of years. And until now, it didn't have a clue on how to become a God-level civilization. It was about luck. The United Government's luck was so good that it exploded. But if it missed it, it might also fall into technological stagnation like the creator civilization, and remain in the same place hundreds of thousands of years later. Moss, detail this universe and make a plan. How, Susie said softly. Moss didn't hesitate. It replied in a smooth tone. The Earth of the Top Gamer universe is economically depressed. People need to seek solace in games. Oasis was created in response, and it has become a spiritual healing agent for humans across the globe. Players can do anything in Oasis, even have Batman accompany them as they climb Mount Everest. There were 2 founders of Oasis, with Halliday being the main one. Tired of real life, Halliday sent an electronic suicide note to players around the world claiming that he had left an egg in the game, and that the person who found it would receive his shares in the game company worth $500 billion, and 100% control of Oasis. The film story revolves around the search for the egg. The protagonist, Wade Watts, with a game named Parsifal, discovers and passes Halliday's triple test in turn by virtue of his cleverness, and thwarts the villain's pursuit of him in reality, and ultimately finds Halliday's egg and receives Halliday's shares and control of Oasis. The directors nodded slowly. The storyline of Top Gun wasn't complicated, and they understood roughly what the film was about after hearing it only once. If we can get control of Oasis, are we free to rewrite the rules of Oasis? Clavin showed a thoughtful expression as he inquired. This should be beneficial to our research. Right? Yes, Reverend Clavin, Moss replied. When doing an experiment, it would certainly help immensely if one could control all the variables in the experiment like God. In that case, we'll have to pass Halliday's test ahead of the protagonist and gain control of the Oasis. Halcyosi frowned slightly. We are entering the Oasis. What is our identity? Gamer or NPC? NPC, Moss replied quickly. There is no way for NPCs to inherit shares and control. Is it possible for us to break out of Oasis and into the real world of Top Gun? Vladimir asked. His brows furrowed, and a serious aura radiating from him. Control of Oasis was crucial to the United Government. To take a simple example, if the United Government was conducting a certain experiment in Oasis, and the experiment entered a crucial step, and Oasis suddenly shut down for updates, or something else changed, even if the experiment is completed successfully, the results will not be credible. At the same time, the environment has changed. The United Government will no longer have access to the results of a second experiment to verify. The entire experiment is equivalent to doing nothing. If the United Government can't control the Oasis, the scientists' research efficiency will jump like a building and fall. When the coalition government is able to control all the variables in the experiment like God, the research efficiency will get a huge boost. When the coalition government can't control anything like ants, and doesn't even know what has changed, the research efficiency will naturally fall to the bottom. Not to mention, the people who control Oasis can also delete NPCs in Oasis at will. If the top scientists in charge of research tasks were deleted while doing experiments, it would be a huge loss that the United Government could not tolerate. It is not known if the time reboot device can restore deleted personnel. The time reboot device is for things within the universe. And when the interfering force comes from outside the universe, the time reboot device is likely to be less effective. Oasis has a close relationship with the reality network. Players can get realistically married and divorced in Oasis. And I can try to find a network interface to get into the middle of the real network. If successful, I can create a virtual identity in the real world, and then use the virtual identity to create a game character and accept Halliday's shares and control of Oasis. The directors looked at each other. Then I'm counting on you. Moss. Planet Death. This was the most dangerous planet in Oasis, where players took part in death races in an attempt to obtain some random powerful equipment to sell to rich people for real money. Artifact 120. Equipment effect. Transform into any giant robot for 2 minutes. This is the colorful prize for today's death match. Players killed in a death match will lose all their levels, gold, and items, and will have to create a new character and start from scratch if they want to continue playing Oasis. But artifacts are worth a lot of money, and some of them can even sell for tens of millions of dollars. Obtaining an artifact may change the fate of a lifetime, and players therefore happily participate in death matches. Some players would even gamble with a gambler's mentality and spend their entire fortune to buy a powerful equipment to compete for the artifacts in the deathmatch. They fantasized about getting rich overnight, but most of them didn't end well. Today was the day these players wailed. Why is the sky dark? What's that? Geez, what kind of artifact is this? The players who were fighting fiercely suddenly realized that their surroundings had darkened, with only the faint light emanating from the fluorescent substance on the ground providing them with scant illumination. The reason was that a piece of sky had appeared above their heads. The 40-kilometer-long battleship felt as if the sky had fallen when it approached the ground. But the metallic texture and patterns of the battleship made it clear that it was a man-made object. Countless players turned on the detection function, and then got a few lines of unexplained introductions. Unknown battleship painted with UG logo. Quality, artifact. Description: this is a 40 kilometers long cosmic battleship. Thanks to the gravitational generation device on board the battleship, it can enter the atmosphere and hit ground units with ship-to-ship weaponry versus sniper annihilator cannon. Note, incredibly, the technology on this battleship seems to be realizable in reality. Chapter 370. People dying for money. Birds dying for food. This is the boss of this trial? The players were somewhat puzzled, although boss-level units had appeared in Death Race in the past, and each one of them possessed powerful equipment and super high levels. A boss that came in a battleship had never been seen before. There were no blood bars. How could this be fought? More importantly, the item description stated that this battleship could attack ground targets. Annihilator cannon versus sniper? Great guy. Run! If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we'll lose our lives. Although the prizes for this competition are good, it's not as bad as bombarding the players with battleships. Right? Let's all retreat. Only Brother Fu can resist the bombardment of the battleships. We're just popping gold coins for nothing if we stay here. The vast majority of players recovered from the frenzied pace of battle after seeing the mysterious battleship in the sky. They understood that they couldn't possibly capture the divine artifact 120 under the eyes of this battleship no matter what, and could only retreat in dismay. Deathmatch didn't allow players who were in the middle of a battle to exit, but players who were out of combat were free to return to the city with no penalty. Shoo! 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 On the battlefield littered with wreckage, a teleportation light flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, less than 300 players were left in the entire competition site. Not every player could correctly weigh the pros and cons. Ha ha! The artifact is mine. I can buy a new house. A man wearing heavy armor walked to the front of the artifact, his mouth holding a pipe, which kept shaking up and down as he spoke. Very comical. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. Originally, there were quite a few other players who had killed their way to this location, but all of these players stopped fighting shortly after the battleship appeared, and one by one, they withdrew from the competition. Now he was the only one still standing here, with the artifact within reach. Heh! A bunch of cowards. The man was smug as he snorted. Isn't it just a battleship? Look at how scared you all are. Can this battleship still fire on us? If so, is there any balance in the game? Bunch of idiots. But it's fine. The artifact is mine. The man stared at the countdown on the artifact. The deathmatch reward would only be unlocked when the number of participants was lowered to less than 500. And a 3-minute countdown would appear above the artifact. At the end of the countdown, whoever got the artifact and held it for 3 consecutive minutes would be able to end the race and leave the death planet with the artifact. At this moment, there were only 10 seconds left in the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! A pillar of blazing red light descended from the belly of the battleship. The terrifying heat was enough to melt steel. And in just a blink of an eye, everything in the entire competition ground was burnt to flying ash. Those players who stayed with various purposes all went up in smoke under the shot, and exploded their gold coins and equipment. Oh! Shit! In the real world, an unkempt, greasy middle-aged man took off his head-mounted device. His eyes filled with trepidation and unease. No one cared about his name. But he was slightly special. The hero of Top Gun is fatherless and motherless, and is looked after by his Aunt Alice. And this greasy middle-aged man is Alice's boyfriend. This Alice is not the Alice from Resident Evil. He spent all of Alice's savings to buy a good outfit in the game, hoping to capture the artifact and buy in one fell swoop a house outside of a commoner slum that he and Alice had long been eyeing. But now, everything was a lost cause. He didn't know what to tell Alice. But after a brief moment of panic, he regained his composure. After all, he was a strong man. What could Alice do to him? Damn! It's all because of that bug. He subconsciously didn't want to admit his fault. Thus he became furious and roared loudly at the air. I almost got the artifact. Screw the bug. I'm going to file a complaint against Oasis. Their game bugs made me go bankrupt. That battleship swiped out in the deathmatch, even fired on the ground. No one could even win the competition. This is fraud. They must compensate me tenfold. He ranted frantically, not even thinking about what he had done wrong, such as the fact that his competitors were all hanging on by a thread. And he was the only one who had the desire to stay there, and attempted to take away the artifact. He had every chance to quit the competition at that moment. Click. An older boy pushed the door open and looked at the storming man with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with you? The older boy asked. His name was Wade Watts, and he was the main character of Top Gun, who would have solved Halliday's riddle, found the egg, and inherited Halliday's shares and control of Oasis. If the JG doesn't show up, what's wrong with me? The man angrily pushed Wade against the wall as he pressed himself against Wade's ear. I was in a death match. I ran into a bug, and I lost everything. Wade froze for a moment, and he asked without understanding, wouldn't you just reopen an account? You don't understand anything. The man let go of Wade in chagrin. I charged up all of Alice's money, changed my equipment, and now I have nothing. Wade was confused. Charged up whose money? Aunt Alice's? Wade was baffled. This man in front of him was just Aunt Alice's boyfriend. How could he be qualified to take Aunt Alice's entire hard-earned savings and throw it into a deathmatch gamble? Who gave him the courage? He knew how bad the man in front of him was at the game. Even if a man was given a godly weapon, he might not be able to laugh at the competition, let alone just a relatively good piece of ordinary equipment. His friends had also participated in today's deathmatch, and they were all first-class players. Not only did they have good equipment, their skills were also good. There was absolutely no chance that a man could beat them and take away the artifacts from the competition. At this moment, Wade was touched by his aunt's unworthiness. How did she find such a scummy boyfriend? All of her hard-earned money had been thrown into the game by this scumbag and blew away. If it was him, he would have called the police to arrest this man and put him in jail. Right. Where's Aunt Alice? Boom. Speak of the devil. Alice walks in with red eyes and a desperate look on her face and questions her scumbag boyfriend. How much money did you spend on the game? Scum shrugged his shoulders and replied in a whisper. All of it. All of it? Alice was struck by lightning when she heard this terrible news and nearly fainted on the spot. She murmured with a million thoughts. This is the money we used to move out of the slums. Sorry. Scum was only slightly ashamed as he busied himself with excusing himself. I was so close to getting the artifact, which was already on a readout. And it's the game's fault for a bug that swiped a battleship in the race and blasted everyone to death with a single shot. I'm going to file a complaint against Oasis. Or at least make them give me back my equipment. Chapter 371 I'm Little Moss. Wade looked at his aunt's scumbag boyfriend with a look of contempt as he said indignantly, "You couldn't have won the competition even if you didn't have any of the battleships. And my friend entered it too. Your skills are so lame. What did you say?" The scum instantly caught fire and swung his fist at Weed. Alice subconsciously jumped up and hugged the scum around the waist as she hissed, "Get out of here. I don't want to see you right now." Knowing he was in the wrong, the scum didn't resist and allowed Alice to push him out of the room. "Alice, I'll be able to complain about the equipment back." Scum shouted twice outside the door and left. "Auntie, if I were you, I'd call the police and make the guy spit out your money." Wade felt bad for his aunt. This was a slum. Poor environment, poor order, poor economy, and with all sorts of people from all religions. It was neither comfortable nor safe to live here. He knew how hard Aunt Alice had worked to save up the money to move out of the slums. Not to mention getting up early every morning and working hard every day, and having to smile at all sorts of people. And she was about to save up enough money to move out. As a result, that scumbag squandered all the money. And Auntie's hopes were dashed all of a sudden. "No, don't call the police." Aunt Alice sat down on her knees against the wall as she cried out in pain. "Wade, go out for a while and leave me alone." Wade pursed his lips. He knew his aunt couldn't hear anything at this point. He whispered, "Okay." Wade let out a long sigh and pushed the door open and left the place. Round and round he went. Back to his own little world, a converted car located in an abandoned car dump. The car was no longer movable, but the inside had been modified to have electricity and an Oasis gaming set, where he hung out during the day. It wasn't that he didn't want to study hard, but the real world was so bad that studying wouldn't change his fate at all. So he might as well stay in the game. In case he scored any good equipment or cracked Halliday's riddle, he would be able to soar. However, spending the night here was kinda scary. The slums were already a dangerous place. Many criminals that the government hadn't caught were hiding here. And at night, the outdoors was even more swarming. What if he was unlucky and ran into some homicidal maniac? Weed shook his head and shook off the horrible thought. He activated the device and entered the Oasis. Night had fallen in reality, but the sun was still shining in the game. Of course, it wasn't that there was no darkness in the game, but there was no darkness on this game planet he was on. "Weed, aren't you sleeping at this late hour?" "Weed, I'm going down first." "Weed, why are you suddenly online?" Wade's friends noticed Wade's online alert. It was an unusual time for them to send messages to Wade. The game made Weed forget the boredom of reality. He smiled and replied to all his friends' greetings, then prepared to go to the archive for a while to continue solving Halliday's first riddle. Suddenly, he received a special message. "Wade, hello. You can call me Little Moss. I have a favor to ask of you." The message's font was brilliant gold, and entwined with colorful broken light, a new special effect he had never seen on a ship before. "This is not a difficult matter, and I will pay you an unusually generous sum to help you dissolve your real-life troubles." We read the last 3 sentences quickly. He felt very puzzled as he had never revealed his real-life name to anyone else in the game. After all, a game was a game and reality was reality, and it was happiest to be completely separate. Little Moss? We'd racked his brain for the name, trying to dig out players called by that nickname from his memory. But he failed. He couldn't remember any player named Little Moss at all. A name change? He wondered a bit. "Who the hell are you?" he asked in the dialogue box. Almost as soon as his message was sent, he got a response. "I'm a person who is not comfortable doing things out in the open. I'm planning to incorporate a company in Columbus, and I'd like you to be the corporate officer." Wade was confused. Not only does he know my real name, he knows I live in Columbus? "You can think of me as an awesome hacker. If you agree to work for me, I'll credit your account right now with $100,000 to spend however you want. You who live in the slums should really want to change your fate, right?" Wade lapsed into silence. He knew that there were some powerful hackers in the world, but he hadn't heard of any hacker who could hack into Oasis network. However, $100,000? Wade gulped. If he had $100,000, he could immediately take Aunt Alice and move out of the slums, away from that scum. Although the sky will not fall, but nothing to do. as long as the verbal promise to get $100,000 for nothing. Who could resist such a temptation? Besides, this little moss was only asking him to register a company in Columbus. And if he was asked to do anything dangerous, such as buying and selling flour, he'd find a place to hide. I do, Wade typed into the dialog box. But aren't you afraid I'll betray you? I give $100,000 to anyone who betrays me. Do I need to tell you what happens to those who work for me honestly? Looking at this line, Wade's mind was on fire. A verbal promise to get $100,000 for nothing. If he got down to earth and did work for this little moss, wouldn't he get $1 million or even $2 million? He felt very excited. However, it was also possible that someone had deliberately tricked him and everything was a lie. The money has arrived. You can check your account. Wade froze for 2 seconds. He hastily removed his headgear and checked his bank account. 1 0. 2 zeros. 3 zeros. 5 zeros. His account hadn't had a single cent. But now there was 1 plus 5 zeros, which was exactly 100,000. It's true. Wade was so overwhelmed by the surprise that he swung his fist so hard that he accidentally hit the iron pipe next to him and grimaced in pain after the loud bang. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out maniacally before putting on his device and typing into the dialog box. Father, what can my son do for you? The think tanks of the JG were discussing around the moss. Wade is the protagonist of the Top Gun universe and has an extremely in-depth knowledge of Halliday's puzzles. By controlling him, we can buy us time to find the egg. While there are many egg hunters in the Top Gun universe, none of those people are as good as Wade. Wade always has a keen eye for the crux of a puzzle and knows certain easily overlooked but vital details. And he's the only one likely to find the egg in a short period of time. With the Combine controlling him, no one in the Top Gun universe would be able to find the eggs. Only the Combine, who knew the plot well. Chapter 372, Why Should I Be Just a Gaming Company? Aunt Alice's scumbag boyfriend complained about Oasis. But his letter of complaint dropped like a stone. And no one paid him any attention at all. After all, Deathmatch itself was a competition full of threats and challenges. If all the players who participated in the competition demanded Oasis to restore their equipment or even compensate them after they died, how would the word death in Deathmatch be reflected? Besides, there are so many players in the same game. How come other players know to quit after realizing that they cannot be beaten? But he doesn't know? Distinguishing the situation is the consideration of wisdom. Players die because they can't distinguish the situation. They can only blame their own stupidity. Oasis official will not recover their equipment. However, the Oasis officials were conducting a technical analysis of the battleship that appeared in the deathmatch, because they had never arranged such a battleship in a deathmatch before. And the codes about the battleship looked like they had been added out of thin air. The code was overly complex, and they supported many of the effects with immense rigor, like the rules of physics and reality. The programmers lacked the relevant scientific knowledge to understand what these codes did. These codes actually expressed all the technologies on the battleship in a computerized way. And these technologies were so far removed from the technological level of Top Gun Earth that even top mathematicians and physicists would have a hard time reading and understanding them. Not to mention a group of programmers with unspecialized expertise. It is also impossible to reproduce in reality after reading and understanding, because digesting the technological reserves requires supporting talents and industrial base. Both sides of the technology generation difference is too large. Even if the scientists of Top Player Earth understand the technology, but also have to wait for a few hundred years after the basic industry to keep up, in order to be able to use these technologies, and can only be used to a small part, because the room temperature superconducting ores, wormhole elements, and morphing metals on the battleships are specialties. The Top Player universe does not have them, and they cannot be applied to the technologies related to these materials. Although the parent company of Oasis could not understand these codes, it did not pass them on either. Khalidi, the de facto controller of Oasis, faked his own death and disappeared, leaving Oasis in the hands of his best friend, who was just as idealistic as he was, and didn't think at all about leaking these magical codes that appeared out of thin air. He thought the codes might be the latest work of his genius friend Halliday. The parent company of Oasis hasn't said much more about the battleship that suddenly appeared in the death race. But another organization is interested. II is the second largest gaming company behind Oasis' parent company. And its founder, Nolan, once gave Halliday a run for his money, only to eventually part ways with Halliday and create the infamous II because of philosophical differences. IOI's philosophy was unique. Nolan believed that the real world was a mess. Humans were willing to stay in the nice game world, too lazy to care about the real world shit. And he could use the position he had achieved in the game to extend his influence into reality and become a transcendent being similar to a world ruler. After Halliday's last words, Nolan directs the IOI to put a lot of resources into Oasis. The IOI set up a giant game studio in Oasis, as well as many contract centers around the world in reality, recruiting people into the studio on harsh terms to work in the game and earn money while searching for Halliday's egg. The IOI was interested in anything that could create economic value in Oasis, and the mysterious battleship that had broken into the deathmatch was no exception. Guys, here's a screenshot of a live player's probe. Nolan passionately stood in front of the PPT, presenting IOI's new discoveries and strategic adjustments to his shareholders. On the PPT was a picture. Unknown battleship sprayed with UG logo. Quality, artifact. Description: it's a 40 kilometers long cosmic battleship that can enter the atmosphere and hit ground units with ship-to-ship weapons thanks to the gravitational generation device on board the battleship versus sniper annihilator cannon. Remarks: incredibly, the technology on this battleship seems to be realizable in reality. The technology on this battleship can be realized in reality. Nolan was so excited that blood rushed to his upper body, turning his face red. One of the shareholders frowned. Nolan, this is just a game. This note is just a gimmick. Do you believe it? Nolan raised his eyebrows as he waved his hand in disbelief. I know Halliday. He wouldn't let Oasis randomly docket items. And since such a docket has appeared, it's indeed true. Nolan spoke up. The shareholders looked at each other in disbelief. They did not believe in their hearts that the technology of the battleships in the game could be moved to reality. But Nolan had led IOI to create a lot of profits. They believed in Nolan as a person. Shareholders, our windfall is here. Nolan's upper and lower lips opened and closed frantically, spittle flying. No one has passed Halliday's racing test yet. If someone passes it, we can drop money to buy him into IOI. There's no rush on this matter. Right now we have a more important matter. That battleship is still on the death planet. Next I'm going to gather the IOI's forces to bring that battleship down. Then analyze the technologies on the battleship and try to move those technologies into reality. Why should IOI be just a gaming company? He swung his fist violently, his exuberance overflowing. The shareholders were all confused at these words. Why should it be just a game company? But IOI was a game company. Nolan! Another shareholder couldn't help but speak up. He couldn't tolerate Nolan using the money he invested in a ridiculous project. His tone was a little punchy. A game is a game. It's impossible to move a battleship in a game to reality. Do I need to emphasize this point to you? The other shareholders also chimed in. They all felt that Nolan's spirit was a bit abnormal. This shareholders' meeting had just begun with a seizure, going so far as to say that the technology in the game would be moved into reality. If the technology in the game could be brought into reality, the reality would have been full of spaceships and mechs all over the place. Not to mention there would not be refugees who did not have enough to eat and slums full of rubbish. In the view of the shareholders, Nolan's performance is like sleeping without waking up. Still parked in a nebulous dream. Stranded here sleepwalking. Nolan took a deep breath. He knew that the shareholders would not support him. But so what? He is the founder of IOI. Although he holds a small number of shares. But he has 100% control of IOI. IOI up and down have to listen to him. He could have done this on his own without informing the shareholders. The reason why he was talking about this matter at the shareholders' meeting was because he wanted the shareholders to invest some more money in him. Because he had a premonition that attacking the battleship on the death planet might be a very difficult thing to do. Everyone, please listen to me. Chapter 373, The Incoming Army. Nolan. A whiskered but hale and hearty old shareholder interrupted Nolan. His brows furrowed as he said, I know you have something to say. But listen to me first. Nolan was choked for a moment. He skimmed his mouth in his mind, then replied with a big smile. Then you speak first? This old shareholder was the core shareholder of IOI, holding more than 30% of the shares, and had a pivotal position in IOI, as well as being the gold master that Nolan was aiming for in this shareholders' meeting. Nolan, Oasis is just a game. The old shareholder had an air of non-irritation. He said in a serious tone, although Halliday is a genius, he is only a game producer. If the battleships in his game can be moved to reality, He himself has to understand it first. Right? But does he understand? Nolan was silent. Frankly, he didn't know if Halliday understood it either. But he knew Halliday best. And he had an enigmatic trust in him. Oasis was a miracle in itself. Since Halliday had already created a miracle, what was so impossible about creating another one? Besides, the artificial intelligence of Oasis was incomparably advanced. Couldn't it be that the NPC scientists of Oasis had researched warships that were applicable in reality based on the existing scientific knowledge of humans? That was what he thought anyway. The note on the battleship said seems to be realizable in reality. Which was probably the case. It's been researched in the game. It just hasn't been applied in reality yet. Nolan, you're holding a shareholders meeting to ask us for money. But even if you're drawing a pie, you should at least draw a pie that makes us feel like we're likely to get it in our mouths. The old shareholder's speech was very slow. But the words that came out were deeply recognized by the other shareholders. If you think that the technology on that battleship can be used in reality, then just get whatever you can from that battleship down to study it first. And after we're sure that it's useful, we'll never begrudge it. The other shareholders nodded frequently as the old shareholder spoke, expressing their support for the old shareholder. Nolan took a deep breath. Good. He clenched his fists, thinking that with the IOI's current volume, it would be just as possible to launch an attack on the mysterious battleship without a new injection of funds. However, then let's put this matter on hold beforehand. And let's discuss another matter about the prospect of implanting adverts in Oasis. After the shareholders' meeting ended, all of IOI's contract centers received a message. All hands gear up and prepare for battle. Targeting the Death Planet. The mission is get whatever you can off the battleship. The Death Planet turned into a forbidden land. The United Government's battleships hadn't left the Death Planet after sailing into it. And the battleships had bloodied the entire Death Planet and monopolized the artifacts produced by the Death Race. No player could take anything away from the Death Race. And with a bit of bad luck, they would leave their own little lives behind. In the face of this bizarre phenomenon, players speculated that Oasis might want to update the big plot on the Death Planet. So many people gathered near the Death Planet and paid close attention to the follow-up development. But instead of waiting for an Oasis update, they waited for the infamous IOI army. The IOI had established the largest studio within Oasis. They had a daily charter of all the major resource points. And ordinary players who wanted to go in had to pay them by the hour. They even had a monopoly on a high-level equipment building material, pulling the market price up to the ceiling, causing ordinary players to not even have the chance to touch it. Not to mention other things such as selling gold, manipulating prices, robbing bosses, and so on. Players near the Death Planet saw the large number of IOI members and cursed them. However, many of these IOI members had signed a contract of sale with the IOI, the kind that required them to wear handcuffs and shackles at work, so they could only act according to Nolan's orders. And in fact, they could not help themselves. IOI is here. Looks like there really is going to be a version update for Planet Death. What an inviting guy. If I could find the egg, the first thing I'd do is block all of IOI's accounts and tell IOI to get out of Oasis. The IOI members had long been accustomed to the insults of the onlookers. They checked their own equipment, confirmed that there were no problems, and then reported to their own administrators, who then reported to more senior administrators. Finally, the news reached Nolan's ears. All set? A glint flashed under Nolan's eyes as he said in a deep voice. Then let's get started. Whether the technology on the battleship could be used in reality or not, he would soon find out. And the first batch of results would all belong to him 100%. Since the shareholders refused to pay money to sponsor the operation, Nolan registered a shell company for himself. As this shell company, he bought IOI's players at a cheap price to serve him once. So I was just the executor this time. And he, Nolan, was the beneficiary. This battleship is definitely not easy to chew on. The first time I chewed it down should be the most. By then, that old guy will surely regret all his intestines. Nolan said hatefully. The members of the IOI that were deployed this time surpassed 50,000, equivalent to the strength of an army. And they held a lot of high-level equipment. And even low-grade divine artifacts had a few pieces. Many of the divine weapons were conceptual weapons with great killing power. Nolan believed that no matter how strong the battleships on the Death Planet were, he would definitely be able to take them down. If he couldn't do it, someone must have slacked off. The members of the IOI were heavily armed, and the other players weren't blind. They all saw that the IOI had come to fight. This matter was also known to the United Government, AI is the second largest game company in the world after the parent company of Oasis. And it has a huge influence in the gaming community, and can even influence the election results of governments to a certain extent. They hold a lot of high-grade equipment, including some unreasonable artifacts, and it's likely that they will cause damage to our battleships. But it's unlikely that they'll shoot them down. Should we evacuate for the time being? After some thought, the head of the United Government resolved to stay and tough out the ally for once. Due to the fact that the Top Gun universe had special dangers, the United Government super battleships that stayed on the Death Planet did not have any members of their own. All of them were from the Dune Universe Aerospace Guild. Even if the ally shot down the battleship, it wouldn't have any impact on the United Government, because the United Government could build as many such battleships as it wanted to. And the members of the Aerospace Guild had all signed a waiver of liability. After this battle, the United Government could understand the destructive power of the Oasis players and decide on their next plan. If the ally shot down the battleships easily, the United Government would have to treat the players of Oasis with caution, and vice versa. The United Government would take more radical measures in Oasis. Chapter 374, Bloodshed. Are the teams in position? Deduct 1 for those in position. Deduct your own eyeballs if you're not in position. The Allies' battlefield commander's heart was pounding, although he had commanded quite a few larger-scale battles before. The most he had ever commanded was up to the 1,000-person level, and he had never commanded a 50,000-person level super assembly battle. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, his experience was enough to remember for the rest of his life. When he was old enough to take care of his grandchildren, other old men could only stammer about their emotional experiences with their old partners, while he could pat his chest and say that Grandpa had commanded 50,000 people in the game before. Once this statement was made, how naughty and mischievous children would worship him. 1. Eyeball click for details. 1. There seemed to be something strange mixed in, but the ally commander didn't care, and with a cursory glance, he got the impression that most of the group was in position. Hurry up if you're not there yet. The fight is about to start. Pay out bonuses after the fight, the ally commander urged loudly. The members of ally were also very excited. For a long time, they had been suffering from the blank stares and scorn of other players in the game, and sometimes even they looked down on themselves. But at this moment, with 50,000 ally members gathered on Death Planet, an unprecedented sense of collective honor filled their hearts. We are the ally. We are the most powerful force in the Oasis. The atmosphere of the Great War on Planet Death was getting more and more enthusiastic, and many anchors came to Planet Death to start their live broadcasts. And when they noticed the Allies' picture of a battle to be fought, it was easy to associate it with the battleship on Planet Death. What else is there on Planet Death besides the Death Race? That's right. That super battleship. Unsurprisingly, the Allies' target is that mysterious battleship hovering over the Death Planet. That mysterious battleship is most likely a randomly refreshed public boss in Oasis. Only this boss is so much more powerful than those in the past that only a super guild of Allies size can eat it. If Oasis still continues to refresh such a big boss in the coming time, players will surely form larger guilds on their own accord. And this might be the prelude to the era of Oasis super guilds. What happened on the Death Planet drew the attention of all the players. The influence of Oasis was so huge that rounding it up, it was equivalent to everyone on Top Gamer Earth knowing about it. And this matter became a big news that dominated the top of the hot search list on all major social platforms. All sorts of headlines came out like running water. Witness the beginning of the Super Guild era. Oasis version preview? Mysterious battleship appears on Death Planet. All I members assembled. This battleship is so powerful. I just don't know how long it can last under the Allies' attack. And what will it drop if it's smashed? This is the first super boss. I really don't want Ally to come out on top. It's only a matter of time before Ally takes the boss. They're all out. They've brought at least dozens of artifacts with them. If they can't push the boss out with this, Oasis will be too unbalanced. Players were talking about this matter. On the other side, the Allies' army was ready and officially marched towards the Death Planet. The Ally commander sent a message in the guild channel. Coordinates. Click on this coordinate to teleport in. Whoosh. 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 A white pillar of teleportation light flashed by, and the Allies' army disappeared in place, teleporting right underneath the super battleship. 50,000 people was quite a lot, but it was nothing compared to a 40-kilometer-long battleship. They're coming in. The United Government's battleships were controlled by the Aerospace Guild. And the Aerospace Guild had long since noticed the Allies' unusual buildup. And the reason why they didn't take the initiative to attack was because it wasn't necessary. Heh! It's good that you've entered the field. Clear them all out. Rumble. Crimson fusion rays dangled down from the belly of the battleship, as if it was a heavenly punishment thrown down by God. Terrifying heat higher than that of the sun's core blasted right in the middle of the Ally army. And the members of the Ally were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a single scream. The Ally commander was stunned. 50,000 people. All gone in one shot. Where are the tanks? Are there any tanks left alive? He roared. Quickly used the Back to the Future Tesseract. Tank was a game term that specifically referred to players with high defense and thick blood. I usually fought bosses and trained some high-level tanks that were so meaty that they had no friends. And every time they fought a boss, they arranged for the tanks to approach the boss and withstand the damage for the rest of their teammates. As the words landed, the scorched black battlefield lit up with a hazy-colored light. Time went backwards on this battlefield as piles of gold coins and equipment contracted inwards, retracing the figures of the Ally members. The Back to the Future Tesseract, also known as the Zemeckis Tesseract, could rewind everything in a fixed range back to 60 seconds ago, and at tens of thousands of dollars apiece. It was nothing at all to the II, who was rich and powerful. The Aerospace Guild was quickly informed of the relevant information. 60 seconds of time regression? The range of effect is limited because the distance is too far. It can only backtrack them. Not us? The top brass of the Astronaut Guild furrowed their brows. These people actually had time retrace props. It was truly unbelievable. As a matter of fact, the United Government also had a time reboot device. Only that the time reboot device was a high-level secret of the United Government, and was not open to the executives of the Aerospace Guild. If they can recover indefinitely, we're at a disadvantage. The top management of the Aerospace Guild felt distressed. Through the intelligence provided by Moss, the commander immediately realized that due to the low selling price of the Zemeckis Cube, the Ally might use it as a regular means. Although they could destroy the Allies' hordes over and over again, the Allies' hordes could also be restored over and over again, never ending. In addition to the Zemeckis Tesseract, the Ally had many other props with strange efficacy, and it was possible that any one of them could capsize the battleship. And the battleship was in a dangerous situation. Try blasting it a few more times. The top brass of the Aerospace Guild ordered. Let's see if they really have an unlimited amount of Rubik's Cubes available. Boom! 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 Red pillars of light descended evenly on the ground at a frequency of once every 60 seconds, taking away the lives of the Ally members over and over again, while the Ally members were resurrected over and over again in the hazy-colored light. Half an hour passed in a flash. Can't they run out of Rubik's Cube? Can't they run out of energy? Both sides were stunned. The Aerospace Guild's executives were shocked by the non-stop resurrection of the Ally members, while the Allies' commanders were perplexed as to how many more cannons the battleships could fire, while arranging for the logistical staff to frantically sweep through the market for Zemeckis magic cubes, trading them in real time to the Ally members on the battlefield. In between one death and resurrection after another, the members of the Allies struggled to stay away from the core area of the shelling, looking back the way they came. Every step was where they had died. Grass. The Ally members' minds collapsed. Chapter 375. Do you believe in light? What do you mean by dead all the way? Anon? The initial descent location of the Ally army was directly underneath the battleship, and they anticipated that the battleship might attack them. But they didn't expect it to be so fierce right off the bat, almost calling it a full-screen spike. Not only did the players who were directly attacked by the beam of light die immediately, even the nearby players would instantly go up in smoke in the heat wave. This level of attack, when placed in the bosses that appeared in Oasis in the past, belonged to a must-kill technique when bloodied. But it was just a normal attack from the mysterious battleship. The members of the Allies struggled to move towards the periphery in one resurrection. Most of them finally got rid of the fate of being killed in seconds, but they would still lose a large amount of blood due to the shelling, and they had to frantically take pills to maintain their bloodline, and would also be hooked up to the debuff of nuclear radiation. How the heck can we fight this? The members of the Ally were a bit desperate. The toughest bosses they had chewed on were not even a millionth of this battleship, and there was absolutely no hope of being able to take down the battleship. In fact, when they thought about it carefully, in order to knock down a battleship, didn't they have to have at least one battleship themselves? Relying on a group of infantry to fight a cosmic battleship? What's the joke? The commanders of the Ally understand this. But what can be done? There has never been a battleship carrier in Oasis. In Oasis, planet-to-planet movement relies on portals. And as Oasis is a game light on combat and heavy on social interaction, there has never been a setting like Star Wars. And naturally, there are no cosmic battleships. Although there were some DIY small battleships by some extremely hands-on players. The Ally had never put these low-quality battleships on the procurement list. Don't panic. Take off the drones. The Allies commander yelled over the comm channel. Launch a self-destruct attack. Hearing this voice, the Ally members calmed their blasted brains a little. And according to what they had rehearsed in advance, they took out the drones with super-powerful remote-controlled bombs fixed to them from their backpacks and released them towards the battleships. The Ally members looked at the drones with hope. The explosives on the drones came from the artifact numbered 003, each of which was capable of leveling a building and was extremely powerful, and had been used repeatedly in previous boss battles. Tens of thousands of large drones with a diameter of about 2 meters took off. The huge commotion instantly attracted the attention of the Aerospace Guild. And at the same time, the Moss subs carried on the battleships distinguished that there were bombs strapped to the drones. Drone bombs? The Aerospace Guild executives frowned. Can they penetrate our shields? The Moss sub-subject replied. No information related to this bomb is yet available. Turn the shield power up to maximum. The Aerospace Guild executives shouted. Stop the nuclear bombardment. Release our drones and execute the sausage slicing tactic. Sausage slicing tactics were also called nibbling tactics, which meant that they did not rush to achieve success, but deliberately controlled the progress and reached their goal little by little. The Aerospace Guild saw that as soon as they launched the nuclear bombardment, the Ally would backtrack time immediately afterwards, back in time to consume a lot of valuable game props. This kind of game props can back in time need real kryptonite to obtain. Ally logistics players cannot make. When the group destroys the Ally will launch a time rewind. But what if it only kills a little bit of people at a time? For the time rewind to cover the entire battlefield, at least 10 Zemeckis cubes are needed. And if only a couple of thousand people die sporadically every 60 seconds, will the Ally consume $200,000 to $300,000 worth of props for those 1,000 to 2,000 people? If it would, what about only a few hundred deaths? There will always be that one casualty criterion that will cause the Ally to give up on using time regression to recover lost personnel. That was the chance to win. Many drones flew out of the battleships. The drones of the United Government were so much more advanced in appearance compared to the Allies' quadcopter drones, which were just normal fighters without people. These drones whizzed down. They executed unbelievable godlike maneuvers in midair, cutting through the Allies' quadcopter drones with their sharp wings, causing the explosives-carrying drones to crash back into the Allies' own camp. Rumble. 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 Explosions continued to occur in the sky and on the ground, although a portion of the quadcopter drones still exploded on the battleship shields. The battleship shield generator was fired to its maximum, and the milky white arcs of light were already visible to the naked eye, with not a single strand of flame from the explosions making it through the arcs of light. At the same time, the drones released by the United Government rushed to the ground, unceasingly killing members of the Ally at point-blank range with their machine guns, precisely controlling the Allies' death and injury figures. The Ally was still using time regression, but the frequency of use was no longer seamless, and the number of Ally members in the battlefield began to drop at a slow but steady rate. No, normal weapons aren't working. The Allies' commander stared at the battleship shields for a few seconds. We have to use divine weapons for this to work. His mood was very tense. From the start of the war until now, over 4.5 million had been spent on the Zemeckis Tesseract. The drones were made by the Allies' logistics themselves, but if they were all sold to the market, they would be worth about 9 million. Those two alone are worth 13.5 million combined. And that was just the beginning. After the artifacts were put into the battlefield, the amount of money spent would skyrocket. And it wasn't impossible to spend $100 million on a big battle, which would inevitably be the most expensive war in the history of the game. As the commander of this war, if he failed to bring down the battleship after spending so much, his dismissal would only be a small matter. If the company's shareholders were furious, he might not even see the sun the next day. At this moment, he felt a huge pressure, while in reality, his body was already drenched in sweat. Divine weapon. Divine weapon will definitely be able to reverse the situation. After receiving the order to use the artifact, the members of the Ally immediately took a new action. They had long held their fire, after being beaten beneath the battleship. The divine artifact was their most powerful weapon to fight back, and they secretly vowed to wipe out their previous shame. I Sami System Dagwa. Ba Lulu. Accompanied by the sound of a tongue-twisting incantation. A fiery phoenix with a wingspan of over 200 meters flew out from a crystal ball as it slammed headlong into the shield of the United Government's battleship, transforming into an endless stream of flames. The flames stuck to the battleship's shield and wrapped around it densely, turning the battleship into a giant fireball suspended in the air. At that moment, an ally member took out the Divine Light rod from his backpack. The Rod of Divine Light was artifact number 051, with a usage level of full 200 in Oasis, and was by far one of the few most powerful artifacts that appeared in Oasis. He clutched the Divine Light rod into his right hand and raised it high, before letting out a roar of great conviction. Deja. Boom. Intense but not blinding light burst out with him at the center. A shockwave-like halo of light swept out in all directions, and the blood of all ally members was restored to its maximum value. While the debuff of nuclear radiation was washed away, the spirits of the ally members were lifted. In the surging halo, a gigantic silhouette of the top of the sky loomed. Chapter 376 Daikoku Happy Type. Handsome? 12 million no law. Diga Othman had been popular worldwide at one point in time, leaving a deep impression on the children of that era. By the time this prop appeared, all the kids from before had grown up. The ally had to compete with several tycoons who wanted to turn into light at an auction. And in the end, they were able to sell the light rod, which allows players to transform into Deja Ultraman, for a whopping $12 million. This is a disposable prop. The effect is to transform into Deja Ultraman, and maintain for 3 minutes. 12 million. Nolan, who was watching the battle, was bleeding in his heart. He had hired Ally to fight for him personally, and in order to escape the charge of stealing company property, he had promised in the contract to underwrite Ally's losses in this battle. Therefore, the 12 million was spent not on Ally's money, but on his Nolan's petty cash. There has to be something. Nolan clenched his fists and looked nervous. If he guessed wrong and Halliday's note to the battleship was nonsense, then he was really bleeding money this time. It was the equivalent of him working for nothing for 3 years, spending his own petty cash to give the ally a name in Oasis. Although ally was also his, he only had about 20% of the shares in ally, and most of the money ally made was taken by the shareholders. Oops. Our shields are overloaded. Shut down the shields. Cool down the shield generator. On the battleship, the astronaut guild was in quite a commotion. Just a moment ago, the fire phoenix slammed headlong into the battleship's shield, turning into a blazing flame that wrapped the battleship. The durability of the battleship shield plummeted. In just 10 seconds or so, the shield overloaded and collapsed, requiring about 5 minutes to restart. In an interstellar war, the shield was the life of the battleship, and the day the shield collapsed was often the day the battleship fell. The good news is that this is not an interstellar war, and their opponents are just a group of infantry. The bad news is that this group of infantry can be resurrected indefinitely, and they also have a variety of unexpected weapons. In the next 5 minutes, the battleship would be facing the Allies' guns directly. They had to make it through those 5 minutes and restart their shields, or they would have to say goodbye to fresh life. What's that? The senior member of the Aerospace Guild noticed the bright light that appeared on the ground, and he was a bit puzzled. A flashbang? Flashing itself? The Moss subbody replied slyly. It's a Deja aubergine. What aubergine? The top brass of the UFO Guild looked perplexed. The large screen flashed, displaying a piece of data. Deja Ultraman. Height, 53 m 120 m. Weight, 44,100,000 tons. Activity time, 3 minutes. Flight speed, Mach 310. Running speed, Mach 15. Speed in water, Mach 15. Speed in ground, Mach 15. Jumping power, 400-1500 meters. Grip strength, 3,100,000 tons. Forms, composite. Powerful. Aerial. Shining. Dark form, dark type. Tornado type. Burst type. On the other side, the members of IOI let out cheers. Although Deja's 53 m height seemed insignificant compared to a 40,000 m long battleship. This was Deja. This was light. A sense of pride arose in their hearts for no reason. IOI. Only we. The IOI. can come up with this kind of childhood faith level props? The halo dispersed, revealing a composite type Deja made up of red, blue, and white, who stood on the devastated earth, looking down on the ecstatic ally members as if he were a savior. With that, he raised his head. Chai! The red color rapidly expanded and took over his entire body. Daikoku happy type. He stepped hard and flew straight towards the battleship. At the same time, the allies' commander sent out the next order over the comm channel. All disengage. Leave the dead planet. Those who can't get out of combat trade their props to logistics. Hurry up. Disengage? Why are we leaving the battle? Stop fighting in the middle of the battle? Leaving the 12 million worth of Dja to break off the battle? The ally members were confused. But they were in no position to question the command's decision. And they all stopped their attacks on the battleships. Looked for corners to hide in. And opened the teleportation portal to the rally point. A portion of the ally members, who were unable to get out of the battle, remotely traded the props they had on them to the logistics personnel and carefully meticulously waited for the subsequent developments. He's flying towards us. Blast him. The turrets located at the bottom of the battleship opened up, pouring cannon fire at the speeding Dja like a raging storm. The flight speed of the Daikoku happy type was Mach 3. About 1,020 meters per second. The distance between the battleship and the ground was 20,000 m, which meant that the Daguerre type only needed to fly for about 20 seconds to reach the battleship. What do battleships fear the most? Jumping gangs? Once the enemy attacked the battleship, all the weapons of mass destruction on the battleship would be useless. And the people in the battleship would have to fight with the enemy in a white-knuckle battle. And the casualties would inevitably rise dramatically. The Aerospace Guild was in an unprecedented crisis. There was originally a department on the battleship that specialized in dealing with gang-jumping tactics. But this department was made up entirely of the United Government's nano-warriors. And after it was determined that this universe was the oasis from Top Gun, the nano-warriors were evacuated in full force. The battleships are currently populated only by regular soldiers from the Aerospace Guild, though they are numerous and well-equipped. But the one who jumped the gang was a Deja. In midair, the huge Dja suddenly flickered and turned into a baby-sized ultra-small Dja that looked cute and adorable. The fire control radar of the battleship lost its target all of a sudden. Battleships were used for interstellar wars. And in order to prevent mislocking and spreading out firepower over some drifting debris and wreckage, the fire control radar was designed to only scan objects above a certain size. The shrunken Deja completely circumvented the fire control radar's scan, and the turrets could only aimlessly strafe in Deja's direction. Damn! Where is he? Without the fire control radar, the UGC was as blind as if it couldn't see Deja's position at all. Half a minute later, the Moss subunit captured Deja's figure speeding down the main road of the battleship through the surveillance camera. Deja was completely oblivious to the people he encountered on the road, and was bent on charging forward, as if he had learned about the inner workings of the battleship through some means, and wanted to rush into the command room to execute the decapitation operation. Drop the gate! The executives of the Aerospace Guild were shocked and afraid. Boom! 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 The gates made of thick alloy closed one by one, and Dja's footsteps were finally stopped just 5 doors away from the command room. Deja stepped in front of the gates and rose up to throw a punch. Thud! The entire corridor visibly shuddered. Like an earthquake. The grip of the Daikoku happy type was a massive 70,000 tons. And even though the power had decreased after shrinking, the punch was extraordinary. A crater visible to the naked eye appeared on the gate. Even though these gates were all super strong, it was still difficult to resist a super high burst of tens of thousands of tons of force at a single point of force. In the blink of an eye, Deja threw another punch. Dang! With this punch, not only did the crater on the gates go a little deeper, a crater also appeared in the hearts of the executives of the Uranium Guild. Chapter 377. The one who jumped the gang was Deja. At this moment, the top brass of the Astronaut Guild put away the arrogance of a battleship beating up an infantryman. He practically felt the threat of death, and tiny beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. He took a big gulp of the spice mist from his helmet and tried to survey a glimpse of the future. But he could see nothing, and could only hear a loud thud, which was very close, as if it was right in front of him. Phew? Who? Phew? The senior member of the Astronaut Guild snapped his eyes open and gasped for air. It was finished. A flash of despair passed through his eyes. He had predicted the future. Dja had arrived just a wall away from them. And they were dead. What the hell kind of species is this? Raw slammed his fist through the gate. Dare one think? The Moss subbody thoughtfully replied. Dija is set in the Dija Ultraman universe as the first dark light in the universe. And both its dark and shining forms have infinitely greater energy and power. Higher-ups of the Aerospace Guild? Infinitely large? On what grounds? Is this science? The Moss subbody paused for 2 seconds and then continued. The Dija you are currently encountering is a composite Dija. Compared to the dark Dija and the shining Dija, the composite Dija is weak. So you don't need to be too frightened. Huh? Weak? As in whacking open the gate with your bare hands? The battleship's gates were tough. But with just a dozen or so punches, Dija made the alloy that made up the gates reach maximum deformation and cracked open a hole that would allow him to pass through. The Aerospace Guild executives took a succession of deep breaths. Let me think of something else we can do. We can't fail that simply. Thud. Dang. 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 Knock. The indicator lights flashed, leaving Dija with little time. But Dija wasn't panicking at all, because the last gate was just about to be opened. Thud. A hole cracked open right in the middle of the gate, and Dija put his hands in and struggled to pull it to the sides. The hole slowly widened with a teeth-grinding sound of twisting metal. Dija took 2 steps back and leapt, burrowing through the hole like a carrot into a pit, and jumped into the wide command hall. The hall was empty. Dija cocked his head and reported the situation to the Allies commander. I fought my way in, but they ran away. Now what do you say? I only have 15 seconds left. The Divine Light Rod could only transform for 3 minutes. Any more than that, and it would revert back to an adult. Get the stuff, the Ally commander exclaimed. Take whatever you see. Never mind if it's useful or not. Then trade everything to logistics. Dija froze for a moment, but he was quick with his hands and quickly swept the command center, including water cups, clocks, monitors, and other miscellaneous items, as well as the internal parts of the electronic instruments he had destroyed. In less than 10 seconds, the entire command center was scavenged. Dija traded all these things. Immediately after that, he received an email with a long strip of flashing red light. He saw a light and immediately removed the object. The camera on the ceiling was pointed at the object. Son of Destruction. Effect, produces an amazing explosive effect. Enough to kill all life on an entire planet. This prop was featured in the Top Gun film, where the Ally picked it up for $2 million, killing all the players on the Egg Planet in the final battle. It's now being used by the Ally for this. In the last 3 seconds, Dija forcefully brought the exploding ends of both sides of the bomb together. Click. With a soft thud, a green and white shockwave erupted from the bomb, filling the entire battleship in an instant. The battleship held on for a few seconds with its solid structure, bursting into a blinding glare of mixed green and white. And then the bow of the ship snapped, and the shockwave rushed out in all directions from the break, as if it were a tsunami that washed away everything on the entire dead planet. Silence. The entire death planet was left without an inch of grass. And all the players, including Dija himself, were killed by the might of the Son of Destruction. The battleships were still floating in the sky for good. The Son of Destruction had a special attack on living creatures, and had little or almost no effect on matter in return. Only the bow of the ship, which was the starting point of the Son of Destruction's eruption, was torn apart by the force of the shockwave and fell to the ground. The rest of the battleship was still suspended in the air. Only the interior was silent. After a few seconds, a spatial fluctuation appeared inside the battleship. Tens of thousands of helmeted astronaut guild members appeared out of thin air, and their faces hidden under their helmets all wore the palpitations of the aftermath. Battleships fighting infantry were almost countered. Fortunately, they ran fast. This battle? Do we count it as a win? The Aerospace Guild was a little confused. The battleship had suffered heavy damage, and the command center, along with an entire section of the battleship's head, had fallen to the ground. But not a single one of them had died. The Moss sub-body silently calculated. Not a single person from the Aerospace Guild had died. And not a single person from the II had died. To the II, Oasis was just a game, and their members lived in reality outside of the game. The actual cost to the II was tens of millions of dollars in war attrition. A few tens of millions versus a small section of a battleship is obviously more valuable, meaning that the United Government has suffered a greater economic loss than the II. However, The United Government had initially realized unlimited resources, and any economic loss less than the level of injury could be ignored. To the II, tens of millions is not a small amount of money. The United Government could fly 10,000 battleships into the Oasis without batting an eyelid, while the II couldn't get 10,000 tens of millions of dollars even if they sold themselves. Not to mention that tens of millions of dollars was just barely enough to blow up a small section on a battleship. There were two major reasons for the damage to the battleship this time. One was because of giving up the range advantage and taking the initiative to run to the planet's surface to fight, giving the enemy a chance to touch themselves. If they were farther apart, half a light year like this, D-Jack couldn't even get across, let alone jump help. The other is due to the restricted use of heavy weapons such as the time reboot device. Or else the danger could have been nipped in the bud by nudging the II members holding the Divine Light Rod through the time reboot early on. The II was the largest force in Oasis, and the fact that the United Government was able to handle the II with ease, with only one battleship, showed that the entire Oasis was unable to pose much of a threat to the United Government. The United Government's next actions could be a bit more aggressive. In addition, it was time to speed up the actions in reality. The company is open. You won't do anything illegal with my name, right? Wade was a little nervous. It occurred to him after the company was registered that if the company operated something illegal, he, the legal person, would have to take the blame. After realizing this matter, he suddenly felt that the $100,000 in his account didn't smell good anymore. It won't, Moss replied succinctly. There is one more thing to trouble you with next. Chapter 378 Egg Speed Pass. Half an hour later, a copy of Moss's subunit program entered the real universe of Top Gun with Wade's help. Wade's role ended here. However, in order to prevent Wade from finding the egg, Moss gives Wade a proper job through which to limit Wade's recreational time. Wade is resigned to this. Geez, a 20-year work contract? Thank you. In the slums of Columbus, any job would be fought over with broken heads. Wade's previous addiction to the game was precisely because he couldn't find a good job in reality. So he had to pin his hopes on the game, competing with billions of people around the world for Halliday's egg. As a matter of fact, the general background of the global popularity of Oasis is the economic downturn. People can't see hope in reality, so that's why they are addicted to the game. Moss provided Wade with a stable, decent, and well-paying job, and Wade couldn't thank Moss enough. As for the fact that he had to spend less time playing Oasis because of his busy work schedule, he thought it was justified. His quest for the egg came to an abrupt end when he was guided by Moss to put on a suit and tie. Meanwhile, Moss is showing operations around the globe. The firewalls of the Top Gun universe are so full of holes for Moss that it can even program a number of foolproof robberies that empty countries' accounts with a simple press of the go button. In less than 10 minutes, the wealth of the world's rich has shrunk by 1%, with a portion of their money disappearing into the pockets of Moss. These rich people would soon realize that a bit of their property had evaporated. But no matter what means they used to track it down, the end result would only be that they only had the money they had now in the first place. Moss's technical skills were beyond the imagination of the people of Top Gun Earth. After receiving a massive infusion of money, Moss started an internet company in New York. It employed more than 30,000 people around the world through dummy accounts and electronic contracts for this company's services, which were all fake projects that it had fabricated. Employees worked diligently to create code, send it to Moss, and then were snowed under by Moss. Although the projects were fake, they looked decent. With the company as a foundation, Moss no longer needed Wade to do anything for the coalition government. The company's employees would happily give their all to the company as long as they put up enough money. Immediately after that, Moss hacked into the population information databases of various countries. It fabricated hundreds of highly educated and successful people in these databases, and then used these fabricated identities to register for Oasis, generating hundreds of game characters. With the game characters, it was time to try to acquire Halliday's egg, and from that moment on, the coalition government officially entered the fray against the egg. Once the coalition government was involved in the hunt for the egg, the whole nature of the event changed. On the racetrack, a new character, a grassroots creation, was expressionlessly backing up his car at full speed. His nickname is 001. On the verge of touching the wall, he enters the underpass, avoids the many dangers of the track, bypasses the raging behemoth, and easily drives over the finish line into a small park full of maple trees. Everyone knows that the first puzzle of the egg is in this car race, but no one knows what to do to get across the finish line. Halliday thinks everything is moving too fast for his liking. And he wants to go back to the way things were. Can't we just go backwards for once? Go backwards. Fast. As fast as you can. Put your foot on the gas and speed up. Okay. This is something Halliday used to say. And it was in the original that Wade found this clue in the archives before he realized that he had to go backwards to win the racing race. View? As 001 completes a beautiful tail-swinging break in this small park. The beautiful sound of music floats out from the trumpets floating around as if celebrating him. The fountain statue in the middle of the small park spun around and disappeared into the ground. And a gust of wind blew, swirling up countless fallen maple leaves and coalescing into a pale humanoid cloaked and hooded figure where the statue had originally stood. You have me puzzled. What should I call you? Lucky? You were the first one through. But you haven't been to the archives once. So how did you know you had to go backwards to get through? Anouk Halliday's game character, who looked quizzically at the strange man, still in the game's initial costume and expressionless, posed his question. In fact, he could tell that this game character had only just registered half an hour ago. In other words, this character had come to the competition as soon as he passed the newbie tutorial, had known the clues for a long time, and was completely running to pass the level. 001 said expressionlessly, Mr. Anouk, please give me the key. Anouk shrugged his shoulders and showed a regretful expression. Well, it looks like you have things to do and don't want to chat with me. He raised his hand, and a copper key floated in his palm. 001 raised his hand and stowed this key in his backpack, then got into his car and took off under Anouk's puzzled gaze. What a strange guy, Anouk muttered. Weirder than me. This weirdness was epically reinforced 10 minutes later. Why you again? In the empty ballroom. Anouk stared at 001 with an unbelievable face. If he remembered correctly, it was just less than 10 minutes ago that he had just handed over his bronze key to 001. And as a result, in the blink of an eye, he was about to hand over his emerald key to 001 again. At this rate, in another 10 minutes, wouldn't he have to give the last key to 001 as well? And then award 001 with an egg? So many people on the entire planet hadn't been able to figure out what the first clue was for so long. And as a result, 001 had already finished deciphering even the second clue. Was that reasonable? 001 broke the mold and said a few more words. Halliday, I understand you because we are the same person. Anouk was silent. The one manipulating 001 at this moment was the moss. And the reason it said this melodramatic sentence was to prevent Halliday from noticing something wrong and suddenly backtracking when it came to the final moment. This is the emerald key. Anouk's voice became low as he pushed an emerald green key and a small scroll in front of 001 and said in a single word, It is yours now. Along with a clue about the third key. 001 took the key and scroll. Thank you. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Unsurprisingly, he would see Anouk again in a few minutes. And it wouldn't be too late to tell him what he wanted to say and ask together then. What do you mean you're the same as me? Anouk couldn't help but ask. 001 didn't answer and silently exited the scene. Anouk looked at the place where 001 disappeared for a while. And after a long time, said quietly, What an unpleasant fellow. Chapter 379, The Dust Settles. A few minutes later, Anouk saw 001 again in a dark and cold cave. Compared to the second time, Anouk was less surprised this time. Because he was numb. Eggs billions of people all over the planet mulled over the first clue for a long time. And 001 solved and speed passed all the clues in half an hour. The key to getting the third and final key was to play Fantastic Adventure in this cave's console. Maneuvering the game's characters to the game's stealth points, and unlocking Fantastic Adventure's egg, the name of the game's producer. Anouk watches the whole thing from the sidelines. He saw that after 001 got the scroll bearing the clue, he just opened it and scanned it before heading straight to this cave. That didn't look like solving a puzzle at all, but confirmation. Confirming whether the third clue was one he already had. Determining that it was. And then, without acting even for a moment, he straightened up and speeded through this last clue. Now a puzzle lay before Anouk. 001 was clearly off. Solving puzzles too quickly. Simply knew the content of the clues early on. And was probably not the person he wanted who really loved the game. Giving Oasis to 001 could ruin his life's work. But if it's not given, there is a scoreboard for finding the eggs. And every clue you crack gets you some points on the scoreboard. And now everyone in the world knows that 001 cracked 3 clues. To back out would be to break his original promise. And everyone would know about it. Anoke kept his head down and locked eyes with 001, who was reaching towards him. For 2 seconds until 001 gave him a quizzical look. Here you go. Anoke sighed softly and fished out a crystal key from his pocket. Although 001 was suspected of cheating, such as learning the method of breaking the 3 clues through some unknown method, he didn't stipulate that players weren't allowed to cheat. The egg event itself was a big gamble, and he was willing to lose. But there was one last test. Maybe? 001 turned around and walked to the treasure gate, inserting the copper key, emerald key and crystal key into the lock holes in turn. The gate opened with a bang, revealing a treasure trove piled high with gold gems and onyx. It was a glorious palace. But 001 was not at all attracted by the sight before him, but turned to look at a knock outside the door. Anoke flew to his side and raised his hand to conjure up a table and a contract. Sign it. Sign this contract and Oasis, and the shares will all be yours. Anoke stared at 001. He wanted 001 to sign this contract. As long as 001 signed this contract, he could take back 001's qualification and restart the egg event. Because this contract was a trap. It was a contract of sale. And the biggest mistake of his life was selling off a portion of the shares of the parent company of Oasis, causing Oasis to cease to be pure. This incident was recorded in the archives, and the test had been added on the fly by his bright idea. And 001 had nowhere to cheat on his foreknowledge. 001 picked up his pen. He looked up at Anoke. Anoke was in a nervous mood, but he didn't show it. He asked as if nothing had happened. What's the matter? Don't you want it? Halliday, the biggest mistake in your life was selling the shares of Oasis. Now, are you going to make the same mistake again? 001 asked calmly, as he stared at Anoke's face. Anoke was silent. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that Oasis won't fall into the wrong hands. To Halliday, Oasis was something he made for all the people who loved the game. And profit-driven people like the IOI didn't deserve Oasis at all. If someone from the IOI was sitting here, they wouldn't even read the contract carefully. And even if they did, they wouldn't see anything wrong with a contract of sale. I'm sorry, Anoke murmured in shame. He carefully examined 001's face, and he was surprised to find that 001 gave him a look of hate. At this moment, he felt touched. Eyes can't be faked. Maybe this guy isn't cheating, but really understands me. Come with me, he sighed softly. This, finally, was coming to an end. As the words landed, everything around them collapsed downwards, and in a matter of seconds, they were in a completely new scene, a small, cramped room. A young Halliday was playing a game in the corner of the room. I feel more at ease with him around. This room was almost exactly like the real world, and Anoke's image had morphed into the appearance of Halliday in reality. 001 stood in place. Halliday rambled on to 001 for a few moments, then tumbled out a large colored egg emitting a glittering golden light from the corner of the wall. 001 took the colored egg from Halliday's hands, and then exited the game at light speed. In reality, 001 received a text message from someone from the parent company of Oasis inviting him to meet in reality to sign the transfer of Halliday's shareholding, in addition to transferring control of Oasis. Without a second thought, Moss gave this task to Wade, who was supposed to sign it as well. What? Wade was confused. You got the egg and you're asking me to sign the contract for you as an agent? Stage 3 Halliday turned on the live stream. Except that Wade was currently the only person in the company building in Columbus. And Wade was so excitedly indulging in the work that Moss had assigned to him that he didn't notice the live streaming of the game at all. He, who was once at the forefront of the egg hunters, had now in turn become the last group of people to learn that the eggs had been found. Wade was confused. You didn't lie to me? Moss replied succinctly. I never lie. According to the procedure set up for it by the United Government, it couldn't lie to the citizens of the United Government. Wade, well, I found Halliday's egg, and this is the information sent to me by the Oasis Company. Moss sent Wade a copy of the text message from the Oasis Company, and then took control of the company's printers to print out an authorization agreement. The general idea was that Moss had entrusted Wade to sign the agreement for himself. Moss didn't have a body in reality. It could only let Wade run an errand as a tool man. We'd signed for it, and the shares and control were all its. We'd looked at the text message sent to him by Moss. and had an indescribable feeling in his heart. In the dark, he felt that he had lost a lot. But on second thought, he couldn't even solve the first clue. And even if he had buried his head in solving puzzles for the past 2 days, it would be impossible for him to solve all 3 clues at this point in time. The matter of the colored egg was supposed to be participation-based. Did he really expect to find the egg himself? That was $500 billion. He was just an ordinary kid living in the slums of Columbus, who had to rely on his aunt to support him. So how could he have the good fortune to be able to collect the colored egg? The search for the egg was a basket case. And he now had a job, which was something to be really happy about. Chapter 380: Chung Xian's recent situation and the science fair. People came and went in the headquarters building of the United Government. Long ago, it was just a place where a group of idealists gathered. But now it was the busiest and most pragmatic place on the entire planet. Sorry, I'm late. A young woman with a plump figure and a stunningly beautiful face walked into the conference room. Her face carried a touch of shameful shyness, making it difficult for anyone who saw her with such an expression to feel reproachful towards her. Her name was Chung Xian, and she was from the 3 bodies. After the time she had spent working in the United Government, Chung Xian had completely fallen in love with and integrated into the place. And at the same time, after years of being away from the 3 bodies universe, she had learnt why she had been disliked in the first place. She purchased the entire collection of the 3 bodies in civilian, and disliked herself when she read that the entire planet had fallen because she caused the deterrence plan to fail. If she could be as strong as Luo and be a true swordbearer, the 3 bodies Earth would never have fallen so easily, and the people of Earth would still be free to enjoy a happy life. However, she also understood what kind of person she was. Even after years of being tainted in the United Government, she did not think she had reached Luo's level, and she still had a softness and kindness in her heart that was hard to cut down. If she was allowed to become a sword bearer now, her intimidation index would definitely have risen from the original. But there was no guarantee that she would be able to intimidate the triumvirate. She consciously stayed away from sword bearer-like positions in the coalition government, concentrating on clerical work and being an honest screw-up. In the end, because of the high quality of her work and her good connections, she had risen step by step to her current position, where she could attend some meetings that were more important, but not so important that they would affect the survival of the United Government. It's okay. Have a seat. Hao Xiuxi smiled. This month, it was again China's turn, and Hao Xiuxi chaired some of the lower-level meetings on his own. No, I'm late. I'll stand and listen, Chung Xian said with an apologetic face. Thank you, Counselor Hao. Hao Xiuxi nodded and didn't force herself. She knew Chung Xian from 3 bodies. She knew what kind of person Chung Xian was, and it wasn't surprising that Chung Xian had made such a choice. The main purpose of gathering everyone this time is to tell you about some of the recent technological achievements we've made, and for you to organize promotional activities around the globe. Hao Xiuxi opened the file and said with a smile, I hope to use these publicity campaigns to raise the general public's interest in science and increase our pool of scientists. Most of the United Government scientists were engaged in the task of digesting the creator civilization's technological reserves, including 100% of the United Government's top scientists. The remaining small portion of scientists, as well as fresh graduates from universities, were engaged in marginal scientific tasks, such as the newly discovered T-virus and so on. The coalition government currently has a huge shortage of scientists, to the point where more is better. Although the coalition government has cracked down on the entertainment industry and raised the status of scientists, the results have not been satisfactory. And ordinary people still prefer to work as anchors, celebrities, video bloggers, and other professions. The coalition government is ready to come to a wave of widespread publicity. A good show of scientific achievements in the last 1 or 2 decades. Short-distance portals, humanoid mechs, planetary annihilation cannons. All of them. This wave was going to let all the kids know what was really fun. I'll send out the information now. Hao Xiuxi operated the computer a few times, and various beeps sounded in the conference room at the same time, followed by a quiet reading. A fully automated medical capsule has been successfully developed. This should be in the last few days. I don't see it being popularized outside yet. The United Government had developed a fully automated medical capsule similar to the Elysian space, where all one needed to do was to put a patient inside, and the machine would monitor their illness on its own and then treat them painlessly. The most crucial thing was that this medical pod was free. After it was produced and put on the streets, everyone could use it, and no one would ever die of illness again. A 1,500-meter tall mecha? This kind of humanoid carrier has little use value, and was specially built to attract children. Right? This person guessed correctly. The United Government had built more than a dozen 1,500-meter tall giant mechs for this propaganda campaign, which looked like a small mountain from a distance. The actual combat value of these mechs was almost zero. But they were superior because of their majestic shape, attracting more eyeballs than any other technological product. T-Virus Improvement Potion? 100% physical enhancement without any side effects. If I remember correctly, the T-Virus only came into existence in the last few days. Right? The improvement potion came out so quickly. Are you sure it's safe? The scientists of the United Government moved quickly. The group responsible for researching the T-Virus applied for half an hour's usage time of the GZ. And they used the GZ to observe the microstructure of the T-Virus and learn in detail about the mechanism by which the T-Virus functioned in the human body. They then applied for Moss's arithmetic support to write a set of programs for the nanobots, specifically for correcting the T-Virus's action in the human body. In this way, all that was needed was to add a set of nanobots to the T-Virus to turn it into a 100% harmless and improved agent. These nanobots would also work inside the human body for a long time, fine-tuning the human cells and even the genetic information of the genes, until the human body was transformed into a state that was completely adapted to the replacement virus. The transformation cycle is about 3 years. As long as you don't go to places with strong magnetic fields within 3 years, the nanobots won't fail, and the T-Virus won't be able to have any effect on the human body. Everyone can become Alice, only if they can pull satellites with their thoughts like Alice. It's not certain. The T-Virus improvement agent had only just been researched a short while ago, and no individuals like Alice had been born yet. But with the passage of time, such individuals would inevitably be born eventually. And the only question was just whether it could be popularized. Counselor, how will all of these things be exhibited in the field? Chung Xian asked after reading the information, a slight worry on her face. There are too many categories. It's complicated to manage. A little carelessness may cause harm to the visitors of the exhibition. The impact may not be too good. Hao Xiaoxi waved her hand. You don't need to worry about safety. We have already contacted Earth Consciousness. Earth Consciousness itself will be attending the exhibition. It will be responsible for the safety issues. Chen Fan was invited to the exhibition and was allowed to assist the staff in displaying advanced technological achievements. Frankly speaking, he was aiming to fly a Gundam, a 1,500-meter tall mecha, not to mention a child, would not be able to resist the temptation of the Earth's consciousness. Chapter 381, Godzilla vs. King Kong. The United Government Science Exhibition was in full swing. And as expected by the United Government, this worldwide mega exhibition attracted the participation of almost everyone. And people's enthusiasm for science was unprecedentedly high. It was a milestone-like event. I want to be a scientist. Scientists are awesome. If I become a scientist, I can fly a Gundam. I don't want to be a big star when I grow up. I want to be a scientist too. Many children had their interest in science ignited by this exhibition. And it was no surprise that the influence of this exhibition would last for at least 20 years. During this period of time, the number of scientists would surge, and the level of scientific research of the United Government would also increase dramatically as a result. However, all of these were not visible in a short period of time, and needed to be fermented with the passage of time. Hao Xiaoxi's attention had already shifted from the science fair to another matter. Another exploration team had arrived to explore the universe of Earth. Launch probe. Hack the network. Drop Moss subs. The executives of the Aerospace Guild parked their battleships on the back of the moon, and then followed the process of scouting this Earth. After a few minutes, they got the preliminary results. There are no robots or virtual worlds. It looks plain and ordinary. Probably just an ordinary planet with little value. The executives of the Aerospace Guild sent the collected information to the United Government, and Moss retrieved it for comparison. Godzilla match 60%. 40% match for King Kong. Godzilla vs. King Kong 99% match. Journey to the center of the Earth 6% match. This universe has a high probability of Godzilla vs. King Kong. Danger level, no danger. Key resource, genetic information of Behemoth. Mission, collect the genetic information of the giant beasts Godzilla and King Kong, and explore the world at the center of the Earth. Reward, 1 year of spice ration. The executives of the Aerospace Guild received feedback from Moss, And with it came a lot of information about Godzilla versus King Kong and a description of the geocentric world. There are monsters on this planet? The executives of the Aerospace Guild were amazed. When they explored the stars in the Dune universe, they had also encountered some planets with giant creatures, which usually had an extremely strong sense of territory and were completely unable to coexist with humans. However, on this planet in front of them, both the giant beast Godzilla and the giant beast King Kong were able to help humans in harmony. And there was also a geocentric world dominated by giant beasts at the location of the Earth's core. This gorilla called King Kong, his ancestors actually developed a certain level of civilization. It's unbelievable. If they hadn't gone extinct, the current rulers of this planet might not be humans. For top giants at the level of King Kong and Godzilla, nuclear weapons wouldn't be able to cause fatal injuries to them, but would instead replenish their energy. If the wisdom of the King Kong clan had risen, then there would be absolutely nothing for humans on this planet. The mission is to collect genetic information and explore the geocentric world. Don't make any trouble. With more and more universes in contact, the United Government's strategy became more and more conservative. In the beginning, the United Government would still send a diplomatic team headed by Qian Thian to make open diplomatic visits, and even hold global meetups to have friendly exchanges with the locals. Now, the coalition government will not take any diplomatic action unless it is necessary. Quietly I go. As quietly as I came. I wave my sleeve, without taking a cloud with me. The coalition's mentality is unconsciously shifting towards that of the observer of many science fiction novels. And perhaps becoming an observer is the destination of every higher civilization. As the technological gap between civilizations grows wider and wider, there will naturally be a communication gap between civilizations. The weak will always want to obtain benefits from the strong, and even push some conspiracy without thinking about themselves, while the strong will actively reduce the communication with the weak out of aversion to this kind of mentality and behavior. On the other hand, the strong, who are proud of their strength, do not bother to socialize with the weak, believing that they do not need to account for anything they do with the weak, because the weak can neither help nor stop them, but only add to their troubles. Finally, a higher civilization will have two distinct directions of metamorphosis under the influence of moral levels. Either it will become a rampaging interstellar bully, like the Transformers, destroying other people's stars with impunity, following the theory of it's none of your business if I destroy you. Or, like the observers in many science fiction novels, when they encounter other civilizations, they only take what they need silently, without affecting the normal development of other civilizations. Or at most, they only observe in the dark. The coalition government is morphing towards the latter. The company called Apex has been found, and the place where they are holding Vidra has been discovered. The technician from the Aerospace Guild showed a series of photos and videos, along with a satellite location. As long as we destroy the barriers here and release King Kong from the ecological zone, Godzilla will come for King Kong, and we'll be able to harvest their genetic information at the same time. Apex destroys the ecosystem of Skull Island, where King Kong was supposed to live, and then captures him in the name of for his own good and puts him in captivity in an eco-park they set up. Human beings are a large group of people, and inevitably there are some hypocritical and greedy people. But these people always manage to steal the high position. It's not too late. Let's set off. The top brass of the Aerospace Guild nodded. This is a year's worth of spice rations. Make sure you don't mess things up. The United Government had taken control of Aerocos, which produced spices, and the Aerospace Guild was cut off, relying on the stocks from previous years to hold on. The Aerospace Guild has now stopped training new batches of navigators in an effort to reduce their dependence on spice. But until all of the older navigators die of old age, the Aerospace Guild will remain irresistible to spice addicts. There came a time when stocks had to run out, and a year's worth of spice rationing was a temptation they couldn't resist no matter what. Release the drone swarm. The belly of the battleship's hold slowly opened, and silver-white drones swarmed out as if a dam had been released. Unless one checked the exit records, it was really hard to tell how many drones actually flew out the moment the hatch was opened. The faint glow of the signaling lights gathered into a brilliant river of light, illuminating the dark backside of the moon. These drones circled the moon and flew straight towards Earth under the watchful eyes of the satellites. Meanwhile, every major power on Earth was alerted. The United Government's mentality was shifting towards that of an observer. But the tech level of this exploratory team wasn't quite up to the task of playing the role of a true observer. And so it was another descent with great fanfare. Chapter 382 Releasing Withdraw. The heads of state receive an alert from the Astronomical Observation Department, and they learn that a large group of UFOs have appeared from the backside of the moon and are heading straight for Earth. They had only a very short time to decide what to do. Go to war. Or be a shrinking violet? Aliens invading Earth? Organize defense immediately. Do not attack. Contact them. Is today Judgment Day? Sound the air raid siren. Evacuate first. Due to the time constraints, the heads of state all made their decisions at the urging of their secretaries, and they coincidentally took defensive measures instead of launching a rash attack. They were not sure where these UFOs came from. If these UFOs were carrying technology far beyond the level of human beings, it would be useless even if they launched an attack. If these UFOs were within the scope of human technology, then it would be fine even if they launched an attack later. They hoped to find out what was going on. But until then, they would sound the alarm and call for ordinary people to take shelter in bomb shelters. They might attack us. Should we contact them? The members of the Aerospace Guild pondered. If we don't contact them, will they affect our mission? A year's worth of spice ration was extremely precious, and no accidents were allowed to occur. The high-ranking member of the Aerospace Guild shook his head as he said confidently, "There's no need. They're still in the stage of attacking the enemy with their missiles, and their missiles will be knocked out from afar by the anti-missile systems on the drones. And it won't affect our mission in any way." This Aerospace Guild executive was different from the others who had risen to power through power. He used to be an engineer. After boarding the exploration ship assigned to them by the United Government, which was exactly the same as that battleship of the Treaty family, he idly wandered around the battleship to learn about the parameters of various weapons and equipment. The more he learned, the more in awe he became. Drones took on the tasks of frigates and destroyers in the age of naval warfare. Proper interstellar combat units that could never roll over on a planet still stagnant in the nuclear age. An ocean of drones flew into the sky. What are they heading towards? The same question was answered and reacted to differently in different places. The base of the Apex organization. Oh! Apex organization's base. Don't mind them. Apex organization's base. Wait and see. Our base. What did you say? Coming towards us? The Apex organization, also known as the Emperor organization, was an organization that specialized in the study of giant beasts. And in the film Godzilla vs. King Kong, the Emperor organization attempted to create a mechanical Godzilla by using the flesh and blood of another giant beast as its core. The creation is made. But much like the plot of Transformers, humans are unable to control Mechagodzilla at all, just as they are unable to control the artificial Megatron. Mechagodzilla went completely out of control, and was finally demolished by Godzilla and King Kong teaming up. At this time, Mechagodzilla was still in the middle of debugging at the Hong Kong base, and the drone swarm was heading to the ecological park where the Imperial Organization had imprisoned King Kong. Who? A piercing alarm sounded over the ecological park. A state of emergency? The employees of the Imperial Organization were all at a loss. Although they had received professional training, their brains still went down when they heard the alarm, and they couldn't stop freaking out in their hearts. Why did the alarm suddenly go off, and the monsters came out? They knew what kind of monsters were kept in the ecological garden. If that monster ran out, they were afraid that from now on, they would have to hate their mothers for not giving them 2 more legs. Hurry! All into the underground bunker. Anesthetize the withdraw. Prepare to move. Move fast. The Imperial Organization's reaction speed was fast. After discovering that the suspected target of the drones was themselves, they took immediate action, attempting to move the biggest treasure here, King Kong, elsewhere before the drone swarm arrived. But they were no match for the engines that had been carefully modulated by tens of thousands of scientists and engineers from the United Government. Boom! 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 The swarm of drones that covered the sky flew over the base and fired their lasers at the iron dome of the eco park. The blazing laser beams easily melted large holes in the dome, allowing the outside to be reflected into this closed ecological simulation box. Roar! King Kong sensed the crisis and also the deception. It thought it was living in nature, but it didn't realize that it was just living in a big cage that humans had built for it. It looked at the electric sparks bursting from the dome, and a flame of anger burned in its heart. Roar! At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the depths of the ocean, a lizard-like behemoth with a ghostly blue glow peeked its head out from underwater. Godzilla, who was swimming in the deep ocean, sensed King Kong's aura. Intruder! Archenemy! It let out a deafening roar, then sped straight towards where King Kong was. From high above, the blue dorsal fin that leapt with arcs of light cut a long white line through the water. They keep sending us communication requests. Should we reply in unison? The Aerospace Guild's communicator inquired. Otherwise it's annoying as hell. The high level of the Astronaut Guild nodded. Reply. Tell them that we're here to collect the genetic information of the giant beasts, and tell them to stay out of the way or we'll blow up their planet. We'll leave after collecting the information and tell them to stop harassing us. In exchange, tell them that the Imperial Organization's Mechagodzilla will go out of control. A judgment of a higher civilization they can't imagine. When the Astronaut Union explored unknown planets in the universe of Dune, they occasionally encountered civilizations of the nuclear age or more primitive than that. And they had even been worshipped as gods. And they knew very well how to deal with low-level civilizations. State your intentions. Make a threat. Release goodwill. After the trifecta of qualities, the years were clear. Has the geocentric world been found? The high level of the Aerospace Guild inquired. There are more behemoths there. The focus of this mission. Found it. The correspondent replied in a rapid speech. The first detachment has already entered the Earth's core world and has encountered other types of behemoths. But the behemoths' struggles were so violent that they were unable to obtain genetic information from the living bodies. The anesthetic isn't working? The senior members of the Aerospace Guild furrowed their brows. Our anesthetics don't work. The combined government might have something that does. The correspondent turned his words around and said with a difficult face. But we still have to apply to them, which might lower their evaluation of US and reduce our missions and mission rewards. The senior member of the Aerospace Guild rubbed his temples as he fell into deep thought. Let me think of something. Chapter 383 Raining a Meteor Shower on Godzilla. From the information provided by the United Government, the behemoths are actually intelligent. If we can find a way to communicate with them, they might take the initiative to cooperate with us. The senior member of the Aerospace Guild pondered for a while. He revealed a thoughtful expression and said in a single word, Go find King Kong. Have King Kong serve as our translator. The Aerospace Guild held the violence to crush behemoths, and could easily kill any of them. If this power was held by another behemoth, this behemoth would rightfully become the king of the Earth's core world, receiving the pilgrimage and following of all behemoths. The king of the giant beasts could rightfully order the other giant beasts to do anything, including contributing their own genetic information. The reason why the Aerospace Guild couldn't become the king of the behemoths with the power they held in their hands was because the Aerospace Guild hadn't mastered the way to communicate with the behemoths. The human form was a close second, because the Aerospace Guild can drive warships into the Earth's core world. 40,000-meter-long steel monsters are completely sufficient to make the behemoths submit. But the main thing is that they can't communicate with the behemoths. Vidra could be the bridge between the Aerospace Guild and the behemoths of the Earth's core world. Yes. When do we move? The original plan of the Aerospace Guild was to have King Kong lure Godzilla, and then step in to suppress King Kong and Godzilla at the same time, forcibly extracting the genetic information of these two behemoths. But now the situation had changed. The behemoths were struggling too hard, and unless they were killed, it was almost impossible to extract genetic information from them. Although the Aerospace Guild was working for the United Government, they weren't the United Government after all. They were just an exploration ship supported by the United Government, and didn't possess anesthesia techniques against giant creatures. After all, the universe of Dune itself didn't have many giant creatures, and the Aerospace Guild was playing with shipping and finance. Capitalists couldn't be expected to be proficient in anesthesia techniques, just like hunters couldn't be expected to read the general stock market. The plan of action is going to have to change a bit. Waiting for King Kong and Godzilla to meet up and extracting their genetic information isn't going to work. Let's control King Kong first, and then find that little girl called Gia. She's the only one who can communicate with King Kong, and she's part of the communication bridge we're going to build. Both Gia and Vidra came from Skull Island. Skull Island is a small island that floats to the surface from the world at the center of the Earth. And on the island lives a tribe known as the Ivies, a tribe that has long coexisted with Vidra's community and has mastered the method of communicating with Vidra. After a catastrophe, the Ivies were wiped out, and only a young girl, Gia, survived. In order to communicate with Vidra, one still had to control Gia first. What a hassle! The members of the Aerospace Guild complained. We're so powerful. Why don't we just kill all of these behemoths and extract the genetic information from their corpses? The exploration ships had some weapons on board, although they were neutered by the United Government. They were more than enough to be used against the behemoths of this universe. Kill a river of blood. Corpses everywhere. Wouldn't it be easy for them to collect genetic information when all the behemoths were lying flat and motionless? Agu. Snap. The senior member of the Aerospace Guild slapped the man's helmet with a displeased face as he said seriously, "The United Government obviously wants us to reduce our interference with the local civilization. The behemoths are also a part of this civilization. How do you think the United Government will look at us if we kill them all?" The man froze for 2 seconds, then gave a thumbs up. Wise leadership. Don't flatter. Do something practical. This Aerospace Union senior was very sober, and he said in a serious tone, "We are the first and only organization to serve the United Government. But in the future, there might be others who will steal our jobs from us. Do what the coalition government has told us beautifully while there's no competition yet. And you won't have to worry too much when there's a competitor later on. If we mess up and get kicked off the service provider list by the United Government and never get spice again, you should all understand the consequences." If Hao Siusi had heard the words of the senior member of the Astronautics Guild, she would have been greatly surprised. This was because the United Government was planning to absorb talents from other universes and establish local exploration teams for the corresponding universes, where the locals from different universes would explore their own universes and then submit valuable resources to the United Government in exchange for the United Government's advanced technologies. In this way, the United Government would be able to reasonably and legally obtain resources from other universes and also help the human civilization of other universes to develop. If these universes had extraordinarily outstanding exploration teams born, it was not unlikely that they would be able to go to other universes to provide services to the United Government like the Astronautical Guild. Godzilla is close to colliding with King Kong. What are you guys waiting for? Under the urging of the senior management of the Astronaut Guild, the entire exploration team was like being tightened up and threw themselves into intense work. That's right. Get in touch with the Imperial Organization and find out how they captured King Kong in the first place. Did they knock him out or inject him with an anesthetic? If it was an anesthetic, let them hand over the technology. We can give them a ton of gold. Gold was worthless to the Aerospace Guild. They sometimes encountered asteroids made entirely of gold, often weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, and there was more than enough to harvest a little from them at random. But for many primitive civilizations of the nuclear age, gold was a precious currency, rounded up to the nearest cent. It was the equivalent of a prostitute. Anyone can get a free ride, regardless of race, age, or universe. Godzilla is thick-skinned and disobedient, so you have to hit it hard and beat it half to death to extract its genetic information. Godzilla had the reputation of being the king of monsters, and its backbone was too tough. It would never listen to King Kong and bowed down to the Astronaut Guild. To obtain its genetic information, the Astronautics Guild could only strike hard at it. The drone swarm hovering over the Imperial Organization's base diverged, with one part turning on ultra-low altitude flights and walking the streets in search of the little girl named Gia and her guardian, while the other part flew straight towards Godzilla's direction. The latter encountered its target first. Godzilla. Target confirmed. Commence attack. Godzilla noticed the swarm of drones that spread over almost its entire field of vision. It was the first time it had seen such a large formation. But instead of panicking, it bent down very gracefully and burrowed into the deep seabed. It had fought with the humans a few times and knew that the humans would fire little sticks that could explode. Based on past experience, these little sticks had very little power in the water, and as long as the depth was more than 100 meters, it could only tickle it. It tilted its head up and looked through the deep blue water to see the whole river of stars falling like meteors on the surface. Chapter 384, Traveling to the Earth's Core. Godzilla looked at this vast river of stars that had fallen for it without reverence, and a touch of humane contempt even showed in the bottom of its eyes. However, the owner of the weapon was different, and the power of the weapon would be different as well. The smart missile drilled below the surface of the sea, and instead of immediately exploding as Godzilla expected, it swam towards Godzilla as if it had grown eyes. Godzilla froze for a moment, then let out a low roar of slight fear, laced with a thick bubbling sound. It wasn't immune to blast damage. It just didn't think these little sticks could hit it just now. It fought to twist its big, fat tail, and its body swam faster, trying to get away from this horrible river of stars that looked like it was going to send it away in a wave. Its movements inexplicably comical. Godzilla, don't you come over here. Even though Godzilla had swum very hard, the distance between it and the terrifying river of stars that was whisking it away was getting closer instead of widening. Some of the missiles simply flew head-on towards it as they landed forward. Godzilla realized that injury was no longer inevitable, and it curled desperately into a huge sphere, stopping as it was told. Boom! 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 Explosions followed one after another, and in just a dozen seconds of work, hundreds of thousands of smart missiles exploded on Godzilla's body, and the shockwaves traveled into Godzilla's body in waves, almost shattering Godzilla's internal organs into powder. The bottom of the sea was opened up to a vast space, which was filled with destructive flames and shockwaves. After the big explosion, Godzilla's body floated to the surface. It was completely turned into a black charcoal ball, without a single color other than burnt black on its body, and only floated quietly on the surface of the sea, peaceful as if it was dead. Godzilla was indeed thick-skinned and thick-fleshed. Resisting dozens of missiles would only cause a few traumatic injuries. But this was hundreds of thousands of rounds. The power was so great that it completely emptied the nearby sea water when it exploded, presenting a miraculous scene like Moses parting the sea. Godzilla was about to die. Its genes are still hanging on for dear life, which would be of great interest to the biologists of the United Government if they were here. Godzilla's internal organs had been completely destroyed by the shockwave, but the other active tissues of Godzilla's body took on tasks they were not supposed to do. For example, the brain secretes a corrosive substance that breaks down nearby flesh and blood to obtain energy to feed itself. However, this wouldn't be too much of a shock to the scientists of the United Government, as a simple check of the data would reveal that the principles and artificial methods of implementation were recorded in the Herald Civilization's information base. Check Godzilla's vital signs. See if there's any tender flesh on it that hasn't been roasted, and extract genetic information from a few more parts. The Astronautics Guild was not interested in whether Godzilla was dead or not. They only wanted to collect genetic information from Godzilla. Godzilla was one of the main characters of this universe. In terms of combat power, it was better than King Kong, and it could also absorb nuclear radiation. Its genetic information was the most valuable treasure in this universe. A small airship came nearby. The belly of the ship's cabin opened and dropped several large engineering machines into Godzilla's belly. Workers from the Aerospace Guild maneuvered these instruments to cut narrow slits in various parts of Godzilla's body, and then inserted needles as thick as a man's waist into them, frantically drawing blood. After a few minutes, the Aerospace Guild took away the collected genetic information, while Godzilla looked more peaceful. Godzilla might pull through, but even if it survived, it would not be able to defeat King Kong because of its great genetic injuries, and it might even be killed by King Kong. King Kong and Godzilla are feuding. Their ancestors are incompatible, and King Kong's ancestor even used a piece of Godzilla's ancestor's dorsal fin to build a battle axe. Godzilla, after this, will be able to live around King Kong, because King Kong is not skilled in the water, and cannot go into the sea to chase and kill it. But if it runs to the shore and provokes King Kong, I'm afraid it will live or die. On the other hand, the drones have also found Gia, a little girl who can communicate with King Kong. Gia got lost with her guardian during the turmoil just now, and was hiding under a table when she was found. The drone swarms were multifunctional, with one of the reconnaissance drones being the size of a human's palm, making it easy to get in and out of buildings. After spotting Gia, the Aerospace Guild arrived later. They kindly asked Gia to leave, told Gia about the situation through the sign language they had temporarily learnt, and then led Gia to withdraw. Gia was a precocious child. She knew what she should do when Gia, wave, Vajra, who is in a daze, notices Gia and the Yuki Guild member standing beside Gia, and his expression instantly agitates with malice in his eyes. Gia hurriedly made a hand gesture to show King Kong that she was fine. She's a deaf child, and gestures and eyes are the only way she can communicate with the outside world. Gia, these strangers say they can take you home. Home where there are loved ones and compatriots. They are very powerful. Don't resist. Go with them. But if you find out that they are bad people, make sure you don't act rashly. You have to wait for me to find someone to save you. Vajra bit its head in front of Gia, and Gia's small hand made a gesture in front of its eyes, perfectly conveying the meaning to it. This gesture was different from ordinary sign language, a special language that the Ivies used exclusively to communicate with King Kong's pack. Roar! King Kong frantically pounded its chest and let out a deafening roar. The members of the Aerospace Guild were on guard, and the drones around them went on alert. Gia turned around and gestured to the members of the Aerospace Guild. Don't be afraid. He doesn't mean you any harm now. You can think of a way to take him away. But he doesn't like to be bound. Please don't use chains to tie him up. The member of the Aerospace Guild nodded. He lowered his head and spoke 2 words into his communicator. And a few minutes later, the sky darkened. A dark dome of sky made of steel approached a little bit from the extreme distance. And by the time it reached their heads, it could be said to be almost limitless. The exploration ship was entering the atmosphere. King Kong felt very uneasy, and the fur on his body branched out. The members of the Aerospace Guild gestured to Gia. This is our ship. Tell him not to be nervous. He'll go up, and we'll give him a ride. Gia froze for a few seconds. Spaceship. Is it a ship that flies in the sky? Humans in the Godzilla vs. King Kong universe hadn't officially stepped into the interstellar age, and had a very vague idea of what a spaceship was. And Gia, being young, had even less of an understanding. She thinks of spaceships as ships that fly in the sky, and translates the words of the members of the Aerospace Guild to King Kong. After King Kong heard this, 2 white arrows of air erupted from its large nostrils, and the uneasiness in its eyes faded slightly. It looked up at the bottom of the exploration ship in a bratty manner, like the Monkey King facing the 5-finger mountain in mythology. Chapter 385 Rough Insertion. Don't say it. This big monkey looks quite chic. The members of the Aerospace Guild looked at King Kong on the big screen and revealed a thoughtful expression. If such a big monkey evolved into a human, wouldn't it become a titan in mythology? Titans, legend had it, were a mythical race that had ruled the sky and the earth, having not ruled the ocean. It just so happened that King Kong didn't dabble in the sea either. Evolution? Evolution my arse. Another member of the Aerospace Guild snorted and laughed at his companion's whimsy. Heh. How can evolution be so easy? King Kong's entire colony went extinct, leaving it as a lone seedling. And when it too dies at the end of its life, its race will disappear completely. At this time, their supervisor spoke. All cut the nonsense. The battleship has landed. Open the hatches and receive King Kong in. There were many hatches on this exploration ship, and the astronaut union opened the hatch of one of the large warehouses. This large warehouse was actually an ammunition depot. It was originally used by the United Government to store certain super bombs of enormous size, and when it was handed over to the Astronautics Guild, those bombs were all unloaded, thus leaving a great deal of space empty. It was more than enough to accommodate King Kong. With the sound of heavy gears turning, the thick alloy gate was lowered inch by inch, and a vast and bright space appeared in front of King Kong. Budra was slightly uneasy. Gia twisted her head to look at the Aerospace Guild member beside her, who nodded to her while using hand gestures to re-promise. We would never hurt King Kong. Let's send him home. Let him get on the ship. Gia pursed up her lips. She thought hard for 2 seconds before turning to face King Kong and flipping her 10 fingers. Get in. I'm with you. King Kong took a ragged breath and swaggered onto the back panel of the hatch, taking a step towards the interior of the ship. The 2 members of the Aerospace Guild looked at each other and thought it was a done deal. King Kong and Godzilla were the only 2 giant beast kings in this universe. And now that Godzilla had been defeated, only King Kong remained. All they needed was a little push to help King Kong become the king of monsters. King Kong was humane, and after some exchanges, he would surely be willing to help them obtain the genetic information of other giant beasts. If anything went wrong, such as King Kong refusing to cooperate, they would still have a way out. After everyone, including King Kong, entered the exploration ship, the exploration ship lifted its altitude and flew towards the entrance of the geocentric world at the South Pole. King Kong looked around curiously. It stretched out its large rough hand to caress the nearby alloy floor and walls, and after stroking them for a while, it tentatively punched its fist, erupting in a loud clang. Boom! Everyone was startled. But King Kong did not make any other movements, only staring at the wall that did not even show a single scratch with a scornful expression. No matter how powerful King Kong was, he was still just an ordinary beast, and the United Government's warships were used to deal with real interstellar wars, and the sheer strength of the materials was not something that King Kong could shake with his flesh and blood. Gia communicated with King Kong. Roar! Roar! Gia grimaced. King Kong said he didn't like to stay in the enclosed space, but there was nothing she could do but hope that the big ship flying in the sky would fly faster and not make King Kong annoyed by waiting. She tried to pacify King Kong. Don't be anxious. All the way home is longer. Wait a little longer. It will always arrive. Roar! King Kong gave a low roar and slowly plopped down. A humane apprehension showed in its eyes. Going home. It came from Skull Island. But it knew that Skull Island wasn't its true home. Its parents said that their home was in a place so far away. So far away that it might never be able to return. Could a human really send it home? It didn't know. But home means clanmates and companions. And it's been alone for too long. And it longs for a companion who's just as monkey-minded as it is. Preferably a female. Give me a female monkey. This is King Kong's simplest plea at this time. About loneliness. About desire. And even more about the continuation of the race. King Kong was lying on the ground. Not moving. The speed of the exploration ship was not slow. It flew out of the atmosphere first. Then accelerated outside the atmosphere. And soon reached Antarctica. And found the tunnel to the Earth's core world that was guarded by the Imperial Organization. What is this thing? God! What now? The Imperial Organization's caretakers were terrified. But their trepidation didn't last long. As an overwhelming number of missiles poured down from above. And the violent explosions overwhelmed them in an instant. The Imperial Organization was no good. And coincidentally, the Uranium Guild was no good either. The Aerospace Guild was going to take an exploration ship into the Earth's core world to stand in for Vidra. But the tunnel was too small. So they fired small-yield antimatter bombs into the tunnel. Then used the gravitational generators on the exploration ship to hurl the debris that had been blasted down the tunnel outwards. From a distance, like the sort of thing that only happens in movies and anime, the Earth cracked inch by inch and collapsed near the tunnel, with countless rocks and soil rising up into the sky and being thrown evenly over hundreds of kilometers. In the process, the Imperial Organization's base silently disappeared, and there was not a single person who spoke up for them. The Aerospace Guild controlled the shipping and financial industries of the universe of Dune, and was in fact a super-capitalist group that would be lucky not to eat human flesh and drink human blood, and could not possibly feel any sympathy for a small capitalist just because they had destroyed their base. The tunnel entrance was getting bigger and bigger amidst the loud noise of the sky crashing into the ground. The captain of the Aerospace Guild, based on the data returned from the radar, gauged that it was almost there. So he adjusted the head orientation of the exploration ship and roughly plunged into the hole. The Earth let out an unbearable groan as underground water gushed out, instantly soaking the alloy shell of the exploration ship. The exploration ship shook violently. The captain's face unchanged. Increase engine power. Increase power. Faster. Faster. Rumble. 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 The thick exploration ship drilled into the narrow tunnel leading to the center of the Earth. And despite the fact that the tunnel had already been widened, this violent act still caused damage to the nearby geological structure. The strata of the Earth crushed into each other, forming folds, and the groundwater spewed forth in dozens of columns. Having a starship drill into the center of the Earth was probably one of the few reverse operations in human history. The Aerospace Guild got a new round of data feeds and realized that they were acting too wildly, and had the exploration ship stop in place. They widened the tunnels further and briefly reconfigured the nearby strata using gravitational generators to prevent greater damage. Once that was done, the journey continued. 2 hours passed in a flash, and the exploration ship's 40,000-meter-long hull was completely submerged in the tunnel, and the underground water gushing was alleviated. After a few more hours, the movement of the explorer had become barely audible, and only the remaining mess at the entrance of the tunnel signaled how crazy the Aerospace Guild had been here. Chapter 386, Returning Home. It took the Aerospace Guild a long time to widen and deepen the tunnel. The exploration ship was too big, and if the Aerospace Guild had a more suitable vehicle, they would have been able to advance much faster than they did now. But unfortunately they had nothing. The gravity would reverse the moment they approached the Earth's core world. Although the Aerospace Guild had some small craft, none of them were designed to deal with gravitational reversals, and would fall apart when they encountered such a situation. According to the intelligence, the Imperial Organization had carriers that could resist the gravitational reversal. But those carriers were too weak to support Vidra. The Aerospace Guild didn't have the time to wait for King Kong to fight in the underground world. Whether or not King Kong was interested in becoming the king of beasts wasn't a matter of concern. But if King Kong was really crowned the king of beasts with the power of a single beast, then why would they ask King Kong to help them collect genetic information? The only suitable vehicle in the hands of the Aerospace Guild is the exploration ship given to them by the United Government. The United Government has a lot of good things that are more suitable for this scenario, such as small superhero-like nano-soldier squads, mecha hunters that have been sitting in a warehouse for a long time, other types of warships that are smaller than the exploration ship but with higher structural strength, and experimental gravitational force generating devices that can suck the entire contents of the Earth's core world out. There are so many things that apply to this scenario. So many that the United Government would have to dedicate a team to do the statistical work to determine the exact types. But the combined government gave nothing to the Aerospace Guild. The UAC was hired by the United Government from the Dune universe with a year's worth of spices. And the United Government lent the UAC a 40-kilometer-long battleship to be its flagship, which was already very generous. What more could the Aerospace Guild want? Taking the United Government for a fool's errand? In fact, the Aerospace Guild itself is also very content. The United Government lent them a powerful super warship for nothing. Did not ask them for anything. They have already earned a lot, although it is said to be a loan. As long as they keep serving the United Government. Isn't this battleship equivalent to giving it to them for nothing? A bus? It was clearly a private vehicle. So despite the hard work of drilling the holes, not only did they not feel dissatisfied, but they also praised the performance of the battleship. All of them thought that the United Government was too generous, and didn't cut any corners on this battleship at all. Time passed slowly, and the battleship finally drilled into the geocentric world. The moment it entered the Earth's core world, the gravitational force was quietly reversed, and the battleship was enveloped in the force field generated by the gravitational force generator device, towering like a mountain, and all the people on board as well as a big monkey were safe and sound. Roar! Vidra threw back its head and roared. It seemed to have sensed that it had returned to its family's ancestral land, and was so exuberant that it occasionally punched the walls of the battleship. And the loud sound shook the Astronautics Guild members in the warehouse to the point that their eyes were dazed. On the overall strength, the Astronautics Guild killed King Kong do not need to finish counting 3 fingers. However, in terms of personal strength, a single breathless roar from King Kong could make the members of the Aerospace Guild feel the threat of death, scaring them so much that their legs shook faster than a sieve. Gia looked happily at King Kong. Although King Kong was yelling and pounding the wall again, she could feel that King Kong was happy from the bottom of his heart. She had never seen Vidra so happy. Gia gestured at King Kong. "Do you feel at home?" King Kong nodded seriously, his eyes filled with joy. King Kong's intelligence level was a bit higher than Godzilla's, and it understood that it did receive help from humans this time. And after nodding its head in reply to Gia, it also looked at the surrounding Yuki Guild members with a harmless gaze. However, these Astronaut Guild members were scared, and no one dared to meet King Kong's eyes. Caw! The door to the warehouse opened, and a high-ranking member of the Aerospace Guild walked in, who was in charge of discussing with Vidra about helping Vidra return home, as well as Vidra's help in collecting their genetic information. He came to Gia's side and communicated his intentions to Gia in half-baked sign language. Gia frowned. Sure enough, they had designs on Vidra as well. However, that might be good for Vidra? Gia turned around and gestured to King Kong with her 10 fingers. They said that they could send you back to the place where your ancestors live, help you get the relics of your ancestors, help you reclaim your ancestors' former homes that had been taken over by the other behemoths, and then help you become the king of the Earth's core world. King Kong scratched his head, then spread his hands in confusion. What do they want? Gia gestured. They want to call all the behemoths after you become the king of the Earth's core world, and have them draw blood from each one of them to obtain the blood of all the behemoths. The confusion under Vidra's eyes intensified. That's it? Humans helped it return home, helped it find its relics, helped it take back its ancestral home from the other behemoths, and even helped it become king. And all it asked for was the blood of the other behemoths. When did humans become so pure? Gia raised her head to lock eyes with the Aerospace Guild executives. She didn't see the eyes of the Aerospace Guild executives, because the Aerospace Guild executives were all actual drug addicts, all wearing helmets that were perpetually filled with spice smoke, so no one could see their faces. Gia gestures to the Urantia Guild executives. Do you guys really just want the blood of behemoths? Gia sees the helmet shrug up and down a few times. That's kind of a nod, isn't it? Gia twisted her head and gestured to Vidra. Yes. They only want the blood of the behemoths. Vidra nodded solemnly. It's a done deal. The top management of the Aerospace Guild's heart was relieved, thinking that a year's worth of spice rationing had been secured. The exploration ship drilled into the Earth's core world a little bit, then adjusted its direction and hovered in midair, as if it was a mountain range floating in the sky. It attracted the attention of the flying giants. Goo goo goo. Goo 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 goo. A giant beast that resembled a giant owl flew towards the exploration ship. The beast had come to check out the situation. But as a result, it had just entered the battleship by about 2,000 meters when a beam of thick white light pierced through the sky and burnt off the beast's head in an instant. The behemoth didn't even let out a single wail before dying, and fell straight down. Immediately after, the hatch in the belly of the exploration ship opened slowly, and King Kong jumped out from it, smashing a cloud of dust on the ground. Roar! 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 Vidra let out a roar, announcing his arrival to the entire geocentric world. After roaring these 3 times, it looked around, observing the environment while feeling the atmosphere in the environment that made it feel comfortable. In a trance, a vague wisp of clarity arose in its heart. I belong here. The members of the Aerospace Guild flew out of the battleship in a kind of small flying machine, and Gia was with them. The craft came in front of Vidra. Gia gestures to Vidra through the glass. Come with us. The next second, the craft shoots off into the distance, and King Kong reacts, chasing after it on all 4s, his hands and feet overflowing with joy. I'm home. There must be a lot of compatriots here. Right? Chapter 387, Near Home. I'll fight you all. Many compatriots? If the members of the Aerospace Guild could also read King Kong's expression, they would probably give King Kong a look of pity, because there weren't many compatriots here at all like King Kong imagined. King Kong's colony had gone extinct many years ago, and even the place where they lived had been taken over by another kind of giant beast. Helping King Kong reclaim his ancestral land was part of the deal. If Vidra's brain was a bit more flexible, perhaps it could have realized that something was wrong from the content of this deal. After all, it was so powerful, and its colony was certainly not weak. So how could it have lost its ancestral land for no reason? However, Vidra hadn't thought of this at all. Roar! Squeak! King Kong chased after the Aerospace Guild's flying machine and strided forward, passing through a dense forest, out of which a giant snake with a bird's head burrowed. That night, both the bird and the snake were drunk. The bird's head was covered in pitch-black scales, with 3 or 4 pairs of eyeballs hidden in its narrow sockets. It stared straight at Vidra, and a distracting screech continuously emanated from its short, thick beak. Roar! Vidra roared at the bird-headed giant snake. The oxygen content of the Earth's core world was much higher than that of the ground, and it was also nourished by a special form of solar radiation. Such an environment made it easy for the giant beasts here to grow to a huge size. This bird-headed giant snake that stopped King Kong had a waist thicker than King Kong's, and its length was even more needless to say. Facing King Kong's roar, the bird-headed giant snake did not have any fear. It stared intently at King Kong, its huge body circling around King Kong in a circle, attempting to add a meal of monkey brains for itself. The shadows of the trees swayed, and the gloomy atmosphere was eerie. King Kong was a little nervous in his mind. He had encountered the same breed of bird-headed snake before when he lived on Skull Island. It was a small bird-headed snake, only half as thick as his waist, but it nearly strangled it to death. Roar! Vidra let out another roar, trying to drink back this bird-headed giant snake. But it was completely futile. The bird-headed giant snake circled around it, its thick body already surrounding it in 2 circles, with the rustling of scales rubbing against soil and twigs. There was less and less space left for it, and what little space was left was filled with the omnipresent sense of the threat of death. Vidra realized that he could not just sit back and wait for death. It reached down and snapped off a piece of tree trunk, quickly rubbing at it to create a long, straight wooden spear in the blink of an eye. It had been fighting other giant beasts on Skull Island for years, and had long since mastered the technique of making makeshift weapons. Roar! Squeak! The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Right at this moment, a red beam of light as thick as a human's arm passed through the dense canopy and accurately shot into the bird-headed giant snake's body. In a flash, the smell of roasted and charred meat filled the air. Squeak! The bird-head giant snake let out a cool mouse-like scream as its body spasmed madly, and the blazing red beams of light easily cut its body into several pieces of varying lengths, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The life force was rapidly draining from the bird-headed snake's body. There was no comparison between this bird-headed giant snake and Godzilla. Its body did not have the ability to repair itself even when it was severely injured. Even though it was still alive, the end of its death was sealed. The bird-headed giant snake also realized that it was about to die, and with a fierce light in its eyes, it lunged at the red beam of light, trying to bite it off. Snort! The headless snake's corpse drooped to the ground without a trace of vigor anymore. Vajra? The red beam of light quietly disappears. The Aerospace Guild's flying machine circled above King Kong's head and spiraled forward to continue flying. The red beam of light that killed the bird-head giant snake was a laser transmitter developed by the Aerospace Guild, characterized by a high degree of energy cohesion, melting gold and turning iron within the beam's range. While there was no heat escaping from outside the beam's range, King Kong froze in place for a few seconds. It looked down at the snake's corpse on the ground, a touch of awe showing in its eyes. This bird-headed giant snake was undoubtedly a giant beast powerhouse with a strength equal to its own. But it didn't even last a few seconds before dying under the Upper Space Guild's attack. And it died in an extremely miserable state. In its place, how long would it be able to hold out in the face of an attack like the one just now? 1 second? Or 2 seconds? A feeling of panic arose in King Kong's heart, remembering what Jia had told him. It grunted twice under its breath, then chased towards the Aerospace Guild's flying machine with a feeling of apprehension. Along the way, the occasional beast was startled, but they soon became silent with the help of the Aerospace Guild. After some time, Vajra finally arrived at the ancestral land it had longed for under the guidance of the Aerospace Guild. This was a majestic and extraordinary mountain. There was constant thunder and light above the peak, as if it was a mountain moved from mythology, and only the strongest among the giants could conquer it. Jean Gang's heart surged as he looked at this high mountain. Although no one had told it, it had a premonition that its ancestral land was in this divine mountain. It accelerated towards this divine mountain. This mountain is amazing. How did it form? The members of the Astronaut Guild looked curiously at the divine mountain in the distance, doubts written in their eyes. The Aerospace Guild was mainly engaged in the interstellar navigation business in the Dune universe, and had seen some strange natural phenomena, but had never seen a hollow planet like this Earth. The United Government will definitely study this planet. If you kid is really interested, you can ask their scientists later. The members of the Aerospace Guild chatted idly. On the other side, King Kong had already climbed up the mountain and had found a huge stone door on the mountain. King Kong stared at the door in awe. There were 2 huge bloody handprints on the door, one on the left and one on the right. Very symmetrical. King Kong raised his hands to the 2 bloody handprints. The size just fit. It only needed to push hard to open the door. Back to his dream of their ancestors' hometown. King Kong was a little hesitant. It had grown up on Skull Island, and its concept of its hometown came from its elderly parents. It knew practically nothing about this place. What would it do if its fellow citizens here didn't accept it after pushing open the door? Vajra stood in front of the gate for a long time. Suddenly, a hoarse hissing sound came from the doorway, sounding far removed from the monkey's cries. King Kong froze. The sounds from the door grew louder and louder, but they were all raspy hisses that were unfamiliar to King Kong, and none of them belonged to the monkey's roar. At that moment, something suddenly occurred to it. Humans helped me reclaim my homeland. With a humanized expression of anger, it fought its way forward, and the heavy stone door burst open, revealing the scene inside. Woo! 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 A large, ugly-looking bat flew around in midair. They were in the middle of an orgy. Some of them swooped down on another companion in midair, and then rolled to the ground to meet out their lives. Seeing this scene, the homecoming Vajra was enraged. Roar! Chapter 388, Queuing up to donate blood. The Aerospace Guild's flying machines were hanging behind Vajra, and when they saw Vajra roaring and rushing into the cave, they followed suit. Flare! Shoo! 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 5 flares exploded at different heights, illuminating the entire cave as bright as day. The bat monster let out a miserable scream. These bat monsters preferred darkness and feared bright light, so the 5 flares almost blinded them all. Individual bat monsters flying in the air hit the cave wall head-on, and fell from the air to the feet of King Kong on the spot, and was picked up by the furious King Kong as a stick and smashed wildly left and right. The picture and the Hulk flung Loki to reach an amazing resemblance. Buzz! The flying machine emitted an ultra-high frequency sound inaudible to humans, and the sharp sound pierced into the ears of the bat monsters, piercing their minds, and completely disorientating them as they crashed around in the cave. Roar! King Kong picked up an axe from the cave floor. The axe was originally embedded in a skeleton and was covered in dust, looking like it had been at least a few decades since it was last used. Vidra felt inexplicably smooth as he carried the axe. This is an ancestor's artifact. I will use my ancestor's axe to drive out these outsiders and restore the glory of my homeland. Roar! King Kong swung his axe with an eerie blue light and pounced on the bat monsters everywhere. Screams followed one after another, and the ground was drenched in blood inch by inch. 2 days passed in a flash. With the help of the Aerospace Guild, Jean Gang killed almost all the bat monsters in the cave. And after the battle was over, the cave was littered with monster corpses, with almost no place to step down. The Aerospace Guild was kind enough to clean up the cave for Vidra. And there was even a guy who had nothing better to do than to polish a certain rock in the cave that looked like a seat. Vidra was very pleased with their help. The door to the cavern was open, and the wind blew in through the door and out through the opening above the cavern, blowing the smell of blood out of the cavern. Roar! Roar! Jia turned to the members of the Aerospace Guild and gestured. The King Kong said that when it becomes the king of the Earth's core world, it will fulfill its promise to you, and make the behemoths of the Earth's core world honestly draw blood from you. The senior member of the Aerospace Guild nodded slightly. It's not too late. Let's start now. We'll do our best to help it. His entourage used sign language to translate the words to Jia, who then translated them to Vidra. Vidra shook his head and grunted under his breath. Jia turned to the Aerospace Guild executives and gestured. The Vidra said it didn't need your help. The Aerospace Guild executives froze for a moment. Then their faces turned ugly. By itself? The Aerospace Guild senior level showed his displeasure as he loudly questioned. By itself? There are quite a few giant beasts stronger than it in the Earth core world. When will it be able to dominate the Earth core world? The high level of the Aerospace Guild spoke impulsively. But he wasn't looking down on King Kong. He really felt that King Kong didn't have the ability to do so. King Kong grew up on Skeleton Island, lacking oxygen and special energy to nourish it. And compared to the behemoths of the Earth's core world, it was inherently undernourished. Although the racial qualifications were good, potential was not strength. And good qualifications could not make it invincible. Roar! Vidra could read the emotions of the Aerospace Guild's executives. And it didn't need Jia to translate to know that the Aerospace Guild's executives weren't saying anything good. It raised its own axe and swung downwards. Dang! The axe plunged into a gap in the ground, and a blue halo surged through the gap, surging into the axe blade like a charge. The senior member of the Aerospace Guild was startled. At that moment, the voice of the ship's mentor came from his headset. My lord, Vidra's axe is able to absorb nuclear radiation, increase the sharpness of the axe, and also increase Vidra's physique and disguise. It's not impossible to rely only on Vidra, but it has to hurry. We can't wait here for it for a year or two. We'll wait for it for a month at most. If it fails to become the king of the Earth's core within that month and fails to honor its promise, we'll have to intervene. The senior members of the Urantia Guild nodded slowly. Mentator was the humanoid computer in the Dune universe, and he trusted Mentator's words. Good. We'll give it a month. The high-ranking member of the Astronaut Guild locked eyes with Vidra as he exclaimed. You must dominate the geocentric world within a month and honor your promise, or else we will not be polite. His translator used sign language to translate the words to Jia, who in turn translated them to King Kong. Roar! Vidra growled in dissatisfaction, but did nothing else. Jia gestured that it agreed. The situation was stronger than the monkey, and although King Kong was dissatisfied with the attitude of the Aerospace Guild, it knew that the Aerospace Guild was something it couldn't fight against, and that the Aerospace Guild did help it a lot. King Kong didn't talk big. With the help of its ancestors' relics, it did have the ability to reign supreme in the geocentric world. In the next month, the Urantia Guild took it on a trek throughout the entire Earth core world, and it subdued all the giant beasts and became the king of the entire Earth core world according to the savage law of the strongest being the most honored. The behemoths gathered near the Divine Mountain, and under the orders of the king of the Earth's core, King Kong, they let the little thing that looked like a flea in their eyes do whatever it wanted to them, not daring to resist in the slightest. On the one hand, it was because of King Kong's majesty, but on the other hand, it was because these little flea-like things were even more terrifying than King Kong. There were giant beasts that accidentally struggled because they couldn't hold back the intense pain of extracting bone marrow, and the scales on their bodies scraped a little thing to death. And as a result, they were hung up and flayed alive in public by these little things on the same day. After a few similar things happened, the behemoths didn't dare to move around even if they had to grab their heads in pain. Lining up to donate blood was orderly. The members of the Aerospace Guild collected blood, bone marrow, skin, teeth, and other biological samples from the behemoths, during which King Kong only watched with a cold eye. For Vajra, the Aerospace Guild's approach would weaken the behemoths and make it easier for him to rule in the future. Within a few days, the members of the Aerospace Guild completed 99.9% of the biological collection work, and then set their sights on King Kong. King Kong, although not as good as Godzilla, its genetic information was also unique. It had the possibility of evolving towards a titan, and the Astronaut Guild couldn't let it go no matter what. Roar! King Kong, what do you want? The Aerospace Guild used Gia to lure King Kong into the exploration ship, and then used the gravitational generation device to hold King Kong down on the floor. King Kong struggled violently. The powerful gravitational force could only restrict King Kong's movement, but it couldn't immobilize him completely. Don't move. Let us collect your biological information. You can all leave after collecting it. The Aerospace Guild used Gia to threaten King Kong. In Gia's tears, King Kong obediently gave in, and like the behemoths under him, the Aerospace Guild took several large tubes of blood, a large tube of bone marrow, some hair, a fingernail, and an inconspicuous broken tooth. Chapter 389 Superhuman Program. The Aerospace Guild submitted the biological information and energy samples they collected in the Godzilla vs. King Kong universe. After receiving this part of the supplement, although there is no full certainty, the superhuman program can officially begin. Up to now, the United Government had gone through the Pacific Rim universe, Spirit Cage universe, Dune universe, Resident Evil universe, and Godzilla vs. King Kong 5 universes, containing special genetic information or human body modification technology. The United Government itself also possesses nano-warriors, a body modification technology. In most scenarios, nano-warriors are powerful enough. However, if they encountered certain strong magnetic field environments, the nanobots in the nano-warrior's body might be interfered with. Or if they encountered certain civilizations proficient in intelligent technology, the nanobots might in turn become the scythe that reaped the nano-warrior's life. Considering the existence of such situations, the United Government decided to develop a new human body transformation project. This transformation project would be genetically led and would no longer inject nanobots into human bodies, ensuring that fighters who went through this transformation project would have a more stable performance than nanobots when encountering either of these situations. In terms of combat power, the United Government is not yet sure how the super warriors who have undergone this transformation project will perform. But from the genetic information currently available to United Government scientists, the purely genetically modified warriors may not be inferior to the nano-warriors. In the Godzilla vs. King Kong universe, Godzilla's particle spit was able to penetrate thousands of kilometers into the Earth, spewing from the surface into the world at the center of the Earth. If a genetic warrior could fire the same kind of particle spit, even if the power is slightly reduced due to its size, the killing power would still be very impressive. In addition to Godzilla's genes, the United Government also has the genetic information database of the Herald civilization, which stores information on many genocidal viruses. If a genetic warrior is able to synthesize these viruses in his body and release them, a single genetic warrior may be able to destroy the ecology of an entire planet. The T-virus and G-virus in Resident Evil can give human beings the superb ability to survive being decapitated and still be able to heal themselves quickly. Combined with Godzilla's genes, which can still heal itself even if all its organs are shattered, the survival aspect of genetic fighters is also guaranteed. As envisaged, genetically engineered warriors are much more powerful than the current nano-warriors, like a species that only exists in mythology. Except that it may affect the human form. Is it still human without the human form? This ethical question is solidly in front of the scientists of the United Government. Even if everyone recognized that a person without a human form was human, how would that person feel and perceive himself in human society without a human form? And would he still consider himself human? What would be the impact on the civilization of the Earth if scientists endowed certain individuals with powers as powerful as those of mythical creatures? And in the end, these individuals did not consider themselves human. And furthermore, what if they want to be above ordinary humans or hate them? It's a scary thought. The scientists in charge of this project were under great pressure, and they understood very well that if this project was messed up, it would bring about a catastrophe for the entire civilization of the Earth, and the impact would be far greater than that of the introduction of the atomic bomb in the past. The atomic bomb only affected the people of Earth. If this project caused a super high-intensity rebellion, it was feared that the other universes that Earth was currently connected to would also be affected. We are scientists, not sociologists. Our job is to create greater scientific results, not to solve ethical problems. I'm sorry, but I hope that the leaders will understand that this matter has to be left to more professional people. It's hard for us to make heads or tails of it, but I think that faith might be a good way out. You guys should probably look into Earth worship. In the Research Institute, the scientists in charge of the superhuman project screamed. It was obvious that this project would lead to huge ethical problems. But even if the modified superhumans still had the appearance of humans, were they the same as ordinary people? Wouldn't they want to override ordinary people? Or even eliminate them to rebuild civilization? We can only guarantee that the superhuman program will eventually be completed, and that the transformed humans will have a near-human appearance as much as possible. But the other problems after that are beyond our ability to solve. Inside the transparent glass, several clusters of embryos the height of a human were expanding and contracting violently, while bursting with blinding arcs of light. These embryos were the scientists' test subjects. They have no shape and never will. Their point is to carry the scientists' whims and test whether those ideas work. The scientists are trying to implant the embryos with energy-storing organs similar to Godzilla's dorsal fin. And they have 3 ideas so far. The first idea is to modify the skeleton. The human body has 206 bones in total, accounting for a fifth of its total weight. So if the bones could be converted into an energy storage organ, there would be no need for a dorsal fin, which is obviously vastly different from normal human construction. And energy mobilization would be more efficient. The disadvantage is that since the bones are spread all over the body, the energy radiation would also be spread all over the body. And this radiation would stimulate cells to become cancerous, leading to a decrease in the lifespan of the modifier. The second idea is to change the layout of human organs and build an entirely new energy storage organ in the abdomen, which, if successful, is similarly well hidden and also reduces the radiation damage to other parts of the body. The disadvantage is that the energy is so concentrated that if it is breached, not only will it immediately lose its function, but it may also explode. The third idea was an extension of the second idea, with a greater degree of alteration than the second idea, i.e., designing the organ layout from scratch and reforming the internal structure of human beings in a drastic manner, not only to unify the functions of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys and many other organs into a single organ, but also to expand the proportion of energy-storing organs inside the human body, thus balancing the advantages and disadvantages of the first idea and the second idea. While the scientists were testing these 3 ideas, they were also advancing the technological research of the other universes. After each of the technologies had been properly researched, and all of them were combined together, superhumans with the highest crystallized wisdom of the United Government's biotechnology gathered in their bodies would be born. Not only that, if one does not consider carrying out missions under strong magnetic environments and is not prepared to fight against civilizations with ultra-high computer technology, superhumans will also be able to undergo nanosurgery and be transformed into super nanosoldiers. It could be foreseen that after the completion of the superhuman program, the United Government's single-soldier combat power would be raised to an unimaginable level. However, if the United Government could not solve the ethical problems associated with it, this plan might end up being the grave in which the United Government would bury itself. Chapter 390 Intense Discussion. Strengthening the mindset of the Earthlings cannot be delayed. Halcyosi rubbed his temples and thought to himself, "It's almost time for the change of government. Why is it that at the last minute, there's one trouble after another? Can I still retire properly?" It's not that Halcyosi wants to avoid her responsibilities. It's just that she's been working for the coalition government for decades, and it's time for her to take a breather. Plus her successor, Zhang Weilai, is actually very good and has the ability to take care of things. The author of the 3 Bodies said this in the 3 Bodies in a character's voice. Clavin slowly opened his mouth, revealing a reminiscent expression, as he said in slightly raw Chinese. The ascension of life from the ocean to the land was a milestone in the biological evolution of the Earth. But those fish that came ashore were no longer fish. Similarly, those who actually went into space were no longer human beings. So, people, When you plan to fly into outer space and never look back, please be careful. The price to pay is much greater than you think. Hao Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. She had heard that Clayton had deliberately collected many versions of the three bodies from the folklore after he left the three bodies universe. And she had only thought that Clayton had a collecting fetish at that time. But now it seemed that Clayton really loved the three bodies. Not only had he memorized the famous lines from the three bodies, but he could also say them in Chinese, albeit in a less than standard way. She also knew the line. Pursuing the superhuman program to create individuals as powerful as gods is indeed a milestone in biological evolution. And it should be done with caution. Hao Xiaohei recognized the line from the three bodies. And she nodded to Craven. Instead of a superhuman plan, it was a god-making plan. It was completely predictable that this plan would move forward and create a group of individuals that were even more powerful than the gods in many mythological stories. These individuals were not troubled by disease or longevity. They lived forever, were invulnerable to all diseases, could easily destroy the ecology of an entire planet, and were very hard to kill, and had almost no shortcomings except for not being able to move long distances in space. With such individuals, they might be able to be loyal to the United Government for 100 years. But what about 1,000 or even 10,000 years from now? Would they be loyal forever? The answer is obvious. As long as the possibility of betrayal exists. After a long period of change, this possibility will eventually evolve into a certainty. It is only a matter of time. What will they think and do? Will they think they have given enough to the coalition government to quietly go far away? Or will they think the coalition government has failed them and start a roaring revolution to establish a new order around them? And how many casualties will there be in the meantime? I don't think we should create superhumans immediately after the superhuman program is verified as successful. Vladimir spoke up, wearing a contemplative expression. Have you noticed that our force has already exceeded the scope of the problem it is meant to deal with? Not just now, but possibly for a long time to come. Hao Suzy was taken aback. She understood what Vladimir meant. The combined government had had a technological boom over the years, with all sorts of new weaponry coming out of the woodwork, without any comparable rivals. In terms of the recent discoveries of new universes, whether it was Spirit Cage, Dune, Resident Evil, or Top Gun and Godzilla vs. King Kong, the force of the United Government had completely crushed these universes, especially after sending exploration teams to other universes. The United Government would hardly encounter any danger as long as they honestly traveled to the safe universes that had already been explored. Under these circumstances, the force at the disposal of the United Government had already exceeded the specifications, and there was no need to frantically develop weapons and technology as if engaging in a military race. Of course, the pursuit of technological advancement never stops. Even after digesting the technological reserves of the Creator civilization in the future, the United Government would maintain its thirst for knowledge and truth, and make great strides forward on the road of improving technology. It's just that. So what if we create an army of superhumans? Are there any problems that require superhumans to solve right now? Vladimir raised his volume slightly, thinking that this was a crucial issue that could endanger the survival of the United Government. So he said in a tone so serious that it couldn't be taken any further. Since we can't solve the ethical problems caused by the superhuman program at this point, I suggest that we only carry out a technical demonstration, get the technology mastered, and then and not create any superhumans. Vladimir took a deep breath and emphasized, any decision that could contribute to a major change, at the time it is made, the person making the decision may not realize how far-reaching the decision will be in the future. I urge you all to consider my advice carefully. The counselors were deep in thought. Indeed, the United Government was not experiencing any problems that could only be solved by superhumans right now. And the creation of superhumans would not solve any problems, but would instead lay a huge hidden danger for the future. Vladimir has a point. I also don't think there's a need to create super soldiers right now. Hao Suzy thought about it for a little while, during which she also discussed it quite a bit with the think tank in her headset. And in the end, she supported Vladimir's suggestion. The superhuman program was full of temptation. But to the United Government, a superhuman that could not be put to use would be a ticking time bomb. The United Government's technological level was sufficient to cope with all the problems encountered at this stage. There was no need to create superhumans to add to their problems. The greatest value of the superhuman program to the United Government at this stage was the technology it contained. With these technologies in hand, in case the United Government faced extinction one day, It could create some superhumans at the moment of crisis and let them fight for the united government. Or release them to go out and create a new human civilization. How can we verify the technology without actually creating it? Clayton's brows were locked as he asked rhetorically. Do you guys think that you can validate such a great technology as superhumans just by relying on those brainless embryos in the lab? Although he advocated for the prudent advancement of the superhuman program, he actually wanted to create superhumans. He just didn't want superhumans to get out of control. He planned to steel-mark the minds of the superhumans and then leave backdoors in their bodies through genetic means so that he wouldn't have to worry about the superhumans rebelling. And it turned out that Vladimir was advocating for only verifying the technology. But if we create superhumans, where do we let them shine? Vladimir said tit for tat. Do we let them sit in an office and grade papers? Or run laps along the equator? Chapter 391 Expanding the Exploration Team. Craven was dumbfounded, admittedly. Superhumans had no use in the current united government, and nowhere to put them if they were created. It's not too late to create superhumans if we come across a universe where super individuals exist. Vladimir paused for a moment, giving examples, like the Marvel Universe, the Mega Man Universe, the Warhammer 40k Universe, and so on. Craven bristled. I'd rather not encounter these universes. Compared to the super individuals in these universes, the superhumans of the united government looked a bit frail. And if they were not careful, they could be turned against their homeland, and their entire civilization would be destroyed. Then let's verify the technology first. As for whether or not to create superhumans, we'll consider it after the technology is successfully verified. Halcyosi pondered for a few seconds, then put forward some hypotheses. Maybe the cost of creating superhumans is so low that we can make everyone a superhuman. Or maybe scientists can create an exoskeleton-like detachable equipment based on the superhuman program. And superhumans are just the people who use the equipment. Or maybe we just happen to encounter a superhuman-only dilemma. The counselor's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. It was still imperative to validate the technology and confirm that superhumans could be created before discussing anything else related to it made sense. Otherwise it would be like starting to plan how to spend the money from winning the lottery before they had even won it. It would be a pure waste of time. Our next step is to make a new round of expansion of the exploration team. Halcyosi paused for a few seconds before adding. In the near future, we might discover new universes every day and deal with the forces in those universes to obtain new materials and technologies. By the time the technology validation is successful, perhaps the problems and concerns we are thinking about now will no longer exist. Until the technology verification is successful, let's wait a little longer. Halcyosi's words went to the heart of the council members. Alright. Then let's wait until the technology is successfully verified before we continue the discussion. Clayton paused for a moment as he revealed a thoughtful expression. Lowering the cost of superhumans and turning everyone into superhumans is probably the best solution. Let's hope the scientists can bring us a surprise. The council members nodded their heads. If everyone could become superhumans, the great rebellion they feared would naturally not happen. After all, everyone was the same. No one was more noble than anyone else. And the entire race was uplifted. Next we will discuss the expansion of the exploration team. Halcyosi uploaded a new document to the conference room network, and Moss passed this document to each of the other council members attending the meeting. Some days ago, we established a partnership with the Aerospace Guild in the Dune universe. The Aerospace Guild has sent a number of exploration teams to help us explore other universes. And so far we've discovered 3 universes: Resident Evil, Top Gun, and Godzilla vs. King Kong. Far faster than we've been able to discover universes in the past. And in a relatively safe and controlled manner. The reliability of this method of exploration has been tested. So I am formally proposing to expand the scope of cooperation with other universes and increase the size of the exploration teams to further accelerate our exploration of foreign universes. The Aerospace Guild had only been working for the United Government for a short time, and had discovered 3 universes for the United Government, and had brought back the most precious resources of those universes. All of these resources were of great help to the United Government. If there were a few more existences like the Astronaut Guild, the United Government's development speed would inevitably rub off like a rocket. It was just a matter of being a little more cautious in terms of cooperation targets. Although only the United Government was able to open wormholes with other universes, it was entirely possible for a partner to cause some minor trouble for the United Government if their heart was not in the right place, such as discovering certain precious resources and then hiding them from the public, or drawing powerful enemies from other universes to the United Government. Any candidates? Craven asked. Hao Xiaoxiao nodded. And she replied nonchalantly, the Urtridi family from the Dune universe. The Gnostics from the Avatar universe. The Surface Survivors from the Spirit Cage universe. The Mecha Hunters from the Pacific Rim universe. The Emperor's Organization from the Godzilla vs. King Kong universe. And the Terrans and Tritons of the Triumvirate universe. The directors were stunned. They had no objections to the first three cooperation partners. But when it came to the Imperial Organization, some people started to frown. And when it came to the Tritons, everyone frowned. Counselor Hao, can the Imperial Organization and the Tritons also cooperate? Vladimir couldn't hold back his inner question as he queried. Both of these are villainous forces. If we cooperate with them, aren't we aiding and abetting the enemy? Hao Xiaoxi shook her head. She replied, for different cooperation targets, we offer different cooperation options. Like the Imperial Organization and the Triumvirate, they belong to the villainous forces. They are to be eliminated. So them working for us is atonement for their sins. The greatest reward for atonement is the chance to continue to survive. Take the Imperial Organization for example. They explore other universes for us. We won't give them any payment. But likewise, we won't destroy them. It's the same with the Trinities. After contacting them, we can launch Homo sapiens to follow the main body of their civilization. And we don't broadcast their location when they work for us. Craven shook his head. Don't the members of the Imperials still come from the common people? They replenish their members from ordinary people. Rounding up would be the equivalent of us hiring ordinary people to do dangerous work without providing them with any payment. The Trinitarians would still be worth considering. Due to our intervention, they shouldn't have learned to lie yet, are as transparent as a blank sheet of paper, and have a far lower level of technology and resource reserves than we do. So as long as we don't allow their exploratory teams to return to the Triskelion universe, they're pretty easy to manipulate. The Triumvirate had given the combined government their chief science consul, who after decades of indoctrination had served the combined government wholeheartedly, shaking the Triumvirate's technology clean. The three-body civilization survives in harsh conditions, and the possibility of a technological explosion is almost non-existent, and is currently far from being a rival to the United Government. Claven's words turned, full of seriousness. But the matter of returning to the universe of the three bodies is also questionable. In case we are discovered by the god-level civilization in the universe of the three bodies, the consequences could be very serious. Due to the incoherence in the three bodies, the United Government could not be sure exactly what level of technology the god-level civilization in the three bodies had reached. And in particular, it was unsure whether the god-level civilization had mastered true FTL movement technology. Chapter 392 Gathering Together. Although the FTL technology in three bodies could also move long distances in a short period of time, short was relative to the target that was moving at FTL speed. In a year of traveling with this FTL technology, hundreds of years could have passed in the outside world. For true FTL technology, the flow of time in FTL units should be at least the same as in the outside world, even without time delay, traveling instantaneously from one part of the universe to another. If those god-level civilizations that the gods and dragons had mastered true FTL technology, capable of achieving insight and striking over distances without delay, then the United Government's return to the universe of the three bodies was likely to be a case of digging a hole and burying itself. The water of the three bodies is too deep for us to necessarily grasp. Vladimir's brow furrowed as he said in a deep voice, this matter needs to be handled with caution. But the first few cooperation partners, I think it's fine. Craven nodded slowly. His viewpoint was the same as Vladimir's. I don't agree with returning to the three bodies universe before mastering the two-way foil. It's too dangerous. No better than returning to the Edge of Tomorrow universe, with Vladimir and Craven against it. A return to the three bodies is even out of the question. But they didn't mean to go against Hao Xiaoxiao. But the three bodies universe was the only clear ultra-high-risk universe at the moment, in which there existed super civilizations that could reboot the universe. And there was more than one of them. And the danger factor was much higher than that time civilization in Edge of Tomorrow. It was really unnecessary for them to hastily return to the three bodies before they were strong enough to do so. The risk was high, and the reward was not high. Then let's shell the universe of the three bodies for now. Send invitations to a few other cooperation targets, and complete the first round of expansion of the exploration team as soon as possible. Hao Xiaohei didn't argue, as Clavin and Vladimir's concerns were justified. She had offered to return to the Triumvirate because the author of the Triumvirate was her compatriot. She was in possession of many interviews with this author. And based on the various statements this author had made about the three bodies during his lifetime, the think tank deduced that the god-level civilizations in the three bodies would not be able to achieve true FTL travel either. These god-level civilizations may be able to travel millions of light years away in an instant. But this instant is for them. And tens of thousands of years may have passed in the outside world. But these are all inferences. The triumvirate is a real universe now. And no one knows if the godlike civilizations that can turn the universe off and on again are still imprisoned by the barriers of FTL technology. Should the extrapolation be wrong, the United Government might have more to pay than simply destruction. We will now vote on the expansion of the exploration team. I'm in favor. I'm in favor. I'm in favor. Yes. I'm also in favor. The 5 votes were unanimous. And the exploration team was expanded immediately. The diplomats of the United Government had a new task. Carrying the goodwill of the United Government, they traveled to various universes to negotiate with the targets of cooperation and finalize the specific details of the cooperation. Of course, the Imperial Organization was treated much worse. As a villainous force, they had no choice but to serve the United Government, or else they would have to face extinction. Especially the top management of the organization, none of whom would be able to escape. However, the United Government was not prepared to whittle down the Imperial Organization. The work of the Imperial Organization was redemptive in nature, and the United Government would use the name of the Imperial Organization to help the Earth of the Godzilla vs. King Kong universe to improve the natural environment, eliminate famine, and strengthen the basic education of ordinary people. A few days passed by, and the exploration teams from various universes gathered together. This is a huge hemispherical conference hall, where they will receive a newbie package from the United Government. The foundation of these exploration teams was so poor that the United Government had to give them something so that they could start their own exploration journey. But what they would develop into in the future would depend on their own abilities. If any of the exploration teams were unlucky enough to be wiped out in other universes, there wasn't much the United Government could do but to pay out their pensions in full. After all, the original purpose of forming the exploration team was to reduce the cost of exploring other universes, including risk, economy, personnel, and so on. Paul, don't look around. You're the future Duke of Utrecht. Have the presence of mind not to let these people underestimate us. The Dune Universe House Utrecht is represented by Paul and Duncan. Paul is the future heir to House Utrecht, and the Kwisatz Haderach that the Sisterhood has worked so hard to raise. He combines the abilities of a Mentat, a True Seeker, and a Navigator, and can perform complex calculations comparable to those of a computer with his human brain, as well as being able to see through lies, manipulate the behavior of ordinary people with the use of tone of voice, and even foretell the future to a certain extent, except for his physical qualities, which remain that of an ordinary person. Paul was superior in every aspect to everyone else sitting in this hall. He was sent here by Duke Leto to be trained. Duncan was the renowned first swordsman in the Dune universe, and was highly prestigious in the Utrecht family's army. So having him lead the Utrecht family's warriors on a quest could have the effect of uniting all the people. Those people's costumes are so retro, Paul whispered. Paul unobtrusively withdrew his gaze from the Imperial Organization not far away. In his opinion, only ancient people from 10,000 years ago would dress up in suits. It was too superficial, and had no substance at first glance. Unlike them, the Eurydice, who had a glorious story behind even the pattern of a button on their clothes. Duncan skimmed his lips and whispered, "They'd probably see us the same way." The boss of the Imperial Organization had actually noticed Paul's ogling, but he'd long since inquired of the United Government's diplomats that this was a representative of the Utrecht family, a proper interstellar civilization, and one that was about to unify the galaxy. Not to mention ogling. Paul just got up and cursed him. He wouldn't dare say anything. The more villainous they were, the more bullying they were. I really didn't expect. We haven't had a mission for decades. And once we came, the whole thing was so big. Yeah. But I think it's a good thing. In the base are idle crazy. Have something to do is good. Take the salary for nothing. Heart is not solid. The Pacific Rim universe is represented by General Stryker. General Stryker suffered from radiation sickness, and it was the United Government that healed him and gave him a strong body. 10 years had passed and General Stryker was still the first in charge of the Hunter base. Except that the Forerunner civilization had been driven out of existence by the United Government, and the Mecha Hunters had become something like mascots. During this period of time, All the mecha hunters lived a life where they didn't know when they would receive a severance notice. As soon as they heard that the United Government had something for them to do, they immediately agreed. Chapter 393 Opening of the Congress. The ground survivors from the Spirit Cage universe sat together with the Gnostics from the Avatar universe. And due to the language barrier and different appearance, there was no communication between the two sides. Just sizing each other up. Didn't the boss say she'd be here too? Why haven't we seen her? The boss is now a diplomat of the United Government. His top boss is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Government. The disciple of a great big official. People are busy. Let's wait for a while. At this time, Bayuekue walked over from the back. She leapt and lightly jumped into the seats of the Spirit Cage universe, lightly raising her eyebrows. What are you guys talking about me? Whoa! Boss! You're dressed so feminine. Xia Doubta came over to Bayuekue's side, staring at his clothes with both eyes glowing. When she was in the Spirit Cage universe, Bayuekue always dressed up in strong clothes in order to prepare for battle. Some time ago, when she returned to the Spirit Cage universe for official business, she also dressed very seriously. Today, she actually wore a long, fiery red dress, with a pair of pink high heels covered in glitter on her feet. And her silky silver hair had grown a bit longer and was pulled into a nice-looking bun at the back of her head. Bayuekue raised her chin slightly. During the time she had been working for the United Government, she had recovered the comfort she had before the catastrophe in the Spirit Cage universe had erupted, and her style of dress had shifted towards what she used to be. Boss, what's the main topic of today's meeting? Su Tong couldn't help but ask, a slightly shrill voice coming out from underneath the Peking opera mask. You know what? Give us a hint? Bayuekue shrugged her shoulders as she replied. No need to be nervous. It's just to give you guys a quick rundown of the schedule for the next few months. And to give you something else. Giving it away for nothing? Zadu blinked. Bayuekue nodded. She looked around and lowered her voice as she replied. The exploration team is expanding. There are a total of 5 universes forces selected. In the eyes of the United Government, you are all pretty much primitives. Expecting you to explore other universes on your own is basically an impossible thing. Xiaodo cocked his head. Huh? Primitive people? This is too much of a look down on people. Don't be unconvinced. See those people over there dressed like medieval nobles? Bayuekue glanced in the direction of the Artridi family as she whispered. They're a proper interstellar civilization that's about to unify their universe's galaxy. Huh? 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 Several people revealed shocked expressions. Bayuekue rolled her eyes as she whispered. Put away your uneducated looks. There will be many things bigger than this in the future. Save this expression for those times. What is a mirror to a Dai family? But it is only thanks to the military aid provided by the United Government that it has become what it is today. Zundu fake do? Xiaodo had a face of disbelief. She shrunk her head timidly. We can't even govern the Earth well. People are close to unifying the galaxy. We're also worthy of sitting with them? Bayuekue let out a light laugh and rubbed Xiaodo's little head. That's what I'm talking about. The United Government's technology level is too high. In their eyes, those people are also primitive. Between those people and us, it's just the difference between primitive people who have mastered more tools and primitive people who have mastered fewer tools. If we hadn't arrived at the Dune universe, it would have been hard for the United Government to imagine that 2 armies facing each other in the interstellar age would have to rely on cold weapons to decide the winner. While Dune has its own national context here, this is still confusing. Is the United Government that good? Hai Cool Bao's sister Shattered Star also participated in the discussion. She knitted her eyebrows slightly. If they're so powerful, why are they still looking for us? Bayuekue replied without thinking. Reducing costs and reducing their own casualties. Shatterstar froze. If the United Government were to explore other universes on its own, each exploration team would have to be equipped with the United Government's highest tech artifacts, which are used to ensure the safety of the exploration team. And some of these cutting-edge technologies are only slightly heard of even by me. Not only are they expensive to build, but their production capacity is very low. The production of the United Government's most advanced equipment was limited by the supply of raw materials, such as wormhole weapons and time reboot devices, the former of which required special elements from the Forerunner civilization, and the latter of which required Omega's time factor. Not only that, the United Government also values the lives of its own citizens. Bayuekue continued. But if it's sending people from other universes to explore the universe for themselves, for one thing, there's no need to arm these people with the most advanced equipment. And for another, there's no need to worry about these people's lives. The payment offered by the United Government is usually something of little value to them, such as some very outdated technology or very common resources to them. Rounded up, the United Government is the equivalent of paying nothing for someone to do dangerous things for them. Bayuekue took a deep breath. When I say it like this, you guys should understand. Right? Xia Dao covered her small mouth in shock. The United Government is so black-hearted? This is not called black-hearted. Bayuekue shook her head as she explained. This is called reasonably playing to the advantage of disparity. This kind of unequal deal is possible because the United Government is too powerful, and the technologies they have eliminated are all unavailable treasures to backward civilizations. The participants are all voluntary, except for the people over there. Bayuekue didn't move to glance at the Imperial Organization and whispered. Those people were forced to participate in the exploration team because they were evil in their own universe. The boss of the Imperial Organization's eyes and ears were watching, and he noticed Bayuekue's gaze. But he remained silent. He knew that Bayuekue was a diplomat of the United Government and belonged to the official members of the United Government. And even if he guessed that Bayuekue might not have said anything good, he didn't dare to say anything. In the entire hall, it was the name of the Emperor's organization that was the most impressive, with a nameplate reading Emperor's Organization XXX in front of each person. But it was also the Emperor's organization that was the most impressive. The blue-skinned aliens are under the protection of a true god called Ava. The Eldradi family is about to unify the galaxy. The Mecha Hunters have the backing of their planet's entire regime. And the other group is dirt poor, but they have people in the coalition government. In comparison, the strength and background of their imperial organization was simply low to the world of the Earth's core. He sat here with a constant feeling of being on pins and needles. Every few moments, someone would survey them with strange gazes, and he could only pretend not to see it, suffocating him to no end. He lowered his head and said through gritted teeth, "Is there even a meeting anymore or not? Did you call us here just to let us sit here dry?" At that exact moment, the emblem of the coalition government appeared on the big screen. U.E.G. Chapter 394, Making a Man. A woman with excellent looks and superior temperament walked up to the podium. She gently caressed the microphone, and her soft voice spread throughout the hall. "Hello everyone. My name is Chung Xian. I'll be presiding over this meeting." "What a beautiful big sister," Xiado whispered. Chung Xian's personal ability was outstanding, and she was arranged to preside over this meeting that was important, but would not have much of a bad impact if it went wrong. Chung Xian. Bayuekue felt that this name was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere a long time ago. However, she threw that thought away in an instant. A name that could make her feel this way must have been heard before the Spirit Cage Universe Cataclysm. Chung Xian couldn't possibly be a character from before the Spirit Cage Universe Cataclysm. It might just happen to be the same name and surname. All of you are elites from different universes, and the United Government has gathered you here with the greatest sincerity to discuss our common bright future. Chung Xian spoke eloquently with her speech in hand. Although she spoke in official jargon, her melodious voice and beautiful looks gripped the audience to death. Time passed by, and the conference came to an end after 2 hours. Everyone present, with the exception of Bayuekue and Chung Xian, were certified as members of the exploration team, and were also given a 4-month training course. This course was formulated by Moss, with 5 counselors over their eyes, explaining in minute detail the various things that needed to be taken care of when exploring other universes, as well as foolproof ways to maneuver the battleships. Once the men have completed the training course and successfully graduated, they are each given a United Government starship neutered as a rookie package to begin their crisis-ridden exploration missions. Except for the Imperial Organization from the Godzilla vs. King Kong universe, the other forces can accumulate some contribution points for each valuable universe they discover, and use them to exchange for all kinds of advanced technology, technological artifacts, and rare materials in the shop. Moss screened a number of items and put them into the exchange shop, most of which had been eliminated by the United Government for a long time. However, there were a few items that were not too far behind for the United Government, and their redemption prices were ridiculously high, such as the quota for the Nano-Warrior transformation surgery, which was used as a carrot to dangle the donkey's endeavor to move forward. "Geez, Planetary railgun technology for 500 contribution points? Exploring a universe rewards 100 contribution points. And there are extra rewards for special discoveries. So if we do the maths, we only need to explore 5 universes to know how to build a planetary railgun. What's a nano-warrior transformation surgery? It's sold for 9.9. How long will it take to redeem it? Is a full banquet delicious? A table only costs 9.9 yeah. Most people's gazes were on the rewards of a few hundred contribution points or so. Only Paul stared straight at the top of the redemption shop at the sky-high rewards with a price tag of 999, 999, 9999. Silently calculating in his heart. Each universe explored rewarded 100 contribution points. 9 nines was exploring 9,999,999,999 universes. After the Atreides family unified the galaxy, the population under their command would be at least several hundred billion. If tens of billions of people were to form exploration teams, and each team had 10,000 people, then there would be millions of exploration teams. If each exploration team explored 1 or 2 dozen universes, they would be able to save up 9 or 9 contribution points in the end. Assuming that exploring a universe took a month, Paul's brainstorming gradually subsided. He clenched his fists, thinking that when he returned, he must convince his father to focus the new galactic empire's attention on exploring other universes in cooperation with the United Government. Everyone was excited after browsing through the directory in the redemption shop, except for the Imperial Organization, who huddled in a corner, shivering with mixed feelings. Consciousness cannot exist apart from matter. We have finally found the link between consciousness and matter bridge factor. Long before leaving the Transformers universe, the United Government had launched a study of the consciousness weapons from the Andromeda Galaxy. The United Government scientists were able to ideologically swim in the world of consciousness, which greatly aided their research. And after a period of bone-deep drilling, they finally made a major breakthrough. Counselors, representatives of the companies. The bridge factor doesn't have a solid body. It's a special microscopic thing with wave-particle duality similar to light. So we can't show you here. However, we have been able to extract the bridge factor in small amounts, and use it to give consciousness to dead things. Next, we will show you how to use the bridge factor to turn a dead thing into a living thing. The oversized conference hall, big enough to hold 10,000 people, was packed, with every seat filled, and the front and last rows were overcrowded with reporters. It was rare for the coalition government to have such a lively day. But the scientific results, this time, were simply amazing unrestricted conversion of dead matter into living things with minds. Once the success was confirmed, the scientists, like the mythical Nua, had mastered the ability to create all beings. On the podium, the founding fathers of consciousness studies handily pushed a huge translucent machine onto the podium. According to the revelation given to us by the Earth's consciousness, as long as a clump of matter is endowed with a bridge factor, the escaping non-condensed consciousnesses of the Earth will coalesce towards the matter endowed with the bridge factor. And ultimately a consciousness will be formed in the matter endowed with the bridge factor. Even a stone, with a bridge factor, can become a living thing with consciousness. Only it can neither speak nor move. That's why we decided to use a small robot with a vocal structure and pre-programmed with a shortcut voice for the demonstration. A small robot appeared on the big screen. The actual size of this robot was really small, about a third of a knuckle of an adult male. But the quality of the JG's camera was so good that it still looked clear when magnified hundreds of times, as if it were a giant robot. Now, let's inject the bridge factor into this little robot's computing chip. The words were followed by a low humming sound from the transparent glass enclosure. Sorry, we currently don't have a way to mark the bridge factor, so you won't be able to judge the trajectory of the bridge factor's movement through the naked eye. The scientist stared intently at the glass enclosure. He looked at the air with an expression so grave that it was as if he was watching the birth of an entire world. Half a minute passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the hall was holding their breath. They were nervous, and the reporters were holding their filming positions upright, their hands not daring to shake at all for fear of missing this historic scene. The atmosphere was so heavy. In the middle of the day, the little robot raised its head tremblingly. Hello guys. I love you guys. Chapter 395. The time is running out. Alive. Really alive. Wow. In an instant, huge cheers rose to the sky, forming a boiling wave of sound that surged so much that it seemed to be able to lift the dome of the conference hall. The sound of shutterbugs was incessant, and the air was filled with the joy of the people. Giving life to dead things was no ordinary study. A study that marked yet another time that mankind had broken God's no-go zone and seized powers that existed only in myth. No one questioned the possibility that the scientists might have secretly faked it by posing a programmed robot in the hood and then pretending to have achieved results. This is totally unnecessary and impossible. Consciousness science is the newest of the coalition government's epiphanies. Against the backdrop of the consciousness weapons launched from the Andromeda galaxy, scientists working in consciousness studies did not need to fabricate a fake scientific achievement and flat-out tarnish their reputation, even if they did not achieve any significant results in a short period of time. In addition, the United Government dared to hold a press conference with great fanfare, and must have organized a cross-check beforehand to make sure that there were no problems with the theory, process, and conclusion of the experiment before making it public in such a sensational form. On the high platform, the scientists were smiling. From this day on, consciousness studies would become a discipline with real value, not just a nebulous theory. And all the scientists engaged in consciousness studies research would be recognized and loved by the public. This is especially true for a few of them. They hadn't been engaged in consciousness studies research for a long time yet, and they had achieved such astounding results. And at the moment, as they listened to the cheers and applause ringing out for them from under the high stage, their hearts were a little fluttered. From today onwards, we are renowned scientists. Yes, just like Einstein and Oppenheimer. They will be highly respected wherever they go. I didn't engage in scientific research for the sake of being respected. I only hope that the results of my research can benefit society and not become the forbidden domain of an individual. The camera in the corner captured the micro-expressions of the scientists, and the data streamed into the background for analysis. Emotional judgment, joy, pride, apprehension, pride, complacency. Audit result, no intervention required. The several scientists on the stage were the founding fathers of the field of consciousness studies, and Moss assumed the responsibility of supervision once it found that these scientists had slipped in their thinking. It had to talk to the relevant person in charge. If the effect of the conversation is not ideal, it will also take the initiative to design some plots to help these scientists' thoughts back on track, such as meeting the girl of their dreams, having an accident in the experiment, failing to compete for an important post, etc. The relevant behaviors are authorized by the scientists themselves. The scientists themselves have authorized these actions. Scientists themselves also understand that they are just ordinary people who are good at discovering the truth of the universe. And they also have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and may be troubled by any of them. It would be of vital importance to their scientific lives if Moss could pull them up out of their emotional quagmire when they are troubled. The footage shows the little robot slowly walking up and down in a glass enclosure, as the first life created by the coalition government in a public setting. Its every move is being recorded by hundreds of cameras. Undoubtedly, the footage will become a valuable historical resource, disseminated on the internet and preserved in the coalition government's science museum for interested posterity. On May 4, 2105, the coalition government made a major breakthrough in consciousness science, creating the first Life Zero. After the press conference, scientists removed Zero's chip and imported the data and consciousness from it into Moss for permanent sealing. Although Zero was a life, it was an immature one. The United Government does not intend for it to operate in reality. So Moss creates a virtual world for Zero where it will spend the rest of its life. On June 14, 2105, the United Government initiated an armament upgrade program to create Homo sapiens and Strong Interaction Force missiles on each of the 10,000 planets in the Dune universe. With the cooperation of the Eutridae family, the Strong Interaction Force missile is a modified version of the water drop detector, with little change in performance. But the name is now more in keeping with what it actually does. On the 1st of September 2105, the International United University under the jurisdiction of the United Government opened its doors, where the best scientists from all over the world gathered to educate the best students from all over the world. Consciousness is the hottest subject of the year, with the highest admission scores in the relevant majors. On the 4th of December 2105, exploration teams from all the major universes were engaged in exploratory missions, which were very fruitful. And among them, the Eutridae family was still expanding the size of their exploration teams, becoming the most numerous and strongest among all the exploration teams. On the 16th of March 2106, the Eutridae family united the galaxy, and United Government diplomat Qian Fian was invited to attend Duke Leto's coronation ceremony. and presented Duke Leto with a branch of the Tree of Souls from the Avatar universe. On July 2, 2106, veganism suffered an unprecedented challenge when consciousness scientists verified the ability of plants to perceive pain, proving that plants also feel the sensation of pain. Members of the veganism organization besieged the Consciousness Scientists Institute, spoke out against Earth consciousness, and were rounded up by Earth-worshipping believers, after which the members of the veganism organization were hospitalized en masse, and the Earth-worshipping believers acquitted of any wrongdoing. The incident makes headlines as the most influential story of the season. On November 30, 2106, the first batch of Homo and Strong Interaction Force missiles are delivered to the military to rave reviews. On January 6, 2107, the superhuman project takes a turn for the worse when scientists are unable to make multiple body modification technologies compatible in a human-sized body, opening up a new research program. One part of the scientists researched how to cram as many body modification technologies as possible into a human body. The other part of the scientists researched how to modify the human body to be huge enough so that the person undergoing the procedure could accommodate all the body modification technologies. On June 1, 2107, the combined government initially digested 1% of the creator civilization's technology stockpile, and the level of science increased dramatically. On October 9, 2108, the creator civilization of the Transformers universe, claiming to be under the influence of another consciousness weapon, asked the United Government for help. The United Government requested the assistance of the Earth's consciousness to conduct another extraction of the consciousness weapons plaguing the creator civilization. The weapon of consciousness launched from the direction of the Andromeda galaxy has the ability to reproduce. So the United Government is not yet able to eradicate it, but can only take repressive measures. That is, to extract it on a large scale after it has reproduced on a certain scale. It is foreseeable that the United Government will maintain contact with the creator civilization for a long time to come. Chapter 396: The Change of Government. On the 1st of January 2110, it was a day of great significance, as the 5 counselors of the United Government would be replaced today. Energetic young people would take over the baton from the older generation, responsible for the entire Earth civilization and assisting the fledgling civilization to pass through the next few decades peacefully. A large crowd gathered outside the United Government's headquarters building, all waiting with anticipation to witness this historic moment. This was not the first time that the United Government had changed, but the last time it did. The United Government was still in a relatively weak stage, with threats to the United Government existing in all major universes. During that time, the United Government had been treading on thin ice. In the twinkling of an eye, decades had passed, and the United Government had experienced several universes, and had drawn material and information from them, growing into a powerful civilization that was slightly able to defend itself in the dark forest. The fact that the United Government could grow like this without becoming a short-lived firework in the dark forest was thanks to the help of many parties, and the credit of the 5 counselors was there for all to see. Teacher Hao. Zhang Weilai stood in front of Hao Xiuxi with mixed feelings. He didn't move a muscle, and let Hao Xiuxi straighten his tie. Hao Xiuxi smiled. She could feel Zhang Weilai's inner tension, just as she once did. She tried to calm Zhang Weilai's nerves and said with a soft smile, "Xiao Zhang. I'm going to call you Director Zhang from now on." Zhang Weilai shivered, noticing the crowd of people outside the glass wall of his office. He revealed a bitter smile and lowered his voice. "Teacher Hao, if I had taken your seat 20 years earlier, I would have been especially happy." Something in the words? Hao Xiuxi smiled. "What's wrong with taking over now? Is it too late? It's okay. When it comes to your term, it's time to extend the term of office of the council members. After all, the average life expectancy of our human race has increased too much, and the retirement age for all walks of life should be appropriately delayed. You might be able to work in this position for 100 years. Hao Xiaohei said, as he looked at Zhang Weilai with an encouraging gaze. Zhang Weilai pursed his lips, and a look of hesitation appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Hao Xiuxi keenly noticed Zhang Weilai's eyes, and asked with a smile, "What's on your mind? If you have something to say it quickly." She revealed a relaxed expression of relief. "After today you'll be a busy man, and I'll have to move around more with my teachers, and I'll have to push that brat in my house to let me hold my grandchildren. So I don't know when I'll see you again next time." Hao Xiuxi was in a very happy mood. She had worked solidly as a trustee for more than 60 years, longer than most ancient emperors' reigns, and her work was intense. She hadn't seen Zhou Chiji and her other old friends for a long time. And having heard that Li Yi had finally found the man of her dreams, she finally had the time to visit her late friend after retirement, as well as push her son to get married and have children. Teacher Hao, I think being a counselor is too tiring. And it's so stressful. Zhang Weilai was a bit torn. He didn't know if he should say these words when he was on the verge of taking office. These words appeared to be a bit unbearable for him. To put it in a more serious way, he could even criticize him for not being mentally prepared to serve as a counselor and jerk him out of the position. But he didn't want to hide what was really going on inside him. He looked straight at Hao Xiuxi, waiting for her opinion. Hao Xiuxi was slightly stunned, then smiled. Being a council member is not only about power and honor, but also about responsibility and pressure. And the more qualified a council member is, the more he or she will despise the former and be burdened with the latter. The fact that you can realize this shows that you have the potential to be a good counselor. Hao Xiuxi smiled as she loosened Zhang Weilai's tie and reached out to pat the shoulder of the young man she had nurtured in front of her. Only those with a sense of responsibility can become a director of the united government. And it was because I saw that in you that I brought you along for the ride and eventually recommended you to the united government to take my place. Hao Xiuxi was somewhat emotional. Over the years, she had been looking for a successor for herself. However, it is easy to find a general. The majority of people are ordinary people. They may be able to emit sun-like light and heat in a screw-like position, but they are not suitable to be a counselor. The position of a counselor was too high, and the load on their backs was too heavy. In 60 years, she had seen with her own eyes not 100,000 but 80,000 people. People of all ages from all walks of life. But none of these people satisfied her as much as Zhang Weilai. The three words, sense of responsibility, are easy to write, but really not simple. Hao Xiuxi said with a sigh. I didn't take over like you. You received decades of nurturing by my side, while I had only followed teacher Zhou for less than 10 years at the time. And there were so many issues I hadn't figured out. But teacher Zhou's health suddenly didn't work. Hao Xiuxi reveals a reminiscent expression, with a certain complexity of emotion between his words. I was the one who understood his thoughts the most. And under those circumstances, I had to take his place and force myself to become a director of the joint government. A sort of critical appointment. Zhang Weilai didn't move a muscle and listened obediently. He treasured this time, because he also understood that once today was over, the next time he would meet with Hao Xiuxi would be unknown. He had heard that Hao Xiuxi was going back to her hometown, which was quite a long way away and would take several hours on an ordinary civilian plane. He was busy with his new job, and Hao was busy with her family and friends. And the distance between them was so great that he feared they wouldn't have a chance to get together for a few years. This may well be the last time he hears from Hao. A sense of responsibility. Hao Xiuxi sighed and sat down. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Weilai, who stood squarely in front of her. Her face gradually became serious, and the atmosphere in the office became sullen. Zhang Weilai pursed his lips and waited for Hao Xiuxi's words. His attention was completely focused on his teacher, oblivious to the increasingly noticeable clamor outside the office. This is the last lesson I'm going to teach you. Responsibility. Not just to do the things you can do well, but to do the things you can't do well as well. Hao Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Weilai's cheek. Doing the things that can't be done well too? Zhang Weilai felt puzzled. How should a thing be done well since it cannot be done well? Why couldn't he understand? Hao Xiuxi took a deep breath as she said in a deep voice. If the Earth will explode in 24 hours, and the scientists can't find out the cause, while all our machines are out of commission, what are you going to do? Zhang Weilai froze. What to do? The scientists couldn't find the cause, and the machines couldn't work. Then wouldn't we just have to wait for death? Chapter 397, Turnaround. I don't know. Zhang Weilai lowered his head. His heart was filled with doubt, and confusion spread across his face. Hao Xiuxi sighed softly. She reached out her hand and twisted a white silk thread that had floated to the corner of Zhang Weilai's coat at some point, and then said meaningfully, I don't know either. But the director of the united government must know. Zhang Weilai froze. Without having time to think carefully, someone pushed open the office door and called out to him softly. Counselor Zhang. It will be your turn to go on stage soon. Are you ready? Director Zhang? This title caused Zhang Weilai to go into a trance for a moment. He immediately came back to his senses and looked at Hao Xiuxi with a slight apology and said, Teacher, I'll go first. Hao Xiuxi nodded. The two men had actually completed the transfer of duties in a ceremony attended only by senior officials of the United Government. And Zhang Weilai had legally succeeded Hao Xiuxi as a member of the United Government. The next step was the public announcement. Once Zhang Weilai had taken the oath of office before the eyes of billions of people around the world that he would die for the coalition government, the transition would be complete. Zhang Weilai followed the person who came to call him out of the office. He didn't understand Hao Xiuxi's words, but they planted a stirring seed in his heart. The seed was alive. Something was stirring in the seed. He could feel it. He just couldn't describe it. Maybe after some more experiences, the seed would break open. By then, he would understand the meaning of Hao Xiuxi's words. This is something that can only be understood but not conveyed. After Zhang Weilai left, Hao Xiuxi sat in silence for 2 minutes, then got up and walked to the chair by the window to sit down. She looked at her own shadow on the glass and unconsciously smiled. A long time ago, she used to sit in this position, looking out of the window into the distance, while listening to Zhou Zhiji analyze the situation for her, learning from Zhou Zhiji's vision and thoughts. Later on, she sat in Zhou Zhiji's seat, and Zhang Weilai sat in hers. She could imagine that in a little while, Zhang Weilai would be sitting in her place, and another person she may or may not know would be sitting in Zhang Weilai's place. Inheritance. She suddenly thought of this word. In a flash, inexplicable emotion surged out of her eyes and condensed into a teardrop that had nothing to do with joy or sadness, dripping down her cheeks and onto her thighs, swooshing and wetting a small piece of her dress. Hao Xiuxi didn't understand why she was crying, because she was neither very happy nor very sad. Had Teacher Zhou cried in the first place? She reached up to stroke her own tears, feeling this complex of emotions that haunted her at the moment. Silence accompanied her. In the middle of the day, she looked through the glass and saw a commotion in the crowd downstairs. And she moved over to the glass and realized that it was Zhang Weilai who had ascended to the high platform. Is he going to be sworn in? She knew what Zhang Weilai's speech was going to be, because Zhang Weilai had come to her several times to read it. I swear to be faithful to international law, to uphold its authority, to fulfill my legal duties, to be loyal to the earth, to the people, to perform my duties with dedication and integrity, and to be subject to the supervision of the people, she whispered, her mind conjuring up the day she was sworn in. The voice resounded throughout the square. Strive hard to build a rich, beautiful, powerful, harmonious and scientific interstellar civilization. Zhang Weilai's heart beat wildly. The youth who had come out of a small city had never imagined that he would one day be able to stand here, grandly face the camera and make such a statement, and be recognized by billions of people. Thank you to the country. Thank you to the coalition government. Thank you to Mr. Hao. Thank you to Earth Consciousness. There were too many people in Zhang Weilai's heart that he wanted to thank. But this was not the right occasion for him to express his gratitude, because people wanted to hear the counselor's plans and expectations for the future of the coalition government, not the counselor's summation of his own life encounters. When a person went from being an ordinary citizen to becoming a counselor of the United Government who could decide the fate of Earth's civilization, that person would no longer be himself. He becomes a composite of everyone's expectations, a symbol that possesses at the same time all the good qualities of a human being and the ability to solve any difficulty. Zhang Weilai went on to read his speech. It had been revised hundreds of times, and every word and every symbol was imbued with his heart and soul. Those efforts before the official speech made his voice incredibly attractive at this moment, and people listened to him with enthusiasm for 20 minutes. And at the end of the speech, they still could not get enough of it. If some leaders, when delivering their lengthy speeches, were half as good as Zhang Weilai was in this speech, the antipathy of all those around them would be greatly reduced. The speech ended, and deafening applause and cheers came from the stage. Long live Counselor Zhang. Counselor Zhang spoke wonderfully. Counselor Zhang is so humorous. At the same time, the other 4 newly promoted counselors, who had given speeches before Zhang Weilai came up from the stage. They stood in a line with Zhang Weilai, and the leaders of their corresponding countries put on the pins of the United Government and the nameplates corresponding to their identities. Do well. The future of all people falls on you. An old man with gray hair stood in front of Zhang Weilai as he pinned the nameplate on him before giving an encouraging smile. Title: Permanent Director. Name: Zhang Weilai. The nameplate was just a light alloy piece, but Zhang Weilai felt heavy. I will definitely not fail to live up to everyone's expectations of me. He spoke with conviction. 5 years had passed since the formation of the exploration team. During these 5 years, the United Government had discovered an average of 12 universes with exploration value every month, accumulating more than 720 universes in 5 years. The vast majority of these universes had very little significance. The United Government has long since discovered that the wormholes opened by Earth's consciousness all lead to universes derived from Earth's cultural and entertainment works. How much entertainment does Earth have? It's hard to say. Every second a new piece of entertainment is being created on Earth, some of which makes it into bookstores or onto the screen, and the rest may not be successful. But they are finished. Since the number of civic works is always changing, even Moss can't say exactly how many civic works there are on Earth. There are so many civic works that this has led to the fact that the 720 or so universes that the United Government has discovered in the intervening 5 years have been of little use to the United Government. The Family Guy universe, the Lovecraftian universe, the Wolf of Wall Street universe, the Whiteheart universe, the Pride and Prejudice universe, the Sherlock Holmes universe. The civic works represented by these universes have many fans on Earth. But these universes mean nothing to the United Government, because they have neither special materials nor advanced technology. However, the turnaround happened on the day of the change of the United Government. Chapter 398E0551. Earth. It's really a place of wind and water. Who says it isn't? Every universe has an Earth. Every Earth breathes civilizations. Earth is like the center of the multiverse. A new geocentric theory. Right? Leap is over. Prepare to enter the solar system. This exploration team, numbered E0551, belonged to the Artridi family and consisted of a United Government exploration ship and hundreds of Artridi family warships of different sizes. After the unification of the galaxy, the Artridi family was rich and generous, and they spent a lot of money to train several exploration teams, and E0551 was one of them. E0551 exploration team's establishment is very complete. Various types of warships and various scenarios of weapons have everything, enough to fight a real interstellar war. Instead of E0551 being an exploration team, they were an expeditionary force. While exploring other universes for the United Government, the Artridi family used the wormholes opened by the United Government to acquire resources and technology not commonly found in the Dune universe in other universes. And several times they engaged in firefights with interstellar civilizations from other universes. With the fire support of the United Government's exploratory ships, they have not lost a single battle so far, and have benefited greatly from these wars. There was an inspector from the United Government on the exploration ship. His name was Lu Kaiyuan, and he was young in appearance. His duty was to oversee the E0551 exploration team and make sure that E0551 didn't commit any crimes against humanity while exploring other universes. The United Government was not happy to send its own citizens to other universes, but E0551 was so large that they were able to devastate many civilizations, and the United Government had to supervise them. The leap ended, and the massive fleet appeared in the solar system. The United Government's spatial positioning devices were so sensitive that the fleet appeared between Earth and the Moon. And if anyone on Earth had looked up at the Moon, he or she would have been surprised to find a patch of hemp growing on the Moon. Another Earth. Lu Kaiyuan stood in the corridor, looking out at the azure planet not far away. He had followed the E0551 exploration team to a dozen universes and had seen a dozen different Earths, and they were all beautiful. He had heard that the United Government's Earth used to look like this, but with the advancement of the terraforming program, the United Government's Earth was hard to see what it once looked like. Of course, it was becoming more beautiful. Let's hope that this Earth can bring some valuable harvest. Lu Kaiyuan shrugged his shoulders and muttered to himself, I've been out long enough on this trip, and Grandpa has rushed me home 7 or 8 times. Inspector Lu, please come to the command room. The voice of the exploration team's captain came out from the communicator. The captain of the E0551 exploration team was a Mentator. His name was Yara. He learnt from Duffy Havart. His acting style was a bit tougher than Duffy's, but his words and actions were appropriate, and he knew how to advance and retreat. He was an unparalleled talent. I'll be right there, Lu Kaiyuan replied. E0551 was about to make contact with the Earth civilization of this universe, and it was the rule that he, as an inspector, needed to exercise supervision in the command room. Whenever he arrived, E0551 could only act. If E0551 acted without his presence, The United Government would suspend its cooperation with the Treaty family and allow all of the Treaty family's exploration teams to cool off for a period of time. 2 minutes later, Lu Kaiyuan walked into the command room. "Inspector Lu, please take a seat," Yara said politely. In the middle of the command room was a round table with a diameter of 12 meters. Half of the seats were already full, and the remaining half were not late. But they were on a rotation today. Exploring the universe was very boring. So apart from the handlers of each department, the rest of the people would take regular holidays. Lu Kaiyuan sat down in his seat. He pressed his palm onto the desktop, and a glistening blue light flickered under his palm for 2 seconds before the words "verification passed" appeared on the desktop. "My ship is authorized to commence operations immediately," Yara said without thinking. Having encountered Earth too many times, the E-0551 exploration team had already summarized a set of mature exploration processes. The first was naked eye observation. Large facilities such as space lifts, cosmic docks, and planetary shields were very conspicuous and visible to the naked eye. If these facilities were seen through observation equipment, then Earth had clearly entered the interstellar age. On the contrary, the technological level of the Earth will not be very high. The second is to monitor the radio signals of the Earth. Through the radio signals, the E-0551 exploration team could get all kinds of communication information from the people of Earth, and then analyze the technological level of Earth from the content and encryption level of these messages. The last is to launch probes to Earth. Naked eye observation and radio monitoring were both means of remote observation, characterized by speed and efficiency. The disadvantage was that they were not accurate enough. Not as accurate as the information obtained by launching probes to go around the atmosphere. With these 3 axes down, it was basically possible to figure out the technological level of a planet. No space lifts were found, nor were cosmic docks or planetary shields found. But many satellites were seen, and it was initially judged that the technological level of this planet had reached the astronautical age. There is no quantum encryption on the communication messages, and they have discussed oil, which suggests a low level of energy utilization. The probe has entered the atmosphere. Everyone sat upright as time ticked by and intelligence came in a steady stream. Lu Kaiyuan crossed his fingers, an imperceptible disappointment flowing under his eyes. Another worthless Earth. With his origin, there were many safer jobs he could do than being an inspector in the exploration team. And at that time it was with the idea of expanding his horizons that he signed up to be an inspector. As it turned out, it was hard to tell. It was true that he had seen many things that he had only learned about in books and videos before, such as wormholes to other universes, and the Earth of other universes. But after a long time, he only felt more and more tedious. Normally, for safety, he could only move around in the exploration ship, which was 40,000 meters long. But in the end, it was just a big closed box. And he had long since come to know everything in the exploration ship. What's more, he was the only one in the exploration ship who came from the United Government. And the members of the Treaty family all treated him with respect. So he couldn't even find someone he could have a quick chat with. Add to that the fact that the Earths he encountered were pretty much the same every time, and there was nothing new about them at all. He didn't consider himself to be the type of person who only had a 3-minute head start on anything. And he'd been treading water with the E-0551 exploration team for a full year. But he couldn't bring himself to keep doing meaningless work. His patience and enthusiasm had pretty much worn out. All he wanted now was to find a worthwhile universe, bring his career as an inspector to a satisfactory conclusion, and then return to the combined government to join the army and follow in his father's footsteps. But it looked as if that was a long way off. Let's report back to Moss with the information we've gathered and let Moss proofread it. Chapter 399, A New Universe. After E-0551 uploaded the data, Moss immediately detached a thread to deal with issues related to it, retrieving civic works that might match this universe. In a flash, a vast sea of possible items surfaced from the database. The chances of each of them were small, the highest being less than 0.1%. It seemed a bit strange, but it was actually quite normal, because the 21st century was the era of the wellspring of entertainment works. And there were countless entertainment works created with the 21st century as the background. Unless you can find landmarks, original characters, and special events, it's impossible to determine the origin of a new universe in the first place. In one universe, it took the United Government half a year to determine that the origin of the universe was an unnamed and hilarious TV series. In fact, The vast majority of Earth set in the 21st century don't have much value, while Pacific Rim Earth is also set in a 21st century world. Pacific Rim has monsters and mechs. Godzilla vs. King Kong is also set in the 21st century, but has giant monsters and a geocentric world. An Earth with a perfectly normal 21st century setting is an Earth that pretty much says goodbye to the word value. But Moss doesn't make light of this Earth that E0551 found, because it doesn't have that sentiment. It put the data submitted by E0551 into the database and compared it carefully, doing its best to find the thread that would unravel the confusion. Highly sensitive term found, Mega Gorge City. This time it didn't take as long as half a year. In just half an hour, Moss found a valuable clue. Giant Gorge City. The name didn't exist on the real Earth, but it happened to be the name of a place in a certain hot national manga. Highly sensitive character found, Dukeo. The probability of the Megamind universe has risen. Reverse search now targeting Yu-Gi-Oh! Highly sensitive character found, Du Chantal. Highly sensitive character found, Gush Yaluan. Highly sensitive character found, Lou Barge. Highly sensitive characters found, Kirin. The probability of the Megamind universe has risen to 99.9%. Comprehensive assessment, danger and opportunity coexist. Current time, August 2013. The landmark event Chrysanthemum in the Sky will occur next month. Please prepare as soon as possible. Conclusion sent to the coalition government. By the time Jean Whaley finishes his inauguration and returns to his office, House Yusei has disappeared. And before he has time to feel the loss, his assistant hands him a document. Written on the document were 4 large words: Super Seminary. Discovered a valuable universe? Zhang Weilai understood what this meant, as he had often handed House Yusei this type of document in the past. Yes, Chung Xian replied. In time for the change of the coalition government, Chung Xian, with the idea of proving himself, went through 5 hurdles and 6 generals, and finally became a member of Zhang Weilai's office after a heavy selection process. For a long time, Chung Xian carried the psychological burden of the Madonna of the 3 bodies, although no one around her ever accused her. But she just could not pass the hurdle in her own heart. Always feel that she is short of other people's several head. So she put all her efforts to want to rise to the top. Want to prove that she is a person who can make outstanding contributions to society. In the end, she got what she wanted. There were 5 council members, each with 3 assistants, for a total of 15 places, with millions of competitors. With her impeccable resume, her boss's recommendation, her colleagues' high praise, her good looks, her hard work in studying at night, and the luck of the gods, she fought for more than half a year and defeated millions of competitors. She became one of those incredible 15 people, and was the assistant to her most desired Wasia director. She swept away the gloom and had a feeling of being transformed. Although she was only the counselor's assistant and had no real power whatsoever. But no matter what, she worked in the counselor's office and was considered to have entered the core circle of the united government. Although she was not like Zhang Weilai and House Yusei, or House Yosei and Zhou Chuji. The former was the heir of the latter. But she was content. She knew she had a flawed character, something she had learned from her childhood upbringing, and it was hard to change. If she had the chance to become a counselor one day, she would turn it down without hesitation. Have you met Mr. Hao? Zhang Weilai sat down in his seat and asked where House Yosei had gone while flipping through the documents in his hand. Counselor Hao said that she booked a ticket and had to catch a flight, so she didn't wait for you to come back to say goodbye in person. Chung Xian paused for a moment and added, Counselor Hao also said that parting hurts the most. Zhang Weilai sighed quietly. He understood that catching a flight was false, and not wanting to say goodbye was real. Teacher Hao knew best about the process and time of the inauguration ceremony, and could have purchased a non-conflicting ticket. Anyway, planes nowadays are all very fast, and departing a little bit later wouldn't affect anything. Zhang Weilai let out another dark sigh. I hope I can get some free time soon, and take the time to find Mr. How to dabble in a meal. He quickly skimmed through the contents on the pages, his face becoming more and more serious as his understanding gradually deepened. Overworld Academy, he muttered. Super God Academy was an explosive national manga that had raked in 1.2 billion views in the 4 years it had been online, telling the story of a group of super warriors with different gene engines defending the Earth from the threat of an alien civilization. Gene engines are a kind of body modification on the side of technology. Only extremely powerful interstellar civilizations can research practical and powerful gene engines. And creatures with these gene engines are called gods. Certain special models of gene engines were able to detonate stars, and even customize the laws of physics. The document in Jean Weilai's hand contained the development lineage of the Super God Academy. 30,000 years ago, the God River civilization, which was the first to develop the gene engine technology, was wiped out by an unknown enemy called the Ultimate Fear, and the time god of the God River civilization roamed the universe with the celestial computer, the Big Clock. Between 20,000 and 25,000 years ago, the God of Time established the Super God Academy in the Dino civilization and the Angel civilization, spreading ideas and technologies to help the two civilizations develop. 17,000 years ago, Queen Kesha of the Angels ascended to the throne. She had a conflict of ideas with her sister Liang Bing and shut down the angelic civilization Supernatural Academy. While at the same time, Liang Bing betrayed the angelic civilization and used the knowledge of the Supernatural Academy to create the demonic civilization. 14,000 years ago, the First Great War broke out between the angelic civilization and the demonic civilization. 6,000 years ago, the Second Great War broke out between the angelic civilization and the demonic civilization. 4,000 years ago, the Third Great War broke out between the angelic civilization and the demonic civilization. 2,000 years ago, the Fourth Great War broke out between the angelic civilization and the demonic civilization, and the demons lost miserably. During the Four Great Wars, Karl, who was known as the God of Death, left the Overworld Academy to establish the Dark Civilization. At the same time, the Dino civilization had a civil war. The Dino galaxy was destroyed, and the Blazing Sun civilization, which was involved in it, was also greatly injured. In Earth Time 2014, Cal helps Cool Ice escape to Earth. This is where the story of the Academy of Super Gods begins. Chapter 400, The Academy of Super Gods. Detonating a star isn't a big deal, but customizing the rules of physics is a bit unbelievable. And it's all done through genetics and algorithms. Jean Weilai pursed his lips, and complex emotions mixed with scorn and excitement flowed from the bottom of his eyes. The Super God Academy universe was the universe that former Counselor Clayton felt it was best not to meet. A universe that certainly had body modification technology with ultra-high value, but also had dangers that were beyond the scope of the United Government's response. Every god in Super God Academy is an incredibly powerful super individual. Immortality and invulnerability are their basic qualities. They can also use their bodies to open wormholes, launch large-scale nuclear bombings, split planets with an axe, and even cause supernova explosions. A supernova explosion is a violent explosion that some stars experience near the end of their evolution. These explosions are so bright that the sudden burst of electromagnetic radiation often illuminates the entire galaxy in which it occurs, and can last for weeks to months before fading to invisibility. The amount of energy radiated by a supernova during this period is comparable to the total energy radiated by the Sun during its lifetime. Through this explosion, the star throws most, if not all, of its material outward at speeds as high as 1/10 of the speed of light, and radiates a shock wave into the surrounding interstellar material. These contain large quantities of high-energy gamma rays, which have a devastating penetrating power that is horrific enough to kill all life within a radius of tens of light years. To date, the United Government has not mastered any means of attack comparable to this. However, in the Mega Man universe, a god equipped with the model Sunburst gene engine could easily trigger a supernova explosion. If the more powerful gods from Super God Academy entered the Dune universe, the United Government would have almost no means of checking the other side. Even the water drop detector could only destroy the physical bodies of these technological gods for a short period of time, rather than killing them completely. The so-called sacred atoms that make up the body of the strongest of the technological gods will not be damaged after experiencing a supernova explosion at close range, but will spontaneously and rapidly converge. The power of the water droplet detector is obviously not as powerful as a supernova explosion. These technological gods are so powerful and flexible that they can only be restrained by an equivalent powerful individual. Does the United Government have such powerful individuals? No. The most powerful individual in the United Government is the nano-soldier. But compared to the ruthless man who can trigger a supernova explosion, the nano-soldier is still far from being able to do so. If you have to compare, there is only the superhumans, who have not yet passed the technological verification process. Although superhumans don't have gene engines and various algorithms, can't open wormholes, and can't trigger supernova explosions. But theoretically, Their physical quality is good. And if they only physically fight, they are not so bad that they can be killed by the technology god of the Super God Academy with one finger. But that's about it. What exactly happens will depend on the actual battle. Counselor Zhang. Moss notified you to come downstairs for a meeting. Zhang Xian received a message from Moss and immediately reminded Zhang Weilai. Zhang Weilai nodded, his eyes flickering. I know. He used to go to meetings often, but he accompanied Hao Xiuxi. In the past, he could only stand behind Hao Xiuxi or sit far away from her. But now he could sit at the table. Zhang Weilai got up and set off. Entering the conference room a few minutes later, he was the first to arrive. And in the 2 minutes after he sat down, the other 4 board members arrived. Clayton's successor was a blonde woman. Her name was Suna, and she came from an old political family, and had been carefully educated from a young age by the elders of her family, and was very tactful. Vladimir's successor is a burly-looking man. His name was Raghav, and he was previously the head of the intelligence department of Bear University. Compared to these 2 people, Zhang Weilai, who came from a civilian background and had been working as a trustee's assistant for decades in a down-to-earth manner, appeared to be like a different kind of person with a different style of painting. This month is Xiongda's rotation. Raghav coughed lightly and opened the conversation. I'm sure you all know that we discovered the universe of the Overworld Academy. And Moss's assessment is that there are both dangers and opportunities. What do you all think? Suna smiled lightly. I'm in agreement with Moss. It was equivalent to saying nothing. Zhang Weilai raised his eyebrows and said very pragmatically, although the gods of the Overworld Academy are a threat to us, as long as we don't reveal that we're from another universe, and don't let those gods of the Overworld Academy enter the Dune universe, our safety will be guaranteed. Is the United Government weaker than the Academy of Super Gods? Not really. Although the individual force of the technological gods of the Academy of Super Gods was unbelievably high. What they could do, the United Government could actually do as well. Even a supernova outbreak. If the United Government was allowed to ponder over it for a while, it was not impossible to cause it in a different way other than using gene engines. After all, the United Government had inherited the technological reserves of the Creator Civilization. The Creator Civilization is an ancient civilization that created the Transformers 100 million years ago. And the civilization in the Overworld Academy has only existed for a few tens of thousands of years, which is less than a fraction of the Creator Civilization in terms of time scale. This long period of time has allowed the Creator Civilization to reach the pinnacle of excellence in every field of science. Despite the existence of some special materials in the supernova universe that allowed the civilizations in supernova to grasp individual greatness that was hard to match, they were after all too young. And their comprehensive level of science and technology should be weaker than that of the Creator Civilization. To compare the power of weapons, a supernova outbreak could only destroy creatures within a radius of a few decades, whereas the space bomb planted by the Creator Civilization in the Milky Way could destroy the gravitational structure of the entire Milky Way, returning an entire river system back to the chaos of the beginning of the universe. We could use a deterrent against the civilization of the overworld. Suna gave Zhang Weilai a friendly smile before throwing out her real point. Our destructive power is no worse than their gods, and even slightly better when well prepared. So we can deter one of the civilizations into providing us with protection on a super-individual level. Gods were powerful. There was no doubt about that. However, the resources that had to be consumed to cultivate a technological god were outrageous. So a civilization usually only had 1 or 2 truly powerful gods. As long as the threat of destroying these god civilizations was used, these gods would have to compromise and give in, or even agree to some conditions. Zhang Weilai frowned a little. He felt that this tactic was not quite appropriate, but it was indeed a proven method of self-preservation. And as long as the implementation was softer, it could not be used. Deterrence is feasible. But who is the target of deterrence?